He, the cold-blooded CEO, caused the death of his child and drove his delicate wife to madness. She, having narrowly escaped death, transformed into a ceramic artist and was reborn. A year later, he came searching like a mad dog, only to discover that he no longer had the right to approach her. Chapter 1, The Bride in a Cage. The night enveloped the villa of the Ling family, perched halfway up the mountain. Only the faint yellow glow seeping through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the master bedroom illuminated the scene, creating an air of solitude and chill. Inside, the lingering scent of desire had yet to dissipate completely, mingling with the crisp aroma of cedar and a hint of musky sandalwood, forming a suffocating atmosphere laden. With humiliation, Ling Fian had already withdrawn, retreating to the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water soon drowned out the world, isolating the slender figure curled up on the bed. Xiang Jian lay motionless at the edge of the expansive bed, resembling a discarded, broken doll. The cold, slick silk sheets clung to her sweat-soaked skin, sending shivers coursing through her body. Every inch of her screamed with pain, from the bruised wrists that had been gripped too harshly to the marked shoulders and neck, and the indescribable ache and tearing sensation that rippled through her, yet all this pain paled in comparison to the wound in her heart, torn open repeatedly. Miao Xin, just moments ago, in a fit of uncontrollable passion, his fevered lips had rasped out another woman's name. These two syllables pierced through Xiang Jian's already battered heart like an ice pick, the agony sharper than any physical pain, clenching her insides until her blood felt as though it had frozen. Once again, he had called out that woman's name while above her. Chen Miaoxin. The radiant beauty, forever cherished in his heart as his ideal. And she, Xiang Jian, the legitimate Mrs. Ling, was nothing more than a pitiful substitute, unworthy of even a name, merely a vessel for his frustrations. Tears had long since dried, leaving only a painful swelling in her eye sockets. With great effort, she propped herself up, trembling as she pulled the tattered robe around her, starkly visible in the dim light. Barefoot, she stepped onto the soft yet icy carpet, each movement tugging at her discomfort. Reaching the window, she gazed silently outside. The heavy velvet curtains were not fully drawn, revealing a narrow gap, through which the dark, starless night sky loomed, mirroring her bleak and uncertain future. Once upon a time, she too was the jewel of her parents' eyes. Though the Xiang family was not as illustrious as the Ling family, they came from a scholarly lineage and lived without worries. She and Ling Fian had been childhood sweethearts. She still recalled the boy who, though aloof, would occasionally guide her studies and frown in concern when she fell, offering her a band-aid. When did that cautious admiration transform into the deep-seated fear and pain she now endured? Was it the sudden collapse of the Xiang family, the dual blow of her parents' illness and death? Was it the old patriarch of the Ling family, adhering to outdated customs, who insisted that Ling Fian fulfill his marriage vows? Or was it that Ling Fian viewed this marriage as a lifelong shackle, pouring all his anger from being forcibly separated from his first love, Chen Miaoxin, onto her? She did not know. All she understood was that ever since she stepped into this luxurious villa 2 years ago, it had become her splendid prison. The sound of water ceased, and she hurriedly returned to the edge of the bed. The door swung open, releasing a cloud of steam. Ling Fian emerged, wrapped in a towel, his wet black hair dripping, water droplets cascading down his sculpted chest and firm abdomen, disappearing into the towel's edge. His physique was impressive, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, muscles defined and powerful, exuding an undeniable aura of masculinity and control. Yet, this alluring form brought her nothing but endless pain and humiliation. He did not spare her a glance, as if she were merely an inconsequential object in the room. He strode directly to the wardrobe, changing into an expensive silk robe, fastening it with a casual yet aristocratic air. "Where did you go today?" His low, icy voice shattered the silence, devoid of warmth, merely a routine inquiry. He approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a glass of whiskey, the amber liquid swirling over the ice, reflecting a cold sheen. Xiang Jian turned away, lowering her gaze, her thick lashes casting frail shadows on her pale cheeks as she avoided his potentially suffocating stare. Her voice was barely audible, carrying a hint of hoarseness. "I went to the art museum in the west of the city. There was a new exhibition." Alone, he took a sip of his drink, his gaze still not on her, yet it enveloped her like an invisible net. "Yes," she replied softly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the silk fabric of her robe. "I was there for about 2 hours before returning." "Did you meet anyone?" He set down his glass, his tone revealing no emotion, yet laden with an oppressive pressure. Xiang Jian's heart tightened. "Today at the museum, a refined gentleman had indeed exchanged a few polite remarks with her regarding a painting she admired. It had been a brief and courteous artistic discussion, and he hadn't even inquired about her name. But this was something she dared not let Ling Fian know. No, she forced herself to remain calm, but her voice involuntarily trembled. I just looked at the paintings, didn't speak with any strangers. Ling Fian set down his glass and moved to the nightstand, picking up his personal phone. The screen lit up, and he seemed to quickly browse something, swiping his finger across the screen a few times before appearing satisfied as he turned it off. Xiang Jian's heart clenched tightly. She knew it was likely a detailed report from the driver or bodyguard who had accompanied her. He always verified afterward, relishing her fear and caution like a cat playing with a mouse, as if waiting to catch her in a slip of the tongue and then impose punishment. This omnipresent control left her gasping for breath. Finally, he lifted his gaze to her, his eyes lingering on her pale yet undeniably beautiful face for a moment. Even after the earlier brutality, even without makeup and clad in a conservative robe, the gentle and serene aura emanating from her could not be entirely concealed. This seemed to further infuriate him, as if her very existence was a defilement of his love for Chen Miaoxin. He strode toward the European-style dresser in the corner of the room, pulling open the top drawer with a soft sliding sound. Inside, ties, cufflinks, and other men's accessories were neatly arranged. Without a glance, he deftly retrieved a small, white pill bottle from the back. The bottle bore no label, smooth as a cold pebble. He twisted off the cap and poured a tiny white tablet into his palm. Then, he picked up a glass of cold water, always chilled, never warmed. After completing these actions, he turned to face Xiang Jian, his gaze heavy upon her. Get up. His voice was low, tinged with a slight hoarseness from earlier exertions, yet devoid of emotion, only an unyielding command. Xiang Jian's body trembled imperceptibly. With great difficulty, she slowly sat up from the edge of the bed, keeping her head bowed, afraid to meet his gaze, her long hair cascading down to shield her profile and conceal her emotions. Ling Fian approached the bedside, his tall figure casting an imposing shadow over her, instilling a profound sense of oppression. He showed no tenderness, gripping her chin with a firm hand, forcing her to lift her head and part her lips. Her lips were slightly swollen, her gaze resembling that of a frightened fawn, moist and filled with trepidation, concealing a glimmer of humiliation deep within. He hesitated not for a moment, forcefully inserting the small white pill into her mouth, his fingertips inevitably brushing against her warm oral cavity, causing both of them to momentarily stiffen. He then thrust the glass of cold water to her lips, his movements bordering on rough, nearly colliding with her teeth. Swallow it, he commanded, his eyes fixated on her throat like a hawk, scrutinizing every subtle motion of her swallow to ensure no possibility of deceit. He needed to witness the pill descend her throat, guaranteeing absolute certainty. Xiang Jian's eyelashes trembled violently, akin to a butterfly caught in the wind. Obediently, almost mechanically, she tilted her head back, washing down the pill that symbolized denial and disgrace with the water. The icy liquid coursed down her throat, chilling her stomach and provoking a slight spasm. He gazed down upon her, his eyes devoid of warmth, radiating coldness and disdain. Remember, he sneered, you are unworthy of bearing my child. The lineage of the Ling family must never be tainted by a woman of your ilk. His frigid fingers gripped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. The chill of his fingertips, still lingering from the icy wine glass, sent a shiver across her skin. Remember your place, Mrs. Ling. He looked down at her, his eyes devoid of any warmth, filled only with scrutiny and warning. Remain docile within your cage, do not entertain any improper thoughts, nor bring shame upon the Ling family. Only when he confirmed her throat had visibly swallowed the pill did Ling Fian release her chin, as if he had touched something tainted. He retrieved the empty glass, placing it back with fluid, icy precision, as if completing an essential cleansing ritual. His subsequent words pierced her heart like an icicle, sinking in with merciless clarity. Especially, he paused, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt and admonition. Miao Xian is returning. Chen Miao Xian, that name resurfaced, like salt poured into her already bleeding wounds. I do not wish for any unnecessary troubles to arise from you. You occupy this position, thus you ought to be sensible. He released her, as though she were something unclean, instinctively wiping his fingertips against his robe, a subtle act that conveyed more humiliation than words ever could. A profound sorrow and despair engulfed him once more. She lowered her head, concealing all emotions from her gaze, leaving only numb compliance. I understand. Ling Fian appeared satisfied with her obedience, or rather, with her complete despondency. He no longer looked at her, turning towards the study, there is a business gala tomorrow evening, and your presence is required. A gown will be delivered in the afternoon. Remember, merely to attend. This implied she was merely to serve as a silent ornament, preferably without uttering a word. All right, she replied in a hushed tone. The study door closed behind him, severing his figure from view, as well as the suffocating pressure. Xiang Jian slowly sank to the cold floor, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, yet no tears would fall. Her tears, perhaps, had long since dried up during countless hopeless nights akin to this one. Outside, the moonlight was frigid, mirroring her bleak and endless future. She was imprisoned within this gilded cage, inhaling thin air, gradually extinguishing her final flicker of light. Meanwhile, in the study, Ling Fian sat behind a broad desk, the screen displaying a detailed report from the bodyguard. Madam arrived at the West City Art Museum at 10 this morning, departing at 12:10. She viewed exhibits alone, without prolonged contact or conversation with any strangers. She returned to the residence at 12:30, without further outings in the afternoon. The report aligned perfectly with Xiang Jian's account. He closed the page, leaning back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously drumming the table. For some reason, even after confirming her habitual docility, the inexplicable irritation within him did not dissipate. That woman, fragile enough for him to destroy with a single hand, yet at times revealed a stillness and remoteness beyond his control, especially those eyes, once bright and clear, reflecting his image, now mostly vacant and compliant, yet occasionally flickering with an incomprehensible glimmer that left him profoundly unsettled. He shook his head, dispelling these unnecessary emotions. She was merely a tool to fulfill promises, to appease the old man, a puppet occupying Miao Xian's place. He ought not to waste any surplus emotions on her. He picked up his phone, the screen illuminating with a background photo of Chen Miao Xian's radiant smile. Gazing at the image, his cold demeanor softened slightly. Miao Xian would soon return. Once he resolved everything, perhaps this erroneous marriage would come to an end, yet at this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that some seeds of error had already taken root and some cages imprisoned more than one soul. When the dam of emotions finally broke, the dust he chose to ignore and trample upon would unleash a devastating storm.
Chapter 2, A spectator by the fire. On a deep autumn night in Paris, the Seine River sparkled with golden lights, reflecting a pool of dancing stars upon its surface. Within a luxurious apartment, Chen Miaoxin had just concluded an online art salon. The warmth of her virtual discussions with several renowned critics from her homeland still lingering on her fingertips. She languidly reclined on a velvet sofa, her fingers gliding across the tablet screen, perusing the latest updates on the Ling Group from the domestic financial news, along with the occasional snippets of gossip regarding Ling Fian's marriage. Ling Fian's name was perpetually associated with words like calmness, iron fist, and commercial empire. Occasionally, there would be one or two blurry snapshots of him at events, accompanied by the almost overlooked silhouette of Xiang Jian, who cast her eyes downward. A faint, ambiguous curve graced Chen Miaoxin's crimson lips, a mixture of disdain, mockery, and a subtle sense of superiority. Xiang Jian, her name was like a pale, transparent shadow, never having truly settled in the depths of her gaze. She recalled Xiang Jian before the Xiang family's downfall, quiet, gentle, imbued with an air of innocence akin to scholarly naivety. The look in Ling Fian's eyes when he gazed at Xiang Jian always held a timid yet astonishing light. That light had once struck Chen Miaoxin as both blinding and laughable. She was born to be the focal point, bright, fervent, adept at wielding her beauty and family background as weapons to navigate the world of fame and fortune. In her eyes, girls like Xiang Jian were akin to delicate white flowers in a greenhouse, fragile and easily crushed. Indeed, the collapse of the Xiang family was startlingly swift. In a single night, the delicate bloom was reduced to rubble. She coldly observed as the elderly master of the Ling family acted out of old affection and promises. Witnessing Ling Fian's fierce resistance followed by eventual compromise, and how that hurried, silent wedding became a laughingstock within their circle. Meanwhile, she chose the most self-serving path, gracefully exiting as a victim. She fled to Paris, not for the healing of her heart as she publicly claimed, but rather to swiftly immerse herself in the local lavish social scene. Her apartment was situated on the left bank of the Seine, frequently hosting intimate soirees where champagne and laughter flowed through the night. Adorned in the season's haute couture and donning jewelry sent by Ling Fian, she effortlessly captivated attention at every gathering, attracting suitors from all walks of life. Those golden-haired gentlemen, talented artists, And even the occasional young aristocrat were all irresistibly drawn to her oriental charm and mysterious past. She reveled in this pursuit. As if only through it could she continually affirm that her allure had not diminished due to that unfruitful romance. She vividly remembered the farewell with Ling Fian before her departure. Clad in the dress he adored most, her makeup impeccably done, her eyes slightly reddened yet stubbornly withholding tears. She spoke, "Fian, do not burden yourself." Her voice carried just the right amount of quivering empathy. "I understand, you cannot disregard the Ling family's kindness. Nor defy the old master's decision. I do not blame you, truly." Gently grasping his hand, her fingertips were cool and bore a barely perceptible tremor. I may need to leave for a while. Everywhere here is filled with our memories, and seeing it will be painful for me." She paused just enough to leave an infinite space for grievances and imagination. "Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. You too, be well. Do not let me cause conflict with the old master, and do not be too harsh on her, she has her struggles as well." Each word was like a meticulously polished diamond, reflecting her kindness, magnanimity, and forbearance while quietly bearing the entire burden of responsibility onto the helpless girl who was destined to become Mrs. Ling. Her departure became the final nail in the coffin of Ling Fian's guilt. All his frustrations with fate and dissatisfaction with his grandfather were mercilessly unleashed upon Xiang Jian. As if tormenting her was the only way to prove his unwavering love for Qin Miaoxin. Though Qin Miaoxin resided overseas for the past 2 years, she had never truly severed her ties to Ling Fian's life. She was his white moonlight in the midnight hours, his unattainable desire. He continually provided her with material compensation and emotional attachment, his late-night calls, his caring emails, and the suppressed pain conveyed through voice messages sent during inebriated moments, all of which granted Qin Miaoxin a twisted sense of satisfaction. In Paris, her private life flourished. One evening, she might revel in spirited conversation with a rising artist at a left-bank gallery, while the next night found her at an exclusive brand's private dinner, enjoying the attention of an Italian aristocrat's son. She skillfully allowed these romantic escapades to subtly echo back to her homeland, maintaining her victim's fragile allure while inadvertently revealing glimpses of her enviable life, continuously tugging at Ling Fian's taut nerves. She was acutely aware of every sordid detail of Ling Fian's marriage to Xiang Jian. Not from his deliberate complaints but from the unintentional disdain he expressed and the sporadic reports she had planted within the Ling family. These fragments were sufficient for her to reconstruct the whole picture. She knew how he humiliated Xiang Jian during intimate moments, how he restricted her freedom, and how his coldness gradually encased her in frost. Such revelations always brought her joy. Occasionally, she would feign innocence over the phone, asking with a tone of naive concern, "Fian, how is Sister Jian? How are you two getting along?" Fully aware it would irk him, she nevertheless sought to remind him of that erroneous presence, repeatedly validating his pain and resentment, thereby deepening his reliance on her as his refuge. At times, during video calls with Ling Fian, she would casually let a gentleman's silk scarf or a bouquet of ambiguously signed flowers appear in the corner of the frame. Listening to his sudden silence followed by probing questions, she would always downplay it, saying, "Just an enthusiastic admirer, you know. My heart only holds the right pauses," leaving endless room for imagination, thus both satisfying his possessiveness and igniting his jealousy. After hanging up, she might turn and plunge into a world of revelry, surrounded by admirers, treating the tragedy unfolding in that distant land as mere anecdote to accompany her feast, a cold smile lingering on her lips. She danced like a spectator by the fire, gracefully moving on one side of the water while coolly observing how the flames consumed the pale figure on the other shore. She relished this sense of control, delighting in the emotional turmoil Ling Fian experienced as a result of her actions, and basking in the knowledge that she would forever remain an irreplaceable obsession in his heart. Meanwhile, the nightlife in Paris served as her lavish stage and backdrop, allowing her to indulge her desires and vanity while simultaneously playing the role of the heartbroken victim. At times, she would gaze into the mirror, scrutinizing her flawless visage. Xiang Jian? Merely a speck of dust that would eventually be wiped away. What did it matter that she temporarily occupied the position of Mrs. Ling? It would only deepen Ling Fian's loathing for that marriage and intensify his longing for her return. All she needed to do was patiently wait for the opportune moment to re-enter the spotlight, reclaiming all that rightfully belonged to her. As for whether that dust-like woman would suffer or despair, that was of no concern to her. The survival of the fittest was, after all, the eternal law of this world. What could not be obtained and what could not be safeguarded deserved to be trampled upon. She set aside her tablet, lifted the glass of red wine beside her, and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of Paris. The glass reflected her graceful silhouette and confident smile. Outside, the city had only just begun its revelry, and she, forever, remained the most dazzling one amidst the celebration. Soon, she would return. This prolonged prelude was nearing its conclusion. The main act awaited her to draw back the curtain. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, the deep crimson liquid clinging to the rim like thick, fresh blood. A call was placed to Ling Fian, her voice transforming into a soft, dependent tone. In the background, gentle jazz flowed subtly, perfectly creating a sense of solitude in a foreign land. Fian, are you busy? I just returned from a dinner party and I'm quite tired. Her voice paused, imbued with just the right amount of weariness. That French gentleman was exceedingly enthusiastic, insisting on driving me home. I had to decline for quite some time before I managed to escape. A light chuckle escaped her lips, but her tone shifted to one of melancholy. If only you were here. It has gotten quite cold back home, remember to wear an extra layer. Me? I'm fine, just missing you a bit. Came Ling Fian's response, still low and apologetic but tinged with an imperceptible tension. He inquired in detail about the dinner party and the identity of the French gentleman. A suppressed jealousy evident in his tone, deepening the smile on Chen Miaoxin's lips. She listened contentedly, soothing him with the softest of voices, while absent-mindedly gazing at the nightscape of Paris. A bright blue sports car slowly passed by below. No matter the distance, she remained the thread that tugged at his emotions. A gentle pull could stir his heart, igniting jealousy. Meanwhile, at the other end of the line, the woman trapped in her splendid cage likely faced the cold moonlight, tenderly licking her wounds. How pitiful and absurd. Chapter 3, Qingmei. The moonlight spilled like water, chillingly saturating the expensive Persian rug in the master bedroom of the Ling family villa. Ling Fian had long departed, leaving behind the crisp scent of cedar and a miasma of intertwined desire and coldness that was revolting. Xiang Jian remained still, curled up like a frightened cub unable to return to its den. Her body ached as if disassembled and reassembled, with slight swelling in her wrists, deep creases in the sheets, and a myriad of ambiguous yet cruel bruises adorning her skin. These bore witness to the recent events, which were far from love, but rather acts of unilateral violence. Yet deeper still was a hollow numbness that seemed to freeze her very soul. She slowly sat up, her silk robe slipping away, bringing a chill. She did not head to the bathroom but instead hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, her gaze unfocused on a point in the void. Memories, like gravel sinking in water, were stirred unexpectedly, rising quietly to the surface. She recalled a time long past when things were not as they were now. The old Ling residence and the small courtyard of the Xiang family were not far apart, merely separated by a grove of phoenix trees. Each autumn, the golden leaves blanketed the path, and she would tread upon them, trailing behind that person, calling out, Fian Gidge. Ling Fian, a few years her senior, was the embodiment of a leader among the children in the courtyard. He was intelligent, composed, and possessed an innate brilliance that was impossible to overlook. He was someone to be looked up to, the most vibrant hue in her pale world. The scenes in her memory were bathed in warm tones. In spring, he would take her to the back mountain to gather wildflowers. She could never keep up with his pace, and he would impatiently pause to wait for her, muttering, so slow, yet still accept the bouquet she struggled to hold. In summer, the two families would relax in the garden, while the adults discussed business. He would sneak her away to the pond to catch fireflies. She feared the dark, and he would let her hold on to the hem of his shirt. Although he often wore a stern expression, he never released her hand. On weekend afternoons, old Master Ling would summon him to help her with her studies. She would be on the verge of tears over a math problem she could not solve. He would frown, his tone lacking in patience. You can't solve such a simple question? Yet he would still take up a pen and write out the detailed steps on a scrap of paper. Sunlight would filter through the window, illuminating his focused profile, and she would lose herself in the moment, holding her breath for fear of disturbing it. Unable to meet his eyes, only staring at his long fingers gripping the pen. Do you understand now? He would suddenly look up, catching her unprepared gaze. She would nod in a fluster, her cheeks burning, her heart racing. He seemed momentarily taken aback before shifting his gaze away, his ears faintly tinged with red. In that instant, she felt as though he was not as indifferent as he appeared. She recalled one time in the garden of the old residence when she fell while chasing butterflies, scraping her knee painfully, tears brimming in her eyes. He happened to pass by, frowning, clumsily pulling a clean handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to her, bluntly saying, "Stop crying, it's noisy." Without waiting for her thanks, he turned to leave. Yet she remembered the handkerchief bore the faint, clean scent of soap that mirrored his own. She secretly washed it and cherished it for a long time. Even now, that handkerchief lies at the bottom of her jewelry box, a solitary testament to that beautiful period. That careful affection, tinged with humble admiration, was the sole light in her dark adolescence. She would clandestinely write his name in her diary, feigning interest in the scenery when he passed, and her heart would leap for an entire day at the slightest glance from him. He was her unspoken secret, a dazzling yet unattainable color in her pale world. Everything changed with the arrival of Chen Miaoxin. That summer, the Ling family hosted a grand banquet. Chen Miaoxin came with her parents, dressed in a radiant red gown, a fiery presence that instantly captivated everyone's attention. She recalled the look in Ling Fian's eyes upon first seeing Chen Miaoxin, a gaze filled with intense attraction, wonder, and a desire to conquer. A look she had never seen directed at her. The Chen and Ling families had long-standing ties. Although the scale of their business did not match that of the Ling family, they were still a prominent family. Chen Miaoxin was bright, vivacious, and boldly passionate. When standing beside Ling Fian, anyone would exclaim, "A match made in heaven." From that moment onwards, Ling Fian was accompanied by that dazzling figure. While she gradually faded into the shadows, she watched them attend various events together, witnessing him display smiles she had never seen before in front of Chen Miaoxin, and observed how both families tacitly acknowledged their relationship. The deeply buried crush within her had withered before it could even see the light. She learned to bury all her unwarranted feelings, quietly retreating to the role of the neighbor's little sister. Yet, fate's twists are always unexpected. The downfall of the Xiong family came as a sudden shock. A financial storm swept away the family business, and her father, unable to endure the blow, fell gravely ill, ultimately passing away. Overnight, she transformed from a cherished daughter into a debt-ridden orphan, and the world's sympathy quickly morphed into disdain and calculation. In her most desperate and helpless moments, it was old Master Ling who extended a hand. He repaid the colossal debts, preserving the last vestiges of dignity for the Xiong family, and proposed the decision that would alter her fate, to fulfill the marriage contract established between their grandfathers years prior. In that moment, she felt a mix of humble gratitude and a flicker of hope she dared not admit to herself. She thought this might be her salvation from despair, and even shamefully considered that being with Fian Gij might not be so terrible after all. However, reality delivered a crushing blow. Ling Fian's rejection was stark and raw. On their wedding night, he looked at her with eyes devoid of any warmth or familiarity, filled instead with cold disdain and an anger as if she had sullied him. "Remember your place, Mrs. Ling. Occupying this position requires you to be content. Do not covet what is not yours, especially my heart," he scoffed, his words cutting like a blade. In that moment, all her humble hopes and remnants of adolescent dreams shattered completely. She finally understood that this marriage for him was a shackle, a disgrace, and she was merely the embodiment of that shackle and disgrace. 2 years had passed. For over 700 days and nights, she languished within this opulent cage, slowly losing all her edges and vitality. He erected towering walls of indifference and humiliation, completely isolating her from his world. He required her to embody a compliant, silent shadow, a mere symbol of his forced compromise. He reveled in her fear, suppressing her with absolute power whenever she dared to resist, until she surrendered entirely, transforming into a soulless doll. He thrived on her suffering. As if only through her tears and endurance could he validate his unwavering love for Chen Miaoxin, balancing the humiliation of his enforced concessions. He confined her entirely, severing her ties to the past, monitoring her every move, and isolating her in this gilded tomb, leaving her with no choice but to cling to him and fear him. Xiong Jian gradually comprehended that to Ling Fian, she was never a wife, nor even a complete person. She was merely a punching bag for his familial pressures, a tool to demonstrate his deep affection for his beloved, a trophy of his absolute control, and a projection of his unexpressed anger towards his own inadequacies. Unable to defy his grandfather or retain his beloved, he could only unleash all his negative emotions upon her, who was weaker than himself. She learned to bury her true self deeply. The girl who once fretted over unsolvable math problems and delighted in catching butterflies perished in the winter when the Xiong family crumbled. What remained was but an empty shell named Mrs. Ling, numbly enduring her husband's cold violence and omnipresent control. She no longer harbored expectations or offered explanations. Each time he approached her, reeking of alcohol or coldness, she forced herself to detach her soul, becoming an unfeeling object. Fear became a habit, and pain, a norm. Only in the rare quiet of the deep night, when she was alone, could she permit the immense sorrow and loneliness, which threatened to engulf her, to seep through a tiny fissure. Sometimes she wondered if the boy from her memories, though distant, who once handed her a handkerchief, truly existed or was merely a figment of her despair. Why had they come to this juncture? Was it because of Qin Miaoxin? That radiant girl, like a flame, indeed was a brilliance she had never possessed. She had heard their whispers, the golden boy and the jade girl, perfectly matched. Her very presence was undoubtedly the most ill-timed barrier between them. Thus, it was only natural for him to harbor hatred towards her. This realization turned the last flicker of her unwillingness into ashes. What remained was a chilling silence and a numbing resilience that existed merely to survive. The moonlight shifted, illuminating the faint, fading red mark on her wrist resting on the nightstand. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing over the mark, her gaze hollow. Perhaps? From the very beginning, she should never have aspired to touch the light. Her existence's purpose seemed to be quietly remaining in this cage until he utterly discarded her or until the last day she had the strength to endure. Outside, the night was as cool as water. Her heart felt colder than the moonlight. In the study, Ling Fian stood by the window, the cigarette between his fingers flickering. He irritably tugged at the collar of his robe, attempting to dispel the inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Every time he emerged from that woman's room, he succumbed to this indescribable agitation. He loathed her eyes, often vacant like glass beads, yet occasionally he would catch a glimpse of an emotion deep within that he could not decipher, neither fear nor pleading, but an almost compassionate silence. It made him feel like a jester, as if she were the true bystander. Ash fell unnoticed as memory surged uncontrollably, those fragments of the past he had deliberately suppressed resurfacing in such moments. He recalled the timid Xiang Jian from their childhood, always shyly trailing behind him, softly calling him Fi Engage. Back then, he thought this neighbor girl too quiet and introverted. Unlike the other children who were lively, yet he felt inexplicably soft-hearted when he saw her eyes redden from the frustration of an unsolved math problem. He remembered once when she scraped her knee, he inexplicably handed her his handkerchief. Seeing her astonished and grateful gaze made him feel uncomfortable. So he masked his internal turmoil with impatience. That day, he returned home, uncharacteristically recalling her tear-filled eyes and her delicate grip on the handkerchief. As Xiang Jian blossomed into a more exquisite young woman, he had already been captivated by Qin Miaoxin. Miaoxin was like a fire, radiant and flamboyant, displaying a passion and boldness he had never encountered. Being with her ignited feelings of thrill and conquest, a pride in their social compatibility. In contrast, Xiang Jian was too quiet, too ordinary, like an inconspicuous backdrop. Yet now, those details he had once overlooked emerged with increasing clarity, her furtive glances at him, her elation or disappointment from his careless words, her cherishing of the handkerchief he had casually given her. These memories pricked at him like tiny needles. The more he recalled them, the angrier he became, angry at the decline of the Xiang family, angry at his grandfather's decisions, angry at Xiang Jian's compliance. Why did she not resist? Why did she not reject this marriage? Had she done so, he might have had a reason to fight. But she did not. She accepted this marriage, becoming the obstacle between him and Miaoxin. Whenever he saw her, he was reminded of the love he was forced to forsake and the image of Miaoxin leaving with tears in her eyes. He tried to attribute this discomfort to guilt towards Qin Miaoxin. Yes, it must be so. Each time he touched Xiang Jian, he felt it was a betrayal to Miaoxin. Even if it was merely a physical release. Miaoxin was so beautiful, so pure, while Xiang Jian was just the sin he had to endure. He deliberately ignored the occasional strange feelings that flitted through his mind. He overlooked her skin's unnatural coldness, her fragile neck during her silence, even the subtle, suppressed tremors she exhibited beneath him when forced to comply. These details were like tiny barbs, piercing his consciousness, causing insignificant yet undeniable pangs of discomfort. He attributed the source of all this twistedness to Xiang Jian's very existence. If it were not for her, this thought became the annotation for all his actions. If she did not occupy this position, Miaoxin would not have left. If she did not always wear that pitiful expression, he would not feel so restless. If it were not for her, his life would have been perfect. He needed to constantly emphasize her inadequacies to validate his own correctness. He was convinced that her restlessness, her slightest movements were signs of infidelity, a projection of his inability to control this marriage and face the chaos within himself. All his surveillance and humiliation of her were less about preventing her infidelity than about repeatedly confirming that he still held absolute control over her, thus gaining a distorted sense of security. Recently, this self-deception had begun to falter. He found himself increasingly recalling the past, remembering the timid girl who once called him Fee Engage. At times, seeing her silently endure everything would evoke an indescribable feeling within him. Yet this only fueled his anger at his own wavering, anger that she could incite guilt within him. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the expensive mahogany desk. The pain brought him a moment of clarity. No, he could not allow himself to soften. All of this is what she deserves. She is the one who has stolen his happiness, forcing Miao Xian to flee to a distant land. He approached the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquor scorched his throat but could not extinguish the turmoil within his heart. He knew the kind of life Miao Xian was leading in Paris, those parties, those suitors, and whenever he thought of it, he longed to fly to France immediately and bring her back to his side. Yet the reality was that he was trapped in this marriage, confined beside a woman he loathed with every fiber of his being. The moonlight outside was cold, mirroring the chill in his heart at that moment. He poured another glass of whiskey, raising it toward the window, unsure whether he was toasting to the distant Miao Xian or mourning his lost love. The moonlight flowed quietly, dividing the villa into two worlds, one shrouded in coldness and despair, and the other filled with anger and conflict. The two of them, torn apart by the past and present, struggled within their own cages. The warm memories of their childhood friendship had become the sharpest irony. What was once beautiful had been crushed by the weight of reality, leaving only pain and regret. Meanwhile, the gears of fate continued to turn mercilessly, leading everyone toward an unknown abyss. Chapter 4, The ripples of return morning light, like a dull knife, slowly and cruelly sliced through the heavy darkness of night. A beam of overly bright light pierced through the thick velvet curtains, striking Xiang Jian's face with painful precision, yet failing to penetrate her heart with warmth. She had hardly slept through the night. After Ling Feiyan's departure, she remained curled up on the carpet for a long while, until her limbs grew cold and stiff. At which point she numbly returned to bed. The aches in her body and the dull pain in her chest served as stark reminders of everything that had transpired the night before. The pain in her heart was a familiar, dull throb, as if it were wrapped in cotton soaked with ice water, suffocating and chilling. She slowly blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like weary butterfly wings, before finally settling into silence. Tears had long since dried up during countless similar nights, all that remained was a dry, stinging pain and a desolate numbness. After a long time, she mechanically propped herself up like a marionette, gazing indifferently at her reflection in the mirror. The once clear and bright eyes now resembled stagnant water, devoid of any glimmer. As she descended the stairs, Ling Feiyan was already seated at the head of the dining table. The morning light outlined his hard profile, his jawline taut, exuding an air of unapproachable authority. Dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, every detail spoke of absolute power and order. He was engrossed in reading a financial newspaper, a cup of black coffee beside him emitting a delicate yet sharp steam that contrasted starkly with his icy demeanor. He didn't even glance up at her. Her presence was as inconspicuous as the air. Xiang Jian silently approached her designated seat, the one furthest from him. The cold surface of the chair seeped through her thin clothing. A servant silently placed breakfast before her, a cold salad, a bland slice of whole-grain toast, and a cup of warm milk. Her appetite had long since vanished amidst years of oppression and nighttime torment, especially after such a night. Food was merely a task necessary to keep her body functioning, tasteless as cardboard. The dining room fell into a suffocating silence, broken only by the crisp rustling of the newspaper and the occasional, chilling clink of silverware against dishes. Each sound was amplified, battering her fragile nerves. She took tiny, laborious bites of the salad, as if enduring a form of torture. Suddenly, Ling Feiyan's phone on the table vibrated, the screen bursting to life, starkly jarring against the stillness. Xiang Jian instinctively glanced over. Just a fleeting glance was enough for her heart to feel as though it had been seized by an invisible hand, skipping a beat before racing uncontrollably, causing pain in her chest. The name flashing on the screen burned her retina like a hot iron, Miao Xian. Ling Feiyan almost instinctively set down his newspaper. moving with such swiftness that a breeze seemed to follow. He quickly picked up the phone, his fingers brushing the answer button with an urgency difficult to describe. In that moment he answered the call. Xiang Jian distinctly observed the coldness and sharpness that usually froze everything around him crack like ice under the sun, visibly softening. Although he maintained his usual restraint in tone, there was a barely detectable softness in his voice. And his focused profile was a luxury Xiang Jian had never experienced in their 2 years of marriage, one she had never even dared to imagine. "What time is the flight?" he asked softly, his voice lower than usual. His free hand unconsciously caressed the delicate handle of his coffee cup, his fingertips drawing slow circles, a gesture he only exhibited when deep in thought or at ease, bordering on gentle. Xiang Jian fixated on that hand, on his slightly relaxed shoulders, on the faint yet palpable expression of anticipation that graced his profile. She felt as though her throat were blocked, making it difficult to breathe. The person on the other end seemed to say something amusing, eliciting a quick, subtle smile from him. That smile vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving her questioning whether it had been a mere illusion, yet its sharpness pierced her heart like a poisoned needle, the pain spreading instantly. "Don't worry. It won't take long," he paused before adding, his voice imbued with an indescribable significance, "Wait until you return. Wait until you return." Those 4 words, spoken lightly, weighed heavily upon her, crashing against her eardrums and leaving her dizzy and cold. After a brief exchange, he hung up. The atmosphere in the dining room seemed to plummet back to freezing point the instant he set the phone down, even more solidified and burdensome than before. The faint warmth born of another woman faded without a trace from his face, replaced by a deeper, colder demeanor, laden with scrutiny and inexplicable irritation. His gaze bore down on Xiang Jian, sharp as an ice pick, as she reached for the milk cup, her fingers still trembling slightly. She felt her scalp prickle under his stare, as if she had been locked onto by a dangerous beast, the smell of milk rising in her throat, inducing a wave of nausea. "Tomorrow evening," he spoke, his voice tenfold colder than when he had been on the phone, each word like ice pellets striking glass. "Miao Xian's welcome banquet at the Baiyue Hotel." Xiang Jian's fingers tightened involuntarily. This was the business cocktail he had mentioned last night? The icy wall of the cup could not alleviate the cold sweat pooling in her palms. The tines of her fork scratched against the plate, producing a subtle yet grating noise. She forced her eyelids down, attempting to conceal the turmoil roiling beneath the surface, her voice barely audible. "What do I need to do?" "What you need to do," his words were as cutting as the sharpest blade, methodically dismantling her dignity, "is to arrive on time, dressed appropriately, then keep your mouth shut. Standing in your designated position, playing your part as the silent puppet." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her with unmasked warning and disdain. "Do not attempt to steal any limelight, let alone speak out of turn. Miao Xian is the only star of tomorrow's event, understood?" "Understood." Her voice was as parched as autumn wind sweeping through withered leaves, leaving only a numb compliance. Yet her heart felt as if gripped by a cold hand, trembling with pain. "In the afternoon, Fiona will bring over the dress for you to try on." He referred to his chief secretary. "Don't wear that long face. As if someone owes you something. Even if you can't smile, at least muster some semblance of emotion. The Ling family does not need a harbinger of misfortune." She suppressed all the surging bitterness, humiliation, and pain deep within her heart, compressing herself into an emotionless symbol. He seemed satisfied with her complete obedience. Yet his probing gaze lingered on her for a moment, as if assessing whether an object remained unscathed. Suddenly, he brought up past events, his voice calm yet laden with immense pressure. "Did you truly not encounter anyone at the art gallery yesterday?" Here it came again. This abrupt and unanticipated interrogation felt as though it aimed to strip away her last shred of pitiful privacy and dignity, exposing it to the scorching sun for scrutiny. Xiang Jian's heart jolted, the visage of that genteel gentleman, whom she had only met a few times, flashed through her mind. A wave of overwhelming fear seized her. She forced herself to raise her head and meet his penetrating gaze, striving to make her expression appear vacant and sincere, even tinged with a hint of fatigue from repeated questioning. "No. I was merely looking at the paintings." Ling Fian scrutinized her eyes, his deep-set gaze like that of a hawk, sharp enough to pierce through any deceit. Time flowed slowly in the deafening silence, each second felt like a century. Xiang Jian could almost hear the sound of her own blood coursing and her heart racing chaotically. After a few seconds, he coldly averted his gaze, as if he found it a waste of energy to examine her any longer. However, His subsequent words chilled her to the bone more than any accusation could. It's best if you didn't tea. He picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, his movements elegant yet imbued with extreme coldness. Xiang Jian. You must always remember that everything you possess now, the luxurious life granted to you by the Ling family, has been exchanged for a position you should not occupy. Your compliance is your only value. He leaned slightly forward, despite the long dining table separating them. The overwhelming sensation of cedar's cold fragrance mixed with absolute control enveloped her, pinning her firmly to her chair. His lowered voice brimmed with a chilling threat, each word striking her nerves like ice picks. If I discover you engaging in any indiscreet behavior, especially like certain restless women seeking some illusory solace outside, I will make you understand what true destruction means. You, and the pitiful remnants of the Xiang family in your memory, I can easily erase. His words were like an invisible yet frigid hand, tightening around Xiang Jian's throat, rendering her breathless. The color drained from her face, turning as pale as paper, her fingertips icy to the bone. He knew. He must have known about that trivial incident, which wasn't even a proper conversation, from yesterday. Those ever-watchful eyes reported even the minutiae of her life to him in meticulous detail. That was why he relentlessly pressed her, relishing her fear and caution like a frightened bird. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and icy dread washed over her like a tide, nearly submerging her. In his eyes, what exactly was she? A plaything to be humiliated at will, devoid of dignity? A prisoner needing strict supervision? I never, she attempted to explain, her voice dry and trembling, as faint as a whisper. No need to explain. Ling Fian interrupted her mercilessly, his gaze dismissive as if observing something filthy. Your assurances are worthless. I only care about results and evidence. He stood up, his towering figure casting a shadow that completely engulfed her. Remember, the cost of your disobedience, he concluded with a voice devoid of any human emotion, will manifest in the people and matters surrounding you. For instance, the gallery your mother once managed in the west of the city, now nothing but an empty shell, I would not mind seeing it disappear entirely. Xiang Jian abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of intense emotion flashing in her eyes. That gallery was her mother's last effort in life, the sole connection she had to the beautiful memories of the past. He dared to use it as a threat. Observing her suddenly altered expression, Ling Fian's lips curled into a cruel smile of satisfaction. He had once again precisely grasped her vulnerability. It seems you understand, he remarked, adjusting his suit cuff, no longer looking at her as he turned to leave. I will return tonight to inspect how you fare in the evening gown. Do not disappoint me. He always knew how to inflict greater pain upon her. The sound of his heavy footsteps receded, leaving Xiang Jian alone, frozen in the cold dining room, sunlight illuminating her yet failing to provide any warmth. She gazed at the exquisite breakfast on the table, her stomach churning with nausea. In the afternoon, Fiona arrived punctually with several haute couture gowns. Xiang Jian felt like a soulless puppet, allowing her and the servants to dress her in one glamorous yet cold gown after another, each piece resembling a torture device. Silk, lace, and beading clung to her skin, only serving to evoke a chilling sensation. Ultimately, they settled on a champagne-colored spaghetti strap gown. The style was relatively conservative, neither too eye-catching nor inappropriate for important occasions, perfectly aligning with his wooden expectations. Let us go with this one, Xiang Jian murmured, her voice imbued with endless exhaustion, wishing to conclude this torment as swiftly as possible. Fiona smiled as she noted the choice, her gaze professional yet detached, harboring a scarcely perceptible hint of compassion. Very well, madam. Mr. Ling has instructed that the jewelry will be sent over later for coordination. Look, even the jewelry she wore had to fall under his absolute control. In the evening, Ling Fian indeed returned. He entered the cloakroom, his gaze sweeping over the gowns hanging on the rack, finally landing on Xiang Jian. Put it on, he commanded. Xiang Jian pressed her lips together, and with the help of the servants, she donned the champagne-colored gown once more. The silk fabric gently conformed to her slender yet curvaceous figure, the spaghetti straps revealing her delicate collarbone and smooth, supple skin, glistening under the light with a pearl-like soft sheen, exuding a fragile beauty. Ling Fian's gaze roamed over her, akin to evaluating an object ready for display. His look was aggressively invasive, slowly and meticulously traversing every inch of her skin, causing her immense discomfort, as goosebumps involuntarily rose. A shiver, a mixture of fear and revulsion, crawled up her spine. Suddenly, without warning, he stepped forward, his icy fingers directly brushing against her bare shoulder. Xiang Jian trembled violently. Akin to being touched by the tongue of a venomous snake, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet he ensnared her waist with his other arm like a vice, pulling her tightly, rendering her immobile. Their bodies pressed closely together, she could even feel the solid warmth of his chest muscles beneath his suit fabric. And the palpable power within him capable of easily subduing her. "What are you hiding from?" His voice lowered, laden with a dangerous, almost intimate tone. His heated breath washing over her sensitive ear and neck, provoking a violent shudder born from fear. This was not desire but an instinctual rigidity after being captured by a predator. His fingers glided slowly over her bare collarbone and shoulder, the pressure light, almost lingering with an obsessive tenderness, the calloused tips grazing her delicate skin, leaving a subtle yet heart-stopping sensation. That touch was cold and filled with possessiveness. As if inspecting whether his possession remained unscathed. Here, his fingertips deliberately lingered on a faint, nearly invisible old scar, his tone suddenly darkening with possessiveness. "I remember. At the last gala, that oblivious Mr. Li's gaze lingered here for far too long." In an instant, the color drained from Xiang Jian's face. That was utter nonsense. At that gala, she hadn't even exchanged a word with Mr. Li. Here, his fingers slid downward, pressing lightly yet firmly against her gently rising chest, separated only by the soft, silky fabric. The heat radiating from his palm penetrated the material, allowing him to sense her heart racing uncontrollably, fueled by fear and anger. The darkness in his gaze deepened abruptly, swirling with an intricate mix of emotions, disgust, wrath, and an undeniable, sinister possessiveness. "Is it racing so fast?" He leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing against her earlobe, his voice a low, devilish whisper laced with a nauseating curiosity and humiliation. "Are you afraid, or are you anticipating something?" His touch and his derogatory words rendered her body rigid, a wave of nausea churning within her. She yearned to escape, yet his iron grip around her arms tightened. Their bodies pressed closely together, and she could feel the hard chest beneath his suit, embodying raw strength. This intimate contact only suffocated her further, drowning her in humiliation. Xiang Jian's voice shattered, trembling with an uncontrollable plea. "Be quiet." He scoffed coldly, his fingers maliciously pinching the soft flesh at her waist, eliciting a cry of pain. "Dressed like this, revealing so much, is it not an invitation for others to gaze?" He leaned down, his lips nearly touching her neck. The crisp scent of cedar mingling with a faint hint of tobacco enveloping her, creating a desperate tension that stemmed not from desire, but from an absolute dominance and violation of her being. "But Xiang Jian, you must remember," he murmured against her ear, each word as if dipped in ice. Crashing into her heart, "even things I find utterly undesirable, as long as they bear the name Ling Fei Yan, any gaze upon them is an encroachment." His fingers slid to the delicate nape of her neck, teasingly brushing against the fragile strap of her garment, as if ready to tear it asunder, exposing her completely. The price of such encroachment paused for a moment, as he relished the violent tremors and rigidity of her body beneath his touch, before he slowly articulated his final warning. "Neither you nor that reckless person can afford it." With that, he abruptly released her, the motion crisp and decisive. As if the man who had just exuded a menacing aura and held her so closely was no longer him. He even retrieved a handkerchief from his suit pocket, leisurely wiping the fingers that had just touched her, the disdain and coldness in that gesture more insulting than any words. Xiang Jian stumbled back a step, crashing heavily against the cold mirror, barely stabilizing herself. The color drained from her face, her eyes reddening uncontrollably, filled with physiological tears, yet she bit her lip fiercely, forcing herself to hold them back. Ling Fei Yan coldly adjusted his cuffs and collar, resuming his usual frigid demeanor, as if all that had transpired was merely a routine inspection. "The jewelry will be delivered tomorrow," he stated, not sparing her a glance, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Be ready by 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Do not cause any errors." He turned and left the fitting room without a trace of reluctance. Xiang Jian slid down against the cold mirror, the elegant champagne-colored gown spreading around her like a flower ravaged by a tempest, wilting rapidly. The air still seemed to linger with his icy presence, the searing touch, and those words of humiliation that could shred a soul. She hugged her trembling shoulders, as if still marked by the warmth and threat of his fingertips. Tomorrow, Chen Miao Xian's welcome banquet. To her, it had never been a social affair, but rather another public execution that required every ounce of her focus and the endurance to bear it. Ling Feiyan's earlier inspection, rife with control, humiliation, and dark possessiveness, along with that threat of obliteration, felt like the heaviest shackles, nailing her firmly within this lavish gilded cage, devoid of any hope for escape. Outside the fitting room, Ling Feiyan's footsteps did not falter, heading straight towards the study. Only the slight quickening of his heartbeat and the sudden clenching of his fists, unseen by anyone, betrayed a flicker of unfamiliar agitation stirred by her delicate touch and fragile tremors, an unrest he could only crudely attribute to the impending return of Chen Miao Xian and his deep-seated loathing for the troublesome Xiong Jian. Chapter 5, Public Humiliation. The banquet hall of Bo Yu Hotel was ablaze with light, crystal chandeliers refracting countless beams into a dazzling starry rain. The air was thick with the opulence of expensive champagne, perfume, and the mingling scent of cigars. Elegantly dressed guests mingled. The city's elite assembled under the guise of a welcome, yet it was truly a celebration of Ling Feiyan and Chen Miao Xian's reunion. A gilded annotation to their illustrious pairing. Xiong Jian stood slightly behind Ling Feiyan, dressed in a champagne-colored slip gown, resembling a carefully adorned yet lifeless accessory. The diamond necklace around her neck felt cold and heavy, constricting her breath, each facet gleaming mockingly at her plight. Ling Feiyan was undoubtedly the center of attention. His impeccably tailored black suit accentuated his tall frame, rendering him even more austere under the lights. His features were deep-set, shrouded in an aura that deterred many who attempted to engage him. Yet, all his focus was unreservedly directed at another woman. Chen Miao Xian, adorned in a striking red deep V-back gown, resembled a flickering flame, effortlessly drawing every eye. Her makeup was bold, her smile radiant, as she navigated the crowd with ease. Sharing soft laughter and whispers with Ling Feiyan, their body language intimate and natural, as if she were the rightful hostess of the evening. Feiyan. It feels so familiar to be back, as if nothing has changed, Chen Miao Xian said, turning her head to flash him a dazzling smile. Her fingertips lightly grazing his arm. Ling Feiyan's features softened slightly, though his smile remained faint, his gaze fixated on her. His tone gentle in a way Xiong Jian had never heard before. If you are tired, just let me know, and you can rest nearby. How could I be tired? I am delighted to see everyone, Chen Miao Xian replied, her laughter ringing out, her eyes seemingly drifting over to the silent Xiong Jian behind Ling Feiyan. A flicker of disdain crossing her gaze before morphing into a saccharine concern. Xiong Jian, dear sister, you look lovely today, though your complexion seems a bit off. Are you not accustomed to such gatherings? Instantly, several curious gazes fell upon Xiong Jian. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Her fingers tightening as her nails dug into her palm. She lowered her eyelids, her voice barely audible. Thank you for your concern, Miss Chen, I am well. Ling Feiyan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, a hint of displeasure flickering as her unexpected interjection disrupted the harmonious atmosphere that Chen Miao Xian had created. He shot her a cold glance, the look issuing a clear warning for her to remain silent. Xiong Jian's heart sank, retreating into the transparent backdrop. A server passed by with drinks, and Chen Miao Xian naturally took a glass of champagne. As she turned, her high heels appeared to inadvertently trip, causing her body to sway, and the champagne in her glass splashed onto her hand and gown. Oh no! She exclaimed, feigning just the right amount of alarm. Be careful. Ling Feiyan reacted swiftly, reaching out to steady her waist, his tone laced with palpable tension. Chen Miao Xian leaned into him, tilting her face upwards. Her brows slightly knit, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of complaint. You scared me, thank you Feiyan. What a shame about the wine. And it has even stained my dress. She displayed her dampened hand and the barely noticeable wine mark on her gown, as if it were a monumental loss. As long as you are unharmed, that's what matters. Ling Feiyan lowered his head to inspect the situation, his tone soothing, merely a dress. We will have someone bring a new one shortly. Chen Miaoxin obediently nodded, her hand resting naturally on Ling Feiyan's chest, their postures intimate. As if she were indeed his rightful partner. A few gentle laughs and whispers floated around them. Mr. Ling and Miss Chen are such a perfect match. It seems that good news is imminent. These words distinctly reached Xiong Jian's ears, piercing her like needles. She observed Ling Feiyan's hand around Chen Miaoxin's waist. The same hand that had left rough marks on her body the previous night, now tenderly protecting another woman. Her face turned as pale as paper, nearly causing her to falter, forcing herself to divert her gaze to the polished floor beneath her. At that moment, a distinguished and elder artist, Mr. Wang, approached. He had some acquaintance with Xiong Jian's father and had seen her as a child. Mr. Ling, Miss Chen, Mr. Wang greeted Ling Fian and Chen Miaoxin first. Then turned his gaze toward the almost overlooked Xiong Jian, speaking kindly, "This is Xiong Jian, isn't it? It's been a long time, you've grown so much. The few paintings your father collected back in the day still leave a deep impression. Have you continued painting recently?" The gentle inquiry from an elder felt exceedingly rare in such a setting. Xiong Jian instinctively raised her head, forcing a polite smile. "Hello, Uncle Wang. I haven't painted in a while, just occasionally visiting art exhibitions." "What a pity, you had such talent as a child," Mr. Wang lamented. "I believe I saw you at the modern art exhibition at the West City Art Museum last week. It was quite crowded. And I didn't get a chance to greet you. What do you think of that piece, The Wasteland? I find its composition quite bold." Mr. Wang's intention was merely to engage in polite conversation with the seemingly neglected daughter of an old acquaintance, and the topic remained purely artistic. However, just as Xiong Jian prepared to respond softly, Ling Fian's icy gaze pierced through her like a tangible icicle. Although he did not immediately interrupt. His arm around Chen Miaoxin tightened, and his jaw clenched. Chen Miaoxin, nestled against Ling Fian, observed the scene with a barely perceptible cold smile. Suddenly, she playfully exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention once again. "Uncle Wang, you can't just talk about art with Xiong Jian and ignore us." She pouted, leaning closer to Ling Fian as if unintentionally blocking Mr. Wang's view of Xiong Jian. "Fian, I think I twisted my ankle just now, it hurts a bit." Ling Fian immediately leaned down, concern etched on his face. "Is it serious? Do you need to rest?" "There's no need to trouble yourself," Chen Miaoxin shook her head. Her smile delicate. "So many people are here to welcome me, it wouldn't be proper for me to rest. Just support me so I don't fall." As she spoke, she almost fully leaned her weight onto Ling Fian. Mr. Wang chuckled awkwardly, nodded at Xiong Jian, and turned to leave. Xiong Jian stood alone, feeling as though an invisible barrier had isolated her from the lively scene. The brief, normal interaction had, due to Chen Miaoxin's clumsy excuse and Ling Fian's blatant favoritism, transformed into yet another humiliating annotation of her existence. She sensed the surrounding gazes filled with sympathy, pity, and even mockery. Ling Fian turned to see Xiong Jian still standing there, head lowered, a picture of submission, and inexplicably, an unnameable anger surged within him. She always acted this way. As if the world owed her something. If not for her occupying the position of Mrs. Ling, Miaoxin would not have to endure such indignities. Resorting to these petty tricks to draw his attention. He supported Chen Miaoxin and turned to face Xiong Jian, his brow furrowed, exuding an ominous low pressure. "Have I not warned you?" His voice was low, yet each word struck like ice blades against Xiong Jian's eardrums. "Stay put and keep your mouth shut. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Xiong Jian abruptly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief and grievance. I haven't. I was just greeting Uncle Wang." "Greeting?" Ling Fian scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain and distrust. "Did you need to chat for so long? Did you need to appear so pleased? Xiong Jian, have you forgotten your own identity? Or is it that any man's attention makes you unable to resist wagging your tail in supplication?" His words were cruelly vicious. Spoken softly yet loud enough for those nearby to catch some key phrases. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence, countless eyes subtly focusing on them. Xiong Jian's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could he, in front of so many, especially in front of Chen Miaoxin, insult her with such degrading words? "No, Fian, it's not as you think," she futilely tried to explain, her voice choking. "What do I think?" Ling Fian stepped closer, nearly invading her space. His towering figure completely overshadowed her, his cold essence mingling with fury, creating an oppressive atmosphere. He leaned down, his heated breath brushing against her cheek. His eyes dark and terrifying. "Or do you think one old man is not enough, and you need more proof?" His gaze swept over her exposed neck and shoulders, where remnants of last night's intimate markings lingered, now under his scrutiny, feeling like public execution. Xiong Jian, engulfed in shame and fury, felt tears welling up, teetering on the brink of spilling over. "Put away that pitiful expression." Ling Fian's voice became even colder, infused with extreme impatience. "It's utterly nauseating." Chen Miaoxin grasped Ling Fian's arm, gently shaking it as if to comfort him, yet also to rescue Xiong Jian, her tone both kind and natural. "Xiong Jian, Fian is still too concerned about you. I'm a bit envious." Turning to Ling Fian, she smiled brightly. "Fian, let us go drink, we won't return until we're drunk. Ling Fian gripped his glass tightly, wishing to end the conversation there. Chen Miaoxin's eyes lit up suddenly, turning eagerly to Xiang Jian. Xiang Jian. Your drink hasn't been touched, right? Could you lend me some for a moment? She said, even adding a hint of playfulness as she looked at Ling Fian. Fian. Let Xiang Jian lend it to me, after all, she doesn't drink. Ling Fian's gaze immediately shifted to Xiang Jian, bearing an undeniable command, give it to Miaoxin. Xiang Jian froze. Handing over the glass she had touched to Chen Miaoxin? The humiliation in that act sent chills down her fingertips. Yet under Ling Fian's frigid stare, she found no room for resistance. She could only slowly and mechanically extend her hand. Just as her fingertips were about to meet the base of the glass, Chen Miaoxin, seemingly unable to wait or deliberately avoiding her touch, reached out to take it. Their fingers never connected, but Chen Miaoxin's movement appeared eager and somewhat frantic, as if she merely wished to grasp the glass quickly. Oh no! A sudden exclamation. In that instant of transfer, the glass slipped. A full glass of icy, bubbling champagne unexpectedly splashed all over Xiang Jian's chest and face. In an instant, the world seemed to be muted. The cold liquid made Xiang Jian shudder. The golden liquid trickling down her pale cheeks, smearing her carefully applied makeup, soaking the wisps of hair at her temples, dripping onto her expensive gown, rapidly creating a large, unsightly dark stain. The droplets clinging to her eyelashes blurred her vision, and the acrid scent of alcohol invaded her nostrils. She stood frozen, the chilling sting far overshadowed by the searing pain in her heart. Ah! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Xiang Jian. Chen Miaoxin exclaimed in an exaggerated tone filled with apologies and panic. She instinctively recoiled behind Ling Fian, as if startled by the unexpected turn of events. I didn't hold it steady, my hands were too slippery, I truly didn't mean it. Her voice trembled with urgency. Ling Fian's expression darkened ominously. He observed Xiang Jian, utterly disheveled and frozen in shock, before turning his gaze to the flustered and guilt-ridden Chen Miaoxin beside him. Still seething from the anger of having witnessed Xiang Jian being approached earlier, an inexplicable fury surged within him. It was her again. Always so clumsy, always causing trouble. Even on Miaoxin's return to good fortune, she had managed to create such an embarrassing scene. Enough. He interrupted Chen Miaoxin's apologies with a cold, cutting voice. His eyes like sharp blades directed at Xiang Jian. Are you made of wood? You can't even hold a cup steady? Are you intentionally trying to create chaos in such a setting? His reprimand fell like hailstones upon Xiang Jian. Not aimed at the source of the mishap but rather targeting the victim. Xiang Jian abruptly lifted her head, her face a mix of spilled drink and tears. Her vision blurred as she looked at him, filled with disbelief and profound humiliation. It wasn't my fault, it really wasn't. She stammered in a choked voice, barely audible over the surrounding silence. How dare you retort? Ling Fian's anger intensified. To others, her pitiful demeanor might evoke a desire to cherish and protect her. To him, however, it was a weapon of seduction and manipulation, only serving to confirm his suspicions of her insincerity and deceit. Do you really think Miaoxin would intentionally splash you? What motive could she possibly have? Xiang Jian, can your thoughts be any more malicious? She went to an art exhibition and attracted so many men. Even in someone else's territory, stirring up trouble. He seized another glass of champagne from the tray of a nearby server and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, grit his teeth and hurled the remaining contents towards Xiang Jian's face. If you can't hold a cup, then wash your face and wake up. Don't embarrass yourself here. The second wave of icy liquid drenched her completely, mingling with the previous wine. Time appeared to freeze. The banquet hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xiang Jian stood paralyzed, the stinging sensation of the cold liquid overshadowed by the tearing pain in her heart. She stared wide-eyed at the man she had loved for over a decade, married for 2 years, as if she was seeing him for the first time. All her reactions faded away. A buzzing filled her ears, and the world around her became a blur. The only images she could focus on were Ling Fian's cold, furious expression and the almost undisguised, triumphant gaze of Chen Miaoxin hiding behind him. He was doing this in front of everyone. Ling Fian regarded her distress, a fleeting, complex emotion flashing in his eyes, one he was not even aware of, before it was quickly overshadowed by deeper irritation and rage. He loathed the look in her eyes at that moment, a blend of utter devastation and despair, which inexplicably constricted his heart. Get back. He tossed the wine glass aside. The sound of shattering glass piercing the silence. His tone was ice-cold, devoid of warmth. Don't embarrass yourself here. The last shred of dignity crumbled completely. Xiang Jian, with her face drenched in a mixture of wine and tears, struggled to see through her blurred vision. She cast one final glance at Ling Fian, her expression hauntingly hollow. Before abruptly turning away. She tugged at the soaked, once elegant gown clinging to her. Stumbling and colliding her way out of the banquet hall amidst a sea of silence and countless differing gazes. Behind her, Qin Miaoxin feigned concern, exclaiming, Fian. What about Sister Xiang Jian? It's still raining outside. Ling Fian, suppressing his impatience, reassured her, it's nothing, she's merely an irrelevant person. Don't let her dampen your spirits. An irrelevant person, she had been nothing but a mood spoiler, an unwelcome presence from the very beginning. The cold rain of the night lashed against her like knives, sending shivers through her drenched skin. The exquisite gown transformed into a heavy, humiliating prison garment. She ran aimlessly, unsure of where to go, until her strength gave out. Collapsing in a dimly lit street corner, curling up and emitting a profoundly suppressed, broken sob. Raindrops mingled with the earth, soiling her once noble attire, which, upon closer inspection, might be mistaken for a rag tossed in a corner, easily picked up to wipe shoes. Inside the banquet hall, the music resumed shortly, and people seamlessly shifted the topic. As if the cruel scene had merely been an inconsequential interlude in the festivities. Ling Fian accepted a glass of wine from the server and downed it in one gulp, attempting to quell the inexplicable agitation simmering within him. Qin Miaoxin nestled beside him, tenderly smoothing out non-existent wrinkles in his collar, her lips curled into a perfect, victorious smile. Yet, Ling Fian's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction Xiang Jian had disappeared, his inner turmoil escalating. Chapter 6, Glimmer. Xiang Jian could not recall how she returned to that cold prison. Perhaps it was the last vestiges of instinct. Or perhaps the despair of having nowhere to turn, that propelled her to stagger through the frigid night. Cold raindrops fell from the sky, striking her exposed skin, washing away the remnants of alcohol and endless humiliation. She resembled the last, stubborn bloom clinging to a branch on an autumn night, unable to withstand the fierce howling winds. Slowly wilting away. At 1 o'clock in the morning, she was found by a driver dispatched by the Ling family and taken back to the hillside villa. She felt like a shell, devoid of spirit, her drenched gown clinging to her, bone-chillingly cold. It was impossible to discern whether the liquid on her face was dried alcohol, rainwater, or tears. The maid, Zhang Ma, upon seeing her state, was too frightened to ask questions and hurriedly prepared a bath for her. Xiang Jian submerged herself in the scalding water, her skin reddening, yet she felt no warmth, only an icy chill seeping through her bones. The humiliating scene from the banquet hall played out in her mind like the most brutal of silent films, each frame looping before her tightly shut eyes. His cold gaze, venomous words, Qin Miaoxin's seemingly innocent yet triumphant look, and the 2 successive splashes of icy champagne, all these details felt like a dull knife coated in poison. Repeatedly and slowly cutting into her already shattered heart, causing her immense agony. She slowly sank beneath the water, allowing the warmth to engulf her mouth and nose. The sensation of suffocation surging like a black tide. In that moment, an overwhelming weariness and despair seized her, giving rise to a terrifying thought of liberation. But ultimately, the instinct to survive propelled her to burst forth from the water, coughing violently, tears mingling with the hot water. She could not die. If she died, her mother's gallery and her father's cherished books and paintings would truly vanish. Ling Fian could certainly do that. As long as she lived, she could cling to this meager hope, safeguarding the tragically fragile peace she had obtained through dignity and freedom. Later that night, she predictably developed a high fever. Feeling dizzy and her body aching as though it had been disassembled and reassembled. Zhang Ma, worried, summoned the Ling family's physician, Qin Linchao. Dr. Qin was quite young. Around 27 or 28, yet he possessed a maturity and elegance beyond his years. He wore simple gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze warm and focused behind the lenses. His movements both professional and gentle. As he examined Xiang Jian and measured her temperature, a slight furrow formed on his brow, reflecting his concern. The cold had penetrated deeply into her lungs, compounded by intense emotional turmoil and heavy worries, leading to her high fever. His voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a clear stream fleetingly flowing across the parched and cracked soil of one's heart. He meticulously prescribed the medication, patiently advising Zhang Ma on the proper usage and care, emphasizing a light, nourishing diet and clearly outlining the precautions. While adjusting the intravenous needle on her hand, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a distinct bruise peeking from beneath her pajama sleeve. A grim testament to the brutal grip left by Ling Fian during a fit of rage the previous night. Qing Lingchao's movements momentarily faltered, and his gentle gaze darkened with a fleeting flicker of disbelief and a barely perceptible anger. Yet, he posed no questions, uttered no words. Instead, he silently and carefully tucked her sleeve back in place, concealing the glaring mark. Every subsequent action became increasingly tender, as if he feared to inflict even the slightest additional pain upon her. Ling Fian had not returned for the night, an outcome anticipated. At that moment, he was likely reveling in the joy of reuniting with his beloved Bai Yuiguang, oblivious to the plight of his wife, abandoned and drenched in despair. In the following days, Qing Linchao visited daily for checkups. Ling Fian remained absent, not even a single inquiry or phone call was made, as though she were merely a trivial damaged ornament in the opulent villa, less worthy of concern than a piece of antique porcelain. Qing Linchao's visits quietly became the sole flicker of warmth in Xiang Jian's bleak and despairing days. Not only did he diligently attend to her physical condition, but he would also softly advise her to focus on her recovery, emphasizing that emotional burdens were detrimental to her healing. He brought soothing essential oils to promote relaxation and sleep, or collections of beautifully written, light-hearted poetry, discreetly placing them on her bedside table. On one occasion, as she coughed violently, her frail shoulders shook uncontrollably, nearly robbing her of breath. Qing Linchao instinctively reached out to pat her back for relief, but halfway through the motion, he restrained himself, ultimately offering her a glass of perfectly warm water instead, his gaze filled with genuine, untainted concern. "Sip slowly, it will help," he murmured. In that moment, under his pure and gentle gaze, Xiang Jian felt a lump in her throat, nearly brought to tears. It had been far too long since she had experienced such simple, selfless kindness. That fleeting warmth soothed her cold limbs far more than the boiling water ever could. As her fever subsided, she grew increasingly silent, resembling a pale specter drifting aimlessly through the echoing halls of the villa. Most of the time, she curled up in a soft chair by the large window, hugging her knees, resting her chin on them, her hollow eyes staring blankly at the meticulously manicured scenery outside, as if she sought to freeze herself into a still-life painting. Ling Fian appeared busier than ever, preoccupied with the newly spotlighted Qin Miaoxin, returning to the villa only on rare occasions. Yet, each time he did, he brought with him the superficial glamour of the outside world and a deeper, suffocating indifference, as if even a glance at his legitimate wife was an unwelcome distraction. With every return, without fail, he unleashed a torrent of brutal demands and emotional outbursts during the night. With a force that conveyed punishment and ownership, he left fresh marks of pain upon her body, treating her not as a flesh-and-blood human being, but as a mere object for the release of his desires and anger. Xiang Jian felt like a marionette with severed strings, enduring his merciless torment, her spirit seemingly detached from her body, hovering above, cold and numb, gazing down at the figure below, bearing endless humiliation. She bit her lip until she tasted blood, refusing to utter a single plea for mercy or groan, fully aware that any form of resistance would only invite further brutality. After each of these harrowing nights, her pale body bore new bruises and concealed pains. The following day, when Qing Linchao arrived for his routine checkup, he would invariably notice the overlapping new and old injuries. The first time he clearly observed the extensive bruises and ambiguous red marks on her shoulders and arms, his breath visibly caught, and his fingers tightened around the stethoscope. He silently retrieved a potent bruise ointment, his voice softer than usual, laced with careful caution. "Madam, may I apply the ointment for you? This cream is highly effective. It will alleviate the pain and expedite healing." Xiang Jian instantly felt overwhelming shame, her face burning with embarrassment as she turned away, her exposed shoulder trembling uncontrollably, wishing to disappear entirely. Qing Linchao's gaze held no discomforting scrutiny, no disdainful superiority, only profound, restrained compassion and professional calmness. His fingertips, dipped in the cool ointment, gently and meticulously applied it to her wounds, as if handling an exquisite, fragile treasure. That careful warmth, combined with his silent yet steadfast presence, became the only pitiful and extravagant solace she could find after enduring such inhumane humiliation. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly in the days that followed. An unspoken, subtle understanding blossomed between them, rooted in their doctor-patient relationship yet transcending the ordinary bounds of such interactions. It was a fragile yet warm bond formed under extreme duress. However, the villa was rife with Ling Fian's watchful eyes. Qing Linchao's frequent visits and his evident, extraordinary attentiveness to Xiang Jian ultimately drew scrutiny. Like a dissonant note disrupting Ling Fian's carefully orchestrated symphony of control. One day, as Ling Fian unexpectedly returned during the day to collect documents, he happened upon Qing Linchao in the living room, kindly detailing to Zhang Ma the dietary considerations for Xiang Jian in a warm and concerned tone. Ling Fian paused at the entrance, his cold, scrutinizing gaze lingering on Qing Linchao straight back for a moment before sharply directing his attention toward the staircase leading to the master bedroom. His expression darkening with a hint of offense and uncertainty. After Qing Linchao departed, Ling Fian did not leave immediately. He ascended the stairs slowly, forcefully pushing open the bedroom door. Xiang Jian, curled up in the shadows by the window, startled at the sudden noise, turning her head sharply as if a frightened creature. Her face drained of color, leaving only panic. Ling Fian advanced step by step, exuding a chilling pressure, his large shadow enveloping her completely. He abruptly seized her chin, forcing her to look up, the force causing her to gasp in pain, tears springing to her eyes. "That doctor," he spoke slowly, each word as if extracted from an icy cavern, laden with unmistakable suspicion and scrutiny, seems to be quite attentive. His piercing gaze locked onto her frightened eyes, as if probing her most secret thoughts. "Are you familiar with him?" Xiang Jian's heart raced violently, nearly leaping from her chest, as a wave of terror engulfed her, making it difficult to breathe. Her voice trembled uncontrollably as she instinctively sought to deny, wishing to protect the faint glimmer of hope from destruction. "It's just a routine checkup," Zhang Ma called him. Ling Fian scoffed, his eyes sharp as blades, as if he could see through her facade. "Xiang Jian, remember your place. You are mine." He leaned closer, his breath chilling against her face. "Do not seek help from just anyone. Do not accept the misplaced kindness of those who do not understand boundaries," he warned, his tone thick with unyielding threat. "Otherwise," he paused, the menace palpable, "I would not hesitate to find you a doctor who understands the boundaries far better." He forcefully shook her off, as if he had touched something exceedingly unclean. Filled with resentment, and turned to leave with determined strides. A profound fear engulfed Xiang Jian like a chilling tide. She slumped into the chair, her body cold and trembling uncontrollably. She was terrified, not for herself, but for the innocent Dr. Qing, fearing that her pitiful desire for warmth would implicate him. When Qing Linzhao visited again, she appeared increasingly silent, distant, and even deliberately avoided his assistance and eye contact. Every knock at the door made her flinch. Qing Linzhao was keenly perceptive and immediately sensed her sudden transformation and the deeply buried fear within her. He observed her spine tense up as he entered, her averted gaze, and her fingertips trembling despite her efforts to appear composed, and he understood. He asked no further questions, merely adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, concealing the complex emotions in his eyes, concern, helplessness, and perhaps a hint of unnoticed anger. He ceased attempting any communication beyond their doctor-patient relationship, instead completing his duties with increased silence and professionalism. Taking her temperature, examining her recovery, and changing prescriptions, each step was meticulous and measured, maintaining an appropriate distance. Yet, beneath his lowered eyelashes, his worry spread silently like ink in water, deepening with each passing moment. This was a wordless understanding, a silent form of protection. Chapter 7, Qing Linzhao. The sound of rain pattered softly against the glass, emphasizing the tranquility of the study. Qing Linzhao had just concluded a multinational video consultation, rubbing his throbbing temples, his fingertips still tinged with the coolness of medical literature. At that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly, the name Ling Zhai flashing on the screen like a glaring warning light, shattering his fatigue. Ling Fian's domain. This realization instinctively tightened his brow, as a wave of indescribable annoyance surged within him. He had always avoided matters concerning the Banshan villa. He and Ling Fian were like two individuals from different worlds. Despite being of similar age, they repelled each other like poles of a magnet. Growing up constantly compared to one another, one was a ruthless, powerful heir to a vast business empire, while the other was a calm, reserved descendant of a medical lineage, uninterested in worldly affairs. Ling Fian looked down upon Qing Linzhao's scholarly pretentiousness, while Qing Linzhao despised Ling Fian's cold, calculating view of everything, including people, as commodities to be valued and traded. When the call connected, the old servant Zhang Ma's voice came through, low and clearly tinged with tears. incoherently repeating, "Madam is burning with fever, talking nonsense, and cannot be awakened. Please come and take a look." "Which madam?" Qing Lingzhao's voice was hoarse from sleeplessness. He momentarily failed to grasp the situation. The Ling family estate had not had any young female residents in recent years. "Yes, it's Madame Xiang Jian. The one from Banshan Villa." Zhang Ma's voice trembled violently. "The sir is not here, and I truly do not know what to do." Xiang Jian. This name conjured a vague, faint image in Qing Lingzhao's mind, a young woman who always sat quietly in the corner at banquets, her head bowed, almost devoid of presence. The nominal wife of Ling Fian. He had little impression of her, only vaguely recalling her excessively quiet, almost hollow eyes. He pinched his aching nose. Rationality advising him to refuse. Banshan Villa was Ling Fian's absolute territory, and he did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. However, Zhang Ma's nearly frantic plea, coupled with the phrase burning with fever, pierced through his steadfast professional facade like a fine needle. The memory of those hollow, unsettling eyes flashed before him. After a moment of silence, he heard himself respond in a low voice, "Understood. Send me the address. I will arrive in half an hour." After ending the call, he could not help but mutter a curse, not knowing whether it was directed at the sudden late-night call or at Ling Fian, who always seemed to bring him trouble. The black sedan glided silently into the rain-soaked night, its headlights slicing through the oppressive darkness like two gleaming swords. The enormous ornate iron gate of Banshan Villa opened slowly, resembling the mouth of a great beast ready to consume everything. The place was just as he remembered, every inch of the landscape meticulously designed, each plant pruned with precision. Exuding luxury yet suffused with a chilling, lifeless oppression, like a splendid cage constructed from golden fame. The air seemed thick with Ling Fian's essence, cold, powerful, and unyielding. Under the cautious guidance of a servant, he entered the master bedroom. The moment he saw Xiang Jian, his usual calm demeanor was abruptly fractured. She was deeply sunk into a vast, excessively soft velvet bed, her figure appearing even more frail and delicate, as if she could be swallowed whole at any moment. Her small face was flushed bright red, her forehead damp with cold sweat, hair clinging to her skin, while her lips were cracked and pale, her breathing rapid and weak, resembling a fish out of water. This was far from the pampered Madame Ling, she was clearly a shattered, fragile glass doll. He quickly composed himself, donning his customary professional mask, calmly inquiring about her condition and directing the flustered Zhang Ma to prepare the necessary tools. However, as he bent down, his icy fingertips brushed against her burning skin, and she involuntarily twitched. The wide sleeves of her silk nightgown slipping down to reveal an alarmingly slender wrist marked by a distinct, dark purple bruise. This was no mere accident. It was the unmistakable imprint of a powerful grip. Qing Lingzhao's movements froze, his breath momentarily stifled. In a flash, numerous overlooked details crashed into his consciousness, her ever-high collar at the banquet, her flinching gaze, Ling Fian's unabashed cold disdain and even humiliation towards her. Alongside the rumors of their tumultuous marriage, a chilling sense of anger mixed with an indescribable coldness surged up his spine, nearly making him shudder. He pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze behind the gold-rimmed glasses sharpening like a knife, yet he ultimately said nothing and asked no questions. He merely extended two fingers, cautiously and almost gently, pulling the expensive fabric back into place, covering the shocking evidence as if he had never seen it. When he next spoke to Zhang Ma, his tone retained a professional calm, though it unconsciously softened, as if to avoid disturbing the wounded creature lying in bed. In the following days, he arrived punctually at Banshan Villa. Ling Fian did not show his face even once. Qing Lingzhao welcomed the peace, his contempt for Ling Fian deepening. How could one inflict such suffering upon another while remaining unscathed? Truly, he was a complete scoundrel. During the treatment intervals, he silently observed her. Most of the time, she was quiet, like a small animal utterly terrified, instinctively flinching at his arrival, then striving to display utmost obedience and gratitude. Her forced, cautious attempts at appeasement stirred something inexplicable and heavy in his heart. His position was, in fact, quite delicate. The Qing and Ling families had a long-standing bond. His grandfather had once saved the Ling patriarch from the brink of death with his extraordinary medical skills. This profound favor was deeply etched in the Ling patriarch's memory, who held Qing Lingzhao, the most outstanding descendant of the Qing family, in particularly high regard and trust, thus appointing him as the Ling family's special health consultant. primarily responsible for the health of the patriarch himself and several elders residing in the estate, making him a pivotal part of the Ling family's medical resources. At the Banshan Bishu, there exists a dedicated medical team, which typically renders any personal involvement unnecessary. This time, it was evident that Zhang Ma was flustered. Resorting to desperate measures, perhaps intuitively recognizing that ordinary physicians could not remedy the profound emotional afflictions and traumas that plagued the patient. Thus, she boldly utilized her special connections. Qing Linchao was acutely aware that his intervention had crossed a line. Ling Fian was a man of meticulous mind, possessing an overwhelming desire for control. Loathing any unauthorized interference in his affairs, especially from someone like Qing Linchao, with whom he had always been at odds. Consequently, Qing Linchao proceeded with extreme caution. As if treading on thin ice. The calming aroma he brought was said to assist with fever reduction and sleep. The beautifully printed art books he left behind were ostensibly for leisure during illness, aimed at alleviating anxiety. Every medical instruction and piece of advice was meticulously confined to the realm of the ailment and his professional expertise, ensuring no room for misinterpretation or overreach. However, he was not a cold machine. Each routine examination brought a challenge to his professional detachment. As his gaze inadvertently lingered on the myriad bruises that marred the patient's pale skin, a stark juxtaposition of old and new. A surge of unnameable wrath intertwined with the compassion of a healer simmered within him. All he could do was present the most effective and gentle ointment. Placing it silently on the bedside table where it could be easily seen, or when she instinctively gasped in pain from his touch. He would adjust his movements to be as light and soft as a feather's caress. The entire villa was enveloped in a peculiar and tense atmosphere. He felt as though he were walking a tightrope over an abyss, with Ling Fian's tempestuous wrath lurking beneath, ready to erupt at any moment. Eventually, the inevitable could not be avoided. One day, while in the living room, he was quietly detailing to Zhang Ma the dietary precautions for Xiang Jian. His tone imbued with an unrecognized intensity and concern. Suddenly, he felt a chilling, piercing gaze fixate on his back like an icicle. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Ling Fian, who had stealthily appeared at the entrance. Clad in a flawlessly tailored black coat, damp from the outside. His gaze was colder than the rain outside, akin to a venomous dagger that scraped across him, finally sweeping ominously towards the master bedroom at the top of the stairs. His eyes dark and unfathomable. Qing Linchao maintained an outward calm, offering a polite nod as he gathered his medical kit to take his leave, every action beyond reproach. Yet, he alone understood the sensation of being pierced by those two icy stares, leaving behind two chilling impressions. He knew that the unfortunate woman upstairs would likely endure further hardship. And he himself had undoubtedly entered Ling Fian's blacklist. Indeed, subsequent visits revealed an even greater terror in Xiang Jian's eyes, her fear bordering on paranoia. Avoiding any momentary contact with him, her fingers icy and trembling like fallen leaves in an autumn gale as she passed him a cup of medicine. A flicker of suppressed anger ignited within Qing Linchao, only to be forcefully extinguished. He resolved to adopt a more formal demeanor, his tone growing increasingly impersonal. Even deliberately emphasizing in front of the servants the necessity of adhering strictly to medical advice and prioritizing rest, drawing firm boundaries with almost mechanical precision. Yet, in a moment unnoticed by others, as Zhang Ma turned to fetch water, he would discreetly shake his head at the anxious woman in bed. Conveying a silent yet clear message through his gaze, "Rest assured, I shall not speak nor cause you trouble." This was all he could offer, a gesture so insignificant. This faint glimmer of hope, born from ancestral ties, flickered precariously in the depths of despair, threatened by silent erosion and overwhelming pressure. Uncertain how much longer it could endure within this frigid prison. Chapter 8, A Fortuitous Surprise or Not. The days passed slowly, steeped in an atmosphere of heightened tension and caution. Under Qing Linchao's professional and restrained care, the physical injuries began to heal. Yet the emotional desolation and growing sense of abnormality remained stubbornly unassuaged. Persistent nausea, inexplicable drowsiness, and an intolerable sensitivity to certain scents did not garner much attention from Xiang Jian, who attributed them to lingering emotional distress and incomplete physical recovery. Xiang Jian, like a frightened snail, retreated further into her shell, growing increasingly wary and evasive towards the outside world, including the fleeting glimmer of hope that had once illuminated her existence. Her menstrual cycle had not yet arrived. An absurd and terrifying thought, accompanied by overwhelming panic, struck Xiang Jian's chaotic mind like a bolt of lightning. She abruptly stood from her seat by the window, the sudden movement causing a wave of dizziness and familiar nausea to wash over her. Stumbling into the bathroom, she leaned over the sink, retching for what felt like an eternity, yet nothing emerged but the physiological tears that blurred her vision. Slowly raising her head, she gazed into the mirror at the pale woman before her, dark circles under her eyes, fragile as if she might shatter with the slightest touch. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably, tentatively brushing against her still flat abdomen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those nights had been rife with violence and humiliation, devoid of any tenderness. And she had always been compelled to ingest emergency contraceptives. How could she possibly be pregnant? Yet deep within her, a faint voice, barely audible, struggled in despair. After Qin Miaoxin's welcoming banquet, Ling Fian had forcibly claimed her several times, returning each time with inexplicable rage, leaving her nearly shattered. Had she neglected to take the medication? The last instance felt like an eternity ago. Overwhelming fear intertwined with a glimmer of hope so faint that even she hesitated to acknowledge it, threatening to tear her apart, pushing her towards the brink of collapse. Xiang Jian dared not voice her thoughts, nor could she afford to dwell on them further. The image of Dr. Qing flashed through her mind, only to be forcefully suppressed. She understood Ling Fian all too well, his warnings echoed in her ears. If he were to learn of this child, one that should not exist in his eyes, what dreadful fate would await it? She could not bear to imagine. Dr. Qing had already been cast under suspicion because of her. She could not, under any circumstances, drag him deeper into this quagmire. Days later, Xiang Jian endeavored to steady her emotions, concocting what seemed the most reasonable excuse to visit the library in search of art books, seeking elusive inspiration for a gallery that existed only in her memories. This was one of the few outings Ling Fian would not excessively obstruct. Under the silent and unwavering escort of her bodyguard, she requested the car to stop in front of a large chain pharmacy. Drawing a deep breath, she resolved to appear calm and composed, entering the store. In front of the myriad of products, her heart raced furiously as she discreetly grabbed a pregnancy test, mingling it with a few inconsequential magazines, her head downcast, avoiding eye contact with anyone, as if committing an unforgivable sin. Upon returning to the villa, she locked herself in the cold bathroom of her guest room. Leaning against the door, breathing heavily as if she had just escaped a life-or-death situation. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably as she opened the packaging. The minutes spent waiting for the results felt like centuries, each second an agony akin to being fried in hot oil. She slid down to the floor, her hands tightly clasped, her nails digging into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped indentations, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. When those two unmistakable red lines appeared before Xiang Jian, akin to a verdict of fate, she felt the world spin around her, her vision darkening as all strength drained from her body, causing her to collapse helplessly against the cold porcelain tiles. It was real. Instinctively, Xiang Jian pressed her icy hands against her flat abdomen, where she could sense a faint, burgeoning vitality. A child. The child of her and Ling Fian. This realization did not bring even a trace of joy. Instead, it inundated her with an overwhelming sense of panic and helplessness. This child was conceived in hatred and humiliation, with a father who despised its mother, viewing her as a mere obstacle and a symbol of disgrace. He might not even acknowledge its existence, or worse, he could resort to something far more sinister. What would Ling Fian do? Would he force her to terminate the pregnancy? Or wait until the child was born, then cast her aside entirely, allowing Qin Miaoxin to claim motherhood? The mere thought of such possibilities sent a chilling wave through her body, leaving her shivering. She could not let him know. Not now. Under any circumstances. Like a criminal concealing evidence, Xiang Jian hastily disposed of the pregnancy test, flushing it down the toilet and meticulously hiding every scrap of packaging. She stood before the mirror, repeatedly splashing cold water on her cheeks, practicing an expression of calmness that bordered on numbness, until her pale face appeared less frantic. However, the intense reactions of early pregnancy betrayed her like a relentless traitor, as her nausea increased, sometimes becoming impossible to conceal. Her aversion to food scents intensified. Ultimately, the news reached Ling Fian through the diligent maid. That evening, he returned home earlier than usual, his expression darker than the night outside. A low pressure surrounded him, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. He strode into the dining room, where Xiang Jian was forcing herself to swallow spoonfuls of bland porridge, its insipid taste churning her stomach. Seeing him appear like a vengeful spirit, her hand trembled ever so slightly. the porcelain spoon clinking against the bowl with a delicate yet clear sound. Instinctively, she straightened her back, every cell in her body entering a state of heightened alert. Her heart racing as if it might shatter her chest. Ling Fian dismissed the waiting maid, leaving only the two of them in the vast room. He pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down, his towering presence engulfing all light in the space. He remained still, his deep, cold eyes scrutinizing her. Sharp enough to pierce through her fragile facade and expose every hidden secret and crime. "I hear you have not been feeling well lately?" He spoke. His voice devoid of emotion, chillingly calm, yet it made Xiang Jian's heart leap into her throat, her blood seeming to freeze. She struggled to maintain the last semblance of composure, her eyelids heavy as she avoided his penetrating gaze. "Just a bit of gastroenteritis, an old issue, I've taken medication." Her voice was dry and tense, betraying a barely perceptible tremor. "Gastroenteritis?" Ling Fian scoffed, his laughter laced with cold mockery and disbelief. Leaning slightly forward, he rested his elbows on the icy table, fingers interlaced in a posture of control and pressure. "Just gastroenteritis? Is that why you sneak off to the pharmacy to buy something shameful?" Xiang Jian's complexion turned pale as a ghost. He knew. Those omnipresent eyes had completely penetrated her last shred of privacy. Her silence and the sudden pallor of her face ignited the flames of suspicion and fury within Ling Fian. Like oil poured onto a fire. His gaze transformed into something sinister, a tempest of rage intertwined with cold jealousy brewing in his eyes. "Look at me," he commanded. His voice imbued with an inescapable chill, like an icicle piercing the air. Xiang Jian's body stiffened, akin to a rusted machine, as she struggled to raise her head. Forced to meet his gaze, which seemed to burn with an icy fire. "I give you one last chance," he said, each word meticulously articulated. Like they were ground out from between clenched teeth, imbued with a bloody chill. "What exactly did you secretly purchase?" His gaze slid slowly and coldly down to her slender waist, finally locking onto her hand that instinctively shielded her abdomen, his expression sharpening with acute scrutiny and loathing. "What filthy secret have you hidden from me?" "I didn't." Xiang Jian's voice was as dry as sandpaper, trembling with fear. Yet she gripped her abdomen tighter. A mother's instinctive response. This minuscule act of protection ignited the long-suppressed wrath within Ling Fian, a beast named possessiveness. He slammed his hand on the table. The thunderous sound reverberated like a thunderclap, causing the cutlery to jump in alarm, producing a jarring noise. Xiang Jian quivered in terror, nearly curling up in response. "Nothing?" He surged to his feet, resembling a lion roused to fury, circling the dining table and advancing toward her step by step. His towering shadow engulfed her entirely. The cold scent of cedar mixed with palpable danger and ferocity, nearly suffocating her. "Xiang Jian, do you truly think I am a fool?" He leaned down. His icy fingers gripping her chin with a brutal force, forcing her to meet his gaze, to endure the weight of his fury and scrutiny. They were so close that his heated breath, tinged with alcohol, brushed against her face, yet all she felt was an overwhelming chill and dread. "Speak. Whose bastard child are you carrying?" His voice was a suppressed thunder, filled with a monstrous urge for destruction, each word striking her ears like a hammer. "Have you been so restless these past few days that you couldn't help but seek out another man?" The gentle concern of Qing Linjiao that evening and the inappropriate flutter in her heart as he departed became the most damning evidence against her, leaving her speechless. "No. It's not what you think." The immense humiliation and fear finally broke the dam of Xiang Jian's tears, as she struggled futilely to free herself from his iron grip. Her voice fractured. "It's yours. It's your child, Fian." Her cries and pleas fell on deaf ears, mere pale and ridiculous lies to Ling Fian. Drowned in his fury and preconceived notions. "Mine?" His expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. The disdain and ferocity in his gaze were enough to condemn her to a slow death. "Every time I touch you, it makes me sick. I buy medicine by the box, and you think I would let a woman like you bear my child? Xiang Jian. At least have the decency to prepare a draft for your lies." He abruptly released her chin with such force that she stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. Then, his hand, once tenderly caressing her waist, now turned merciless as it reached toward her soft abdomen, pressing down violently through the thin fabric of her loungewear. "Don't. Let go of me." Xiang Jian screamed in terror, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, summoning an unprecedented strength as she desperately recoiled. Instinctively wanting to protect the fragile life that had just begun to blossom within her. Her defiance and protective instinct only fueled Ling Fian's rage. As if it solidified her guilt of harboring an illicit child. He abruptly seized her from the edge of the chair, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. While his other hand pressed forcefully against her abdomen, the pressure so intense it felt as if he aimed to crush her very essence. "What? Are you frightened now?" He whispered cruelly into her ear, his voice low and sinister, saturated with a terrifying sexual tension and an absolute desire for control. His breath sent shivers through her. As if she had plunged into an icy abyss. "Speak. Who is that man?" he demanded. "Is it that pretentious Dr. Ching, who feigns concern for you? Or perhaps the older gentleman you so eagerly conversed with at the art gallery? Or some other clandestine lover hidden in the shadows?" His touch transformed from desire into sheer punishment and humiliation. His fingers, pressing through her thin garment, applied crushing pressure on her soft abdomen, evoking not warmth, but a paralyzing dread and excruciating pain. Xiang Jian trembled violently in his grasp, struggling against him, tears blurring her vision as her desperate sobs were stifled against his chest. "There is no one else, please believe me for once," she pleaded incoherently, her voice fractured and barely forming sentences, her heart aching as if it might shatter. "Believe you? On what grounds? Your body, which has been coveted and touched by countless others." Ling Fian's gaze was icy and devoid of compassion. Filled only with the fury of betrayal and utter revulsion. "Is it based on that trivial affection from someone named Ching?" He suddenly lowered his head, biting down hard on her delicate neck, leaving a clear mark, a token of punishment and possession. The pain caused Xiang Jian to gasp, her body going rigid. "Get rid of it," he declared coldly in her ear, his words penetrating her heart like poison ice shards. "Tomorrow, I will summon a doctor. This illegitimate child has no right to exist, nor to tarnish the Ling family's lineage." Xiang Jian felt as though struck by lightning, her struggle ceasing abruptly. Her pupils dilating in shock and despair. He did not want their child, and he wouldn't even consider the simplest verification, issuing a death sentence for it without hesitation. In his eyes, she was indeed so wretched and contemptible that even her child could only be deemed an illegitimate spawn. A profound sorrow and an unprecedented maternal coldness surged within her, erupting like a tsunami from the depths of her silent heart, drowning out all fear and pleas. Ling Fian sensed her sudden, complete rigidity. Believing she had finally surrendered to her fate. He released her, his eyes still radiating cold disdain, as if he had touched something profoundly filthy and revolting. He instinctively brushed off non-existent wrinkles on his suit. "Behave, and do not force me to take matters into my own hands." Adjusting his cuff, wrinkled from her struggles, he left her with a final chilling warning, striding away without a hint of regret. Alone, Xiang Jian collapsed onto the cold floor. As if her very soul and support had been stripped away. Her hands clutched her abdomen, where remnants of his brutal pressure lingered. Along with the faintest flutter of the potential life within. Tears had dried up, leaving only a chilling void of silence. The flicker of hope she once held had extinguished entirely. The child was hers, the sole lifeline she had grasped in this boundless hell. The last vestige of meaning for her survival. No one could take it away, especially not him, Ling Fian, the very man who had thrust her into this abyss. Unworthy of determining her child's fate. A clear and resolute thought took root in her shattered heart: escape. She must flee with her child from this den of despair before he acted. Chapter 9, The Poisonous Scheme. After Ling Fian slammed the door behind him, Xiang Jian lay on the floor, entangled in a web of overwhelming fear and resolute thoughts. However, the anticipated doctor did not arrive the following morning. Instead, an unusual and busy atmosphere enveloped the villa. The butler and servants scurried about, no longer merely monitoring her, but anxiously preparing for an exceedingly important banquet, the 70th birthday celebration of the Ling family patriarch. Invitations had long been dispatched, with a guest list comprising all the prominent figures in the city. Although the old patriarch had partially retired, his influence remained, and he particularly valued the family's reputation and face. At this critical juncture, any family scandal must not be allowed to surface, even a whisper could become fodder for gossip, inciting the patriarch's ire. No matter how furious Ling Fian might be, he would not risk creating an irreparable scene before the patriarch's birthday celebration. For him, maintaining the facade of familial harmony and ensuring the stability of the banquet was of utmost importance. The plan to deal with Xiang Jian and this illegitimate child had to be temporarily shelved. Keep a close watch on her. Do not let her cause any trouble. nor allow her to contact anyone else. Once the patriarch's banquet is over, we will deal with it promptly, Ling Fian commanded the head of security, his tone brooking no dissent. In the days that followed, he barely returned to the mountain villa, mostly staying at the luxurious apartment of Qin Miaoxin in the city. This brief respite, akin to a reprieve before execution, did not grant Xiang Jian even a semblance of relief. She understood that time was slipping away, every moment precious. Like a frightened bird, every nerve in her being was taut. She became exceptionally silent, submissive, striving to diminish her presence, as if a hollow shell awaiting fate's decree. Yet, her maternal instinct birthed an astonishing courage and resolve amidst despair. She began secretly plotting her escape. During a routine follow-up appointment with Qing Linchao. Seizing a fleeting moment when the servant stepped away, Xiang Jian summoned every ounce of courage and whispered urgently, "Doctor, I need money, just a little. I have jewelry." Trembling, she retrieved a small pearl brooch from beneath her pillow, the most inconspicuous piece among her mother's heirlooms. Qing Linchao paused in his writing. Lifting his gaze to meet her pale, anxious face, her eyes aflame with a desperate plea. He instantly understood. After a moment of silence, he swiftly tucked the brooch into the pocket of his lab coat, then extracted all the cash from his wallet, pressing it into her trembling hands as he whispered, "Be careful. Next time I come, I will bring some sedatives." There were no superfluous words, no questions. This action was fraught with risk, yet he did it. In that moment, Xiang Jian's icy fingers clutched the thin stack of bills as if grasping the last lifeline. She began to plan her escape with a chilling calmness, utilizing the meager funds and subsequent doses of sedatives to discreetly smuggle away her remaining valuables in small batches. Every step was like walking on thin ice. Ling Fian seemed satisfied with her discretion, his initial suspicion tempering somewhat, yet surveillance did not wane. He spent more time outside, accompanying Qin Miaoxin, who had once again become the center of attention. The villa felt eerily desolate, with only the increasingly apparent symptoms of her pregnancy reminding Xiang Jian that time was running out. Qin Miaoxin, however, remained vigilant. Xiang Jian's very existence was a thorn, particularly under Ling Fian's almost obsessive, all-encompassing control, which filled her with an unsettling sense of foreboding. She needed a perfect accident to eliminate the threat entirely, ensuring that Ling Fian witnessed it firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. The opportunity soon presented itself. The patriarch's 70th birthday was approaching. Although he had stepped back from affairs, his reputation remained formidable. Before the banquet, Ling Fian was required to take Xiang Jian back to the ancestral home for dinner. It was an unavoidable family obligation. The atmosphere during dinner was stifling. Though the patriarch disapproved of Xiang Jian's dilapidated family background, he was a man of his word and adhered to traditional politeness. Ling Fian remained aloof throughout, while Qin Miaoxin accompanied him as the daughter of a family friend, her charming smile bringing joy to the elder, contrasting sharply with Xiang Jian's awkwardness and sense of alienation. After the meal, the elder grew weary and retired to rest. Qin Miaoxin insisted that Ling Fian admire the gift she had prepared for the elder. This provided Xiang Jian a moment to breathe, allowing her to step out to the observation deck for some fresh air. Dressed in her coat, which concealed her last bit of money, her palms grew clammy with anxiety. Just as she steadied herself, Qin Miaoxin followed her outside, holding 2 cups of ginseng tea. "Sister Jian, it is quite cold here. Have a cup of ginseng tea to warm yourself. I noticed you hardly ate anything this evening." Xiang Jian instinctively took a step back. "Thank you, Miss Chen. But I am not cold." Qin Miaoxin set 1 cup on the windowsill, taking a sip from her own, sighing as she spoke. "Sister, I understand that you are wary of me. But we are both women, and there are some truths I cannot bear to see you ignore any longer." She lowered her voice, "Fian will never keep that child. If you continue to endure this, you will only end up hurting yourself. Even the gallery your mother left you may be at risk." Xiang Jian's heart sank. The gallery. It was the most cherished place for her mother during her lifetime and the only dowry left for Xiang Jian. After the Xiang family fell from grace, the Ling family took custody of it under the pretense of protecting it from creditors, acquiring it at a minimal price. After their marriage, Ling Fian had casually mentioned he would return it one day, yet he had not fulfilled that promise. The property documents remained locked in the old residence's study, an invisible shackle that the Ling family used to control her. It represented her mother's final efforts, something she could never afford to lose. Qin Miaoxin had accurately identified her greatest vulnerability. I want to help you, Qin Miaoxin said earnestly. There is a hidden compartment in the elder's study. I know its location and have seen Fian open it. If you agree to leave, I can tell you where it is. Fian has business to attend to tomorrow and will not return until the evening. You can take this opportunity to reclaim what belongs to you. Additionally, I can provide you with some extra funds. A fierce struggle flickered in Xiang Jian's eyes. The immense temptation of freedom and the desire to protect her mother's final wish nearly overwhelmed her reason. Seeing Xiang Jian's dazed expression, Qin Miaoxin offered her the cup of ginseng tea, her tone becoming more sincere. Even if not for yourself, think about the future. Drink some hot tea to calm your nerves, this was specially instructed by the elder. Hesitantly, Xiang Jian accepted the cup. The warmth from her fingertips eased her tense nerves. And she instinctively took a small sip. The tea had a slightly bitter flavor, infused with ginseng, and she did not notice anything unusual. How could you know about the hidden compartment? And why would you want to help me? I have my ways of learning about the old residents, Qin Miaoxin replied confidently. As for why I am helping you, it is better for everyone if you leave, is it not? Believe it or not. At that moment, Ling Fian emerged. His brow furrowed. Qin Miaoxin quickly turned to him, wrapping her arm around his, successfully diverting the conversation. Xiang Jian mechanically followed them back. Qin Miaoxin's words and the warmth of the tea intertwining within her, keeping her awake throughout the night. The elder's birthday banquet concluded smoothly. As Qin Miaoxin had predicted, Ling Fian indeed left the house. Xiang Jian knew this was her only chance. She donned the coat that concealed her money, stowing her last bit of cash in a hidden pocket, resolved to take the risk. During the afternoon, while the servants of the old residence took their lunch break, she stealthily slipped into the study. Her heart raced as she followed Qin Miaoxin's vague instructions to the third row of the bookshelves. There seemed to be something unusual behind the hefty volume of Das Kapital. With trembling hands, she explored and found a slightly loose wall panel. Pressing down on one side, the panel slid open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay several document folders. She eagerly pulled one out and opened it, reading the property owner's name, Xiang Jian. In black and white, it was crystal clear. An overwhelming shock and elation engulfed her instantly. He had already returned it to her. Yet he had kept it hidden all along, tightly grasping her last thread of hope. She clutched the documents to her chest, tears blurring her vision. With this, she could leave with her child for good. However, just as she turned to leave immediately, the door to the study was violently kicked open. Ling Fian stood at the threshold, his expression as cold as ice, radiating an intimidating aura. He had not been gone long. This was an elaborate trap. Xiang Jian. His voice was terrifyingly deep. What are you doing sneaking around here? Xiang Jian was paralyzed with fear. The document folder slipping from her grasp and scattering across the floor. I was taking back my things. She attempted to feign calm, but her trembling voice betrayed her. Your things? Ling Fian advanced step by step, casting a massive shadow over her. He seized her slender wrist with such force that it nearly crushed her bones, yanking her harshly before him. With his other hand, he picked up the property certificate from the ground, glancing at it before letting out a cold, disdainful laugh. Indeed, a thankless wretch. You can't wait to steal and run away? His gaze was sharp as a knife, scanning her bulging pockets and the heavy coat she wore. He roughly reached into her outer pocket, easily retrieving the concealed cash and a few pieces of jewelry. What is this? He hurled the items onto the floor, rage igniting into a furious blaze, mixed with a sense of betrayal. Stealing documents is not enough? You also took money and jewelry from the Ling family? Xiang Jian. Were you already prepared to elope with your unknown lover? Tell me. Is that illegitimate child surnamed Qing? Huh? I did not steal. I did not take the money. Why did you hide the gallery from me? Xiang Jian cried out desperately, struggling with all her might to break free from his grasp. I did not steal. The child is yours. It is yours. My? Ling Fian laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. His eyes filled with disgust and malice, as if he wished to see her suffer. I find you repulsive. Would I ever let you bear my child? Stealing, eloping. And now you wish to extort me with an illegitimate child? Xiang Jian, you are irredeemably despicable. In a fit of rage, he violently threw her away. Xiang Jian gasped, stumbling and crashing against a tall wooden stand that held an antique porcelain vase. The vase swayed before crashing down upon her. With a resounding thud, the heavy vase shattered against her back and neck. Xiang Jian cried out in pain, propelled forward by the tremendous impact, her abdomen colliding against the sharp edge of the wooden desk. A wave of excruciating, destructive pain erupted from her lower abdomen, consuming her entire being. Ah! The child! Our child! Xiang Jian screamed, curling on the ground as warm blood surged uncontrollably from between her legs, quickly staining her light clothing and the exquisite carpet beneath her. A horrifying sight. Ling Fian stood frozen in shock at this sudden turn of events. He watched as the bright red blood spread beneath Xiang Jian. Observing her face twist in agony, her eyes filled with despair as they locked onto his. The words "our child" pierced his heart like a sharp icicle. Could it be? A minuscule, terrifying doubt began to sprout just as Chen Miaoxin rushed in a panic, perfectly falling beside Ling Fian. Her voice trembling with a hint of tears. Oh my! What happened? Sister Jian. How could you be so careless as to knock over the vase? Fian. Quickly. Call a doctor. There is so much blood. Her words instantly reminded Ling Fian, solidifying this clearly unfortunate incident. The small seed of doubt was immediately overshadowed by a greater fury directed at this troublesome woman. Not only did she steal away to elope, but her clumsiness resulted in such a chaotic incident. The excruciating pain and excessive blood loss rendered Xiang Jian's vision blurry and her consciousness scattered. She futilely extended her hand, yearning to grasp something. Her lips moved but no coherent sound emerged, only fragmented whispers, "Save the child." Ling Fian regarded her outstretched, bloodied hand with a flicker of complex irritation and disdain in his eyes, instinctively retreating a half-step as if to avoid some filthy, ominous thing. "What are you standing there for?" He barked at the approaching servants, his tone devoid of any concern for Xiang Jian, filled instead with overwhelming anger and contempt. "Hurry and get her away. Call a doctor. Do not soil the carpet." He didn't even bother to check on her, nor did he immediately call for an ambulance. Every second of delay exacerbated Xiang Jian's peril and suffering. The servants hurriedly moved forward, attempting to lift the barely conscious Xiang Jian. At that moment, Chen Linchao, who had rushed over upon receiving an urgent call from the old residents, burst in with a medical kit. Seeing the scene before him, his expression changed dramatically. "Step aside," he commanded sharply, almost violently pushing aside the servants attempting to lift Xiang Jian, swiftly kneeling beside her. He checked her pulse, her pupils, and upon witnessing the torrent of blood, his gaze instantly filled with profound sorrow. He immediately initiated first aid, desperately trying to stem the bleeding. His voice chillingly calm, "Call an ambulance at once. Quickly. It's an acute miscarriage with severe hemorrhaging. It could be fatal." In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Xiang Jian's dazed eyes were fixed intently on Ling Fian's cold, disdainful face, as well as on Chen Miaoxin, who appeared flustered yet concealed a wicked satisfaction in her eyes. Hatred. A searing, bone-deep hatred surged through her, akin to the blood gushing beneath her, instantly saturating every cell of her being. All affection had turned to ashes. The child was gone. It had perished under the indifference, hesitation, and that callous remark about the carpet made by his own father. It had died within this meticulously orchestrated scheme that he had willingly allowed himself to be deceived by. Ling Fian, Chen Miaoxin, may you both meet a grim fate. Chen Linchao, entirely focused on saving Xiang Jian, paid no mind to anything else. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the distant wail of the ambulance grew closer, finally arriving at the old residence. Chapter 10, There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The acrid scent of disinfectant filled the hospital, cold and foreign. Xiang Jian gradually regained consciousness amidst a void of whiteness. The first sensation that struck her was one of excruciating pain and profound weakness. A dull ache in her lower abdomen serving as a grim reminder of the catastrophic disaster that had just unfolded. The child. Instinctively, her hand moved to her abdomen, which felt flat and icy, reduced to nothing but bandages and a painful void. Her child was gone. This realization struck her like a searing iron, burning deeply into her heart and instantly rousing her from numbness. Silent tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, dampening the pale pillowcase. The immense grief crashed over her like a tsunami, nearly shattering her remaining consciousness once more. The door to the ward swung open, footsteps echoed. Xiang Jian did not open her eyes, but the familiar, frigid scent of cedar mixed with a faint, cloying fragrance belonging to Qin Miaoxin slithered into her nostrils like a venomous snake, sending waves of nausea through her stomach. Still not awake? Ling Fian's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion, as if inquiring about the condition of an object rather than that of his wife. The doctor said she lost too much blood and underwent laparoscopic surgery. She needs rest. Qin Miaoxin's voice chimed in, gentle and considerate, yet piercing like a needle against Xiang Jian's eardrum. Fian, you needn't worry too much, the accident has already occurred. Worry? Ling Fian scoffed, his tone saturated with impatience and disdain. I am merely here to deal with the trouble. Once you wake, sign the papers quickly, I have no time to waste here. Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open again. Qing Linqiao entered, carrying a medical tray adorned with vials and fresh bandages. Clad in a white coat, his demeanor remained consistently calm and professional, yet the gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses darkened ever so slightly as it swept over the pale, fragile Xiang Jian. Mr. Ling. Miss Chen, he greeted with a steady voice, moving directly to the bedside to examine the label on the 4-bottle. Mrs. Ling needs a quiet environment to recover and should not be disturbed excessively. Additionally, there are some postoperative precautions I need to discuss with the family. His arrival interrupted Ling Fian's words and inadvertently created a barrier between him and Qin Miaoxin's further advance toward the bedside. Despite Qing Linqiao's status, Ling Fian, though visibly displeased, did not immediately lash out but merely shot him a cold glance. A flicker of annoyance crossed Qin Miaoxin's face at being interrupted, yet she quickly donned a gentle expression. Dr. Qing, how is Xiang Jian doing? We are truly grateful for your timely rescue that day. Qing Linqiao did not meet her gaze. Seemingly focused entirely on the medical record, his tone detached and professional, it is my duty. Mrs. Ling lost an excessive amount of blood, her body is extremely weak. And both her uterus and spirit have suffered severe trauma. She requires absolute rest and careful recuperation, any stimulation could cause irreversible damage. His words, though routine medical advice, carried an undeniable weight, his gaze subtly drifting over Ling Fian. Ling Fian furrowed his brow, evidently irritated by Qing Linqiao's implicit warning. His tone growing colder, if she needs rest, then do not linger here discussing useless matters. Qing Linqiao, just see to your own responsibilities. Qing Linqiao nodded slightly, refraining from further comment, and began to meticulously check Xiang Jian's foresight and abdominal dressing, his movements gentle and professional, creating a small barrier against the malice of the outside world. Xiang Jian slowly opened her eyes, her blurred vision settling on the two figures beside her bed. Ling Fian, clad in an exquisitely tailored black suit, stood tall and imposing, his expression stern, devoid of any remorse or compassion as he gazed at her. His eyes a bottomless frost filled with an unsettling irritation as if she had sullied everything around him. Qin Miaoxin nestled beside him, dressed in a soft cream-colored ensemble. Her makeup flawless, her gaze towards Xiang Jian tinged with an appropriately measured sympathy, yet the malice and triumph lurking deep in her eyes resembled a poisoned dagger. You are awake? Qin Miaoxin spoke first, stepping closer, attempting to take hold of Xiang Jian's hand resting outside the blanket, her tone dripping with insincere concern. Xiang Jian, how are you feeling? We were so scared, how could you be so careless? Xiang Jian abruptly withdrew her hand as if touched by something repulsively vile. Summoning all her strength against the excruciating pain and weakness, she fixed her gaze on Ling Fian, her voice hoarse like an old bellows. Our child is gone. Ling Fian's brow twitched imperceptibly, seemingly pricked by the desolate despair and intense hatred reflected in her eyes, yet it was quickly overshadowed by a deeper irritation. He averted his gaze, coldly responding, the accident has occurred, what purpose does this serve? Accident? Xiang Jian nearly laughed, yet her tears flowed even more fiercely. Ling Fian, that was your child. You watched it perish. You didn't even call for an ambulance right away. Are you blaming me? Ling Fian's eyes abruptly sharpened with icy precision as he stepped closer, looking down at her with an oppressive force that filled the entire ward. If you hadn't been sneaky and engaged in misconduct, running off to steal and elope, how could this incident have happened? Xiang Jian, this is all your own doing. What right do you have to question me here? His words pierced through Xiang Jian's already shattered heart like poisoned icicles. Your own doing. She had lost their child. And in his eyes, it was merely her own doing. Qin Miaoxin hastily grasped Ling Fian's arm, gently advising him, Fian, please do not speak to Sister Jiang in such a manner. She has just lost her child and is undoubtedly distressed, her words may be impulsive. She then turned to Xiang Jian, her tone earnest, "Sister, do not hold it against Fian for being angry. Your demeanor at that moment was indeed open to misunderstanding. Fortunately, Fian is perceptive enough to know that you did not mean any harm, only that it was an unfortunate accident." What a perceptive observation. What an unfortunate accident. Xiang Jian watched as they exchanged their roles, one indulging in humiliation while the other feigned mediation, effectively solidifying her guilt. It all felt utterly absurd and sorrowful. All explanations and justifications appeared impotent at this moment. He had never believed in her and would not do so in the future. There is no greater sorrow than a dying heart. The immense grief and despair receded like a tide, leaving behind a cold, desolate wasteland. The tears ceased to flow, leaving only the ashes of lifelessness in her eyes. She gazed at Ling Fian, her expression frighteningly calm, yet her voice was clear and frigid. "Ling Fian, let us divorce." The hospital room fell into a profound silence. Ling Fian seemed taken aback by her sudden declaration, momentarily stunned, before his countenance darkened with an even more ominous shade. As though he had heard the most absurd demand, divorce? A fleeting spark of joy ignited in Chen Miaoxin's eyes but was quickly masked by a worried expression. "Sister. What absurdity are you speaking? Your health is fragile, you must not act impulsively." "I am quite clear-minded," Xiang Jian interrupted, her gaze still locked onto Ling Fian, as if she wished to etch every nuance of his expression into her soul. "Is this not what you have always desired? Divorce. I will set you free. And you will release me as well. From this moment forth, I shall have no further ties with the Ling family." Ling Fian stared at her, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his deep-set eyes, shock, doubt, and a sense of offended, uncontrolled anger. He was accustomed to her submissiveness, to controlling her every aspect. Her sudden, calm resolve felt like a needle piercing the facade of his absolute control, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable and agitated. "Release you?" He surged forward, only to be subtly obstructed by Qing Linchao's presence, a mere gesture that further incensed him. His icy gaze swept over Qing Linchao before firmly returning to Xiang Jian's face. His breath almost brushing against her skin, laden with an overwhelming sense of oppression and humiliation. "Xiang Jian. Do you think the Ling family is a place you can enter or exit at will? The commencement and conclusion of this marriage are determined solely by me, not you." His fingertips nearly dug into his palms, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "Do you think to coerce me with divorce? Or do you believe this will draw my attention? Spare me the theatrics. Even if I do not desire something, it shall rot in my possession. Do you understand?" His words were cruel and tyrannical, utterly shattering Xiang Jian's last vestige of hope. She looked at his handsome face, so close yet filled with coldness and severity, and suddenly let out a faint, fragile laugh, a smile that was pale and broken, laden with endless mockery and sorrow. "Ling Fian." Her voice was as light as a sigh, yet carried an unsettling, chilling decisiveness. "You will regret this. You will regret everything you have done and said to me today. You will regret not letting me go when I begged you." Ling Fian's heart inexplicably jolted, as though pierced by something cold. He abruptly straightened, shaking off that strange sensation, his gaze returning to its customary chill. "Regret? Xiang Jian, you have not earned that right. Remain composed and focus on your recovery, do not bring me any more trouble." Upon finishing, he seemed unable to endure another moment, turning sharply and striding out of the hospital room. Chen Miaoxin hurriedly followed, casting a triumphant glance back at Xiang Jian, her eyes brimming with victorious malice. Qing Linchao remained rooted in place, watching Ling Fian depart, his gaze inscrutable behind his glasses. He silently gathered the tray, pausing briefly to cast a fleeting glance at Xiang Jian, who seemed devoid of all vitality, a glance filled with complex emotions, compassion for the sufferer, fury at Ling Fian's cruelty, and a heavy sense of powerlessness. Yet, he spoke not a word, gently closing the door behind him. The hospital room fell utterly silent. Xiang Jian lay alone on the cold hospital bed, staring at the pale ceiling, her expression vacant, yet no tears fell. When the heart dies, tears cease to flow. A few evenings later, Xiang Jian was brought back to the villa in the mountains. Her body had yet to recover, each step taken with a sense of frailty. The wound in her abdomen still throbbed painfully. Everything in the villa suffocated her, every breath filled with nauseating memories. Ling Fian returned that night, reeking of alcohol. He strode directly into the bedroom, finding Xiang Jian curled up on the bed, her complexion ashen, fragile as glass. Divorce? He sneered, advancing towards her. The stench of alcohol mingling with his customary icy demeanor, creating a dangerous air of intimidation. Xiang Jian struggled to sit upright, summoning all her strength, resolutely nodding her head. So, your words in the hospital were not mere folly? He questioned. Did you think Qing Linchao would support you? Xiang Jian's fleeting courage deflated like a punctured balloon. And she shrank back in fear, the movement pulling at her wound, causing her to gasp in pain. I did not what? Ling Fian seized her wrist with a grip that was terrifyingly strong. Let me tell you, Xiang Jian, as long as I do not agree, you will die as a ghost of the Ling family. Do not think that Qing Linchao can assist you, he is merely a useful dog that we have raised. Let me go. Ling Fian. I beg you, I have just miscarried. Xiang Jian fought desperately, tears streaming down her face. A combination of physical pain and extreme terror overwhelming her. Miscarried? Ling Fian's gaze morphed into something frighteningly cruel, tinged with a perverse excitement. Perfect. Let it serve as a reminder of who your true master is. Remember the cost of defying me. He violently tore open her nightgown, disregarding her cries and pleas. Forcefully overpowering her. Xiang Jian felt a searing pain in her abdomen, darkness clouding her vision as she nearly fainted. She floundered like a fish cast ashore. Futilely struggling against the dual torment of body and spirit. Ling Fian's actions were brutal and merciless, as if he intended to completely shatter her. Grinding her last shred of dignity into dust. Just as her consciousness threatened to dissipate entirely, the weight upon her suddenly lifted. A dull thud accompanied Ling Fian's pained grunt. Xiang Jian laboriously opened her tear-blurred eyes to see Ling Fian yanked away from her by an immense force, staggering against the nearby wardrobe. Qing Linchao stood at the bedside. His chest rising and falling slightly, his usually neat hair disheveled, while the flames of wrath burned fiercely in his eyes behind his golden spectacles. A fury that transcended his usual calm restraint, bordering on uncontrollable rage. He had evidently rushed in from outside, his coat still bearing the night's chill and dampness. Ling Fian. Are you even human? Qing Linchao's voice was low and hoarse, filled with incredulous rage. She has just miscarried. Her wound has not even healed. You will kill her. Ling Fian steadied himself, wiping the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and menacing, like a provoked beast. Qing Linchao? What are you doing here? Who let you in? Get out. This is my family matter, it is not your place to interfere. Family matter? Qing Linchao's hand shot out, pointing towards Xiang Jian, who lay curled up, trembling and bleeding beneath her, his voice trembling with fury. Look at her. Ling Fian. Look at what you are doing. This is murder. If the old master had not known his granddaughter-in-law was being discharged today and sent me to check on her, your actions could have resulted in a death. Have you considered the consequences? Stop using the old master to pressure me. Growled in a low voice. Yet beneath his gaze flickered a barely perceptible hint of trepidation. However, this apprehension was swiftly engulfed by a more intense fury. Especially in light of Qing Linchao's actions at that moment, which unmistakably constituted a direct affront to his authority. You are merely a doctor. Do you truly believe that a modicum of past affection grants you the right to dictate to me? Get out. It is you who should leave. Qing Linchao stood his ground resolutely, swiftly shedding his coat to drape it over the nearly bare and bleeding body of Xiang Jian, his movements imbued with an uncontrollable tremor. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing like icicles as they bore into Ling Fian. If you possess even a shred of humanity, leave immediately. She requires urgent medical attention. Ling Fian observed Qing Linchao's protective stance before Xiang Jian, noting the faint, instinctive grasp she had on the corner of Qing Linchao's garment. The fury of having his possessions violated surged to its zenith. He swung a fist toward Qing Linchao with unrestrained aggression, exclaiming, "My people are not yours to save." Caught off guard, Qing Linchao was struck on the cheek, his glasses flying from his face and shattering on the ground. He staggered back a step. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xiang Jian emitted a faint, terrified whimper. Qing Linchao wiped the blood from his face, and when he looked up again, all traces of his previous civility had vanished, leaving only the cold, ruthless resolve of a man. Without hesitation, he retaliated, landing a powerful punch squarely on Ling Fian's jaw. The two men immediately engaged in a ferocious struggle, akin to wild beasts battling for survival. Expensive ornaments shattered, furniture toppled, creating a cacophony of noise. This was not the restrained confrontation of the past, it was a primal clash, raw and visceral, each blow a release of pent-up rage. Ling Fian, with formidable strength and fierce strikes, found himself evenly matched by Qing Linchao, who fought with an indomitable fury born from a desire to protect the vulnerable. You dare to strike me for this woman? Ling Fian gasped, his eyes aflame with rage. I am preventing you from becoming a complete beast. Qing Linchao deflected his arm and landed another punch to Ling Fian's abdomen. Xiang Jian lay on the cold bed, listening to the terrifying sounds of combat around her. Feeling the warmth of her life force seeping away and the pain intensifying, her consciousness beginning to fade. Despair and fear washed over her like a chilling tide, threatening to drown her once more. Qing Linchao, breathing heavily, his face marred, his white coat torn and disheveled, remained steadfast before the bed, his gaze resolute as a rock. Ling Fian's chest heaved violently, the bloodthirsty rage and the remnants of reason clashing fiercely in his eyes. He fixed his stare on Xiang Jian, whose breath was shallow, the blood pooling beneath her starkly red against the white sheets, before turning decisively toward the unwavering Qing Linchao. He could not allow her to perish here. At least not now, and certainly not in such a manner. The repercussions would be too troublesome. Too much of a mess he was unwilling to deal with at this moment. Very well, Ling Fian's voice emerged through clenched teeth, carrying an unnerving calm that was more terrifying than his previous shouts. He slowly straightened, adjusting his disheveled collar with deliberate slowness, each movement laden with menace. His gaze fell once more upon Xiang Jian, cold and disdainful, as if she were nothing more than a broken object. Not only useless but also a source of great trouble for him. Qing Linchao, he turned his head, his eyes darkly fixed on the bloodied doctor who remained unyielding. Do you not pride yourself on your medical skills, advocating for benevolence and compassion? A cruel, icy smile emerged. Very well. I grant you this opportunity. Save her. He took a step forward, closing the distance to Qing Linchao, his voice lowered, saturated with unmasked threat and venomous undertones. But you must understand. It is you who insists on saving her. If she dies or suffers any permanent damage that prevents her from fulfilling her duties as Mrs. Ling, he emphasized the last two words, the implication unmistakable, then you, the Qing family, must provide me with a satisfactory explanation for all consequences. You will pay with the century-long reputation of the Qing family and your future in the medical field. Do you comprehend? Having delivered his ultimatum, he cast his gaze away from everyone, as if lingering for even a second would tarnish him. He turned abruptly, filled with lingering malice and cold triumph, slamming the door behind him. The tremendous noise reverberated throughout the walls, as if they too trembled. Xiang Jian's vision blurred, only able to discern the outline of his anxious, bloodied face. She wished to speak, yet no sound emerged, only the cold tears that continued to fall. Qing Linchao rapidly assessed her condition. And upon seeing the large pool of blood beneath her and her face as pale as parchment, his heart sank. The wound on her abdomen had evidently been torn apart during the recent violence, leading to acute hemorrhaging. The bedroom fell into an eerie silence, the only remnants being the heavy metallic scent of blood and the chaos surrounding them. Qing Linchao's taut body swayed slightly, Ling Fian's final words coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent, instilling a heavy pressure. Yet he had no time for hesitation or fear. He immediately turned, rushing to the bedside. Xiang Jian! Xiang Jian! Stay awake. Look at me. His voice was urgent and firm as he swiftly examined her pupils, pulse, and bleeding. Xiang Jian's vision remained clouded, only able to discern the outline of his anxious, bloodied face. She wished to express something, but no words formed. Only cold tears mingled with despair, streaming down her cheeks. The warmth beneath her and the excruciating pain were swiftly eroding her consciousness. Qing Linchao's heart plummeted. The situation was worse than anticipated. He immediately implemented emergency pressure bandaging while shouting hoarsely toward the door, his voice raw with urgency, Zhang Ma. The ambulance. Have you called for it? Hurry. Get my emergency kit. Quickly. The sound of frantic footsteps and terrified responses echoed from afar. Qing Linchao pressed firmly on the bleeding site with one hand, while his other hand held tightly to Xiang Jian's icy fingers, repeatedly whispering to her, both to encourage her and to force himself to remain calm. Hold on. Xiang Jian. Look at me. Breathe. Do not sleep. I will not let anything happen to you. I will never let anything happen to you. Hold on. His white coat was stained with blood, his face marked with wounds, yet his eyes shone brightly and intently. Every ounce of gentility replaced by a resolute determination. Ling Fian's threats faded momentarily from his mind. At this moment, he was merely a doctor. A doctor who must snatch his patient back from the clutches of death. Before she was completely enveloped in darkness. Xiang Jian's final sensation was the relentless pressure on her abdomen, desperately fighting to keep her alive, Qin Lingchao's unwavering reassurances echoing with undeniable strength. And the warm yet bloodied hands that steadied her. This time, she did not glance toward the direction from which Ling Fian had departed. In the icy wasteland of her heart, hatred writhed like dark vines, siphoning her remaining strength, growing wildly, entangling her last vestiges of life. Supporting her relentless struggle against the impending abyss. Chapter 11, The struggle of a cornered beast. The pallor of the hospital and the acrid scent of antiseptics seemed to cling to her very bones. And the deep-seated agony of her torn and hollowed body had yet to fully subside. Xiang Jian found herself once again ensnared within this gilded cage. Even more suffocating than before. The air in the mountainside villa felt thicker and heavier than ever, each breath infused with a sense of being closely monitored. Ling Fian perceived her final act of defiance and Qin Lingchao's intervention as a complete affront to his authority. Divorce? How dare she broach such a topic first? And to summon that bothersome watchdog, Qin Lingchao? This thought gnawed at his proud and obstinate heart like a venomous toxin, day and night. Thus, her confinement intensified. Her phone had vanished entirely, the internet was completely severed, and even the villa's internal line for outgoing calls had been ruthlessly cut off. Her movements were strictly confined to the master bedroom, the downstairs living room, and a small garden enclosed by high walls that faced the back mountains. With servants appearing like specters in the corners of her vision, recording her every move. After a dinner, he expressionlessly informed her that all the windows had been replaced with bulletproof models, which could only be partially opened by the central control room. His visits had become increasingly frequent, no longer limited to the night. Sometimes he would return in the afternoon or even in the early morning. He did not always speak to her or resort to violence, he merely lingered like an agitated lion, his cold, probing gaze lingering upon her. Scrutinizing and assessing her with a near-cruel intensity, as if he sought to peel away the seemingly docile exterior to uncover whether rebellious bones and those chilling, lifeless eyes still resided within her. In the depths of the night, he would return, reeking of alcohol and the chill of the outdoors. Pushing open her bedroom door without turning on the light, standing silently in the darkness, observing the curled figure on the bed. Moonlight filtered through the heavy curtains, outlining his tall yet frigid silhouette, while the scent of cedar mingled with whiskey, domineering the entire room. Xiang Jian was already awake, her heart racing violently within her chest. Every nerve screaming in alarm. She could feel his heated, unabashed gaze glide across her cheek, neck, and shoulders, finally resting upon the subtly undulating thin blanket. There was no desire in that gaze, only a chilling sense of possession and control, as if he were confirming the integrity of his belongings. Ensuring they remained within the boundaries he had established. Time flowed in the silence, each second stretching into eternity. Xiang Jian tightly closed her eyes, held her breath. Her entire body tensed like stone, terrified that even the slightest tremor would provoke the beast's onslaught. Finally, he emitted a barely audible hum, filled with an indescribable mixture of derision and irritation. He turned and left, the door closing softly behind him, as if no one had ever been there. It was only when his footsteps faded into the distance that Xiang Jian gasped for breath, akin to a dying fish, cold sweat already soaking the back of her nightgown. After the fear came a deeper despair and a chilling hatred. Ling Fian's relentless gaze not only sought to imprison her body but also to torment her spirit, ensuring she remained perpetually ensnared in unknown terror. Yet, the more he imposed his will, the more prominent her resilient spirit became, honed to a near-sharp edge. She could not succumb to madness or collapse. She had to escape. She began to direct her gaze towards the only potential escape within this prison, the garden. She was permitted to sit for a brief moment beneath the rose trellis, accompanied by a servant, on clear days. The care of the roses was entrusted to an elderly gardener named Shen, who resided in a tool shed at the corner of the garden. He was quite old. Slightly hunched, his face etched with the lines of time, always silently tending to the flowers, as if merging with the silent plants. Xiang Jian remembered how her mother adored roses, particularly an ancient variety called Ping, known for its elegant fragrance and regal posture. Her mother once mentioned that a certain Uncle Shen from the Ling family was a master at tending roses, especially skilled in grafting and cultivating new breeds. One breezy afternoon. While seated in the trellis, Xiang Jian watched as Uncle Shen carefully secured the branches of a newly transplanted rose. The leaves of the rose appeared somewhat wilted, clearly not yet adapted to its new environment. Her gaze drifted to a neighboring Heaping rose thriving splendidly, and she sighed softly. Almost merging with the wind, if the rootstock's affinity isn't sufficient, even if the buds take, they will struggle to grow vigorously later. Uncle Shen's hands paused abruptly. He slowly lifted his head, his murky yet clear old eyes finally focusing on Xiang Jian with genuine clarity. His gaze was filled with an ineffable shock and a profound reminiscence, as though buried by time. He parted his lips, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing, only releasing a barely audible sigh, heavy with the weight of a lifetime. From that day on, every time Xiang Jian visited the garden, she would deliberately pass by Uncle Shen's working area, whispering seemingly inconsequential words. The sunlight today is delightful, warming one to the bone. The cluster of willows in the east corner blooms especially white this year. It looks like rain is coming, Uncle Shen, you should finish up early. She never anticipated a response, akin to confiding in a tree hollow. Yet, Uncle Shen's reaction subtly changed. He remained silent, but when she passed, his hands would momentarily pause in their labor. Occasionally, in her usual spot on the white bench, there would be a small bundle of lavender, perfectly dried and tied with cotton thread, or a few sprigs of fragrant lemon branches, quietly resting there, all soothing and calming. These small, silent gestures, seemingly unspoken kindnesses, became another faint yet genuine light for Xiang Jian amidst the boundless darkness. She needed to transform this minuscule possibility into a key to freedom. She grew increasingly compliant. Before Ling Fian, she lowered her gaze, obediently accepting all his arrangements, even when subjected to his cold, scrutinizing gaze. She would appropriately display just the right amount of fear and submission. She endeavored to portray a thoroughly tamed creature, stripped of all defenses, carefully dulling the hunter's vigilance. Ling Fian appeared satisfied with her resigned demeanor, yet the deep-seated obsession for control within him did not dissipate, rather, it intensified due to Chen Miaoxin's occasional provocations. Fian, don't you think Xiang Jian has been unusually quiet lately? I fear she might be harboring something. Chen Miaoxin nestled beside him, her tone laced with concern. But her eyes sparkled with malice. After all, if she dared to steal once, who knew what she might do next? We must keep a close watch on her. Ling Fian's expression would instantly darken, and his surveillance over Xiang Jian would become increasingly severe. He would even return without warning, abruptly checking her room. Rifling through the drawer of her nightstand, sniffing the dried lavender, his eyes sharp as a hawk, only to disdainfully toss it aside. Each time such surprise inspections occurred, Xiang Jian's heart would nearly leap from her throat, yet she had to force herself to appear bewildered and helpless. Perhaps her compliance had begun to yield effects. Or perhaps the previous violent confrontation with Qing Lin had made a slight impact, or possibly the blood that had surged from her body that night was too striking. Ling Fian's demeanor exhibited an oddly distorted softening. He still controlled every aspect of her life, but on certain nights, when he entered her room reeking of alcohol or inexplicable irritability, his actions would be slightly gentler than before. It was no longer purely predatory, instead, it bore a pitiable, clumsy semblance of foreplay, despite the absence of warmth in his eyes, only a stubborn desire to prove something. Yet, every time he attempted to peer into her eyes, seeking a hint of submission, a flicker of emotion, or even something beyond hatred, he would only find an abyss of icy silence. Her gaze acted as a mirror, reflecting all his atrocities and indignities, causing his interest to wane, replaced by deeper frustration and unexpressed rage. Xiang Jian. He would suddenly grip her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, his voice restrained with fury. Who are you putting on this deadpan facade for? Xiang Jian merely stared at him in silence, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had long departed, leaving behind only a cold shell for him to manipulate. This silent, complete indifference provoked him more than any act of defiance. Often, at such moments, he would possess her more violently, attempting to elicit a response through pain, even if it was merely a trace of fear or suffering. But ultimately, he would always falter first. Succumbing to an unprecedented sense of defeat and a flicker of anxiety he was reluctant to acknowledge under the gaze of those lifeless eyes. He would curse softly as he pushed her away, as if she were something unclean, before slamming the door behind him, leaving Xiang Jian alone in the cold darkness, gradually curling up, while within her eyes burned a more fervent flame of escape. The emotional tug-of-war between the two unfolded silently. The more he attempted to tighten the reins of control, the more she silently gathered her strength to resist. Beneath his icy gaze lay her seething hatred. What he perceived as submission was, in truth, her increasingly resolute determination to flee. Qing Lingqiao's figure had not completely vanished. He would still come to the villa periodically under the pretext of the old man's concern for his granddaughter-in-law's health or follow-up examinations. Although Ling Fian was extremely displeased, Qing Lingqiao always presented impeccable professional reasons and a businesslike demeanor, backed by the old man's authority, making it impossible for Ling Fian to fully obstruct him. Each of his visits unfolded like a meticulously choreographed silent drama, conducted under the scrutiny of countless eyes. He would carry the black medical case. His expression consistently one of detachment and professionalism, as his calm gaze swept over every servant in the room before finally settling on Xiang Jian. Only he knew that each time he stepped into this room, feeling that pervasive scrutiny and the almost shattered silence of the person on the bed, the suppressed anger and bitterness within him would burn silently. Madam Ling, routine examination, he stated, deliberately maintaining a steady tone, even more detached than usual. As if this could shield him from the inner turmoil he should not feel. Xiang Jian obediently extended her arm. When his fingertips, chilled by the disinfectant, brushed against the delicate yet icy skin on her inner wrist, an inexplicable shiver coursed through them, causing a barely perceptible pause. He could distinctly feel her pulse. Initially weak and slow, yet beneath his fingertips, it seemed to gradually quicken, beating once, then again, striking against his fingertip and resonating with the taut strings of his heart. Each fleeting contact, each silent exchange of unspoken messages, felt like a drop of oil sustaining the flickering flame of Xiang Jian's willpower. 4 months had passed since Xiang Jian's discharge from the hospital, and Qing Lingqiao's visits to the villa had gradually diminished, sometimes coming once a week. Other times not appearing for half a month. Xiang Jian's wounds would repeatedly be torn apart due to Ling Fian's roughness or her own carelessness, preventing proper healing. Each time Qing Lingqiao examined her abdominal wounds, a vague irritation would surge within his chest. As he suppressed his emotions to lean down for the examination, his warm breath brushed against Xiang Jian's collarbone, allowing her to catch a glimpse of the thick eyelashes hidden beneath his lowered eyelids and the elegantly pressed line of his lips. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and the watchful gazes in the room appeared to blur and fade away. Xiang Jian felt a wave of dizzying suffocation as blood rushed to her ears. Her heartbeat thundering as if it might shatter her eardrums. In this infinitely drawn-out, unsettling closeness, as he adjusted the dressing on her abdomen, his fingertips seemingly casually glided over the uninjured skin at her waist, sending a jolt of electricity through her. Each such touch ignited a small flame, branding her frozen senses with a searing imprint, causing her to instinctively hold her breath, craving that fleeting warmth, yet feeling shamed and fearful for that very desire. One day, Qing Lingqiao's voice, lowered to an intimate whisper akin to lovers sharing secrets, penetrated her ear with a heated breath. Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. By the side of the tool room, the old wooden door was covered in vines. Each word felt like a tiny electric current coursing through her limbs. She bit down hard on her lower lip to suppress the whimper that threatened to escape due to a peculiar nervousness and a strange fluttering in her chest. She could sense the flush spreading across her cheeks, undoubtedly a vivid crimson. Closing her eyes tightly, she pretended everything was normal, yet she could not control her eyelashes, which trembled violently like butterfly wings, betraying the tumultuous waves roiling within her. Meanwhile, he appeared wholly focused on her wound. Yet he absorbed every subtle reaction of hers into his awareness. The flushed earlobes, the trembling eyelashes, the taut yet warm skin, all were challenges to his proud self-control. His throat involuntarily bobbed, but his fingers remained steady as they changed her dressing, yearning for more contact. Desiring to affirm her tangible existence beyond merely a fragile symbol in need of rescue. He had to exert every ounce of willpower to suppress the nearly overwhelming urge to pull her into his embrace and comfort her. This repressed longing weighed heavily upon his breath. The wound is healing well, but the internal tissue remains fragile. Any vigorous activity must be avoided. He turned to the nearby servant, his tone returning to its usual flatness as he outlined the precautions, perfectly concealing the momentary lapse. After finishing his examination, Qing Lingqiao packed his instruments and prepared to leave. As he passed by her, his footsteps faltered imperceptibly. His arm brushed lightly against her tightly clenched fist. A fleeting contact where his warm fingertips contrasted sharply with her cold, damp skin, igniting a subtle shiver in both of them. A small, cold, hard object was swiftly and accurately pressed into her clammy palm. Hold it steady. His voice was barely a whisper, yet it carried an unprecedented, almost hoarse tension, infused with unmistakable urgency and concern. Xiang Jian froze completely, feeling as if all the blood in her body had surged to the small area where their skin touched, burning with intensity. She barely had time to discern what it was. All her senses were focused on the brief yet searing heat of his fingertip and the complex weight contained in those 3 words that transcended their mere meaning. It wasn't until he had been gone for a considerable time that she trembled, slowly opening her palm. Within it lay a mini steel saw disguised as an ordinary black hairpin, its serrated edges gleaming with a cold sharpness. She did not wish to ponder why Qin Linchao had taken the risk to help her or whether there were ulterior motives behind this assistance. In absolute darkness, even a single thread would be grasped without hesitation. Opportunities often arise in the unguarded moments of those whose nerves are tightly wound. One stormy night, as the rain poured down like a ruptured sky, drowning everything in its fury, the thunder roared, drowning out all other sounds. Ling Fian had an exceedingly important multinational video conference that required his undivided attention in the study. Chen Miaoxin was also caught up in a high-profile gala. The guards at the villa seemed to show a barely perceptible lapse in vigilance due to the inclement weather and their master's preoccupation. Xiang Jian's heart raced wildly amidst the thunder. She cast her gaze toward the back mountain obscured by the rain outside, where the weak light in the tool room extinguished earlier than usual, revealing a slippery path leading to an almost vine-covered abandoned door. The opportunity was fleeting. She inhaled deeply, like the most cautious of hunters, silently pushing open the door, avoiding the patrolling servants in the corridor, and using the thunder as cover to step toward the path leading to unknown freedom, which might also lead to a deeper abyss. Each step felt like treading on a blade. In the darkness, Ling Fian's icy face, Chen Miaoxin's malevolent smile, the glaring pool of blood, the searing agony of the child's disappearance, and Qin Linchao's silent yet resolute gaze flashed before her eyes. The small steel saw in her clammy palm felt scorching hot. Chapter 12, Disappearance. The torrential rain poured as if the heavens had split open, cascading throughout the night and violently washing away everything in its path. By the following morning, the rain had lessened, yet the sky remained as somber as a gray curtain saturated with water. The air was suffused with the crisp, pungent scent of earth and vegetation washed by the rain, yet it did little to dispel the oppressive chill that lingered within the mountainside villa. Ling Fian had spent the night in restless wakefulness. The protracted multinational video conference had not drained his energy, rather, an inexplicable unease and agitation coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, gnawing at his nerves. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already past midnight. The rain outside pouring down in torrents, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the storm. Almost instinctively, he declined Qin Miaoxin's insinuation to stay over at her city apartment. Since Xiang Jian's miscarriage and subsequent recovery, Qin Miaoxin had taken to frequenting his abode under the guise of companionship, often staying overnight, deliberately creating moments that induced a blush. However, this night, he found himself inexplicably driving back to the villa through the deluge. The villa was eerily silent, save for the faint sounds of porcelain and metal clinking as a few early shift servants prepared breakfast. He shed his damp, cold coat, his gaze instinctively sharpening as it swept toward the empty staircase on the second floor. Ordinarily, at this hour, regardless of her wishes, Xiang Jian would be required to appear in the dining room, like a silent shadow. Where was she? His voice was cold and harsh, akin to the grinding of ice, as he inquired of the butler standing nearby. The butler bowed slightly, his tone cautious. Madam seems yet to have risen, perhaps the thunder last night disturbed her sleep. Shall I fetch her? Ling Fian's brow furrowed tightly. Thunder? In his recollection, Xiang Jian possessed an intrinsic, stubborn resilience. She was not afraid of thunder. It was Qin Miaoxin who had, during their phone conversation the previous evening, complained about her fear of thunder, her voice overly sweet, hinting for his company. The sense of unease that had lingered since last night surged within him, intensifying. He said no more, striding purposefully up the stairs, his polished shoes thudding dully against the carpet as he pushed open the heavy wooden door to the master bedroom. The room was alarmingly vacant. The bed was meticulously made, without a single crease, exuding a coldness that suggested it had never been slept in. On the vanity, her scant, hardly luxurious skincare products were arranged with precision, resembling a display. Everything appeared unnaturally perfect, excessively tidy, devoid of any semblance of life, and yet, Ling Fian's heart sank, ensnared by a sense of foreboding. It was too orderly, a facade of intentionality and artifice, utterly lacking in vitality. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned every corner of the room. Finally fixating on the bedside table where a small white porcelain dish, once containing a few sprigs of dried lavender, now lay conspicuously empty, its cleanliness almost blinding. He yanked open the wardrobe, where hung several dresses he had procured for her, expensive yet never genuinely appreciated by her. Yet his pupils constricted suddenly. Locking onto the deep corner of the wardrobe where her recently favored, slightly worn but soft beige cardigan was now missing. The thin cashmere coat left by her mother, long out of fashion, was also conspicuously absent. With a resounding crash, he struck the heavy wooden wardrobe door with a furious fist, causing the entire structure to shudder. A palpable fury erupted from him, filling the corridor with an ominous presence. The butler and the servants below were startled into a panic, rushing up in alarm. "Where is she?" Ling Fian spun around, his eyes swirling with a tempest of rage, his voice distorted by sheer fury. "Find her. Immediately. Search the entire villa. The garden. Every corner. Spare not even a fly." The servants, pale and shaken, scattered in disarray, akin to headless flies, commencing a frantic search. Room after room, the bathroom, guest rooms, study, gym, even every conceivable storage space was turned upside down. The garden's shrubbery was roughly parted, every nook and cranny meticulously scrutinized. Nothing. She was nowhere to be found. Ling Fian's expression darkened as if it could drip with water, personally checking every door and window, all securely locked from within, intact. The surveillance footage was urgently reviewed. The torrential rain had rendered several outdoor cameras fuzzy and jumpy, obscured by snowflakes. Yet the high-definition footage from the main entrances and thoroughfares showed no signs of anyone's departure. She had seemingly evaporated from this fortress he believed to be impregnable. Investigate. Who was on night duty last night? Interview every servant and guard on duty, one by one. Anyone who dares conceal the truth will bear the consequences. Ling Fian's voice was as cold as ice, each word carrying the weight of destruction. He could not accept the notion of her vanishing into thin air. Someone must have aided her, or she had employed some unexpected, insidious means to escape. His gaze shot towards the glass door leading to the garden, remembering the old gardener. He recalled that a servant had casually mentioned that Xiang Jian had recently been spending more time in the garden, occasionally exchanging trivial pleasantries with the taciturn old gardener. At that moment, it struck him like a bell tolling in his mind. "Bring that old man, Shen, to me," he commanded sharply, his voice hoarse from fury. Soon. Shen Bo was brought to the living room by two security guards, half-dragged, still stooped and weathered, his face etched with deep wrinkles from years of exposure, embodying a silence that seemed oblivious to the storm raging outside. "Speak. What did you see last night? What did you hear? Did you help her escape? Who instructed you?" Ling Fian advanced on him step by step, an overwhelming pressure halting the air around them. His towering figure completely overshadowed the frail old man, his eyes fierce enough to seem capable of devouring him whole. Shen Bo slowly raised his clouded eyes, met the wrathful gaze of Ling Fian, then lowered his eyelids. Shaking his head, his voice hoarse yet calm, "Sir, the rain was too heavy last night. I finished early, took some medication, and slept soundly. I saw nothing, heard nothing." He paused, as if recalling something, then added, "Oh, right, Miss Chen did call the greenhouse last night, inquiring whether the newly arrived Austin roses had been damaged by the rain. After taking her call, I briefed the workers and then returned to sleep." He cleverly implicated Chen Miaoxin, a seemingly innocuous call that appeared concerned for the villa's affairs, making his account sound all the more credible. Ling Fian was momentarily stunned, recalling that such a conversation indeed transpired. Chen Miaoxin always managed to find various trivial reasons to contact the villa's staff, inquiring about minor issues, thus subtly asserting her presence and concern as the lady of the house. This interruption in his interrogation of the old gardener only heightened his agitation. He scrutinized Shen Bo intently, seeking any hint of deceit in the weathered visage, but the old man remained silent, his head bowed in a posture of resignation. Just then, the head of security rushed in, panting and pale. "Sir, the lock on the small side door to the tool room, used for garbage and fertilizer, has been sawed off." Ling Fian's pupils constricted sharply. That door. He had nearly forgotten that such a door existed in the villa. Its location was obscure and seldom used, designed merely for the workers to periodically clear garden refuse and transport fertilizers, entirely inconspicuous, and locked from the inside with a padlock. The surveillance there had significant blind spots due to its angle and the trees blocking the view. He immediately rushed to the location. There, hidden behind vines. The old wooden door bore the marks of a heavy antique padlock, its locking beam meticulously sawed through, the cut glistening with fresh metallic sheen. Outside the door, the muddy ground bore chaotic footprints, accompanied by 2 deep tire tracks leading down the mountain, vanishing into the main road. Clearly, someone had taken her away in a vehicle meant for transporting fertilizer or waste, using the cover of the torrential rain and thunder. There was a vehicle for her escape. How splendid. This was truly outrageous. Ling Feiyan trembled with fury, the veins on his forehead pulsing like thunder. And the intensity of his rage even forced a near-sarcastic laugh from his lips. He had been deceived by her submissive and numb demeanor. She had meticulously orchestrated everything. That old gardener, those seemingly casual conversations, that bouquet of lavender that vanished were all mere illusions. She had exploited Chen Miao Xian's frequent visits to create a sense of complacency, taking advantage of a storm to stage a miraculous escape right under his nose. A profound sense of betrayal and loss of control engulfed him like a tsunami. This was not the conclusion he had envisioned. Even if she wished to leave, it was not her right to choose. This was an unprecedented humiliation and provocation for him. Find her, he bellowed. Turning abruptly to his subordinates who were rendered mute with fear, his voice twisted and distorted by sheer anger, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. Contact all transport hubs. Examine all exit surveillance. Issue a reward. Even if I must turn the world upside down and dig 3 feet into the ground, I will bring her back. He was determined to see where that woman, who was utterly dependent on him for survival, could flee to after leaving the Ling family and escaping his grasp. He intended to make her understand the dire consequences of betraying him and challenging his authority. Yet, amid the overwhelming fury and chaos, he remained oblivious to a subtle, almost imperceptible panic lurking deep within his heart, a panic he was utterly unwilling to acknowledge. It felt as if something he had held tightly in his grasp, something he despised yet believed he would never lose, was slipping away irrevocably, vanishing into the misty world beyond the storm, never to be reclaimed. The waves of rage subsided, but cold suspicion spread like poisonous vines. Ling Feiyan sat in his study, his fingers unconsciously pounding the smooth mahogany desk with force. Every individual who had come into contact with Xiang Jian passed through his mind like a sieve. Suddenly, his drumming halted abruptly, a name flashing into his consciousness, Qinglin Zhao. That man, who always wore a facade of benevolence yet repeatedly proved troublesome, when was the last time he conducted a follow-up examination? What had they discussed? Beneath Xiang Jian's seemingly compliant exterior, had a clandestine alliance with this outsider already formed? It had to be him. It must be him. The mere thought of Qinglin Zhao possibly being aware of or even participating in this escape ignited a more sinister storm in Ling Feiyan's eyes. He would not tolerate any challenge or betrayal, especially not from someone he had always found irksome yet had to respect due to familial hierarchy. He could hardly wait for his subordinates to mobilize. Instead, he seized the car keys and, filled with residual rage, drove himself at breakneck speed toward the private hospital where Qinglin Zhao worked. The screech of tires pierced the air as he halted at the hospital entrance. Disregarding the curious gazes around him, and stormed up to Qinglin Zhao's floor, exuding an icy fury that made nurses and patients instinctively step aside. He swung open the door to Qinglin Zhao's office. Qinglin Zhao was dressed in a white coat, engrossed in reviewing a medical record. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, and for a brief moment, his gaze sharpened at the sight of Ling Feiyan's menacing expression, but he quickly regained his usual composure. "Mr. Ling? How may I assist you?" Qinglin Zhao set down the medical record, his tone calm and tinged with just the right amount of curiosity. As if unaware of the reason for his unexpected visit, Ling Feiyan ignored his inquiry, forcefully shutting the door behind him and advancing, his cold stare slicing through Qinglin Zhao's face like a scalpel. "She is missing, Qinglin Zhao. The last examination was conducted by you. Did you notice anything unusual?" Qinglin Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, leaning back against his chair with an air of detachment. Mrs. Ling's physical condition and emotional state were stable at that time, and her wounds were healing well. My instructions were merely for rest and regular observation. I do not understand what you mean by unusual, Mr. Ling. Do not understand? Ling Feiyan leaned forward sharply, resting his hands on the desk, closing the distance between them, the atmosphere thick with tension. She ran away. Just last night. How could someone who was under constant supervision and couldn't even leave the door simply disappear? Qinglin Zhao, when you last saw her, Did she say anything to you? Or did you say something to her? His accusations were nearly naked in their suspicion. Qinglin Zhao met his gaze without flinching. His expression unruffled, though the glint behind his golden-rimmed glasses grew slightly colder. Mr. Ling, please be mindful of your words. I am a physician. My duty is to treat and comfort patients, not to pry into their private lives, nor to involve myself in your family matters. To me, Mrs. Ling is simply a patient in need of treatment. As for why she left, I believe you are more aware than I. He paused. A hint of barely detectable mockery in his tone. Or do you believe, Mr. Ling, that I carried her away in my medical bag? You. Ling Feiyan was met with his firm rebuttal, and Qinglin Zhao's quiet scoff felt like a provocation. Ling Feiyan stared intensely at Qinglin Zhao, attempting to uncover any hint of guilt on his face. Qinglin Zhao's expression was flawlessly composed, save for a flicker of annoyance at the unfounded accusations. Overwhelmed by a sense of frustration and fury with no outlet, Ling Feiyan straightened abruptly, his eyes dark and menacing. It is best for you to have no involvement in this, Qinglin Zhao. If I discover that you have meddled in this matter in any way. He left the threat hanging, but the unspoken menace loomed larger than any words. With one last fierce glare at Qinglin Zhao, he spun on his heel and slammed the door behind him, leaving the office in a heavy silence. Qinglin Zhao watched the still quaking door, slowly and deliberately removing his glasses to massage his temples. Only he knew that the hand he had pressed against the desk was slightly pale from the tension. It was not until the familiar, violent footsteps of Ling Feiyan faded entirely down the corridor that he let out a nearly imperceptible sigh of relief. As he replaced his glasses, a profound concern flitted through his eyes but was swiftly replaced by determination. He needed to exercise greater caution. At that moment, aboard a dilapidated long-distance bus that had already traveled hundreds of kilometers, swaying and filled with a medley of odors, sat a woman dressed in an old cashmere coat. Wrapped in a cream cardigan, her complexion as pale as paper yet her gaze remarkably serene and clear. She gazed out at the rapidly passing, increasingly unfamiliar southern hilly landscape, her hands tightly clutching a yellowed paper with the address of a distant small town written upon it. The bus window reflected her blurred silhouette. And within her once desperate and lifeless eyes now resided only a cold determination and a hint of bewilderment at this newfound lease on life. She did not look back at the opulent tomb that had imprisoned her for 2 years, burying her love and child, a place she once called home. With a decisive turn, she left behind any lingering attachment. Xiang Jian had perished in the cataclysmic storm of the previous night. The woman stepping off this rickety long-distance bus would be a stranger without a past, one who must sever all ties to her former life, facing only an uncertain future. Chapter 13, Anesthesia. Xiang Jian's disappearance was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending tumultuous waves throughout Ling Feiyan's world. After the initial fury and provocation, a more complex restlessness emerged within him, one that he could not precisely define, akin to a thick, viscous haze that enveloped him day after day. It showed no signs of dissipating, but rather weighed heavily on his heart, seeping into every crevice of his life. He summoned every resource at his disposal, employing a renowned team of private detectives known for their cunning methods and extensive networks within the industry, as well as the vast information network of the Ling Group, capable of prying into many people's privacy. He even reached out to certain contacts who operated in the gray areas of the law, motivated solely by lucrative commissions. An invisible yet impenetrable web was silently cast, covering the city and beyond, as he vowed to retrieve the woman who had dared to escape so decisively, ensuring she faced the consequences of her betrayal and flight. Utilizing these resources was second nature to him, as effortless as breathing. The Ling family's commercial empire was built upon less than savory foundations. His grandfather, Ling Xiaoquan, had amassed his fortune through audacious cross-border gray market trading during sensitive times, resulting in a bloody accumulation of wealth. His father, Ling Yaohui, was infamous for his iron-fisted and ruthless tactics, having resorted to extreme measures to seize crucial land, driving previous owners to ruin, an open secret in the family's history. Ling Feiyan himself had once employed unsavory methods during his early days in charge of the group to assert his authority and eliminate obstacles, creating numerous long-lasting enmities. Now, in pursuit of Xiang Jian, he unhesitatingly activated the gray web concealed beneath the glossy facade of commerce. However, as time passed, the web returned empty-handed. Xiang Jian seemed to have evaporated into the ocean, a mere drop of water lost. Every lead, after tracing to a damp, obscure small town in the south, abruptly vanished, as if an invisible hand had wiped them away. The feedback from the detectives was monotonously uniform. The Xiang family had long fallen into decline, burdened by debt. And the once sycophantic relatives had severed ties with Xiang Jian, fearing any association. Even distant relatives, with whom there was no connection, were unaware of her whereabouts. Nor did anyone truly care. This utter and nearly humiliating inability to locate her struck him like a muffled punch against cotton, causing the pent-up fury within Ling Fian to turn inward, intensifying its ferocity. His temper became increasingly unpredictable, elusive. The headquarters of Ling Yun Group felt as though it had been plunged into a vast hyperbaric chamber, low pressure saturating every floor and office. Executives reported their work with trepidation, walking on eggshells, fearful that even the slightest data discrepancy or an ill-chosen phrase could provoke this tightly wound volcano, ready to erupt. Secretaries often huddled at the entrance of Ling Fian's office, playing rock paper scissors to determine who would deliver coffee. And 2 secretaries had already fled the president's office in tears due to the inopportune temperature of their brews. During a strategic review meeting that morning, the marketing director cautiously presented the promotional plan for the next quarter, flipping to a slide depicting the budget allocation for new media channels. We believe that the ROI from KOL placements is currently higher than traditional advertising, and we recommend increasing this budget by 15%. The director's voice was laced with evident caution. Ling Fian sat at the end of the long table, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the polished mahogany surface, producing a dull thud. His gaze fell on the chart, yet it seemed to penetrate through it, fixating on some point of emptiness. The room was deathly silent, save for the director's dry explanations and the disconcerting rhythm of his tapping. Suddenly, the tapping ceased. Ling Fian leaned slightly forward, his voice low yet chilling, instantly freezing the air. What is the basis for this 15%? The director paused momentarily before quickly responding. It is based on the actual conversion data model from the top KOLs we collaborated with last quarter. Model? Ling Fian interrupted, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade. Which model? Who constructed it? How many variables were considered in the parameters? What is the weight of market sentiment fluctuations? Did you account for the interference factors from competitors during the same period? Or is this 15% merely a figure you plucked from thin air? With each question he posed, the marketing director's complexion paled further, beads of sweat forming on his brow. These questions were not unanswerable, but under the crushing pressure of Ling Fian's formidable presence, any hint of hesitation or uncertainty was magnified exponentially. The model was constructed by the market analysis team. You need to go back and ask? Ling Fian slammed his hand on the table, the sound reverberating in the enclosed conference room, causing everyone to flinch. You earn a 7-figure salary. And in a critical decision-making meeting, you tell me you need to ask your subordinates? What do I have you in this position for? To do nothing? He seized the report on the table, casting it aside without a glance, directly in front of the director, full of flaws. Worthless. Revise it. By 9 tomorrow morning. I want to see a report that convinces me, detailing every source of data. If you can't deliver, there are plenty of people who can take your place as director. The meeting concluded in an oppressive atmosphere. Executives filed out one by one, each wearing a grave expression, too afraid to converse. Ling Fian remained alone in the conference room, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. He irritably loosened his tie, the nameless fire still smoldering in his chest. Yet he recognized that this anger was not solely directed at the imperfect report. It was merely a misdirected rage, a violent reaction to his own loss of control and powerlessness over certain matters. The empty corner, the vanished figure, haunted him like a specter, effortlessly dragging his attention into the abyss even during the most crucial business meetings. Amidst this tumultuous haze, the figure of Qin Miaoxin grew increasingly vivid and significant. She immediately sensed Ling Fian's unusual agitation and the profound void within him. The disappearance of Xiang Jian was undoubtedly an opportunity she had long anticipated and could not afford to miss. She swiftly and seamlessly moved into the hillside villa, adopting the role of future mistress, confidently taking over the management of the household, meticulously soothing Ling Fian, and attentively tending to his needs. She endeavored to fill every inch of the void left by Xiang Jian's absence with her warmth, brilliance, and omnipresent aura, impatiently overlaying it with her own mark. Her initiative, enthusiasm, and boldness temporarily dulled Ling Fian's inner turmoil, providing an outlet for the pent-up fury and indescribable emptiness within him. Her flattery and physical allure acted as a potent remedy, perfectly satisfying his primal physiological needs and offering a straightforward means of release. She understood how to please him. How to envelop him with adoration and admiration, which also satiated his powerful need for control and male vanity. At night, her graceful form nestled against him like water. Her fingertips tracing ambiguous circles on his taut chest, her kisses landing delicately on his jaw, her voice sweet as honey. Fian, don't let those irrelevant matters trouble you. Look at me, I'm the only one here. I just want to make you happy. Her kisses were fervent and direct, carrying an undeniable heat of invitation. At such moments, Ling Fian would often respond almost violently, as though clinging to a piece of driftwood. He craved this extreme physical contact to forget the chaos in his mind, seeking to validate his sense of control and existence through her. He would tightly embrace her, pouring all his restlessness, doubts, and unanchored energy into this physical contest. Desire blazed like a wildfire, consuming fleeting rationality. In this fervent exchange, he was wholly engaged, even fervent. He would clasp her wrist firmly, exhaling hot breaths into her ear, his movements imbued with a near-punitive intensity, as if by conquering this vibrant body before him, he could combat some uncontrollable turmoil. Qin Miaoxin interpreted his passion as a yearning and dependence on her, filling her with pride and prompting her to respond even more ardently. Yet, whenever the fervor subsided, and sweat cooled, leaving only the silence of their shared breaths, that inexplicable emptiness and agitation would surge back, more tumultuous than before. He would habitually reach for the cigarette box on the bedside table, lighting one and silently inhaling the smoke. Nicotine could not smooth the creases deep within his heart. Qin Miaoxin would often snuggle up to him, tracing circles on his damp chest with her fingers, whispering sweet nothings filled with hopeful visions of the future. Or belittling Xiang Jian to elevate herself. Fian, let us always be like this, shall we? Just the two of us. That Xiang Jian doesn't understand you at all. She is as dull as a log, unworthy of you. In the past, Ling Fian might have responded vaguely, perhaps even relishing the superiority brought by such comparisons. But now, in those moments, hearing Xiang Jian's name would prick his heart like a sharp needle, a complex and ineffable emotion quietly spreading within him. He would inexplicably recall Xiang Jian's awkwardness in that particular situation, her passivity, and the ever-present hint of fear and trembling, like a startled little beast. Compared to Qin Miaoxin's expertise and passionate fire, that was a wholly different, even tedious experience. But why, in the stillness of night, after physical satisfaction, did his mind flicker with the memory of her tear-filled, terrified eyes, or those filled with hatred in the final moment, rather than the passionate body beside him? A sudden, baseless irritation would cause him to furrow his brow, subconsciously shifting his body slightly away, avoiding Qin Miaoxin's overly clingy touch. The strong scent of her perfume, an aphrodisiac in the heat of passion, became somewhat pungent in the aftermath, making him long for a faint, clean, bittersweet aroma that could only be captured up close in moments of profound stillness, now hauntingly vivid. I'm tired, let us sleep. He often interrupted Qin Miaoxin's tender words with a few curt phrases, his voice tinged with a hoarse detachment after desire faded. He would then turn away, leaving behind a cold silhouette, as if the passionate man from moments ago was merely an illusion. Qin Miaoxin gazed at his suddenly cold back, her perfect smile freezing on her face, her inner satisfaction swiftly replaced by confusion and a hint of unease. She could not understand why he seemed more distant after their bodies had been so intimate. Her nails dug quietly into her palm. Yet she reassured herself that it was merely due to his recent stress, and she needed to be more patient. Ling Fian began spending increasingly more time at the office or alone in his study, handling work late into the night. He attempted to numb himself with work. Yet the shadow of that woman infiltrated every aspect of his life. He would unconsciously glance at that farthest corner of the dining room, now empty, the dishes arranged neatly. Devoid of that frail figure who once ate silently, he would find himself inexplicably irritated by the ginseng soup served by the maid, not matching the subtle nuances of his memory, and after dismissing her, he would be momentarily struck by the recollection that Xiang Jian would occasionally remind the kitchen to keep track of time. He even thought he caught a faint trace of her scent, mingled with a slight medicinal bitterness and an almost imperceptible, nerve-wracking metallic tang. Upon returning to the bedroom one late night, causing a sudden pang in his heart, rendering him breathless. What troubled him further was that his relationship with Qin Miaoxin, after a brief solace in the beginning, had become dull, even inducing a sense of inexplicable discomfort and fatigue. Qin Miaoxin's perfection resembled a meticulously crafted mask, beautiful yet lifeless. Meanwhile, Xiang Jian, the woman he had never attempted to understand, consistently intruded upon his thoughts with her clumsy yet genuine gestures. Fragments of memories he had once discarded began to resurface, becoming alarmingly clear, replaying incessantly and silently interrogating his previously unwavering convictions. He continued to accompany Chen Miaoxin to necessary business gatherings and high-profile dinners. She remained as radiant as ever, like a proud peacock, mingling among the guests with laughter and charm, effortlessly attracting numerous appreciative or covetous gazes. An important business partner teased Ling Fian, "You are indeed fortunate, Mr. Ling. Miss Chen is not only beautiful but also exceptionally charming. You must keep a close eye on her, lest other young talents steal her away. I just saw young Master Li engaging in lively conversation with her, they seemed quite compatible." Ling Fian maintained a mask of indifference. Following the others' gaze to see Chen Miaoxin laughing warmly with the well-known young heir, his hand seemingly resting casually on her waist. While she did not immediately shy away but rather laughed exuberantly, her body language intimate to the point of impropriety. That heir was infamous for his playboy reputation, changing partners more frequently than he changed clothes. In the past, Ling Fian might not have cared, even welcoming it as proof of his partner's allure, indirectly reinforcing his own status. Yet at this moment, witnessing that scene, he felt an overwhelming surge of annoyance and an unsettling sense of offense. He approached with a neutral expression, unceremoniously wrapping his arm around Chen Miaoxin's waist with considerable force, almost pulling her away from that man. "Fian?" Chen Miaoxin looked up at him in surprise, a flicker of triumph flashing in her eyes, mistakenly interpreting his displeasure as intense possessiveness and jealousy, which thrilled her inwardly. Ling Fian did not meet her gaze, merely nodding coldly at the somewhat embarrassed heir, his tone distant, "Excuse us." He then half forcibly led Chen Miaoxin away from the bustling banquet hall. In the returning car, Chen Miaoxin nestled against him, sweetly explaining with a hint of appeasement, "Fian. What's wrong? That was just a casual social interaction. Young Master Li's family has a partnership with Ling's, and I couldn't just ignore him." Ling Fian remained silent, staring out at the swiftly passing neon lights, the city's vibrancy flickering in the depths of his profound gaze. He suddenly recalled that Xiang Jian would never behave like this. She was seldom required to attend such events, even when she did. She would quietly occupy the least conspicuous corner, minimizing her presence, like a silent sensitive plant. She always avoided contact with any male, her gaze lowered. And when she occasionally lifted her eyes, they would be filled with a complex array of emotions, seemingly reflecting only him, even if they brimmed with fear, sadness, and resignation. This uncontrollable thought made him even more agitated. How could he be thinking of that deceiver? The woman who had stolen something, carrying an unknown child, ultimately choosing to escape. Everything about her was a facade, a deceit. He attempted to suppress the burgeoning, inexplicable emotions with anger, yet this unfounded sentiment, like a seed, once inadvertently sown, would silently seek out cracks, taking root and blossoming. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Miaoxin's kiss followed closely behind. Ling Fian's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He discreetly pushed her away and rose to pour himself a glass of strong whiskey from the cabinet. The amber liquid swirled in the ice-filled glass, reflecting his somewhat obscure and tormented gaze. "Well," he said, his tone noticeably absent, "it's getting late, you should rest early. There are some urgent documents at the company that need addressing." Chen Miaoxin observed the sudden coldness in his demeanor, her perfect smile faltering for an instant. A fleeting shadow of suppressed anger and gloom crossed her eyes, while her meticulously manicured nails quietly dug into her palm, leaving faint crescent imprints. Yet she swiftly regained her composure, exhibiting unparalleled thoughtfulness and grace, nodding gently, "All right, but do not stay up too late, your health is of utmost importance. Shall I prepare a cup of warm milk and leave it at the study door?" Upon receiving a negative response, she elegantly turned to leave. However, the moment she returned to her guest room, the gentle smile on her face vanished entirely. Approaching the vanity, she gazed at her beautiful yet somewhat distorted reflection. Earlier, at the banquet, Ling Fian's sudden possessiveness had brought her a sense of secret delight. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that the emotion in his eyes was not one of love or jealousy, but rather an expression of displeasure at a perceived violation of his possessions. A sense of irritation? "Xiang Jian is all because of you," she muttered through clenched teeth, her eyes brimming with resentment. A pitiful, utterly useless woman, merely a shadow. How dare she continue to haunt him after her departure? She seized a delicate jewelry box and hurled it onto the soft carpet, producing a muffled thud. She could not accept it. Ling Fian could only belong to her, and the position of the Ling family matriarch was solely hers. She had invested so much effort and meticulously crafted plans, finally managing to make that stumbling block, Xiang Jian, vanish. There could be no deviation from her carefully laid out strategy. Calming herself, her mind raced. Ling Fian's current abnormality might merely be a temporary discomfort. She needed to be more patient, more gentle, and more attentive. Simultaneously, she must meticulously erase any possible traces, ensuring that no person or circumstance would link her to those events. She recalled having thoroughly destroyed all items that needed handling, flushing them down the drain. Those she needed to dismiss had been compensated through intermediaries to ensure silence. Fian was merely momentarily confused. Facing the mirror, she reshaped her confident smile. Soon, he would completely forget that woman. Only I am by his side, worthy of him. Chapter 14, a web of doubts. Time crawled in the agonizing wait, each moment an invisible torment for Ling Fian. He felt like a beast trapped in a cage. Irritable and enraged, yet helpless against the unseen bars. The detective agency still had no breakthrough, every phone call from them, cautious and apologetic, doused the remnants of hope within him like cold water, leaving only a deeper sense of anxiety and powerlessness. He felt as if he were trudging through an impenetrable fog. Surrounded by silent walls, and no matter which direction he swung his fists, he could only strike at emptiness, utterly futile. Just as he was about to be driven mad by this feeling of helplessness, beginning to doubt whether Xiang Jian could truly vanish without a trace, even entertaining darker, more unsettling possibilities, there was a knock at the office door. His chief secretary, with a hint of barely perceptible tension, ushered in the head of the private detective agency. The visitor maintained the same understated yet competent demeanor, though a greater gravity lingered in his brow than before. Mr. Ling, the head nodded slightly, placing a thin folder on the broad office desk. Ling Fian did not immediately reach for it, his gaze, akin to that of a hawk, was fixed on the man's face, attempting to decipher any unusual hints within. Speak, his voice was hoarse, tinged with the fatigue of prolonged sleeplessness and suppressed urgency. The head took a deep breath, clearly not optimistic about this report. I regret to inform you, Mr. Ling, that we still lack concrete leads on Miss Xiang's whereabouts. The investigations in the south have encountered a bottleneck, all records at transportation hubs have been checked, but no matching identity information has been found. She may have left through unofficial channels, or someone has taken extreme measures to erase her traces. We have expanded our search, but it will require time. Ling Fian's jawline tightened abruptly, a storm brewing in his eyes, nearly on the verge of eruption. He had expended vast sums and mobilized numerous resources. Yet all he received in return were the hollow words of delayed timelines. With a swift motion, he seized the report, flipping through it violently. The pages rustled under his grip, each one reiterating failure and futility. His breathing grew labored, veins throbbing at his temples. Just as his anger was about to breach its limits and incinerate everything in his sight, his eyes caught the final page of the report. This appeared to be an ancillary note, more like an internal procedural cross-checking record, typically overlooked. However, these seemingly routine lines of text struck him like a cold bolt of lightning. Information review note: upon cross-referencing the communications records of all associated individuals, including deactivated numbers, from the week prior to the target individual, Xiang Jian, miscarriage incident, an anomaly was discovered. Note: Ms. Qin Miaoxin, one of the associated individuals, had a phone call lasting approximately 1.5 minutes with Kong'an Private Clinic, located in the suburban area of the Western District. Registered under Lu Mumu, known for poor reputation and penalized for violations, the day before the incident, via an unregistered prepaid number, local area, now deactivated. From site information, provided by an informant, unverified, the clinic, aside from routine medical services, may be suspected of providing certain undisclosed special drug consultations and transactions. Ling Fian fixated on those brief lines, his gaze abruptly solidifying as if he intended to burn through the paper. His fingers unconsciously tightened, the rigid folder creaking under the immense pressure of his grip, the edges of the paper embedding deeply into his palm, leaving crimson imprints. Private clinic? Special drugs? Each word pierced his mind like a cold dagger, striking deep into a corner he had deliberately forgotten. A deeper, long-ignored doubt suddenly resurfaced: how could Qin Miaoxin so adeptly locate such underground channels providing special drugs? This was not the privilege of a sheltered young lady. Unless she already knew where to procure such items, akin to her father, Chen Wuqing, who handled the Ling family's dirty work in the past. He abruptly raised his head. Not out of anger, but due to a sudden, spine-chilling realization. His mind, like a thick fog being cleaved apart by a stark white lightning bolt, vividly recalled a scene he had long overlooked, Xiang Jian being urgently rushed to the hospital, her pallid visage like paper. The gurney beneath her seeping with alarming amounts of blood, nearly staining the emergency corridor's floor red, and the seasoned obstetrician he had hired with great expense. After the surgery concluded, removing her mask, her face etched with fatigue and an indescribable hint of confusion, had privately whispered to him, "Mr. Ling, the circumstances surrounding Mrs. Ling's miscarriage are somewhat unusual. The volume of bleeding far exceeds normal expectations. And the degree of damage to the endometrium does not entirely align with the signs of a natural miscarriage. It appears more akin to the result of misuse or contact with extremely potent blood-activating drugs. Of course, this is merely a personal conjecture based on clinical experience. The specific reasons require further detailed investigation." At that moment, he was entirely consumed by the overwhelming fury of the wild child and the searing shame of betrayal. His rationality had long since been reduced to ashes. He could not hear any words of caution, dismissing even the doctor's prudent advice as mere excuses for that indiscreet woman. Or as yet another mockery of fate, which only hardened his heart further, convinced that it was a self-inflicted wound upon Xiang Jian. Was it truly not an accident? A chilling, dark, and terrifying thought slithered into his mind like a long-dormant serpent, finally awakening to the scent of blood, surging from the abyss to coil around his heart, exhaling a crimson and lethal venom. The calamity that claimed their child, nearly costing Xiang Jian her life and ultimately leading their relationship to an irreversible chasm, was not an accident? A suppressed, almost suffocating gasp escaped his throat. He abruptly raised his hand, pressing hard against his suddenly throbbing temples, while his other hand braced against the desk, barely steadying his slightly swaying body. The lead detective was taken aback by the horrifying change in his demeanor. Instinctively stepping forward, "Mr. Ling?" Ling Fian sharply raised his hand, halting the detective's approach. His fingers trembled slightly, requiring immense self-control to suppress the terror and horrific speculations that threatened to erupt from his chest. After a few seconds of suffocating silence, he lifted his gaze once more, forcing down all emotions, leaving only a chilling, almost terrifying stillness. He picked up the internal phone on the desk, his fingers whitening from the pressure, and dialed a number. "Reprioritize the investigation into Xiang Jian's case. I want the highest level of inquiry reinitiated. Add a core objective, conduct a thorough investigation into Qin Miaoxin. I demand to know every detail of her social circle over the past 3 years, down to every minute of call records and base station locations. All financial transactions under her name and her family's, regardless of amount or location, nothing must be overlooked, particularly during the month before and after Xiang Jian's incident. Any detail, any anomaly, any suspicious persons who have had contact with her must not be missed. Utilize all necessary means. I authorize you to employ the highest level of access. I want to see the report at the fastest possible speed." He nearly ground his teeth as he finished the last few words. Pausing momentarily before lowering his voice to add a few more, "Conduct this in secrecy," and then he slammed the receiver down. The sound echoed harshly in the overly quiet office. After hanging up, Ling Fian felt as though all his strength had been drained. As if an invisible boulder had crushed him, heavily leaning back against the wide leather chair. A chilling sensation, not from the air conditioning, crept slowly up his spine, instantaneously spreading through his limbs, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his fingertips icy. What if Xiang Jian had not lied? What if that child, whom he had deemed a wild offspring and had never expected, even deliberately ignored and despised, truly was his? What if the incident that led to everything unraveling, pushing him to the utmost cruelty and causing him to commit irreversible actions against her, was not an accident, but rather he abruptly closed his eyes, unwilling to continue down that path of thought. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible and frigid hand. The suffocating pain accompanied by an unprecedented panic and self-doubt that threatened to consume him entirely. The study was dimly lit, illuminated only by the brilliant glow of the city outside at dusk, outlining his rigid form like a cold statue, half immersed in shadow and half stained by false prosperity. In the darkness, he vividly recalled the last look Xiang Jian had given him in the hospital corridor, just as she had been pulled back from the brink of death. Her face ghostly pale, those once timid, pitiful eyes filled with a fleeting plea, now replaced by an abyss of despair and a searing hatred that burned like a red-hot iron, indelibly seared into his memory. As if he could hear the sound of flesh crisping, All those accusations he had scoffed at, the justifications he had impatiently dismissed, the details she had hesitated to voice, which he had categorized as feeble excuses, now surged forth like sharp shards, relentlessly battering and tearing at his previously impregnable fortress of understanding. A profound sense of regret and doubt, almost tearing him apart, surged like boiling magma, desperately seeking an escape within his cold, hardened shell. His usual ruthlessness, decisiveness, and indifference twisted into an extreme, unseen inner turmoil and agony. He had once loathed the uncontrollable stirrings of his heart, yet found himself uncontrollably unleashing complex desires and violent rage upon that frail, delicate body, that child, whom he had deemed a mark of shame and longed to erase, might indeed be his only flesh and blood, the woman he had brutally cast aside. Allowing her to fall into the icy pool of blood until she ultimately vanished, everything about her now turned into the sharpest boomerang, whistling back with fierce precision, piercing him utterly, causing his soul to tremble violently in anguish. For the first time, he clearly and fearfully realized that he might truly be wrong. And not just wrong, but grotesquely so. Cruelly mistaken, perhaps beyond redemption. However, amidst this tumultuous sea of self-doubt and fear threatening to engulf him entirely, there came a gentle knock at the study door. Before he could respond, Chen Miaoxin entered, holding a cup of warm milk, her face adorned with just the right amount of concern and tenderness. "Fian, I heard the detectives have arrived? Or is there still no news?" Her voice was gentle enough to drip with sweetness, accompanied by a sigh that was perfectly timed. "Don't be too disheartened, perhaps she simply doesn't want to be disturbed. Look at you, you've lost weight, I truly feel for you." She approached him, naturally intending to place the milk on the desk, her soft arm reaching to encircle his taut neck, her fingertips attempting to smooth the furrow between his brows. "Don't tire yourself, let those unhappy matters and people pass. I will always be here for you, forever by your side." Had it been before, he might have relished this seemingly innocuous warmth, even seeking physical solace and brief forgetfulness in her softness. But at that moment, just as her fingertips were about to brush his skin, Ling Fian almost instinctively stood up abruptly, his movement swift and marked by an unintentional, palpable resistance, narrowly avoiding her touch. "Put it down," he said, his voice unusually hoarse and dry, not even glancing at her, his gaze fixated on some empty point outside the window. Chen Miaoxin's arm froze in midair, her perfect smile instantly solidifying, a flicker of disbelief and a surge of panic flashing in her eyes. She gazed at his cold, tense profile and the unprecedented, direct, and icy rejection he had displayed, a wave of immense fear and humiliated anger overwhelming her meticulously maintained confidence and facade. Was he truly avoiding her? Under the lights, her features remained exquisite and flawless, her concern striving to maintain its sincerity, everything appearing seemingly impeccable and warmly captivating. Yet Ling Fian raised his head, looking at the familiar, enchanting face before him, contrasting it with the chilling report in his mind, the terrifying hypothesis that froze his blood, and the fleeting memories of another woman alongside her last desperate gaze. The overwhelming sense of dissonance and foggy confusion ensnared him, dragging him deeper into bewilderment and suffocating silence. He needed evidence, something irrefutable to shatter this stifling haze. The first name that surfaced in his mind, someone he might have some knowledge of yet vehemently shunned, was Qing Linchao, the man who had persistently remained by Xiang Jian's side, even willing to oppose him. The shadow of the truth flickered violently in the dense fog, brightening and dimming. Doubt had already taken root and was growing at an unprecedented pace, yet the evidence remained obscured, the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty, where each step could lead him deeper into a trap. Until he found conclusive proof, he could only suppress the tumultuous emotions that threatened to tear him apart. Maintaining a facade of calm and indifference through a near self-torturous self-discipline, despite the upheaval within his heart. The fog was gradually dissipating, revealing not the dawn, but deeper suspicions and more terrifying possibilities, wrapping around him like thorny vines that grew increasingly tight, causing his heart to ache, each breath laden with a metallic taste of blood. Chapter 15, lurking Ling Fian's inner turmoil was completely masked by a layer of cold and flawless composure. Since he had issued a directive for a thorough investigation of the detective agency, he had slipped into an almost eerie tranquility. No longer was he the irritable figure of the past, but rather a deeper, more inscrutable stillness. He resembled a beast lying in wait before a storm, retracting all its claws, burying the swirling doubts, gnawing regrets, and the horrifying possibilities he dared not contemplate beneath a facade of calm that belied the tempest within. Leaving only a pair of increasingly profound and piercing eyes, coolly surveying his surroundings, awaiting the moment for a decisive strike. However, the colossal machinery of commerce never halts for personal emotions. At this delicate juncture, Chen Miaoxin's father, Chen Wuqing, the chairman of the Chen Group, personally visited, bringing forth a collaboration proposal that would tempt any businessman. In the reception room of the Ling Group's upper echelons, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Chen Wuqing, slightly portly, wore his customary, somewhat slick smile, yet his shrewd eyes betrayed a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. "Fian, my dear nephew." Chen Wuqing chuckled, his tone warm as if addressing a family member. "I know you've been quite busy lately, I truly shouldn't have interrupted you." He rubbed his hands together, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice as if to share a monumental secret. "However, there's a rare opportunity one believe we must sit down and discuss. I can't trust anyone else, only the Ling Group, only you, General Ling, possess the strength and audacity to take this on." He took the tablet from his secretary, skillfully bringing up the relevant information, the land for the comprehensive project in the western city, with official news stating that bidding would officially commence next month. The preliminary budget was astonishingly high. He gestured with his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed and urgency. "This is a prime opportunity. But to feast alone would be perilous. The risks are concentrated. How many eyes are watching? If we join forces, the situation would be entirely different. With the Ling Group's robust capital and brand influence, coupled with our Chen Group's decades of deep-rooted connections and development experience, it would be a perfect match, a formidable alliance. Winning the bid would be a near certainty." Ling Fian languidly reclined on the luxurious Italian leather sofa, his long fingers unconsciously tracing the warm porcelain cup surface, his gaze calm as still water. Resting on Chen Wuqing's slightly glistening face, which was alight with excitement, yet he did not immediately respond. He was well aware of the Western City project. The Ling Group's internal strategic assessment department had already submitted a thick stack of analysis reports. It was indeed a tempting prize, but the competition was fierce. And the hidden dangers were plentiful, far from the ease with which Chen Wuqing spoke. More importantly, he understood the current state of the Chen Group all too well. Though the financial reports of the past 2 years appeared stable, the profit margins of several core business sectors were in decline, many projects delayed. And rumors about their strained cash flow and shifting resources were no longer secrets. Ling Fian knew better than anyone the source of the Chen family's inflated facade. Their wealth relied heavily on the benefits trickling down from the Ling family and the substantial rewards from handling gray operations, rather than on healthy profit margins. Should they lose the Ling family's protection and resource allocation, or if the Ling family decided to sever ties with the past, the seemingly colossal Chen Group would immediately reveal its myriad flaws, sinking in an instant. Chen Wuqing's current urgency only confirmed that the Ling family's support might be dwindling. Or that Ling Fian, after taking the helm, had intentionally tightened their dependency, leading them to lose their most vital cash flow source. Chen Wuqing's choice to seek collaboration at this moment, with such desperation, laid bare his intentions of a last-ditch effort. "Uncle Chen, your sources are indeed astute." Ling Fian finally spoke, his tone steady, devoid of any discernible emotion, neither displaying eagerness nor outright refusal. "The Ling Group has indeed been monitoring this project. As for the prospects, they seem promising." He subtly shifted his tone, his gaze sharp as a surgical knife, seemingly casual yet laced with invisible pressure directed at Chen Wuqing. "However, collaboration, especially of this strategic nature, is no trifling matter. Merely having good prospects is insufficient, a solid foundation is required to support it. Has the Chen Group adequately prepared for this project? I mean, in terms of financial reserves, risk management plans, and team configurations." He deliberately slowed his speech, each word landing like a gentle tap on Chen Wuqing's heart. The smile on Chen Wuqing's face momentarily stiffened, as if pricked by an invisible needle, only to quickly expand again, even adopting a hint of exaggerated enthusiasm, attempting to mask that fleeting lapse. "Fian, what are you saying? Haha, you're being overly cautious. Our Chen Group has weathered storms for decades, our strength and credibility are well known. We are absolutely reliable." His words quickened, revealing a hint of urgency. "The relevant qualification documents, detailed project plans, and top-notch operational teams are all top-tier. We have been fully prepared. As long as you, General Ling, give the nod, we can immediately organize a team to connect with you, ensuring you see the utmost sincerity and tangible strength from our Chen Group." He did not even wait for Ling Fian to delve into specific details before he began to eloquently paint the grand vision of their collaboration. ardently embellishing the immense profits and boundless prospects, repeatedly emphasizing the so-called unique resources and irreplaceable value that the Qin Group could bring. His eagerness to secure the deal almost palpable. Ling Fian listened quietly, occasionally lifting his teacup for a sip or nodding slightly. Yet he refrained from engaging in any substantive dialogue or making any commitments. He resembled an experienced angler, patiently observing the fish circling eagerly around the bait. The deliberately obfuscated key financial data in Chen Wuqing's discourse, the risk points he avoided discussing, along with the underlying restlessness and anxiety that could not be entirely concealed by enthusiasm, all served as clear signals, further validating Ling Fian's judgment that the internal loopholes within the Chen Group were likely at a critical juncture. This project was Chen Wuqing's last gamble. An attempt to mend the gaps, perhaps even to turn the tide. Let us hope I don't have to reach that point, Chen Miaoxin. He whispered coldly to himself. A plan to settle the Chen Group's accounts crystallizing in his mind. Settling the Chen Group was imperative, both publicly and privately. Privately. Should the final evidence point towards Chen Miaoxin, she would deserve her fate, publicly. Ling Fian had long been strategizing to gradually sever the Ling family's connections to the unsavory past. The Chen family, being the ones privy to the most secrets, posed the greatest risk. His father, Ling Yaohui, often succumbed to a paranoid fear in his later years, stemming precisely from this. In the present moment, taking advantage of the knife that Chen Miaoxin has presented, he aims to execute a thorough cleansing. He intends to silence the Chen family once and for all. This is not only an act of vengeance but also a means to sever a connection to a dark past for both himself and the Ling family. I am well aware of Chen Shu's sincerity and capabilities. As Chen Wuqing neared the brink of speechlessness, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Ling Fian leisurely set down his teacup, his tone remaining as calm as still water. However, as I mentioned earlier, the larger the project, the more caution is required. I need some time for the Ling Group's team to conduct a more detailed third-party assessment and risk analysis based on the information you have provided. After all, collaboration seeks long-term mutual benefit, steady progress and strategic advancement are far more essential than reckless haste, wouldn't you agree? He neither rejected the notion nor immediately consented, keeping the initiative firmly in his grasp. This intense tug-of-war and ambiguous stance made Chen Wuqing feel as if 25 mice were scratching at his insides. A turmoil of anxiety and unease. Hope was right before him, yet it felt as if separated by a frosted glass, indistinct and elusive. He could only force a smile, repeatedly affirming Ling Fian's prudence and composure, extolling his qualities as a great leader, while his inner turmoil threatened to overflow. After sending off the somewhat unsteady Chen Wuqing, Ling Fian stood alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the streams of vehicles below, resembling ants. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of his upright figure upon the polished floor, rendering him strikingly cold and solitary. Chen Wuqing's urgency felt like an unexpected gift. He calmly contemplated how to maximize the value of this gift. That evening, the atmosphere in Banshan Villa grew particularly nuanced. Chen Miaoxin had evidently received an urgent call from her father and had dressed meticulously, donning a figure-hugging spaghetti strap gown. The dinner was a romantically arranged candlelight affair, and her words dripped with sweetness and flattery, each glance and gesture laden with overt hints and seduction. "Fian, did your father visit you today?" "It must have been quite exhausting," she murmured, coiling into his embrace like a supple serpent, her voice sweet enough to produce honey. "That project in Qingxi is truly vital for our Chen family. Father said that as long as the Ling family is willing to take the lead, no obstacle is insurmountable. In time, our families will be closer, not merely business partners but a true family, wouldn't you agree? I will be your most perfect partner." Ling Fian lowered his gaze, observing her flawless performance with a mocking smile in his heart, though his face betrayed nothing. He cooperatively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. The gesture appeared intimate and flirtatious, yet his deep-set eyes reflected a clarity as cold as ice, devoid of any passionate currents. "Yes. Chen Shu did come. The project, well, it does sound intriguing," he replied in a tone as neutral as discussing the weather. His fingers seemingly brushing through her silk-like hair casually, yet his words shifted subtly. "However, business is business, and emotions are emotions. Especially with such a substantial investment. Clarity and thorough understanding are paramount." He paused, a familiar, mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips as his fingertips glided over her jawline. "Aren't you already family?" His response was deliberately ambiguous, neither offering the commitment she craved nor dismissing her feelings, soothing her momentary unease with a gesture of intimacy. Just as a sliver of doubt began to surface within Qin Miaoxin, his seemingly habitual actions quelled it. She laughed softly, throwing herself into his arms, redoubling her efforts to please him. In matters of romance, Ling Fian displayed astonishing self-control and acting prowess. He understood Qin Miaoxin's sensitivity and suspicion. He was not yet ready to raise any alarms. He played the role of a masterful musician, skillfully strumming each of her heartstrings. His kisses were at times tender and lingering, like a gentle spring breeze, and at other times fervent and passionate, imbued with an irresistible intensity. Each kiss was perfectly timed, offering her just enough sweetness while leaving behind an enticing aftertaste. As his fingertips grazed her skin, they were always tantalizingly close yet ever so slightly distant, prompting her to instinctively chase after that elusive touch. Miaoxin, his deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, filled with an intoxicating rasp, "You are breathtaking tonight." His fervent words expressed his admiration, enveloping her in the fulfillment of his expectations. She reveled in his alternating tenderness and assertiveness. Completely ensnared in the web of emotions he had woven for her, every fiber of her being immersed in the beauty he had crafted. Sweat beaded on Qin Fian's forehead, tracing down the chiseled line of his jaw. His breathing grew increasingly labored, the silence of the room amplifying its clarity. Just as she was on the verge of losing herself in passion, he abruptly halted, locking his heated gaze onto her dazed eyes, a half-smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Tell me, what do you desire?" This perfectly calibrated seduction rendered her powerless to resist. Helplessly calling his name as she became thoroughly lost in the labyrinth of desire he had constructed, Qin Fian flawlessly embodied the role of an enamored lover. Each reaction genuine and impeccable. Following their intimate encounter, he leaned against the headboard, his fingers entwined in her hair as he spoke languidly, as if engaged in casual conversation. "Today, I heard Qin Shu mention that your family's project in Southeast Asia last year was handled quite beautifully in the end. It seemed rather challenging at the time." Qin Miaoxin nestled against him, her body and spirit content, her guard lowered to its minimum. She responded lazily, "Yes, indeed. Father put in a great deal of effort to settle it, but thankfully, it's all behind us now." It was evident she preferred not to elaborate further. "Qin Shu's prowess is indeed remarkable," Ling Fian remarked with appropriate admiration, before seemingly recalling something. "However, I heard that the manager in charge of that project, Mr. Li, suddenly resigned? It was rather abrupt. Did he find a better opportunity?" Qin Miaoxin's body barely stiffened, though it was fleeting. She yawned, mumbling, "Perhaps, I'm not really sure. Father rarely lets me worry about company matters." She attempted to divert the conversation with a kiss. Ling Fian did not press further, merely following her lead, casually mentioning a few recent dealings between the Qin family and several banks, as well as the name of a subsidiary. Qin Miaoxin responded to each remark, her answers appearing casual, yet the subtle hesitations, brief lapses in speech, and her eagerness to steer the topic elsewhere sent ripples of suspicion through Ling Fian's mind. He was nearly certain that the internal issues within the Qin family were far more severe than external rumors suggested. During this peculiar exchange, Ling Fian indeed made time to seek out Qing Linchao. He drove to the hospital, filled with the scent of disinfectant, and intercepted the weary Qing Linchao at the end of the corridor, just after he had completed an emergency surgery. Upon seeing him, the fatigue on Qing Linchao's face was instantly replaced by cold mockery and unabashed disdain. "Ling Zhou?" he said, forcing a smile devoid of warmth. "What a rare visitor. Are you here to inspect the medical work, or do you wish to confirm whether anything belonging to you was inadvertently left behind and not properly cleaned up?" Ling Fian's jaw clenched tightly, suppressing the surge of anger that threatened to erupt, his voice chillingly calm. "I ask you, during Xiang Jian's hospitalization following her miscarriage, was there any other abnormality aside from the significant bleeding recorded by the doctors? Did she mention anything to you before or after? Any detail, no matter how minute, could be relevant." Qing Linchao responded with a derisive laugh, as if he had heard an exceedingly absurd joke. "Abnormality? The greatest abnormality is your own cold-heartedness, Ling Zhong. As for what she told me..." His gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, piercing directly at Ling Fian, advancing step by step. At that moment, she was so weak that even breathing was a struggle. "What could she possibly say to me? To express how regretful she was to have encountered you? To recount the nightmares that plagued her every night? Or to plead with me to find a way to help her escape that hellish existence, worse than death? He fixed his stare on Ling Fian, his voice lowered yet each word resonated with power. Ling Fian. Do you not find it absurdly late to come and ask these questions? When you unhesitatingly condemned her for betraying you, when she lay on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life, and you refused to even see her, where was your judgment? When you used the most venomous words to humiliate her, extinguishing her last shred of dignity and hope, where was your conscience? Now that she is gone, you begin to wonder what she had to say? I am sorry. I know nothing, and even if I did, I would have nothing to disclose. Ling Fian's countenance turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his nails digging deeply into his palms, bringing sharp pangs of pain. Qing Linchao observed Ling Fian, who neither spoke nor intended to leave. What further business do you have? Mr. Ling? Ling Fian, rarely hesitant, found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. After a deep breath, he finally inquired, Qing Linchao, I wish to ask. If a woman has been taking emergency contraceptive pills consistently after an incident, is it possible for her to become pregnant? Qing Linchao was noticeably taken aback. Then his expression morphed into one of disbelief, followed by palpable disdain. At this juncture, you still doubt Xiang Jian? He scoffed, yes, emergency contraceptive pills are not 100% effective. Especially when misused. But does that even matter? What matters is that you never believed in her from the very beginning. Ling Fian's complexion instantly paled. He parted his lips, only to find himself at a loss for words. Each of Qing Linchao's statements struck him like whips dipped in salt water, cruelly lashing at his already battered heart. Yet he found himself unable to refute, let alone retaliate. Meanwhile, the private investigators' in-depth investigation into Qin Miaoxin's affairs progressed at a maddeningly slow pace. The latest weekly report remained fixated on uncovering her private life and her close ties with several notorious wealthy young men, revealing several ambiguous relationships, her extravagant consumption habits, an affinity for purchasing limited edition luxury goods, and her vanity, often boasting about her relationship with Ling Fian. Such revelations, in the past, would have incited extreme displeasure, even fury, in the possessive Ling Fian. Yet at this moment, these trivial games of flirtation and material vanity seemed trivial, even ridiculous, compared to the horrifying truth looming over him regarding a tiny life that might be brutally extinguished. He did not display the slightest hint of concern as he had in the past. Instead, he listened to the report with calmness, even a hint of impatience. Then, with a voice as cold and devoid of emotion as ice, he instructed, these trivial matters do not warrant excessive attention for now. Concentrate all manpower and resources to trace the origin of the prepaid phone card mentioned in the initial report. I require irrefutable, undeniable evidence, clear purchase records, surveillance footage from convenience stores or telecom shops, any concrete proof that demonstrates that card was purchased by her or at her behest. Employ every technical means and resource. Spare no expense. I want results at the fastest speed. What he sought were not these superficial snippets of gossip, but rather the lethal evidence that would decisively nail the truth. The fog remained thick and oppressive, enveloping the surroundings. Yet he had begun to distinctly sense the nauseating scent of blood hidden beneath it. The hunter was poised, suppressing all impatience and emotions, leaving only supreme patience and cold calculation, awaiting that critical moment, the very instant that could seal the fate of the prey. Meanwhile, Chen's father and daughter remained immersed in their beautiful dream of climbing the towering Ling group, striving to escape their predicament, even pushing further, exerting all their efforts, even wagering everything, step by step, towards the center of the hunter's web that was silently unfolding. Inside the villa, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows on the two individuals with ulterior motives. Beneath the facade of warmth lay surging undercurrents and cold calculations. Chapter 16, The Truth 3 weeks after Xiang Jian's disappearance. A damp and cold anxiety replaced the initial rage, wrapping around Ling Fian's heart like a soaked blanket. Time stretched excruciatingly in the wait. Each unproductive search report seemed to challenge the limits of his patience. However, in stark contrast to his inner turmoil, Ling Fian's world fell into a peculiar balance. On the surface, he remained the omnipotent business titan, maintaining a seemingly close relationship with Qin Miaoxin, even occasionally attending business events with her. At this moment, he sat in the villa's dining room, facing a breakfast meticulously prepared by Qin Miaoxin. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dancing upon her carefully tended hair. Fian, try this. I specifically learned it from a Michelin chef, Chen Miaoxin said, pushing a delicate eggs benedict towards him, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. Ling Fian lifted his gaze to her. A perfectly measured smile curving his lips, thank you for your effort. He picked up the knife and fork, his movements elegant and proper. As if he were indeed a fortunate man relishing the tender care of a lover. Yet only he knew that every chew felt like swallowing sand. Ever since he had seen the report concerning the unregistered phone card and the private clinic, every glance he cast at Chen Miaoxin, every action she took, bore the weight of scrutiny. What are the plans for today? He casually inquired, his gaze keenly capturing every subtle change in her expression. Dad said he wanted to treat you to a meal, Chen Miaoxin feigned nonchalance, yet her fingertips involuntarily tightened, regarding the project in the west of the city. He has some new ideas he wishes to discuss with you. A glint of cold light flickered in Ling Fian's eyes, yet his smile deepened, great. I also have a few collaboration details I'd like to talk to Uncle Chen about. At that moment, he clearly realized that Chen Wuqing and Chen Miaoxin were strategizing a game, unaware that he had already seen through their moves and was setting his own trap. After breakfast, Ling Fian entered his study and immediately connected to the encrypted line of the detective agency. I need you to focus on two matters. His voice was as sharp as a blade. First, locate the whereabouts of Dr. Liu from the Kong'an clinic, no matter where he is hiding. Second, clarify who contacted the clinic for Chen Miaoxin. That intermediary must be uncovered. Mr. Ling, the other party is very cautious. The intermediary may have already received a hush fee. Hush fee? Ling Fian scoffed, the price that Ling's can offer will be 10-fold, 100-fold of Chen's. Matters that can be resolved with money have never been a problem. After hanging up, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze cold and steely. Chen Wuqing believed he could climb the towering Ling group through his daughter and save the precarious Chen business. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Ling Fian despised being schemed against the most. In the following days, Ling Fian maintained an outward calm. He dutifully attended dinners with Chen Wuqing and his daughter, engaging in lively conversation at the table, demonstrating just the right amount of interest in their collaborative project. He even allowed Chen Miaoxin to link her arm through his during business events, playing the part of a perfect couple before the cameras. Yet whenever he found himself alone, he would return to the computer, almost masochistically, reopening the enhanced footage from the old house's surveillance, focusing on the angle of the backyard viewing platform. Timestamped to the evening of Xiang Jian's miscarriage. The image remained blurry, filled with noise. However, he fixated on the figures of Chen Miaoxin and Xiang Jian. He observed Chen Miaoxin extending a teacup, noting Xiang Jian's obvious avoidance posture. Then, in the most crucial frames, he slowed the footage, magnified it, and enhanced it. In an exceedingly fleeting moment, nearly drowned out by noise, Chen Miaoxin's hand, holding the teacup, seemed to exhibit an imperceptibly rapid twitch of her little finger. A minuscule, almost negligible white powder-like substance fell from her fingertip into the cup. A chill swept through Ling Fian's mind, rendering it momentarily blank. His blood felt as if it had frozen in that instant. It was too vague, too unclear, he could not ascertain with certainty. Yet the seed of suspicion had already entwined itself like a vine in his heart. Fian, you seem rather distracted lately, Chen Miaoxin observed one evening, nestling beside him and tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. Ling Fian grasped her hand, his tone gentle yet unmistakably distant. There are many affairs at the company. And I've encountered difficulties in finding someone, it's rather exhausting. He sensed Chen Miaoxin's body stiffen slightly before she quickly relaxed again. That kind of person isn't worth your concern. She began, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Ling Fian's sudden rise. I will attend to some documents in the study, you should go to bed first. His voice remained steady, but a fleeting coldness in his gaze as he turned would have sent shivers down Chen Miaoxin's spine had she noticed it. In the study, Ling Fian replayed the surveillance footage once more. This time, the technical department had made a breakthrough, they enhanced the audio and captured a murky conversation. This tea is specifically instructed by the old lady, the younger sister must give some face. Chen Miaoxin's voice, processed but still carrying a tone of laughter, now sounded to Ling Fian like a viper's hiss. Just then, a secure phone rang. It was the head of the detective agency. Mr. Ling, we have found the intermediary. His name is Chong. A thug who specializes in handling these dirty jobs. Chen Miaoxin reached out to him through a third party and paid him 500,000 to keep quiet. Where is he? Ling Fian's voice was as cold as ice. He is already secured in a safe house in the suburbs. He admitted to helping Miss Chen procure that kind of drug from Kangen Clinic, said to handle unwanted troubles. Ling Fian's fingers tightened sharply, knuckles turning white. What about Dr. Liu? He is also under control. He stated that Miss Chen specifically requested the drug to be potent, to ensure absolute certainty. Absolute certainty. Those 4 words struck deep into his heart like a poisoned dagger. The child he had never anticipated, the child he had once spoken cruelly to, had indeed been meticulously plotted against for murder by Qin Miaoxin. And he, himself, had become the most ruthless accomplice in this conspiracy. A searing pain radiated from his heart as he bent over, unable to suppress his retching. All the cruel words he had hurled at Xiang Jian, all the harm he had inflicted, now transformed into sharp blades, rebounding upon himself. Time passed, and he slowly straightened, every emotion in his eyes frozen, leaving only a terrifying chill. Ling Fian's fingers clenched tighter, knuckles white. Is all the evidence complete? Yes, Mr. Ling, it is complete. Video, testimonies, transaction records, solid proof. The phone slipped from Ling Fian's hand, crashing onto the marble floor, the screen shattering. The study fell into a heavy silence. Ling Fian leaned back against the chair, a layer of frost coating his gaze. All the evidence was in place, it was time to ensnare them. He did not alert the authorities immediately. Ling Fian's vengeance was never impulsive, it was akin to a vibrant spider weaving its web, slow, precise, and lethal. The following evening, Qin Miaoxin entered the study clad in a silk nightgown, carrying a glass of red wine. Ling Fian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, speaking quietly on the phone. But his voice was low enough for her to catch crucial information. Continue investigating that person named Chang, it is imperative to locate him. Yes. The intermediary who assisted Miss Chen. He paused, seemingly sensing her presence behind him, hastily ending the call and turning around with a hint of well-timed embarrassment. Miaoxin. When did you come in? He casually accepted the wine glass, though his fingertips trembled slightly. A flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed Qin Miaoxin's eyes, quickly concealed by her alluring smile. I just arrived. Fian, you seem quite busy lately. Ling Fian sipped the wine, his gaze flickering. Company matters. By the way, regarding the project your father mentioned, I've instructed the legal department to draft the contract. He deliberately shifted the topic, calculating every detail meticulously. In the following days, Ling Fian's subordinates grew increasingly disorganized. His assistant accidentally left a report about tracking a Chang in the living room and returned to retrieve it. Qin Miaoxin, while at her usual salon, unintentionally heard that a private clinic named Kangen had suddenly come under investigation. That afternoon, the surveillance equipment picked up Qin Miaoxin urgently contacting someone named Brother Long. That a Chang must be dealt with, the price is negotiable, but it must be done cleanly. Ling Fian listened to the recording, a cold smile curling at his lips. Excellent, the fish had taken the bait. He immediately dispatched people to secretly protect a Chang while also contacting the police. Everything was under his control. Meanwhile, he began to strike precisely at the Chen family. Through multiple overseas companies, he quietly acquired shares of Chen's corporation, while simultaneously anonymously sending evidence of financial discrepancies within Chen's company to the Securities Regulatory Commission and major banks. That evening, Ling Fian invited Qin Miaoxin to dinner at the villa. The dining room was illuminated by flickering candlelight, and the music was soothing, creating an atmosphere of romance. Fian, is today a special occasion? Qin Miaoxin asked with a smile, evidently unaware of the impending turmoil. Ling Fian leisurely sliced into his steak, his voice disturbingly calm. Indeed. It is quite special. For instance, the person you sent to silence others should now be at the police station giving a statement. Qin Miaoxin's fork clattered to the plate, her complexion draining of color. Fian, are you joking? Joking? Ling Fian set down his utensils, pushing his tablet toward her. Take a look at this. The Brother Long you sought seems rather unprofessional. The screen displayed images of Brother Long's arrest. Qin Miaoxin's hands began to tremble. And this, Ling Fian continued, pulling up a segment of surveillance footage. Every action you took on the day you drugged him was captured clearly. He observed her ashen face and continued. Did you think bribing the clinic's doctor and the intermediary would allow you to rest easy? Miaoxin, after all this time, you still haven't learned a thing. You are far too naive. He stood up, looking down at her. Do you know what is most absurd? While I played along with your charade, Watching you exhaust yourself to please me, witnessing your father and you dreaming of relying on Lings to turn your fortunes around. Chen Fian shook his head, taking a tissue to wipe his fingers. Why? Chen Miaoxin's voice trembled. Why do this to me? Why? Ling Fian scoffed. You dare ask why? Because you harmed my people. Because your jealousy and greed led to the death of my child. You drove Xiang Jian away. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, do you know? Every time I touch you these days, I feel like vomiting. This statement became the final straw for Chen Miaoxin. She broke down in tears. But Ling Fian merely regarded her with indifference. The police should be arriving soon. He glanced at his watch and casually informed. The Chen Group should have declared bankruptcy by now. Your father is implicated in commercial fraud and will soon accompany you. Chen Miaoxin abruptly looked up. Her eyes filled with terror. No. Ling Fian, please. Please? Ling Fian's gaze was as cold as ice. Did you show any mercy to Xiang Jian back then? Foolproof, ha. Absolutely foolproof. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Ling Fian adjusted his suit, regaining his usual elegance and composure. It seems our guests have arrived. Miss Chen. I wish you a pleasant stay in prison. Chen Miaoxin struggled fiercely, ceasing her pleas. She turned, her once charming face twisted with hatred, glaring at Ling Fian. Her voice sharp enough to slice through the air. Ling Fian. Do you think this is the end? You discarded me like trash and treated the Chen family like a dog? Dream on. How many unspeakable deeds have we done for your Ling family? Do you think your Ling family is clean? My father has plenty of dirt. Enough to ruin your Ling family's reputation. She was being pulled away by the police yet continued to scream hysterically, just wait. Even if I go in, someone will avenge me. Your Ling family owes our Chen family, I will make you repay it 10-fold or 100-fold. Just wait. Her voice eventually faded into the hallway. But her venomous curse lingered like a cold serpent, coiling around the empty living room. Watching Chen Miaoxin being taken away by the police, Ling Fian felt no satisfaction. The thrill of revenge dissipated in an instant, leaving behind a profound emptiness and a deeper longing for Xiang Jian. He stood in the desolate villa, finally allowing himself to shed all pretense. The repressed regret and pain surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. Xiang Jian, he whispered her name. But the only response was a profound silence. Ling Fian's assistant stood at the study door, cautiously knocking. President Ling, Mr. Chen Wuqing has arrived and insists on seeing you. Ling Fian looked up, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Let him in. Chen Wuqing nearly burst into the study, his previously maintained composure completely shattered. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Fian, what on earth is happening? Why has all cooperation suddenly ceased? The banks are pressing for loans. And the stock price has plummeted by 30%. Ling Fian slowly rose, his gaze as sharp as an ice blade directed at Chen Wuqing. Uncle Chen. Perhaps you should first inquire about what your precious daughter has been up to. Chen Wuqing's face instantly drained of color. Miaoxin? What has she done? Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Ling Fian let out a cold laugh, turning his tablet towards Chen Wuqing. Look at this, and then look at these. He tossed a stack of photographs onto the desk, clearly documenting Chen Miaoxin's dealings with intermediaries. Your daughter not only murdered my child but also attempted to frame Xiang Jian. Uncle Chen, how do you propose we settle this account? Chen Wuqing trembled as he picked up the photos, appearing to age a decade in an instant. This is impossible. How could Miaoxin? How could? Ling Fian stood, looking down at him. Isn't this what you taught her? To achieve her goals by any means necessary? Unfortunately, this time, you've chosen the wrong target. Fian, for the sake of our family's long-standing friendship. Chen Wuqing nearly pleaded. Miaoxin is still young, she must have been misled. Friendship? Ling Fian's voice was chilling. Did you think of friendship when plotting how to use the Ling family to save the Chen family? Did you think of friendship when Chen Miaoxin struck against Xiang Jian? A flicker of desperate cunning flashed in Chen Wuqing's eyes. Lowering his voice to a near whisper, he spoke with a frigid weight. Fian, why must you be so ruthless? Yes, Miaoxin made a grave mistake and deserves punishment. The Chen family accepts the consequences. But the company has so many employees to feed, our families have supported each other for years, dredging up old grievances benefits no one. It will only bring joy to our enemies. He raised his eyes, looking at Ling Fian with a complex gaze. The Ling group is a prominent target. And many eyes are watching, the foundation is precarious. For the sake of past ties, for those unspeakable old connections, please lead the Chen family a way out. Otherwise, if the situation spirals out of control, I fear no one will be able to salvage it. Ling Fian did not wish to let him continue, pressing the intercom button. Security, escort him out. Fian. We can compensate. Just tell me, any conditions will do. Chen Wuqing struggled as security dragged him away, his voice piercing. Ling Fian stepped forward. His voice low yet cutting. I want my child back, I want all the suffering Xiong Jian endured erased. Can you do that? Chen Wuqing was instantly rendered speechless. His face ashen as he was dragged away. Ling Fian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Chen Wuqing's lost figure with no trace of compassion. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Continue selling off Chen Group stock, I want to see it hit the limit down before tomorrow's opening. In the following days, Ling Fian displayed a ruthless demeanor in the business world. He not only fully terminated cooperation with the Chen family but also leveraged insider information to strike precisely at various sectors of the Chen Group. The stock price of the Chen family plummeted, banks withdrew loans en masse, and suppliers collectively demanded debts. Finally, Ling Fian's assistant reported, President Ling. The Chen Group has officially declared bankruptcy, and Chen Wuqing has been taken away for investigation due to suspected commercial fraud. Additionally, the police have formally filed charges against Chen Miaoxin. Ling Fian listened expressionlessly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the pen in his hand. Continue to exert pressure on the remaining assets of the Chen Group, I want them to never rise again. Understood. The assistant hesitated slightly. President, regarding the search for Madam. Speak. We have found a possible lead. A nurse at a small clinic in the suburbs said a woman matching your wife's description visited 2 weeks ago. Appearing pale and seemingly in poor health. Ling Fian's heart raced. Send me the address, I will go immediately. He practically dashed out of the office. Along the way, he urged the driver to go faster, beads of sweat forming in his palms due to anxiety. It was a private clinic hidden in an alley, with rudimentary conditions. The nurse appeared startled upon seeing Ling Fian but relayed the information truthfully, that girl did come in, and she had a high fever. But she only bought some fever-reducing medicine and left. I advised her to stay for observation, but she insisted on leaving. Did she say where she was going? Ling Fian asked urgently. The nurse shook her head. No. However, she did ask for directions to the bus station. Ling Fian immediately dispatched people to investigate all long-distance bus ticket records but still found nothing. Xiong Jian seemed to have evaporated without a trace. Just as he was about to abandon this lead, the detective agency sent another message, based on the nurse's description. They found a woman suspected to be Xiong Jian currently working at a small restaurant. Ling Fian drove there without hesitation. As he journeyed forth, his heart raced violently. A tumult of emotions entwined within him, hope, fear, regret, and anticipation. It was a quaint eatery nestled at the street corner where Ling Fian, peering through the car window, beheld a frail silhouette diligently wiping down a table. The figure, with its shape and hair color, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiong Jian. Trembling, he gingerly opened the car door and approached the figure step by step. Xiong Jian? His voice was hoarse and strained. The woman turned, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. Sir. You must have mistaken me for someone else, she said, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Ling Fian stood frozen, all hope shattering in that moment. He mechanically apologized and retreated to the car, feeling utterly drained of strength. Returned to the company, he instructed the driver, his voice devoid of any emotion. Upon arriving at the office, Ling Fian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the sprawling city beneath him. A city so vast, filled with countless souls. Yet where was Xiong Jian? He recalled the look in her eyes the last time they met, so desperate, so shattered. Why had he not believed her then? Why had jealousy and suspicion clouded his vision? Ling Zong? His assistant cautiously knocked and entered, bearing the latest search report, yet there was still no progress. Ling Fian did not turn, he merely waved his hand, dismissing the assistant. As night fell, he remained alone in the office, meticulously devising a plan to find Xiong Jian. He listed all the places she might have gone, mobilized every available resource, and raised the reward to a staggering amount. In the days that followed, Ling Fian exhibited an astonishing obsession. By day, he managed company affairs. By night, he scrutinized search updates, often losing sleep. He grew increasingly taciturn, enveloped in a frigid shadow. Each fruitless search deepened his regret. He began to reminisce about the moments he shared with Xiang Jian, those overlooked details, the instances of hurt he inflicted, now transformed into blades torturing him. He understood that even if he found Xiang Jian and poured everything into making amends, some wounds could never be healed. The child that never came to be would forever remain a scar on his heart. Yet still, he was determined to find her. Regardless of the price or the time required, for this was his only salvation. Chapter 17, The Crematorium Awakens. A frantic search. The complete downfall of Qin Miaoxin and her family sent ripples through the elite circles of the city. Ling Fian, with ruthless efficiency, severed all ties related to the Qin family, his decisiveness and coldness striking fear into many. However, unbeknownst to all, this seemingly gratifying revenge was but a futile struggle for Ling Fian, an attempt to claw his way out of a chasm of despair, which not only failed to alleviate his pain but exposed even more emptiness and silence before him. The villa on the mountainside had become a frigid tomb. Gone were the artificial warmth created by Qin Miaoxin, and the silent resilience of Xiang Jian, only the vast emptiness and the specters of memories remained, gnawing at Ling Fian's nerves day and night. He could no longer step into the master bedroom, where her faint scent and the lingering traces of blood mingled to form a suffocating instrument of torment. The narrow sofa in the study became his temporary refuge. Yet sleep had turned into the most extravagant and terrifying of luxuries. The moment he closed his eyes, nightmares pursued him relentlessly. In these dreams, Xiang Jian, drenched in blood, reached out to him, weeping for their child, repeatedly questioning him in a voice as light as a feather yet heavy as a mountain. Ling Fian, why did you not believe me? Are you satisfied that our child is dead? And in these dreams, he could only remain mute, unable to voice any rebuttal or remorse. All of it trapped in his throat, morphing into suffocating anguish. Often, he would awaken in the dead of night, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing, as if he could hear his own labored and agonizing breaths amidst the darkness, accompanied by the silent yet deafening cries of regret. These hallucinations and nightmares relentlessly tormented him, consuming his sanity and spirit. He realized he might be on the brink of madness. Yet he could not stop, nor could he seek relief, for in a twisted sense, these painful visions had become the only remaining connection between him and Xiang Jian. He even began to fear that if these pains disappeared, he would truly lose her forever. This acute awareness of himself sliding into the abyss, powerless to halt the descent, had become a deeper form of torment. The search for Xiang Jian became his sole obsession for survival, or rather, a nearly pathological self-punishment. He was no longer content with merely receiving reports in the office. He plunged into the fray with a near-manic fervor. In the president's office of Ling Corporation, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the calm before a storm. Executives held their breath as they reported on various complex matters, their glances frequently darting fearfully toward the man seated at the head of the table. Ling Fian had lost considerable weight, his once well-fitted suit now hung loosely, his cheekbones protruding, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, framed by unhealthy dark circles. But what was most terrifying were his eyes, bloodshot and ablaze with a frigid, almost obsessive intensity, as if a single misstep could ignite everything into flames. His fingers unconsciously drummed impatiently on the table, a palpable tension pressing upon everyone's nerves. The preliminary budget for the Nanjing development project, a vice president reported cautiously. Stop. Ling Fian suddenly interrupted, his voice hoarse yet sharp as a blade. On the 23rd of last month, a silver van with the license plate ending in 7 traveled south via the interprovincial highway. Why hasn't the investigation report come in yet? The vice president froze, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Ling Zong, the traffic management department has a massive volume of data, they require more time. Time? Ling Fian's gaze shot up, piercing as a knife. How much time did I grant you? A week? Or do you think this matter is trivial enough to delay indefinitely? Absolutely not. Ling Zong. We will immediately allocate more personnel, the vice president's voice quivered in fright. Get out, Ling Fian's voice dropped to a frigid tone, laced with an extreme weariness that belied his fury. All unrelated projects are suspended. Utilize all resources, I demand one result, find her. Is that too difficult to comprehend? The executives, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, hurriedly filed out, terrified of incurring his wrath. Silence reclaimed the office. Ling Fian wearily leaned back in his chair, pressing hard against his throbbing temples. The computer screen was awash with a multitude of traffic surveillance screenshots, population flow data analyses, and numerous leads that had been preliminarily filtered, most of which had proven to be futile. He resembled a restless beast, acutely aware of the slim chances for success, yet unable to cease this fruitless pursuit. Each email notification caused his heart to skip a beat, a mix of hope and dread as he opened them, only to be met again with the disheartening words, verified, not the target individual, plunging him deeper into despair. This profound sense of losing control was foreign and terrifying to him. He was accustomed to being in command, to clearing paths with wealth and power, even relying on darker means to eliminate obstacles. The Ling family's education had always been thus, to achieve one's goals by any means necessary, as long as victory belonged to the Ling family in the end. Yet now, having mobilized every available force, scoured every corner, he could not find a single person. The impotence of this realization ignited his anger and fear. Was this retribution? The sins of the Ling family, passed down through generations, manifesting upon him? Let him eternally lose his one true love, as the ultimate punishment for the sins of the Ling family. This cyclical dance of hope and despair has nearly driven him mad. He began to frequently leave the company, drifting like a ghost through places that might hold even the slightest connection to her. He visited the gallery that had long since been acquired by the Ling family but had never held any significance for him. The gallery was empty, cloaked in a thin layer of dust, with only a few desolate paintings hanging on the walls, whispering tales of warmth once known and the current silence. He caressed the easel once used by his mother, as if he could sense the faint imprints left by Xiang Jian in years gone by. His heart felt as if it had been struck by a blunt object, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. Ling Fian's drastic weight loss and abnormal state finally drew the attention of the venerable Ling patriarch. On this day, the elder personally called, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Fian, Dr. Qing will come this afternoon for your examination. You must comply." At 3 o'clock, Qing Linchao entered Ling Fian's study, carrying a medical bag, guided by the butler. A potent blend of coffee and tobacco assaulted his senses, prompting him to frown. The curtains in the study were tightly drawn, with only a dim yellow lamp casting a feeble light. Ling Fian curled in a large leather swivel chair, nearly sinking into it. "Mr. Ling," Qing Linchao spoke, deliberately maintaining a professional calm. Ling Fian slowly raised his head, his once keen eyes now bloodshot and filled with a harrowing fatigue and a nearly obsessive anxiety. The tailored suit jacket hung loosely on his shoulders, his cheeks sunken, accentuating his pronounced cheekbones, his complexion a sickly gray. "You have arrived," he rasped, his voice hoarse, as though sandpaper had scraped his throat. Qing Linchao set down the bag, opting not to begin the examination immediately. Instead, he walked to the window and dramatically pulled back the heavy curtains. The afternoon sunlight burst into the dim room, causing Ling Fian to instinctively shield his eyes, emitting a muffled grunt of discomfort. "You need light and fresh air, Mr. Ling." Qing Linchao's tone remained flat but underscored by an undeniable professionalism. "Prolonged darkness will only exacerbate your mental state." Ling Fian offered no rebuttal, he merely lowered his hand, adapting to the light, his gaze blankly resting on the vibrant garden outside. Qing Linchao noticed Ling Fian's hands on the desk, where minor abrasions marked the knuckles. His nails were still neatly trimmed, yet they exuded an aura of frailness. There were even several scabbed shallow marks on his wrist, likely self-inflicted in moments of unconscious distress. The examination proceeded in silence. Blood pressure alarmingly low, heart rate erratic and rapid, body temperature on the lower side. Qing Linchao's brow furrowed deeper. "You have been under extreme anxiety and stress for an extended period, suffering from severe sleep deprivation, accompanied by evident neurasthenia and mild arrhythmia." Qing Linchao put away his stethoscope, his voice stern. "Ling Fian, you must cease this self-destructive behavior immediately and admit yourself for systematic treatment and observation. Your body is not made of iron. If this continues, sudden death is not mere hyperbole." "I have no time," Ling Fian rejected almost instantly, his voice dry yet stubborn. "I have many matters to resolve. I must find her." The last few words caught in his throat, laced with a chilling obstinacy. Qing Linchao looked into the depths of his sunken eyes, illuminated by an unnatural glimmer, and suddenly understood. The rumors circulating within their circles about the Ling Corporation's president frantically leveraging his connections and resources to search for his ex-wife were, in fact, true. This man before him, gaunt and on the brink of collapse, bore no resemblance to the once cold and commanding figure he had been. At that moment, Qing Linchao found himself engulfed in mixed emotions. A flicker of satisfaction? Perhaps. A sense of irony in the if only I had known sentiment? Certainly. Yet overwhelmingly. An unexpected and profound sorrow, accompanied by a barely perceptible compassion, washed over him. He recalled the lifeless eyes of Xiang Jian before her departure, devoid of all brilliance, and compared them to this man before him, equally consumed by anguish, and felt the cruel hand of fate. She. Ling Fian broke the silence. His voice carrying a cautious tremor, almost unrecognizable in its unfamiliarity. Is she well? Qing Linchao, you must know, don't you? Qing Linchao's movements in organizing his medical instruments faltered almost imperceptibly. With his back to Ling Fian, he took a deep breath before turning, his expression calm and unreadable. I do not understand whom Mr. Ling is inquiring about. You know. Ling Fian's emotions surged violently. He rose abruptly, but dizziness caused him to sway, forcing him to grip the desk for support. He lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Qing Linchao, their expression shifting from command to a desperate plea. Qing Linchao. You have always known. She trusted you so much, at that time, who else could she turn to? You must know where she is. Tell me. Please. Tell me. Mr. Ling, Qing Linchao's voice remained steady, grounded by the indelible boundaries of his profession. I am a doctor. Protecting patient privacy is my fundamental ethical obligation. Regardless of whom you inquire about, I am unable to disclose any information. Ethics? Ling Fian seemed pierced by the word, stepping forward. He gripped Qing Linchao's arm with astonishing force, his nails nearly digging into the flesh. She is my wife. I lost her. I hurt her, I must find her. I must speak to her. His voice faltered, choked by an invisible hand, producing only fragmented, agonized sounds. The bloodshot eyes glistened with rare tears. Fleeting yet vividly captured by Qing Linchao. Qing Linchao did not pull away but calmly regarded the nearly shattered man before him. Once, Ling Fian had been untouchable. Cold and ruthless, now, he appeared so utterly diminished and pitiable, consumed by pain. The sharp retorts and inquiries Qing Linchao had prepared suddenly lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless. He remained silent for a moment, ultimately mustering enough strength to gently, yet resolutely withdraw his arm from Ling Fian's cold, trembling grasp. Mr. Ling. His voice lowered, tinged with an indescribable complexity of emotions. It is too late to discuss this now. Not too late. As long as I find her. It is not too late. Ling Fian nearly shouted, his voice breaking in a desperate frenzy. Yet, almost instantaneously, that surge of energy seemed to evaporate, and he staggered back, collapsing onto the sofa, hands covering his face, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. His voice became a blend of despair and confusion. Please, Qing Linchao, tell me. Without her, I will die. I truly will die. In that moment, he was no longer the formidable Ling Corporation president, he was merely a pitiable man stripped of all armor and dignity, tormented by endless remorse and fear. Qing Linchao stood rooted, observing the figure curled in the shadows, the study filled solely with his heavy, anguished breaths. Outside, the sunlight streamed brightly, yet it could not penetrate this corner shrouded in regret. Ultimately, Qing Linchao said nothing. He quietly prepared some potent sedatives and sleep aids, meticulously detailing the medical advice on paper and leaving it on the desk. Then he picked up the medical bag and silently exited this grand yet frigid tomb. On the return journey, Qing Linchao gazed out at the fleeting streets, yet the desperate, pleading eyes of Ling Fian and the equally hopeless, lifeless gaze of Xiang Jian lingered in his mind. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. Xiang Jian had finally escaped from this place that had left her so deeply scarred, embarking on a new life. He could not, and would never, be the one to push her back into hell, even if that hell now housed a soul tormented by suffering. Had he known how things would unfold, he would have acted differently. Qing Linchao's visit and silence became the final straw that completely crushed Ling Fian. With even the one person who might know something keeping silent. Where else could he search for her? He even drove hundreds of kilometers based on an extremely unreliable lead to a remote mountain school, rumored to have a volunteer teacher resembling the girl in the photograph. The conditions there were harsh. The children wore patched clothing and looked at the well-dressed stranger with curious eyes, contrasting sharply with his own disheveled and weary appearance. Of course, she was not there. On the return trip, torrential rain fell. The black car struggled along the muddy mountain road. Ling Fian leaned against the window, watching the blurred world outside. For the first time clearly realizing that he might truly lose her forever. The panic that arose from this realization was far more lethal than any blow from a business rival. Turn around, he suddenly rasped at the driver. Ling Zhong? The rain is too heavy, and the road ahead is not good. I said turn around. Ling Fian shouted fiercely, his eyes aflame with madness. Go back. Ask again. What if they made a mistake? What if she is right there? The driver, frightened, dared not say more and struggled to turn around on the narrow, slippery road. However, another inquiry only reaffirmed his despair. The volunteer teacher was a local, with only a slight resemblance. On the way back, Ling Fian fell completely silent. He sat motionless. Like a soulless statue, allowing despair to engulf him like the torrential rain outside. His hallucinations worsened. Sometimes in meetings, he would suddenly see Xiang Jian silently entering with tea. At times in the late-night study, he would hear the faint sound of her footsteps, and once, he uncontrollably grabbed the arm of a female employee wearing a similar beige cardigan, only to snap back to reality amidst her terrified screams. Releasing her in panic and fleeing under the bewildered gazes of others. His world was crumbling due to the loss of her. His assistant, witnessing his increasingly gaunt and frenzied state, urged him with pain, Ling Zhong, if this continues, your health will deteriorate. Perhaps madam just needs time to calm down. Calm down? Ling Fian murmured, repeating the word before letting out a bitter laugh filled with extreme pain and self-mockery. Why should she calm down? I killed her child in the most vicious way, forcing her into a corner. Should she forgive me? He lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes reflecting desolation and a madness taken to extremes. If I cannot find her, what difference does it make whether I live or die? He ignored everyone and plunged deeper into his search. The reward he offered reached a staggering amount, attracting countless speculators hoping for sudden wealth. As well as bringing in more ineffective and absurd information. Yet, Ling Fian welcomed all leads like a drowning man clinging desperately to any straw. Even if that straw would only pull him deeper into the whirlpool. This grand and frenzied crematorium had no audience, no applause, it was just him. Burning away in solitude and despair in an endless hell. He understood that even if he found her, what lay ahead could be nothing but hatred and rejection. Yet, he had no other choice. Chapter 18, Jingxi Town in the southern border. Jingxi Town lay like a gentle jade stone forgotten by time, nestled quietly amidst verdant mountains. The Mayu season had just passed, and the air was thick with moisture, mingling with the scent of earth, moss, and the faint aroma of smoke wafting from distant kilns, creating a unique and comforting fragrance. The cobblestone path, smoothed by time and countless footsteps, was flanked by traditional white-walled houses with dark tiles, occasionally adorned with dried meats or strings of red peppers hanging from the eaves, adding vibrant splashes to the serene gray palette. Time seemed to slow here, rendering everything tranquil and distant, as if the tumultuous world outside were separated by towering mountains. At the edge of the town, an old courtyard by the river had been revitalized. The gate stood open, featuring a wooden sign carved with elegant characters that read Xiangwan Workshop. This place had once been a nearly abandoned ceramic workshop, now meticulously restored. The white walls remained intact, no longer peeling, the tiles neatly arranged, and the courtyard paved with new blue bricks, with finished ceramic pieces stacked in a corner. While climbing vines lushly covered half the wall, infusing it with vitality. Xiang Jian, now known as Xiangwan by the townsfolk, embodied a serene beauty reminiscent of twilight. Both distant and inexplicably comforting. The name was conceived by Qing Linchao, symbolizing the opposite of her previous suffering. With the hope that she might find a semblance of peace here. A year had been sufficient for many wounds to heal, allowing a person to transform entirely from within. Now, she often wore simple, comfortable linen or cotton dresses, her hair loosely tied up with a wooden hairpin or a plain headband, with strands gently framing her neck, swaying softly with her movements. Her complexion no longer bore the pallor and fragility of before, instead, her skin glowed with a healthy sheen under the gentle, humid sunlight of the south, as delicate as the finest porcelain she crafted. Most of the time, her gaze was as tranquil as the river in front of her. Clear and deep, reflecting the eaves of the workshop and the drifting clouds above. Yet occasionally, when she unconsciously paused her work of shaping clay or glazing, and gazed towards the distant mountains or heard a familiar word, a fleeting, elusive shadow of sorrow and emptiness would flicker in her eyes, like a momentary ripple in water, reminding the observant that this seemingly background figure bore the weight of unspoken past burdens. Her fingertips, slightly roughened from long contact with clay, remained slender and dexterous, always capable of bestowing the most enchanting forms upon the earth. She seldom spoke of her past. The townspeople only knew she hailed from a far-off northern metropolis, possessing a quiet demeanor but remarkable skill in crafting ceramics, which showcased elegant shapes and unique glazes, exuding a calm and restrained aura. She lived alone in a tidy little house in the workshop's backyard, leading a life almost monotonous in its simplicity. Each morning, she would tidy the courtyard and tend to the succulent plants on her windowsill, followed by a day immersed in pottery, shaping, refining, glazing, and firing. Occasionally, she would visit the town's market at dusk to buy fresh fruits and vegetables or take solitary strolls along the misty riverbank, lost in thought as she watched the wisps of smoke rise from the distant kilns. In the workshop, there was also a girl named Xiaowei, a native of the town, just 20 years old, lively and cheerful like a little sparrow. She was responsible for front desk duties, recording orders, and managing various tasks. Xiang Jian was as calm as water, while Xiaowei was as lively as a stream. Their contrasting natures complemented each other perfectly, transforming the small workshop into an orderly haven, gradually earning a good reputation. Xiaowei was filled with curiosity and admiration for her suddenly appearing elder sister Xiangwan. She loved to watch Xiangwan while she worked, so focused and serene, as if the entire world had shrunk to just her and the clay in her hands. The pair of eyes gazing at the spinning pottery wheel radiated a soft yet resolute light. "Sister Xiangwan, look at this," Xiaowei exclaimed, excitedly rushing into the workshop. Cradling a freshly fired teacup, her cheeks flushed with joy. "The glaze turned out beautifully. It's as blue as the sky after rain." Xiang Jian halted her footwork on the pottery wheel and accepted the teacup, still warm to the touch. Her fingertips gently caressed the smooth, lustrous surface of the glaze, appreciating its perfect curvature and thickness, a faint yet genuine smile gracing her lips. "Yes, the firing was just right, the gradient is very natural and quite lovely." Her smile was always light, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, rarely reaching the depths of her eyes, yet it was enough to brighten Xiaowei's day, lending significance to an entire day's work. In Xiaowei's eyes, Xiang Jian was akin to a beautifully bound book, with certain chapters quietly locked away, exuding an air of mystery that captivated her. Occasionally, she would muster the courage to inquire about matters from the north, but Xiang Jian would always brush them aside with a few casual remarks. Understanding her reluctance to discuss, Xiaowei would attentively care for Xiang Jian's daily needs, discreetly adding an extra egg to her lunch or brewing a cup of calming tea prepared by the town's old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Apart from Xiaowei, there was another young man in the town who showed particular interest in Xiang Jian. His name was Zhou Zhe, the grandson of the town's renowned potter, a few years her junior, who had inherited a small kiln on the other side of town. His demeanor was bright and enthusiastic, his skin a sun-kissed hue from years spent tending the kiln, and his smile revealed 2 rows of white teeth, exuding a rustic reliability. The first time Zhou Zhe visited Xiang Jian's workshop, he was captivated by her uniquely crafted pieces. He was astonished by the depth of her understanding and mastery of clay, a tranquility and grace seldom found in the family craft he had inherited. Consequently, he began to frequently drop by, sometimes bringing a bag of his finely refined clay, saying, "Sister Xiangwan, try this clay, it will surely make throwing easier, consider it an investment." Other times, he would feign a desire to discuss a glaze formula or a kiln challenge, notebook in hand, earnestly seeking her guidance. Occasionally, he would simply come to sit and watch her work from the doorway, exchanging playful banter with Xiaowei before departing. His admiration for her was palpable, warm and direct like the kiln's fire. The town's culture was straightforward and sincere, and liking someone was simply that, liking. He remembered Xiang Jian mentioning her fondness for the shape of a particular wildflower in the back mountains, and the next time he visited, he would bring her a bouquet to place in a clay vase in the corner of the workshop. He would arrive early on rainy days to help her check the kiln and roof, fearful of leaks and dampness. And if he discovered a new dish at the local eatery, he would bring a portion for her and Xiaowei to enjoy. Xiang Jian could distinctly sense Zhou Zhe's pure and fervent feelings. He was like a ray of sunshine trying to illuminate her quiet world. Yet, her heart, long encased in ice, resembled porcelain that had undergone kiln transformation, seemingly whole, yet riddled with fine cracks within, incapable of easily responding to such vibrant emotions. The shadows of her past loomed too heavy, and she had long since lost the courage and ability to love or be loved. Even perceiving any touch of beauty as a form of defilement, she maintained a polite yet distant demeanor, graciously declining his offers of assistance and overt gestures of affection. Zhou made no demands, seemingly understanding the barrier she had erected around herself, and he continued to offer quiet support from a respectful distance. This simple, restrained, and enduring fondness became a faint yet warm undertone in the tranquil life of Qingxi town. Every couple of months, a black SUV, incongruous with the quaint town, would cautiously traverse the bluestone path and stop not far from the workshop. The person who emerged was Qing Linchao. His arrivals were always understated, typically occurring after the workshop had closed, or on drizzly days. He was the sole secure link between Xiang Jian and her past world, her initial and only savior on her path to escape. He would bring specific medications and nutritional supplements she required, performing simple health checks. "How has your sleep been? Still waking easily?" he would inquire, pulling out a blood pressure monitor and stethoscope, his tone consistently gentle and professional. Yet his gaze carried a concern that transcended the typical doctor-patient relationship. "Much better," Xiang Jian replied softly, obediently extending her arm. "It's very quiet here. And the air is good. I can sleep." Her voice had gained strength compared to a year ago, no longer frail. Qing Linchao meticulously recorded the data, nodding. "You do appear to be in much better spirits than the last time we met. However, do refrain from overexerting yourself and ensure you rest. Take these medications on schedule." After the examination, they would often sit on the stone bench beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, brewing a pot of locally sourced tea, watching the sunset gradually sink behind the distant mountains, or listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the eaves. Frequently, they would share a comfortable silence, enveloped in an unspoken understanding and tranquility. At times, Qing Linchao would gaze upon the serene surroundings, unable to resist revealing snippets of news from the outside world, infused with cautious probing and an almost imperceptible tenderness. Hasn't he given up on searching for you?" Qing Linchao would begin, his gaze resting on Xiang Jian's tranquil profile, employing all his strength to convey his concern for her well-being. She paused slightly, her fingers tightening ever so slightly around the teacup. Lowering her gaze, her long lashes cast a gentle shadow beneath her eyes, perfectly concealing any emotions that might betray her. The sound of the flowing river seemed to sharpen in that moment. "Dr. Qing," her voice was faint, as if a breeze could disperse it, yet it held an undeniable, almost resilient resolve. "That's no longer my concern. I do not wish to hear it." Qing Linchao immediately curtailed his remarks, sighing inwardly, and shifted the conversation to amusing medical anecdotes or trivial news from the city. He understood her resistance. The agonizing pain and betrayal she had endured could not be alleviated by a casual update. Observing the serene woman before him, it was difficult for him to reconcile her with the figure he had seen a year prior, lying on a hospital bed, pale and devoid of life in her eyes. Suffering had not shattered her, instead, it had fostered an astonishing resilience within her, allowing her to emerge from her escape into this quiet land. Much like ceramics tempered in the kiln, exuding warmth on the outside yet possessing extraordinary strength within, fragile yet capable of bearing the weight of fate. Their connection, forged through the darkest and most despairing times, was profound. He was the only lifeline she grasped as she teetered on the brink of drowning, her remaining tether to the cold world of her past. This profound reliance and absolute trust, born from a unique environment, was both delicate and robust. Qing Linchao could not deny that his feelings for Xiang Jian transcended mere professional duty and sympathy, intertwined with an ineffable sense of compassion, admiration, and concern. He could acutely sense that Xiang Jian's trust and reliance on him were the only vulnerabilities she permitted herself to express in this entirely unfamiliar town. A connection to her past. Yet, this complex emotion remained confined within the boundaries of care, dependence, and gratitude. Neither dared to cross the threshold into something more. They were akin to survivors fortunate enough to escape the same tempest, seeking warmth in one another's presence, both understanding the weight of their shared trauma, yet also acutely aware that the road ahead must ultimately be traversed alone. "Take good care of yourself," Qing Linchao would repeat, the simplest and most sincere admonition, before each departure. "If you need anything, no matter how small, call me anytime." "Thank you, Dr. Qing." Xiang Jian escorted him to the door. His eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Beneath that gratitude lay a weighty debt of human kindness, one that could not be repaid lightly. Be careful on the road. After seeing Qinglin Zhao off, the workshop fell back into profound silence. Xiang Jian often found himself seated alone in the workspace for long stretches. Without turning on the lights, merely illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window or the glow from a neighbor's lamp. He would gaze at the silent pottery wheel or the remnants of embers in the cooling kiln, his thoughts drifting into emptiness, unaware of what occupied his mind. The fragments of conversation brought by Qinglin Zhao were akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up subtle yet enduring ripples that disrupted the fragile peace he had endeavored to maintain. He was aware that Ling Fei Yan was searching for him. Initially, shock gave way to a profound weariness, almost nauseating in its absurdity, rather than any sense of gratitude. The man who had ruthlessly destroyed her, denied her, and cast her into hell was now exerting great effort to find her. What was the purpose? Redemption? Or was it merely the manifestation of his unassailable authority and possessiveness? Unable to accept the severance of his control over her? He gently shook his head as if to cast off these tumultuous and discomforting thoughts. Regardless of the reason, it truly had become irrelevant to him. The person known as Mrs. Ling had perished in that cold, blood-soaked winter over a year ago. The present Xiang Jian was merely Xiang Wan of Qingxi town, a potter striving to live a tranquil life, accompanied by earth and kiln fire. The nightmares of the past should no longer disturb the present. He inhaled deeply, the earthy scent of clay providing him solace. He switched on the light, approached the potter's wheel, and picked up a piece of moist, soft clay that had been prepared for some time. He placed it steadily at the center of the wheel and gently pressed the pedal. The pottery wheel began to spin at a steady pace, emitting a deep and rhythmic hum. He submerged his hands in a nearby bucket of water and then gently cradled the lump of clay under his fingertips. The clay seemed to come alive, obediently rising, becoming smooth and rounded, showcasing an elegant curve. This process demanded his focus, instilling a sense of calm. As if all the pain, unease, and turmoil could gradually be soothed, reshaped, and merged into this silent creation amidst the steady rotation. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, softly enveloping the tranquil town. The nights in Qingxi town lacked the flicker of neon lights or the clamor of traffic, featuring only scattered lights, the occasional bark of a dog, and the distant sound of flowing streams. Life here was simple, slow, and even somewhat monotonous, yet for him, the embrace and tranquility provided by this land were the finest sanctuary he could find after surviving calamity. He merely hoped that this serenity could endure a while longer, granting him the chance to truly start anew. As night deepened, Qingxi town sank into slumber. Yet, within the dense shadows of an ancient camphor tree across the river, a figure, incongruous with the peaceful town, stood silently for an indeterminate period. Ling Fei Yan nearly ceased to breathe, his gaze fixed on the warm light emanating from the workshop window across the river, where a solitary figure was engrossed in shaping clay. A year of frenzied searching, countless hopes and disappointments, had nearly drained him of all reason and vitality. At that moment, the figure etched into his very being finally materialized before him. No longer a mere illusion or an elusive shadow from his dreams. She appeared calm yet unfamiliar. A steadiness rooted in life, which he had never before witnessed in her, replaced the pallor and timidity of his memories. The overwhelming joy of rediscovery and a deeper, more profound sense of shame surged within him like two crashing waves, violently battering his already burdened heart. He instinctively took a step forward, his toes nearly dipping into the icy river but retracting as if scalded. What right did he have to appear? With what face could he disturb the peace she had so painstakingly acquired? All the longing, pain, and countless prepared confessions choked in his throat. Those weary eyes, once cold and disdainful of everything, now filled with incredulous tears that cascaded down his gaunt cheeks, falling silently onto the still earth beneath him. Yet he remained oblivious, gazing hungrily and desperately at that warm light across the river. At the one he had expended everything to find, yet dared not approach lightly. Chapter 19, The Sentinel of the Riverbank. Ultimately, he did not cross that river. That night, Ling Fei Yan stood like a shadow of the ancient camphor tree across the river, remaining in the frigid night until his legs grew numb. The early spring night breeze carried a biting chill, yet it paled in comparison to the icy sensation spreading within him. Only when the warm light from the workshop extinguished, Plunging the world into complete darkness, did he feel like a marionette severed from its strings, stiffly and silently retreating deeper into the shadows? The moonlight spilled like water upon the shimmering river, elongating his tall silhouette. This man, once a titan in the commercial realm, now resembled a lost child standing at a crossroads of fate, caught in a dilemma. His heart beat heavily and slowly within his chest. The emotional tsunami that had surged moments ago had receded, leaving behind a cold, fragmented shore. Ecstasy, regret, timidity, and despair, after being washed over by all these extreme emotions. A more enduring and tormenting state began to descend, one of nearly obsessive, painful clarity. He had found her. Truly found her. Yet this discovery heralded the beginning of a more torturous ordeal. He could not reveal himself, he dared not. His belated and burdensome remorse, along with a profound appreciation for her hard-won tranquility, infused with inexpressible pain, formed an invisible shackle, binding him firmly to the role of an observer. He needed to remain. He must remain. This was an instinctual drive, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Fully aware of the potential for self-immolation yet unable to resist the allure of that flickering light. Qingxi town boasted but one decent inn, the Qingfeng Inn. A 3-story building perched by the river, with white walls and gray tiles, it bore the marks of time. Its exterior adorned with lush climbing ivy that whispered stories of the years as it rustled in the night breeze. Ling Feiyan pushed open the door, the brass bell ringing out sharply in the stillness of the night. The reception area was empty, illuminated only by a warm yellow lamp casting a comforting glow. He lightly tapped the surface of the counter, the dull sound echoing in the quiet. "Coming, coming." A resonant female voice called from the back, accompanied by the sound of slippers pattering. A plump woman in her 50s emerged, wiping her hands and wearing a warm smile. "Looking for a room?" It must have been difficult to travel at this hour. Ling Feiyan nodded, deliberately avoiding her overly direct scrutiny. His eyes quickly scanned the inn's interior, the old wooden counter, local landscape photographs hanging on the walls, and a few potted plants in the corners, all exuding an air of simple living that stood in stark contrast to his accustomed opulence. "Do you have any rooms available?" His voice was deep, laced with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Yes. "We usually have few guests," the woman replied, retrieving a yellowing ledger from a drawer. Its cover imprinted with faded characters reading accommodation registration. "What kind of room would you like?" "We have single and double rooms." "A river view, something quieter," he stated succinctly, with his habitual authoritative tone, but soon recognized the need for politeness and added, "Thank you." The woman raised her eyes to scrutinize him, her gaze sharp and discerning. "There is a room on the 2nd floor facing the river, with a view right out the window. The facilities are rather simple, as the building is old. And the soundproofing is average." She paused, seemingly weighing her words. "You appear to be from a big city, you might find it difficult to adapt to our little place." "Let us take that room," Ling Feiyan replied, not bothering to elaborate, as his choice was resolute. What he sought was not a comfortable dwelling, but rather a vantage point from which to observe the opposite bank. The woman opened the registration book and slid it towards him. The yellowed pages bore numerous names, most belonging to transient guests. "Please provide your information." "Name?" Ling Feiyan hesitated, he could not use his real name. Yan Fei, he fabricated a name, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. This action had once instilled fear in countless business rivals, yet now it merely revealed his inner agitation. The proprietress paused, casting him a knowing glance, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, yet she diligently inscribed Yan Fei on the page. The scratching of her pen on paper resonated distinctly in the quiet night. "Where do you come from?" she continued, her tone casual, as if engaging in small talk. "Beijing." Ling Feiyan's response was curt and brusque. "Are you here for tourism or to visit family?" As she wrote, her pen moved incessantly. "I'm taking a break for a while." His response remained succinct, but the weariness and detachment in his tone prompted the astute Guei to refrain from further inquiries. "Oh," the proprietress elongated her tone, as if understanding something unspoken, yet tactfully refraining from pressing further. "How long will you be staying?" "Let us book it for a week," Ling Feiyan said cautiously. He extracted a bundle of cash from his wallet, appearing to have several thousand yuan, his movements smooth and detached, as though this was a routine he had performed countless times before. The proprietress quickly calculated the cost, her fingers dancing across the calculator, producing a series of beeps. "So, A week it is? 100 a day, I'll give you a discount, so that LLB 650. She said cheerfully, preparing to give him change from the money he handed over. No need for change, Ling Fian replied flatly, as if this were an inconsequential habit. He then added, seemingly nonchalant yet imbued with an invisible pressure, moreover, I value my peace, I wish to rest here undisturbed for a time. If anyone inquires about me, regardless of who it is, please inform them that I am not here. Guai, poised to provide change, froze for a moment, her smile momentarily stiffening. She lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the poised and generous man before her once more, her mind racing with thoughts. In these times, it was not uncommon for city dwellers to seek solace in their quaint town, yet at such a young age, he appeared anything but ordinary. And his insistence on confidentiality hinted at a deeper story. Ah! How could I possibly accept that? Guai exclaimed, her words contradicting the swiftness with which she tucked the money into her pocket. Her smile transformed into genuine warmth. Rest assured, Mr. Yan, you will have complete tranquility. I am quite discreet, anyone who inquires will be told that this person does not exist. I guarantee you shall not face any inconvenience. Her words carried an implicit understanding of the unspoken rules, as her nimble hands retrieved a wooden key tied with a tag, inscribed neatly with 34201, the first room on the left at the top of the stairs. Just call me Guai. Should you need anything, feel free to ask. Do not hesitate. Ling Fian accepted the key, the wooden tag engraved with the room number, its edges smoothed by the hands of countless visitors, bearing witness to innumerable stories of arrival and departure. Our accommodations are simple, but adequately equipped, Guai continued as she led him upstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her feet, echoing the passage of time. Hot water is available from 7 to 10 in the evening. And the Wi-Fi password is posted by the bed, though the signal can be spotty. A new workshop across the river has reportedly installed a new line, so their signal might be better than ours. The wooden stairs creaked ominously in the stillness of the night. Room 201 was at the end of the corridor. Upon opening the door, a faint musty odor mingled with the scent of aged wood greeted him, interspersed with a hint of sandalwood. The room was small, furnished almost to the point of bare simplicity, a narrow single bed with plain sheets, a peeling wardrobe with a slightly askew door, a desk marked with various scratches, and a chair with uneven legs. The most striking feature was the window facing the river, draped with slightly faded blue curtains, the hem of which had begun to fray. Guai approached. With a swift motion, she drew back the curtains and flung open the wooden window. The river breeze surged in, carrying with it the sense of moisture and grass, washing away the mustiness within. Outside, the river shimmered under the moonlight, casting a silvery glow, revealing the landscape across the way in its entirety. Look at that view, Guai said proudly, her arm gesturing gracefully. It faces the river and you can also see the new pottery workshop across the way. I hear the owner is a young woman from the north, and her craftsmanship is quite remarkable. The townsfolk refer to her as Teacher Shangwan. Ling Fian's heart skipped a beat, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the opposite bank. Indeed, the sign for Shangwan workshop flickered in the moonlight, and in the courtyard, he could faintly discern racks of drying clay pieces standing silently against the night sky. His breath caught momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He forced himself to divert his gaze, swallowing hard, his tone remaining neutral, devoid of any emotion. It's quite nice. Guai seemed oblivious to his unusual reaction, continuing to chatter. We don't provide meals here, but there are several good little eateries in town. If you turn right and walk for 5 minutes, you'll find Old Zhang's noodle shop. Their Yangchun noodles are exceptional. If you turn left and cross the bridge, their Esli GS eatery, known for their dumplings. If you prefer to cook, their SA market at the street corner where you can find the freshest produce in the mornings. Ling Fian nodded, silently committing this information to memory. His gaze drifted once more to the window, greedily capturing every detail of the opposite bank, as if it were a fatal temptation. In that moment, he was no longer the formidable business magnate, he became a cautious observer, fearful of missing any hint of her whereabouts. The laundry room is in the backyard on the first floor, coin-operated, Guai continued, her voice echoing lightly in the small room. Or you could leave your laundry in the basket by the door, and I can wash it for you for a small service fee. No need. I'll manage on my own, Ling Fian immediately declined, his tone laced with instinctive caution. He could not leave any trace behind, nor allow anyone the chance to uncover his true identity. Guei did not insist, smiling, very well, then, you may rest. If you need anything, just call me. I'm generally downstairs or in the backyard. She reached the door but turned back to add, if you get hungry in the evening. There are some snacks in the kitchen, please don't hesitate. Once Guei departed, Ling Fian closed the door and locked it behind him. Leaning against the door, he released a long sigh, allowing a moment of exhaustion to surface. But soon, he straightened his back, as if he could never truly shed the armor he wore. He slowly approached the window. From this angle, he could clearly see the entire courtyard of Xiongwan workshop. In the stillness of the night, the silhouette of the workshop exuded tranquility, forming a stark and cruel contrast to the fragmented memories of the woman he once harmed. At that moment, a warm yellow light suddenly illuminated the window on the second floor of the workshop. A slender figure appeared before the window, despite the distance. Ling Fian instantly recognized that it was Xiong Jian. She appeared to be well, donned in simple home attire. Her hair loosely tied up as she focused intently on arranging some plants on the windowsill. Her movements were calm and absorbed, entirely devoid of the previous timidity and evasion. His heart raced unexpectedly, and he instinctively grasped the window frame, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. After a year, he was finally able to see her from such proximity. This almost sacrilegious act of voyeurism filled him with self-loathing, yet he found it impossible to avert his gaze. Much like a traveler in the desert who glimpses a mirage, aware of its illusory nature yet yearning to draw near. Just then, a young man emerged from the workshop, smiling as he spoke to Xiong Jian. She turned her head back and smiled in return. That smile was effortless and natural, strikingly radiant in the warm light, searing into Ling Fian's eyes. His fingers tightened suddenly, almost embedding his nails into the wooden window frame. He staggered back, as though struck by an unseen force, and roughly drew the curtains shut, as if to shield himself from that blinding image. The room fell into a dim twilight, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the curtain's gap, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. These tiny particles swirled in the beam of light, akin to his chaotic thoughts, searching for a place to land. Ling Fian sank onto the edge of the bed, which groaned under the weight of his burden. He surveyed the shabby room, where everything clashed with his accustomed lifestyle, coarse bed linens, outdated furniture, and a barely perceptible mustiness in the air. Yet, it held an irreplaceable advantage. He was close enough to her, remaining easily concealed. He retrieved his laptop from the suitcase and connected to the Wi-Fi, which indeed flickered as Aunt Guei had described. Attempting to initiate a video conference, he found the image severely lagging and resorted to a phone call. Ling Zong. How are things on your end? Lin Feng's voice came through the line, the familiar bustle of the office contrasting sharply with the stillness surrounding him. Very well. Ling Fian replied in a lowered tone, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Let's keep it brief, please update me on the project's progress. During the call, his gaze often drifted toward the window. Although the curtains were tightly drawn, his heart had already flown across the riverbank. This dual focus was rare for him. Yet while Lin Feng reported on work matters, he adeptly pinpointed several key issues and provided clear directives. After the call, he stood before the window, gently lifting a corner of the curtain to continue observing the opposite bank. Xiong Jian had returned inside the workshop, and the courtyard was deserted. Only the clay sculptures drying in the moonlight lay silently, as if narrating the passage of time. At that moment, Ling Fian vividly realized that he was about to embark on an uncertain vigil. In this humble room, through this ill-fitting window, he would watch over the world he once possessed yet had willingly cast aside on the other side of the river. Aunt Gui's footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by her cheerful humming. Ling Fian quickly drew the curtains shut, feigning the act of organizing his luggage. Teacher Yen, Aunt Gui called from outside. Having naturally adopted the new title, I've boiled some hot water. Would you like a cup of tea? Ling Fian opened the door and accepted the kettle she offered. Thank you. Don't mention it, Aunt Gui replied with a warm smile. Though our conditions are simple here, there is plenty of warmth in human connection. If there's anything you find uncomfortable, please let me know. Her gaze swept across the room before settling on Ling Fian. You seem like a scholar. If you need a quiet place to write, there's a pavilion in the backyard that is usually unoccupied. Ling Fian nodded, watching as Aunt Gui hummed her tune down the stairs. He closed the door, leaning against it, exhaling deeply. From this day forth, he would be Yan Fei, an ordinary traveler from Beijing, temporarily resting in this place. This identity served as both a disguise and a protective veil, safeguarding him as well as the person on the other side, who remained blissfully unaware. He returned to the window. This time not pulling back the curtains but quietly gazing through the gap. The river flowed gently, and the workshop on the opposite bank stood serenely under the moonlight. As if nothing had changed, yet everything felt profoundly different. His own shadow was faintly reflected on the windowpane, a man cloaked in shadow, gazing complexly at the distant lights. Resembling a caged beast in self-imposed confinement, torn between remorse and desire. As the night deepened, a thin mist enveloped the river surface, blurring the lights on the opposite side into a distant haze. Yet Ling Fian remained at the window, like a silent statue, commencing his vigil. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, with only the sound of the flowing river whispering eternal secrets. The first night passed in sleeplessness. Ling Fian stood at the window until dawn broke, until the lights in the workshop across the river flickered back on, until that familiar figure reappeared in the courtyard, commencing a new day of work. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the other side. As the first rays of sunlight graced the river's surface, Ling Fian finally stirred his stiffened body. He approached his desk, opened his laptop, and began organizing his day's tasks. Despite being in a remote town, he still needed to manage the vast commercial empire. However, now all of this bore a different significance. Everything was intended to allow him to remain here, closer to her world. He sent Lin Feng an email, requesting the postponement of unnecessary meetings and delegating some decision-making authority to the vice presidents. This was his first act of relinquishing control, solely to afford himself more time in this small town, in front of this window. Around 10 in the morning, Aunt Gui knocked again, delivering breakfast, a bowl of congee, several side dishes, and a boiled egg. After expressing his gratitude, Ling Fian accepted the meal, forcing himself to eat despite his lack of appetite. He needed to maintain his strength, for he had no idea how long this watch would continue. After the meal, he decided to take a stroll to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After all, he was now Yan Fei, a traveler here for a respite. He could not remain cooped up in his room all day. The streets of the town were tranquil, the cobblestones damp with morning dew, reflecting soft light. The small shops gradually opened, and the shopkeepers greeted one another warmly and naturally. Ling Fian walked among them, feeling out of place. Yet his gaze never strayed from the workshop across the river. He passed Lao Zhang's noodle shop, Li Ji's eatery, and the vegetable market at the street corner. Everything was as Aunt Gui had described, simple and unpretentious. He purchased some daily necessities at a small supermarket, carefully preparing some change for the transaction. Upon returning to the inn, he found Aunt Gui hanging bed linens in the courtyard. "Teacher Yan, have you been for a walk?" She greeted enthusiastically. "How do you find our Qingxi town?" "Very quiet." "Quite nice," Ling Fian replied tersely, though his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the opposite bank. Aunt Gui followed his line of sight and smiled. "Teacher Xiang's craftsmanship is indeed impressive. If you're interested, you can visit the other side. She sells some porcelain, all made by her own hands." Ling Fian's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. If the opportunity arises. He hurried upstairs, returning to his room. Once the door was shut, he finally allowed his inner turmoil to surface. To the other side? Now was not the right time. He was not yet prepared to confront her, nor was he ready to accept the possibility of rejection and disdain. In the afternoon, he compelled himself to attend to some work emails, yet his focus remained elusive. Periodically, he would approach the window and observe the activities across the river. He noticed Xiang Jian drying pottery in the yard, bustling about in her workshop, and engaging in conversation with her apprentices. All these sights bestowed upon him a peculiar sense of tranquility, akin to the calm that follows a tempest, fleeting yet invaluable. As evening descended, Aunt Gui once again knocked on the door, delivering dinner, several home-cooked dishes accompanied by rice. After expressing his gratitude, Ling Fian noticed the hesitance in Aunt Gui's expression. "Teacher Yan." She finally spoke, "I see you often gazing across the river. Do you know Teacher Xiang Wan?" Ling Fian's heart tightened abruptly, though he maintained an exterior of composure. "I do not know her, I merely find that workshop quite distinctive." Aunt Gui nodded, yet her gaze lingered with a hint of skepticism. "Teacher Xiang has been here for over a year. She is very kind but not particularly talkative. Many in town admire her, especially that young man from the Zhou family, who frequently visits the workshop." Ling Fian's fingers tightened momentarily before relaxing again. Is that so? Aunt Gue seemed to realize she had divulged too much, offering a smile. Enjoy your meal, call me if you need anything. After she departed, Ling Fian stood by the window, his eyes cast darkly across the river. That young man from the Zhou family? Was he the same one from last night? A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him, akin to an invasion of his territory. This emotion surprised him, heightening his awareness of his current predicament as merely an observer, a voyeur, unqualified to dictate the course of Xiong Jian's life. As nightfall enveloped the world once more, lights flickered to life across the river. Ling Fian stood at the window, reminiscent of the previous evening, gazing across. The difference tonight was the complexity of emotions swirling within him: desire, jealousy, regret, hesitation. The river flowed serenely, reflecting the lights along the shore and his tangled thoughts. In this remote town, within this humble room, Ling Fian embarked on an indefinite journey of persistence. He was uncertain of the outcome, yet he understood that he must remain. For it was only here that he could experience that long-lost serenity, only here could he draw close to the woman he had deeply wounded. Only here could he commence his own redemption. As night deepened, the workshop across the river remained illuminated. Ling Fian stood at the window, akin to a statue, utterly still. His gaze never wavered from that window, that silhouette, that light. In that moment, time seemed to suspend itself for him. In this border town, on this tranquil night, a man began his vigil, embarking on his path to redemption. Meanwhile, the woman across the river remained oblivious, diligently immersed in her work and life. This was the distance that separated them at this moment, seemingly just a river apart, yet feeling as though thousands of mountains and rivers lay between them. Chapter 20. Clumsy disguise. Ling Fian had instructed his aide, Lin Feng, to urgently airlift civilian attire, which consisted of high-end leisurewear, a cashmere blend t-shirt from the esteemed Italian brand Loro Piana, a hand-dyed indigo cotton linen shirt from Japan's Capitale, and functional trousers from Germany's Boss. Each piece was exorbitantly priced, crafted with exquisite quality and tailored to fit impeccably, yet they stood in stark contrast to the rustic ambience of Qingxi town. Time, like sand at the river's mouth, had quietly accumulated before he knew it. In the blink of an eye, he had resided in the riverside room of the Qingfeng Inn for nearly a month. The rental period had been extended from 1 week to half a month, and then from half a month to a full month, and Aunt Gue had long since grown accustomed to her long-term tenant, Teacher Yen. This led to an unexpected outcome. Many townsfolk regarded him as a fallen noble. Not everyone in the town knew his name. Aunt Gue called him Teacher Yen, and the neighbors followed suit, for those unaware of his name, addressing him as teacher sufficed. Every time he encountered Grandpa Lu, the fruit vendor, he would mysteriously produce a paper bag from beneath his stall. Teacher Yen, today's bayberries are from my own mountain, large and sweet, I've saved you a pound. The bayberries were indeed sizable and plump, yet their price was often only half of the market value. When Ling Fian attempted to pay the full price, Grandpa Lu would feign a wounded expression. Do you look down on this old man, young lad? Aunt Wang at the tailor shop was even more enthusiastic. One day, when Ling Fian discovered a small tear in his expensive linen shirt from a window hook, Aunt Wang insisted on stopping him. Teacher Yen, this fabric is exquisite. What a pity it's damaged. Bring it to me, and I will mend it with matching thread, guaranteed you won't be able to tell the difference. The following day, when he returned to collect it, he found not only had the tear been mended flawlessly, but the entire shirt had also been pressed to perfection. As he reached for his wallet, Aunt Wang hastily waved her hand. Just a small task, no charge. Just come back and support my business next time. Even the children playing by the roadside would stand up straight upon seeing him, timidly greeting him with a good evening, uncle, before scurrying away, as if fearing to disturb something fragile. Such polite yet distant treatment rendered Ling Fian's disguise plan utterly futile. He remained a unique presence in Qingxi town, having transformed from a suspicious outsider into a mysterious guest. 3 months of exposure to the elements had bestowed a light tan upon his excessively pale skin, subtly diminishing its sickly pallor and adding a touch of healthy allure. He began to adapt to walking along the bluestone paths in ordinary canvas shoes instead of polished leather ones. He even learned to respond naturally when Aunt Gue called him a yen with a cheerful tone. However, certain habits still betrayed him. Following a heavy rain, puddles had formed in the streets. A middle school student on a bicycle accidentally splashed mud onto his pant leg, causing the boy's face to pale with fear as he repeatedly apologized. Ling Fian instinctively frowned, the sharp aura he exuded nearly bringing the boy to tears. Yet he quickly adjusted his tone, forcing a gentler demeanor. It's all right, just wash it when you get home. He even retrieved a milk candy that Grandpa Lu had insisted he take earlier, offering it to the boy. The student awkwardly accepted the candy, watching Ling Fian's retreating figure. Whispering to his companion, that uncle is scary, but also kind of handsome. This unique aura drew some unexpected attention. The tea house owner's daughter, Zhao Xiaoyu, a university student in her 20s, returned home during her break to lend a hand. The first time she saw Ling Fian, he was seated by the window. Engrossed in documents, his profile sharply defined in the afternoon light. Zhao Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush, her hands trembling as she nearly spilled the tea. From that day forward, whenever Ling Fian came for tea, she would accidentally offer an extra dish of sesame candy or osmanthus cake, or conveniently sit at the next table, pretending to read without turning a page for the entirety of his visit. Most directly, Sun Mei, a woman in her 30s with a cheerful and straightforward demeanor, who worked at the post office, once intercepted Ling Fian right after he had exited the market. Teacher Yan, the town cinema is showing Titanic tonight. And I have an extra ticket. Would you like to join me? Ling Fian was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since he encountered such straightforward and innocent overtures. In Beijing, the women who approached him invariably bore ulterior motives, whether for familial alliances or business partnerships. Sun Mei's candid and sincere gaze left him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Apologies, he finally replied rather brusquely, I have something to attend to this evening. Sun Mei did not press the matter further, instead chuckling cheerfully, perhaps another time. I heard the 4K restored version of Titanic is coming out next month. Sun Mei was a warm-hearted and straightforward girl. Noticing Ling Fian's awkwardness, she scrutinized him from head to toe and could not help but laugh. Teacher Yan, your attire stands out too much around here. The young ladies at our office are all inquiring about you. Ling Fian awkwardly touched his nose. Is it that obvious? Not just obvious, Sun Mei laughed heartily. You look like a peacock that has wandered into a henhouse. Why not try some authentic local attire? Thus, on a sunny afternoon, Sun Mei took Ling Fian on a tour of the town's finest clothing stores. There were only 3 or 4, to be honest. She taught him how to identify which cotton fabric was breathable, which styles were both comfortable and presentable, and even helped him negotiate prices. Boss, this fabric is quite mediocre. Look, it's already pilling a bit. Can you lower the price? Sun Mei confidently held up a shirt, articulating her points well. Ling Fian stood aside, observing this young woman, who usually instilled fear in adversaries during meetings, now guiding him through a small-town clothing shop, and he found the situation both absurd and refreshing. Ultimately, he purchased a few simple cotton t-shirts and casual pants. When he donned a light gray t-shirt, Sun Mei's eyes lit up. Wow, Mr. Yan, you look much more approachable in that. Ling Fian gazed at his reflection in the mirror, indeed feeling a bit less distant. He sincerely thanked Sun Mei. Thank you, Miss Sunday. You have solved a significant problem for me. Just call me Xiao Mei. She waved her hand dismissively, then asked, by the way, Mr. Yan, what do you do? You don't seem like an ordinary person. Ling Fian had already prepared his response. I engage in a bit of business. I've been taking some time off lately. Sun Mei nodded, seemingly understanding but refraining from further inquiries. The beauty of small-town residents lies in their appropriate curiosity, which never delves too deeply. However, this veneer of tranquility was soon shattered. One evening, Ling Fian was taking his usual stroll by the river, his gaze fixed on the workshop across the way. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhou Zhe. He was standing in the courtyard of the workshop, conversing with Xiang Jian, holding a bouquet of wildflowers. He casually replaced a few wilting flowers in a vase on the table, then retrieved something from his bag. It was clay. Ling Fian watched as Xiang Jian examined the clay with a professional and earnest expression. Zhou Zhe animatedly explained something, gesticulating vividly, his smile bright. Xiang Jian nodded with a smile, seemingly pleased with the quality of the clay. He watched Zhou Zhe seamlessly enter the workshop, as if it were his own home. Through the window, he saw Zhou Zhe skillfully pick up tools, collaborating with Xiang Jian on some project. The sight of their harmonious teamwork was almost blinding. In that moment, Ling Fian felt an unprecedented wave of panic. This man not only brought her flowers and entered her life but also engaged in discussions about her profession. Stepping into her beloved realm, a domain wholly unfamiliar to Ling Fian. His breath quickened, and his expression darkened ominously. In that instant, he was overwhelmed with an unfamiliar jealousy. This man could approach her with such ease, could enter her life, while he could only lurk like a thief in the shadows. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He could not bear the thought of another man by her side. Nor could he tolerate the possibility that she might have embarked on a new life, one without him. This emotion nearly drove him to madness. He needed to do something. He needed to understand her world and find a reason to remain here. The following day, he called Lin Feng with an urgent and obsessive tone. Find it. Send me all the books you can find on ceramic art, immediately. Everything. From history to techniques, from aesthetics to craftsmanship, I want it all. Lin Feng on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting his boss to suddenly show interest in ceramics, but he respectfully agreed. The books quickly piled up on his desk. From A History of Chinese Ceramics to Fundamentals of Ceramics, from Complete Guide to Glaze Formulas to Appreciation of Kiln Change Art. He began to fervently flip through them with a focus and efficiency akin to handling billions of contracts, sketching and taking notes in the interstices of signal disruptions. This was not a leisurely pursuit, it was a campaign he had initiated, an offensive against a world he had never comprehended, her world. He needed to understand. He had to understand. It seemed that only in doing so could he find a less pathetic reason to remain on this side of the riverbank. He learned of the stringent requirements for the firing atmosphere of Tianqing glaze, experienced the uncontrollable and unique nature of kiln change, and realized that cracking was not a flaw but rather the patterns bestowed by time. Through this cold knowledge, he clumsily attempted to touch the heartbeat of the world he had unwittingly pushed away. In this process, he discovered some surprising truths. The craft of ceramics was indeed complex and intricate, demanding immense patience and concentration. He realized that clay, after being tempered by flames, could become so beautiful and eternal. He began to understand why Xiang Jian chose this profession. Perhaps in this quiet process, one could find inner peace, perhaps it could heal past wounds. This understanding brought him a glimmer of solace, yet it also deepened his pain. He recognized that he had never truly understood her. Nor had he ever attempted to step into her world. He had merely loved her in his own way, without ever asking her what she truly desired. One afternoon, as he was strolling by the river, holding a book on the history of Celadon, he saw Xiang Jian hurriedly exiting the workshop, her face pale, phone in hand, seemingly anxiously awaiting some signal. She paced back and forth in the courtyard, occasionally glancing at her phone screen, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Ling Fian's heart tightened. He nearly rushed over to inquire what was wrong, but ultimately restrained himself. He could only stand there, helplessly watching her distressed demeanor, his heart aching. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Feng calling to report on work matters. Ling Fian impatiently interrupted, "Wait, I have an urgent matter, I'll call you back later." He hung up and continued to observe the situation across the river. It seemed Xiang Jian had finally gotten through on the phone, urgently speaking into it. Her eyes visibly reddening. Ling Fian's fingers clenched the book tightly, knuckles turning white. How he wished he could stand beside her at that moment, sharing in her troubles rather than watching from afar like a stranger. In that instant, he clearly realized that no matter how many books he read or how much knowledge he acquired, he remained distant from her. The barrier between them was not merely a river, but a high wall built by his own transgressions. Eventually, Xiang Jian hung up, wiped her eyes, took a deep breath, and made an effort to calm herself before turning back to the workshop. Her silhouette appeared so frail yet so resolute. Ling Fian remained rooted to the spot, motionless. The book in his hand suddenly felt unbearably heavy, its knowledge appearing so pale and powerless. He understood that no matter how he disguised himself, how he tried to integrate, or how he learned about her world, he could not change one undeniable fact: he had hurt her deeply. This reality looms like an insurmountable chasm, stretching between them. In the evening, upon returning to the inn, Auntie Gui noticed his somber demeanor and inquired with concern, "Mr. Yan, what troubles you? You appear to be in low spirits." Ling Fian merely shook his head, remaining silent. Auntie Gui sighed and wiped her hands on her apron. "Mr. Yan, I see you frowning all day long. If something is weighing on your heart, do not force it. Observe the river, it flows silently, and all stones and obstacles are eventually worn smooth. Life is the same. You must allow it to progress on its own." Ling Fian lifted his gaze to meet Auntie Gui's kind face and suddenly asked, "Auntie Gui, what should one do if they have wronged someone important?" Auntie Gue paused momentarily before shaking her head and lowering her voice. Recognizing one's mistakes is a good start. However, the human heart is not like the wooden tables in our inn, where a scratch can be sanded down to smoothness. When one has hurt another, they must wait from a distance until the person heals on their own. Sometimes, clinging too tightly only brings harm to both parties. Ling Fian nodded silently, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Auntie Gue. He ascended the stairs to his room. Outside the window, the workshop across the river had lit its lamps, casting a warm glow that stood out against the night. He lingered by the window, gazing at that light. Auntie Gue's words echoing in his mind, clinging too tightly only brings harm to both. Yet, he found it impossible to let go. Even from afar, he could not bear the thought of losing her again. This internal conflict threatened to tear him apart. On one hand, he understood the need to grant her freedom, while on the other, he was unable to release his grasp. This tormenting emotion persisted for several days. Ling Fian grew increasingly taciturn, spending most of his time in his room, only venturing out when absolutely necessary. He either dealt with work, delved deeper into his studies of ceramics, or stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed across the river. He observed that Xiang Jian seemed to be grappling with her own challenges. Often sitting alone in the courtyard, her brow furrowed. Occasionally, she would pick up a piece of clay, kneading it repeatedly, yet she hesitated to begin her creative endeavors. Ling Fian's heart mirrored her fluctuating emotions. He longed to assist her, but he recognized that he was unworthy of appearing before her at this moment. A sudden thought struck him, and he called Lin Feng. Please investigate whether Xiang Wan's workshop has encountered any recent difficulties, particularly regarding finances or orders. Lin Feng was efficient, and within hours, he provided an update. Mr. Ling, Xiang Wan's workshop has indeed faced some issues. Their largest order was cancelled due to the client's company going bankrupt, resulting in considerable losses. Additionally, the workshop's kiln requires repairs, which will incur significant costs. Ling Fian remained silent for a moment before responding. Find a way to anonymously invest in the debt restructuring of that bankrupt company so they can fulfill their contract. Also, seek a reliable ceramics equipment supplier to provide free kiln repairs to Xiang Wan's workshop under the guise of a promotional event. But Mr. Ling, won't that do as I say? Ling Fian's tone left no room for debate, and ensure she does not know it is I who have done this. After hanging up, he felt a flicker of solace, yet it was overshadowed by bitterness. This was the only means by which he could assist her, and he felt unworthy even of that. Days later, he noticed a marked improvement in Xiang Jian's spirits. She began to immerse herself in her work again, her face brightening with smiles. Ling Fian stood by the window, observing her focused profile, a tumult of emotions swelling within him, joy for her, and sorrow for himself. He felt like a guardian hidden in the shadows, forever unable to step into the light, never able to reveal his existence to her. This realization enveloped him in an unprecedented solitude. In this unfamiliar town, he masqueraded as an ordinary individual, yearning to approach yet fearing to draw near to the one he cherished most. Each day was a torment, and each day also a form of redemption. In the stillness of night, he often questioned the significance of this vigil. Should he muster the courage to cross the river and confront her, seeking her forgiveness? Yet each time this thought emerged, he would recall her pale face, drenched in blood, and the lock she had severed with a saw when she left. Fear clutched at his throat like an invisible hand, rendering him breathless. He could only continue to masquerade, to keep watch, and linger in the limbo between anguish and hope. Akin to a pupa trapped in a cocoon, yearning to break free yet terrified of the world beyond. During a video conference, Lin Feng did not conclude the call as usual but hesitated before adding, Mr. Ling, regarding the joint venture project in South America. The counterpart's risk control team has conducted an unusually thorough investigation, seemingly catching wind of some unconventional methods we employed in the past concerning labor and environmental issues. Some details they inquired about resemble what only insiders would know. Ling Fian's gaze instinctively drifted to the workshop across the river, and upon hearing this, he snapped back. His eyes sharp as a blade, sending a chill through Lin Feng even over the screen. He fell silent for 2 seconds. His voice devoid of emotion yet imbued with an unyielding coldness. Find a way to smooth things over. Use the cleanest approach to silence them. I do not wish for any dust from the past to tarnish our current business. Understood, Mr. Ling. Lin Feng immediately grasped the implications. Recognizing that it would require the use of some public relations funds and higher-level connections to mitigate the situation, a standard procedure for the Ling family in handling such risks. Ling Fian ended the communication, the momentary icy demeanor gradually dissipating, replaced by a deeper fatigue. Those haunting remnants of the past were a quagmire from which he could never truly escape, always surfacing when he yearned for tranquility, reminding him of his own impurities and the stark contrast to the purity of this town. Gradually, Ling Fian discovered that this life of vigilant watchfulness bestowed upon him a peculiar sense of tranquility, yet beneath this calm, turbulent undercurrents always lurked. In Beijing, his life was consumed by countless meetings, negotiations, and social engagements, where every minute was calculated for value. Here, however, he could spend entire afternoons observing a single cloud's transformation or listen to Auntie Gui's endless chatter about daily life for half an hour. He learned to identify several common bird species, understood which weather was suitable for drying clay, and could even gauge the kiln's temperature based on the color of smoke rising from the chimney. These seemingly trivial pieces of knowledge imparted upon him an inexplicable sense of achievement. Sometimes, he pondered whether, had he been able to cast aside his pride and prejudices years ago, he could have shared such a simple life with Xiang Jian. Yet the moment this thought arose, he forcefully suppressed it. The past was unchangeable, all he could do was safeguard the tranquility before him, even if that tranquility had nothing to do with him. In the dead of night, he often stood before the window, gazing at the now darkened workshop across the river. The river flowed serenely, reflecting scattered lights. This stillness gradually seeped into his very bones, soothing his restless heart. He found himself beginning to fear change, dreading the day when this delicate balance might shatter. He preferred to remain forever a distant sentinel rather than risk becoming the catastrophe that disrupted her life once more. Such emotions were complex and contradictory. He yearned to be discovered by her yet feared the reality of being seen. He wished for her happiness while envying the one who could make her smile instead of himself. Yet one truth remained certain, this river had become the boundary he had set for himself, a red line he dared not cross. Here, he is safe. And she is safe as well. That is sufficient. The river flows quietly, witnessing it all. The lights on the opposite shore are warm and bright. Yet they fail to penetrate the darkness within him. He resembles a clumsy impersonator, playing a role that does not belong to him, enduring all the pain and torment in this self-directed drama. Chapter 21, The Culinary Journey on the Tip of the Tongue. The culinary system in Qingxi town is, for Ling Fian, akin to a foreign language that requires relearning. The flavors here are direct and intense, in stark contrast to the refined, restrained culinary philosophy emphasizing the essence of ingredients that he is accustomed to in Beijing. His palate has undergone a grueling process of taming and cultivation during this endless vigil. The sultry heat of late summer has replaced the chill of early spring, marking the completion of an entire season of his watch in this remote town. Now, as he stands by the window gazing at the figures across the river, he has become a permanent fixture in the scenery of Qingfeng Inn. To the extent that Aunt Gui has lost her curiosity about what he is staring at. Aunt Gui, the innkeeper, is an extraordinarily warm-hearted widow, around 50, with a booming voice and a smile that can light up the entire hall. She quickly notices that this handsome tenant, who seldom speaks and is often frowning, has the bad habit of not eating on time. Thus, a charitable initiative aimed at Ling Fian's appetite quietly commences. One evening, Aunt Gui's characteristic loud voice accompanies a series of knocks on the door. Teacher Yen. Teacher Yen. Open the door, I made delicious preserved vegetable pork today, it smells divine. I prepared a big bowl for you. Ling Fian, who is currently engrossed in handling emails on his laptop, feels his temples throb at the sound. He takes a deep breath, suppressing the instinctive aversion in his stomach, and rises to open the door. As soon as the door swings open, a rich, savory steam envelopes him. Aunt Gui carries a large bowl brimming with glistening, dark brown pork belly, the deep-hued preserved vegetables soaked in meat juices, nearly overflowing. The visual and gustatory impact is overwhelming for Ling Fian, who is accustomed to lighter fare. Aunt Gui, you are too kind, he attempts to refuse. His voice tinged with habitual aloofness. Kindness? Nonsense. It's just a simple task. Aunt Gui doesn't allow him to decline, stepping into the room and expertly placing the bowl on the creaky little wooden table. Look at you, always glued to your computer, you've become gaunt. You need to eat something substantial. I stewed this meat for 2 hours, it's rich yet not greasy, melting in your mouth. Do try it. Ling Fian gazes at the bowl, which can only be described as generous in its offering, feeling his stomach clench slightly. He tries to imagine the expression of a Michelin 3-star chef facing this dish, but the thought is too beautiful to linger on. "Thank you, Aunt Gue," he finally expresses, dryly aware that any refusal would be futile. "What is there to thank? Eat while it's hot. I'll collect the bowl tomorrow." Aunt Gue bursts into the room and leaves just as swiftly, leaving behind the heavy aroma of rich oil and sauce, along with a troubled Ling Fian staring at the large bowl. Resigned, he picks up the chopsticks and takes a small piece of meat. The fatty portion is indeed tender and translucent, but the strong, unfamiliar flavor of the sauce and the distinct fermented aroma of the preserved vegetables compel him to silently recite "when in Rome" before he can bring it to his mouth. His taste buds explode with sensations, salty, savory, oily, and in some respects, fragrant, yet it completely obscures the natural sweetness of the pork. He mechanically chews, pairing it with a generous portion of white rice, before he can finally swallow that piece. At that moment, his gaze instinctively shifts toward the opposite bank. The kitchen window of Xiang Jian's workshop faces the river, the lights are on, revealing moving silhouettes inside. Today seems different from usual. Squinting, he sees the scene in the kitchen. Zhozha is back, holding a lively fish that glimmers under the light. He lifts the fish as if presenting a treasure. Speaking to Xiang Jian. She turns from the stove, wiping her hands, and upon seeing the fish, her face expresses a momentary surprise, quickly transforming into a relaxed, natural smile that Ling Fian has never witnessed directed at him. She does not refuse, she accepts the fish effortlessly, even glancing down at it and nodding, as if acknowledging its quality. Then, she exchanges a few words with Zhozha, pointing toward the nearby water basin. Zhozha instantly brightens, rolling up his sleeves and deftly begins to scale and gut the fish, his movements quick and practiced. Xiang Jian prepares ginger and scallions nearby, occasionally glancing at Zhozha's progress. There is no conversation between them, yet a tacit understanding flows between them. Zhozha cracks a joke, causing Xiang Jian's shoulders to shake lightly, the upward curve of her lips revealing a genuine, relaxed smile that carries a hint of joy. Ling Fian's chopsticks freeze midair. The greasy preserved vegetable pork lingers on his tongue, now feeling like a burning ember, searing his mouth and igniting all the suppressed dark emotions within his chest. She smiled, not at him, but at the young man capable of bringing her fresh fish, sharing time in the kitchen, and evoking such expressions of ease and joy. With a soft thud, his chopsticks clatter onto the table, a subconscious reaction. Jealousy strikes him like a viper's fangs, unexpectedly biting into his heart. That scene is too glaring, too warm, too reminiscent of an ordinary couple's intimacy, something he has never offered her, nor even imagined. He abruptly bows his head, his gaze dropping to the bowl of greasy, aromatic preserved vegetable pork before him. A surge of inexplicable rage rises within him, and he almost defiantly picks up his chopsticks, shoveling a large mouthful of rice mixed with chunks of fatty meat and preserved vegetables into his mouth, chewing with an almost ferocious intensity. The taste? It has become indistinguishable. Only a frenzied, self-destructive urge drives him. Eat. Finish it. He craves something substantial to fill the void left by jealousy, needing this coarse, tangible sustenance to suppress the tumultuous bitterness and anger within. For the first time, Aunt Gui's cooking feels bearable, that intense flavor becomes a channel for emotional release. He continues to consume bowl after bowl, almost mechanically, swallowing rapidly, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Soon, the bowl is nearly emptied. He stands abruptly, carrying the empty bowl out of the room, down the stairs. Aunt Gue, watching television in the common room, is surprised to see him with the empty bowl. "Oh. Teacher Yan, have you finished? Is it enough? There's more rice in the pot. If you please, another bowl." Ling Fian's voice is slightly hoarse, a dark fire flickering in his eyes. "Absolutely." Aunt Gue exclaims joyfully, taking the bowl from him and hurrying to the kitchen, murmuring, "That's the spirit. A man needs to eat well to have strength." For the second bowl, he eats more slowly, but still with focus and silence. His gaze no longer drifting to the opposite bank. He forces himself to concentrate solely on the food before him, as if it were his only adversary and salvation. When the second bowl is finally finished, only a small amount of meat remains in the bowl. A heavy, almost painful fullness settles in his stomach, strangely suppressing the raging jealousy, leaving behind only a weary numbness. As Gue entered to clear the dishes, she was overjoyed to see the bowls and plates completely emptied. her smile wide enough to crease the corners of her eyes. "Oh dear. Teacher Yan has quite the appetite today. It seems you truly relish the Meikai Ko roe I prepared. Tomorrow, I shall make you my specialty, Fenjing roe. I promise it will be even more delectable." Ling Fian managed a reluctant nod, feeling the remnants of the pork rolling uneasily in his stomach. Guei cheerfully carried away the empty bowls. The room fell into silence. The sensation of fullness in his stomach gradually morphed into a dull nausea, the greasy taste incessantly rising from his esophagus. He approached the window once more, gazing across the river. The kitchen light on the opposite bank remained aglow, faint silhouettes of two figures seated at the table were discernible. It was a tranquil and heartwarming scene. Zhou appeared to be animatedly recounting something, while Xiang Jian listened attentively, occasionally raising a hand to cover her mouth, as if to stifle a laugh. Suddenly, a wave of intense nausea surged up his throat. Ling Fian's complexion changed drastically, and he swiftly turned to rush into the cramped bathroom, violently retching into the toilet. The copious food forcibly ingested earlier mixed with stomach acid surged forth. The distinctive salty scent of Meikai and the greasiness of the fatty meat filled the small space. He vomited desperately, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Cold sweat beating on his forehead, collapsing weakly onto the icy tiles. His stomach was empty, yet the sour and burning sensation was more pronounced than ever. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, feeling as wretched as a stray dog. He had succumbed to a fish and a bowl of Meikai Ko roe. No. It was much more than that. Time and again, he had been bested by Zhou's seemingly trivial gestures of affection. Sometimes it was a farm-fresh chicken, meticulously prepared by Zhou and delivered to him, only for him to observe Xiangjian simmering soup in a small pot the next day, filling the workshop with a warm, inviting aroma throughout the afternoon. At other times, it was a piece of homemade cured meat, which Xiangjian would slice thin and stir-fry with garlic sprouts, the enticing fragrance seemingly wafting across the river, invading his room and tormenting his senses. Even a handful of freshly picked, dew-kissed vegetables would find their way to him, with Zhou justifying it as too many from our own garden. And Xiangjian would accept them graciously, occasionally returning the favor with freshly baked cookies or pastries. Each exchange flowed so naturally, as if rehearsed countless times. Every time he witnessed Zhou entering the workshop with something in hand, and saw the faint yet genuine smile of acceptance on Xiangjian's face, Ling Fian felt as if his heart had been ignited by a wildfire, jealousy and anger consuming his very being. He longed to rush over and cast those items into the river, declaring to the world that she was his. Yet, each time his gaze met the fleeting tranquility and softness on Xiangjian's face, born from these seemingly insignificant acts of care, that blazing fury would be doused as if doused by a bucket of icy water, extinguishing in an instant. He dared not act. He truly did not possess the courage to risk disturbing this moment of calm, to let that hard-won smile, which had only just re-emerged in her life, vanish once more. He had already shattered her once in the most cruel manner. Now, he lacked even the courage to appear before her and plead for forgiveness. How could he dare to disrupt the fragile peace she had managed to reclaim, even if it was due to another man's presence? Struggling to his feet, Ling Fian splashed cold water on his face. The reflection in the mirror revealed a pallid man, with reddened eyes, a pitiful sight. He rinsed his mouth, attempting to wash away the nauseating taste, but that bitterness seemed to have seeped deep into his very soul. The relentless feelings of defeat and the inconvenience of communication compelled him to relinquish control even further. He began to adapt to the sporadic signal interruptions, handling only the most critical responses, delegating more secondary decisions and daily operational authority to the vice presidents. This process still left him feeling uneasy, akin to a rider loosening the reins, yet the allure of the world across the river far outweighed the instinct to control his distant empire. He slowly returned to the window. The lights across the river had dimmed, and the entire workshop was enveloped in the tranquility of the night. The river flowed gently, reflecting the scattered starlight, cold and distant. His stomach remained empty, accompanied by the lingering weakness of having vomited. Yet, within the boundless ice-cold bitterness of his heart, there flickered a glimmer of despairing clarity. This prolonged vigil of his was perhaps destined to be a solitary chaos, and all he could do was hide in the shadows, helplessly watching, chewing on his own bitterness, each swallow becoming increasingly arduous. The next day, Ling Fian astonishingly did not appear at the window at the usual hour. When Guei came to bring breakfast, she found him lying pale in bed, his forehead beaded with fine cold sweat. "Teacher Yan, what's wrong with you?" Guei exclaimed. quickly setting down the tray and reaching out to feel his forehead. Oh dear, you have a slight fever. Did you eat something bad? Ling Fian weakly shook his head. His voice hoarse, it's nothing, just need to rest a bit. Guei furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something. Could it be the meikai from last night was too greasy? Oh dear, it's all my fault. Seeing you eat so heartily, I forgot to remind you that it's not good to overindulge, especially for city folks with delicate stomachs. Ling Fian offered no explanation, merely closing his eyes. He indeed felt unbearable pain in his stomach, but what hurt more was his heart. That warm scene lodged like a thorn deep within him, each heartbeat bringing a sharp pang of anguish. Guei fussed in and out, bringing a bowl of congee and a small dish. Here, drink some congee to warm your stomach. I won't bring you any greasy food today. Let us have something light. Ling Fian reluctantly sat up, accepting the bowl of congee. The warmth of the congee seeped through the porcelain, providing a faint comfort. He sipped slowly, and the cramping in his stomach seemed to ease slightly. Thank you, Guei, he murmured, this expression of gratitude more sincere than any before. No need for thanks, just rest well, Guei replied, glancing at his pale face, unable to resist adding, Teacher Yin, I'm not saying this lightly. But you can't just stay cooped up in your room all day. You see, Teacher Xiang was also quite sulky when she first arrived, but look at her now. She is gradually coming around. Stepping outside now and then, talking to people, is better than any medicine. Ling Fian's hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling the congee. He lowered his gaze to mask the emotions in his eyes. Does Teacher Xiang often talk to people? Of course. Guei, oblivious to his unease, continued, especially Teacher Zhou, who often comes by to help. I must say, Teacher Zhou is truly a wonderful person, warm-hearted and cultured. He and Teacher Xiang are quite well matched. Guei. Ling Fian suddenly interrupted her, his voice sharp enough to startle himself. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep a little longer. Guei paused, seeming to realize she had overstepped, and quickly nodded. All right, you rest, I won't disturb you. Once the door was closed, Ling Fian leaned weakly against the headboard, feeling like a pathetic jester. Even an observer could see the compatibility between Zhou Zhe and Xiang Jian, while he, once her legitimate husband, lacked even the right to hear that phrase. Throughout the day, he lay in bed, drifting between sleep and wakefulness. The pain in his stomach ebbed and flowed, mirroring his tumultuous feelings for Xiang Jian, torn between longing and restraint. As dusk descended, he reluctantly rose and approached the window. The workshops across the river had illuminated their lights, yet the courtyard remained devoid of life. He was uncertain of what Xiang Jian had engaged in that day. Whether she had once again been in the company of Zhou Zhe, and whether that warm smile of hers had graced her lips once more. This ignorance tormented him, more agonizing than any stomach ache. At that moment, his phone chimed. It was a message from his assistant, Lin Feng, reporting on various company matters. He casually mentioned, General Manager Ling, the specialized books on the maintenance of ceramic kilns that you requested have been located. Should I arrange for them to be sent immediately? Ling Fian gazed intently at the message, suddenly realizing how ludicrous his behavior had been in recent days. Here he was, consumed by jealousy of a man who could present her with fish, yet he had never considered what she genuinely required. She was an artist in ceramics, seeking professional acknowledgement and support, rather than mere fish or vegetables. Please send them over, he replied, then added, also, please assist me in gathering information on international ceramic exhibitions, particularly any significant events or competitions occurring soon. Understood, General Manager Ling. Is there anything else you require? Ling Fian paused for a moment, his fingers hovering over the screen for an extended while, and ultimately wrote, investigate if Xiang Jian's workshop has any plans to participate in exhibitions or competitions recently. After sending this message, a peculiar tranquility enveloped him. Perhaps he would never be able to deliver fresh fish or homegrown vegetables like Zhou Zhe, but he could support her in his own way, even if she might never know who was aiding her from the shadows. This realization restored a semblance of direction within him. He moved to his desk, opened books on ceramic art, and began to read earnestly. This time, it was not driven by a possessive desire for conquest, but rather a sincere attempt to comprehend this art form and the world she had chosen. He discovered that the process of ceramic creation was far more intricate than he had imagined. The selection of clay, the formulation of glazes, the control of kiln temperatures, And the timing of firing, all required precise management. Even the slightest misstep could lead to utter failure. He began to understand why Xiang Jian often fell silent for long stretches when faced with failed works, and why she was so demanding of every detail. This was not pretentiousness, but rather a profound respect for art. Such understanding deepened his admiration for Xiang Jian. After enduring such trauma, she had not only risen again but had chosen a profession that demanded immense patience and perseverance. Her inner strength surpassed his expectations. Days later, Lin Feng sent a message. Xiang Jian's workshop indeed plans to participate in the Folk Arts Expo next month in the provincial capital. But they appear to be encountering some difficulties, primarily concerning funding and transportation. Ling Fian immediately replied, anonymously sponsor all expenses, including booth fees, transportation costs, and accommodation. Find a reliable logistics company to handle the transport of artworks. Understood. Any other instructions? Ensure that all processes go through formal channels. Do not let her suspect any special arrangements. Putting down his phone, Ling Fian walked to the window. Across the river, in the workshop, Xiang Jian was carefully packing some of her works, her movements meticulous and focused. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. It was the first genuine sense of comfort he had felt in many days. After addressing matters concerning Xiang Jian, another urgent call came through. Lin Feng's voice lost its usual steadiness. General Manager Ling, there's a problem. The funding chain for the Southeast Asia port project has suddenly collapsed. Our longtime partner, DBS Bank, has unexpectedly rejected the final transitional loan. Ling Fian furrowed his brow. What is the reason? The official reason is a tightening of global liquidity and an upward adjustment in risk assessment. However, our sources have discovered that an anonymous individual sent detailed materials to senior bank officials and regulatory bodies, not only concerning the project itself but also unearthing certain financial maneuvers from a malicious acquisition the group conducted a decade ago. Such tactics are extremely sensitive by today's regulatory standards, leading the bank to harbor serious doubts about our commercial integrity. Anonymous individual? Ling Fian's tone turned icy. Can we trace the source? The party is quite cunning, employing multiple layers of encryption and proxies, clearly the work of a professional. General Manager. This doesn't feel like ordinary commercial competition. It feels as though someone intimately familiar with us is precisely targeting our vulnerabilities. Lin Feng paused, adding, it feels like an old friend is reaching out. Ling Fian stood by the window, his gaze sweeping over the tranquil workshop across the river. His expression now profoundly cold and deep. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. Understood. Activate the emergency plan and allocate funds from our European branch to cover the gap. Additionally, instruct the Information Security Department to form a team. I want to uncover this old friend, no matter how deep we must dig. After hanging up, the restlessness born of jealousy was replaced by a more severe vigilance. The scent of trouble was all too familiar. This was not merely a commercial blow, it felt like a signal, a warning from the shadows of his past. He paced back to the window, his focus now shifted. The workshop's warm, serene lights contrasted sharply with the tightening noose of his own world. The anonymous materials and precise targeting mentioned by Lin Feng were chillingly familiar, stirring up unpleasant memories. A name he thought long buried seemed to stir beneath the depths of his recollection. He had believed he had found refuge in a secluded paradise. But the debts of the past had evidently no intention of releasing him. This journey of culinary mastery had suddenly taken on a far more sanguine quality. His resolve to protect her remained unchanged, yet the path ahead was evidently more perilous and shadowy than he had anticipated. Following that call, Ling Fian's weary eyes dimmed further. Perhaps he was destined to never step into her life, but at the very least, he could safeguard her dreams in his own way. This might be the true essence of his journey of culinary mastery, to learn the correct way to love someone, even if that love could never be articulated. As night fell, the river mirrored the lights across the way, reflecting his solitary figure. Yet his heart was no longer filled solely with bitterness and jealousy. It now harbored a measure of tranquility and determination. This journey was still long, but perhaps he had finally discovered his direction. Chapter 22. Out of control. The communication network in Qingxi town seemed to engage in a malicious game of hide-and-seek with Ling Fian. In this southern town, embraced by mountains, signal reception was not a given but a sporadic blessing, a scarce resource that required patience and skill to capture. This state of isolation was often a torment. Yet at times, it served as a peculiar form of protection. It forcibly separated him from the swirling eddies of the northern city, which were being stirred by an invisible hand. The daily encrypted faxes from Lin Feng grew increasingly concise. Yet the information became more alarming. A key witness who had been retired for many years unexpectedly passed away. An elder of the family was embroiled in an old case. A previously stable overseas partner suddenly adopted a vague stance. Each incident, when viewed in isolation, seemed like an independent accident or business decision, but when connected, they pointed toward a chillingly clear direction. The hand known as Shadow Serpent was methodically dismantling the outer defenses of the Ling family empire. The cool autumn breeze swept away the first batch of red leaves from the camphor trees, fluttering down onto the windowsill. It had been a year and a half since she resolutely departed from that cold prison. Meanwhile, he had spent nearly half a year in a self-imposed confinement by the riverbank, seeking atonement. Ling Fian quickly discovered that in room 201 of the Qingfeng Kajan, there existed a subtle inverse relationship between signal strength and geographical position. The more comfortable the location, the worse the signal. Conversely, the more awkward the posture, the better the reception. After 3 days of countless experiments, he ultimately crafted a detailed signal heat map. The optimal calling position was the northeast corner of the room. Leaning forward at a 45-degree angle, left hand raised high clutching the phone, right ear pressed tightly against the receiver, and the right foot slightly raised to maintain balance. This posture could be sustained for a maximum of 12 minutes. Exceeding this limit would result in muscle cramps and a regrettable failure. The secondary position was outside on the windowsill, requiring half of his body to protrude outside, which was perilous yet provided stable signal. The downside was the risk of mosquito bites, and on one occasion, a neighbor mistook his actions for suicidal intent, nearly calling the authorities. The worst position was on the bed, where the soft bedding seemed to act as a natural barrier, severing the connection the moment he lay down. This peculiar favorable feng shui spot was once encountered by Aunt Gui, who brought tea. She pushed the door open and found Ling Fian frozen in a near-modern dance contortion against the wall, and in astonishment, she asked, "Mr. Yen, are you practicing some new form of yoga?" Ling Fian awkwardly lowered his phone and rubbed his sore shoulders, replying, "I'm searching for signal." "Oh. That corner has the best signal," Aunt Gui exclaimed. "My grandson stands there every time he gets home from school to play games." A week later, Ling Fian was compelled to preside over an important multinational merger conference call. He began his warm-up half an hour early, stretching his shoulders and neck, moving his ankles, with the seriousness of an athlete preparing for a performance. The meeting commenced smoothly enough. The lawyer from London was elaborating on the key terms of the contract, and Ling Fian listened intently, occasionally posing incisive questions. Just at this critical juncture, a vendor's shout from outside suddenly pierced the atmosphere, "Sweet tofu pudding." The intonation resonated clearly through the phone's microphone, reaching across the ocean. After a moment of silence, the lawyer on the other end cautiously inquired, "Mr. Ling, are you filming a movie over there?" Ling Fian, unfazed, replied, "Please continue, we were discussing Clause 73. 10 minutes later, while the representative from Singapore was analyzing financial data, a child from the neighboring house began practicing the violin. The screeching noise penetrated the thin walls, perfectly drowning out the report from the other side. "I apologize." Ling Fian had to interrupt, "Could you please repeat the EBITDA data?" However, Aunt Gui then shouted from outside, "Mr. Yan, your pants have blown onto the prickly ash tree. Should I fetch a close pole to retrieve them?" Turning to the kitchen, she muttered, "Tisk, can't even secure the laundry properly." The assistant, Lin Feng, wisely chose to remain silent, but Ling Fian distinctly heard the muffled cough that concealed embarrassment. The video conference became an utterly impossible task. Not only due to the signal's inability to support a stable video stream but also because of the sparrows on the windowsill, Aunt Gui's large yellow dog barking at passers-by, and mischievous elementary school students using slingshots to strike the inn's windows. All these background distractions were far from presidential. For Ling Fian, the greatest anguish brought on by this communication predicament was not inconvenience but a sense of loss of control. He was accustomed to commanding every aspect, the rhythm of business negotiations, the intricacies of group operations, even the whereabouts of those around him. Now, he could not even manage the most fundamental communication. Whenever the signal was interrupted, anxiety would envelop him. Had he missed an important message? Was there an urgent matter requiring his attention? This uncertainty tormented the nerves of his perfectionism. He began to awaken in the middle of the night, subconsciously checking his phone signal bars, then standing in the favorable feng shui spot refreshing his emails. One early morning, Aunt Gue, upon rising, saw the light spilling from under room 201's door and the distorted shadows on the wall, almost mistaking it for a haunting. Mr. Yen. Aunt Gue could not help but say one day, I see you fretting over that little square all day. In my opinion, what's meant to come will come. Worrying one to hasten it. Look at those rushing waves, the ones that rush ahead often shatter against the rocks. The ones that take their time, however, carry the mountains and clouds of the entire river away in their embrace. Ling Fian realized for the first time that this seemingly ordinary innkeeper was, in fact, a deeply insightful philosopher of life. After a month of struggle, Ling Fian had to confront reality. He could not maintain his previous level of control in Qingxi town. On an afternoon when the signal was relatively stable, he made a decisive decision to delegate the operational rights of the remaining core business segments of his commercial empire entirely to 3 vice presidents. The energy sector will be independently managed by General Li Chongsen, with major matters reported weekly. The final decisions for the real estate projects will be overseen by General Wang Xuanhai, and all financing matters of the technology company will be entrusted to General Zhao Xiaohui. Ling Fian's tone was calm, yet his fingers gripping the phone turned pale from exertion. The executives on the other end were momentarily stunned. Although power had been gradually devolved before, this was the first time Ling Fian so clearly and completely relinquished the highest decision-making authority. Mr. Ling, are you certain? Lin Feng cautiously confirmed. Certain, Ling Fian gazed out at the tranquil river, unless in extreme circumstances, do not disturb me. After ending the call, he stood by the window for a long time. The devolution of power was supposed to bring relief, yet he felt a deeper sense of unease. It was akin to a ship's captain voluntarily relinquishing the helm, even for the sake of rest. It was challenging to overcome that instinctive sense of instability. This unease was not unfounded. The Ling family's empire was built upon the ruthless jungle law of the survival of the fittest, with countless enemies lurking beneath the trees. Completely retreating behind the scenes meant exposing his greatest vulnerability and unguarded back to potential observers lurking in the shadows. He recalled a recent report from Lin Feng about an unexpected overseas project ambush, executed with precision and laden with personal vendetta. At the time, he had been preoccupied elsewhere and had not delved deeply. In retrospect, that may not have been an end but merely the beginning of a probe. However, as time passed, Ling Fian began to recognize the unexpected rewards brought by this loss of control. Freed from the shackles of daily affairs, he gained an unprecedented space for contemplation. Removed from the clamor of the group, he could examine the company's strategic direction with a more transcendent perspective. Issues previously overlooked began to surface, and new ideas began to take root. This enforced slowness extended to his observations of the opposite bank. He no longer merely peered anxiously but began to truly see. He saw Xiang Jian silently standing before a ruined kiln of porcelain, her silhouette forlorn yet upright throughout the entire afternoon. In that moment, he was unaware that the cigarette between his fingers had burned to ash. A silent resonance vibrated within him, as he understood all too well the feeling of pouring one's heart and soul into something that ultimately came to naught. He saw her patiently guiding the clumsiest apprentice, her fingers gently correcting his posture, her profile illuminated by the afternoon sun, radiating a tranquility and acceptance he had never witnessed before. This was a stark contrast to the timid and evasive wife he remembered. A complex and sharp emotion pierced through him. Was it jealousy that the apprentice could elicit such patience from her? Or was it regret for never having afforded her the opportunity to showcase this tenderness? This emotion burned within him, nearly shattering his habitual icy facade. The overwhelming jealousy and regret, which threatened to tear him apart, transformed into a near-paranoid drive to understand what sustained her. What allowed her to reconstruct her life in this place after enduring such devastation? A thought burgeoned like wild grass breaking through the hardened walls of his heart. He must possess a piece of porcelain crafted by her hands. Chapter 23. The teacup. Once this thought took root, it swiftly spread with astonishing intensity, akin to the fervor with which he had once searched for her. This was not a romantic impulse, rather, it was a blend of an instinctual possessiveness and a distorted form of atonement. He needed a tangible object to affirm that the year and a half of torment and waiting were not illusory, to establish a pitiful connection. He instructed Lin Feng to place an order with the Xiangwan workshop completely anonymously, a daily use teacup, crafted solely by Master Xiangwan herself. No specific shape or glaze was designated. This was a test of Lin Fian's prideful inquiry. What would she create under the condition of his non-interference? The waiting period stretched indefinitely. Each day devoid of news seemed to challenge the limits of his patience. He became more restless than when awaiting critical contract approvals. His voice chilling in response to Lin Feng's reports of no updates from the Xiongwan workshop, leaving the person on the other end of the line in stunned silence. He gazed intently across the river, his eyes sharp enough to almost burn a hole through the workshop's kiln. When Lin Feng finally placed the unadorned paper box on his desk, Ling Fian was engaged in an international conference call. He gestured for Lin Feng to set it down. Continuing the meeting as usual, his voice steady, calm, and authoritative, even precisely refuting a loophole in the other party's terms. Yet, only he recognized that from the moment the box entered his line of sight, the voices around him began to blur and fade. All of his focus tethered by an invisible thread to that box. His heartbeat thundered, nearly drowning out all other sounds emanating from his headset. With remarkable willpower, he maintained a composed tone, concluding the meeting with rapidity and brevity. As the meeting ended, he abruptly closed his laptop, plunging the room into an intense silence that only amplified the tumult within his chest. He remained motionless, fixated on the box as if it were a perilous yet irresistibly alluring treasure. His jaw tightened, his throat involuntarily bobbing, and he inhaled deeply as though gathering courage. Then, almost impulsively, he stood up, his swift motion knocking over a chair with a jarring noise, yet he remained oblivious. Approaching the desk, his fingers trembled with an indescribable excitement as he roughly tore at the cotton twine securing the box, ripping through the wrapping paper. Inside lay a plain, white hand-thrown teacup. There were no ostentatious designs, merely the faint, swirling patterns beneath the glaze, whispering of the crafting process. The cup's form was full and rounded, its body thin, the glaze warm and lustrous like jade. Ling Fian's breath caught in his throat. He extended his hand, his fingertips hesitating for the briefest moment before reverently cradling the cup. Its size, weight, and curvature fit perfectly in his palm, as if it had been custom-made for him. His gaze greedily traced every curve, finally resting on the bottom, where a delicate yet clear inscription read 1. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck him. All restraint, all composure, all suppression crumbled in an instant. A searing warmth surged to his eyes, blurring his vision. He clenched his jaw, his chin forming a rigid line, summoning all his strength to suppress a sob that rose in his throat, transforming it into a fragmented, heavy gasp. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. It had been a year and a half, a full year and a half, this was the closest he had ever been to her. No longer separated by the cold river, nor viewed through the hazy glass of a window, but with the very warmth she had created, cradled in his hands. His fingertips repeatedly brushed over the inscription 1. As if through that action he could touch the hand that had wielded the brush, to feel the warmth he had once possessed yet failed to cherish, now so distant. He abruptly closed his eyes, the burning tears finally broke free from their constraints, cascading down unexpectedly, one drop landing precisely on the inscription, spreading into a small, dark, wet mark. Startled, he hurriedly wiped at it with his sleeve, his actions frantic as though he were a child caught in mischief, terrified of tarnishing or damaging this invaluable treasure. Then, feeling utterly drained, he staggered back to his chair, clutching the cup tightly against his chest as if to embed it into his very flesh. His tall figure slumped, his forehead resting against the cold edge of the table, emitting a suppressed, low whimper akin to an injured beast. That sound was laden with a year and a half of regret, despair from the search, the overwhelming shock of regaining what was lost, and a love so hopeless it threatened to tear him apart. He held this position for what felt like an eternity. Outside, the stars hung low in silent vigil, while inside, only the man's stifled breaths and the white porcelain cup, pressed tightly to his heart as if bearing the weight of the world, remained. At dawn, Ling Fian finally lifted his head. His eyes were swollen, yet his gaze was remarkably clear. He meticulously cleaned the teacup, placing it in the most prominent position on the windowsill. In the morning light, the pure white porcelain gleamed softly, and the inscription 1 seemed to come alive. From that day forward, he developed a working rhythm that adapted to the pace of Qingxi town. Each morning, he would brew tea in that cup, spending an hour addressing the most crucial emails. Afternoons were reserved for contemplation, often spent walking by the river or sipping tea. Evenings were dedicated to secondary tasks, and the nights belonged entirely to him, reading, studying porcelain, or simply gazing at the lights across the river and daydreaming with the cup in hand. Sometimes, during the night, He would cross the river stealthily to collect the damaged porcelain from the workshop, carefully cleaning them before hiding them in a box in the corner of his room. This sensation evoked a nostalgic feeling of treasure hunting in his childhood home, restoring a long-lost inner peace. Aunt Gui grew curious about his sudden frequent use of the old fax machine but kindly refrained from probing further. Each time the fax machine whirred to life, she would instinctively organize the received documents and leave them at the front desk for him to collect. "Teacher Yen, your carrier pigeon has fluttered back again. This bird is far more diligent than the town's postman," Aunt Gui humorously referred to the fax machine, always wearing a benevolent smile. What astonished Ling Fian most was that Aunt Gui had even developed a signal forecasting system. "Teacher Yen, the clouds look ominous, expect a change in weather this afternoon. It's best to make important calls in the morning." Her accuracy was astonishingly high, more reliable than any weather forecast. On an especially tranquil night, Ling Fian suddenly realized something. He had always strived to control everything, including his emotions. Yet, the truly significant things are often not born from control but rather require heartfelt appreciation and patient waiting. Just like the porcelain in his hand, he could not control the effects of the kiln change, yet he was rewarded with unexpected delights. Similarly, the person on the opposite bank. The more he attempted to draw near, the further he was pushed away. This realization, simple to the point of being trite, can only be truly comprehended after experiencing loss and slowing down. Ling Fei Yen gently caressed the rim of the cup, the cool porcelain gradually warming in his palm. Some understandings require time to settle, some feelings need distance to be seen clearly. The signal was good tonight, yet he decided against checking emails. Certain reflections are more significant than any business decision, some waits are more worthwhile than any transaction. In the leisurely pace of Qing Xiaijin, accompanied by this porcelain cup, he discovered something far more important than signal strength, the courage to reconcile with himself, the wisdom to make peace with the past, and the patience to face the future. He recalled what Aunt Gui had said today. 34, "Teacher Yen, look. Over there by the river bend, the fireflies have begun their meeting. Those twinkling lights are them exchanging signals. Unlike you city folks who need to pull out your phones to scan and spend money and electricity, I reckon our little lanterns by the river are far more luminous. Perhaps, sometimes disconnecting allows one to truly connect with what matters." The lights in the workshop across the river flickered back to life. Ling Fei Yen set down his phone, choosing not to check emails tonight. Let the world leave him for a while, and let him depart from the world for a moment. Outside the window, the stars began to emerge. A meteor streaking across the sky. In Qing Xiaijin, even wishes require patient waiting to be fulfilled, for the network is too poor. Sending a wish to the heavens takes time. Chapter 24. 2 men. The persistent rains over Qing Xiaijin took a brief respite, revealing a fragile, washed-out azure sky. Yet the air remained humid and thick, with sunlight unable to disperse the heavy moisture enveloping the town. A weary gray SUV, moving with a speed and urgency incongruous with the tranquility of this small town, rolled over the damp bluestone road and came to a precise halt at the entrance of Xiangwan workshop. The car door swung open, and Qinglin stepped out. Clad in a slightly wrinkled khaki trench coat, holding a worn black umbrella, he stood on the riverbank, his gaze penetrating the rain curtain, fixed for a long while on the courtyard of the workshop. An unmistakable fatigue marked his face, with dark circles clearly visible under his eyes. He could see Xiang Jian, now Xiangwan, moving gracefully beneath the eaves, carefully transporting a batch of dried clay forms into the shelter to avoid the rain alongside the apprentice Xiao Wei. Her movements were steady and efficient, clad in an apron smeared with clay, her profile focused and serene. It had been a year and a half. Each time he visited, he felt as though he could see the scars of her past being gradually smoothed over by the passage of time in this small town and the clay in her hands, growing anew into a resilient and independent texture. This brought him solace, yet beneath that solace lay a thread of unshakable concern. He had not set foot here for nearly half a year. The recent tumult within the Ling family's ancestral home, marked by the unexpected hospitalizations of several core figures, had imposed a heavy workload on him, binding him tightly to that bustling yet cold city. More troubling than this, however, was the near 6-month disappearance of the young master Ling Fei Yen, who seemed to have evaporated from existence. The ancestral home was tight-lipped about it. But the oppressive feeling of an impending storm, coupled with the medical team's frequent and discreet inquiries regarding the management of physical functions under psychological trauma and extreme anxiety, made Qinglin acutely aware that Ling Fei Yen's disappearance was not merely another impulsive getaway. A terrifying suspicion lingered in his mind. He had to come personally to confirm it. He took a step forward, crossing the familiar stone bridge to reach the workshop entrance. Xiang Jian. He pushed open the slightly ajar door, his voice hoarse from the long journey. Dr. Cheng. Xiao Wei, sharp-eyed, was the first to spot him. Her face instantly lighting up with a joyful smile. You're here. Sister Xiang Wan, Dr. Cheng has come. Xiang Jian, engrossed at the workbench, looked up at the sound. And a genuine, warm smile blossomed on her face upon seeing Qinglin through the rain. Ling Chaoge, it's been a while. Come in. She stepped forward, taking his damp long-handled umbrella, leaning against the doorframe. The rain here is quite considerate, it only stopped because you arrived. Her complexion appeared much improved since their last meeting, her eyes reflecting a newfound tranquility and strength. Qinglin scrutinized her closely, feeling somewhat reassured, yet the deep-seated doubts lingered. Just finished a busy phase and managed to steal a couple of days of leisure. I had to come see you, Qinglin explained with a smile. Though his gaze discreetly swept across the workshop, which was orderly and vibrant, suggesting that all was well. Nevertheless, he caught a faint trace of an unease, deliberately concealed, lingering in her brow. Please, sit down. I'll brew you some tea. Xiang Jian seemed genuinely pleased. A batch of tea from the county's tea garden unexpectedly came through. It's wonderful, you must try it. Qinglin's glasses gleamed momentarily, but he said nothing. The two of them sat down, casually chatting about recent events. Qinglin briefly mentioned the hospital's busyness, skillfully avoiding all details related to the Ling family. Xiang Jian enthusiastically shared updates about the workshop's operations and new creations. It's going well, she said with a smile. The workshop has a few more orders. It's busy but fulfilling. It's just that this rain is making everyone feel a bit moldy. However, Qinglin's attention could not be wholly focused. His professional instincts and understanding of Xiang Jian led him to sense that beneath the seemingly perfect surface, some discordant force was lurking. Everything was too smooth, almost as if it were orchestrated. Yet he refrained from rashly exposing it. Almost simultaneously, behind the tightly drawn blue curtains of Qin Feng Inn across the river, Ling Fei Yan was like a statue nailed to the spot, the telescope in his hand drooping uselessly. He saw Qinglin. He saw him rushing over. Saw him gazing at her with concern, saw them sitting across from each other. A surge of complex emotion seized him. It was jealousy. An intense jealousy that others could openly care for her, be present in her life. It was fear. Fearing that Qinglin's keen perception would uncover the protective network he had woven, prompting her to leave this seemingly calm yet perilous place. It was also a profound, helpless pain. He himself did not even have the right to appear and warn her. He could only hide in the shadows, his heart gripped by a cold hand, aching to the point where breathing became a challenge. Qinglin's presence acted as a mirror, reflecting all the despair and indignity of his current plight. Inside the workshop, Qinglin ultimately could not suppress his sense of responsibility as a doctor and concern as a friend. As long as you're doing well, he began earnestly, setting down his teacup. Are you really all right here on your own? Have you encountered any insurmountable troubles? Or has anything unusual occurred? He probed carefully, trying to sound casual. Xiang Jian looked up, meeting his concerned and penetrating gaze. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just shook her head, offering a faint, somewhat self-deprecating smile. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. I just feel that the workshop has been unusually fortunate lately. Several difficulties have inexplicably been resolved. She paused, as if trying to dispel this nonsensical thought. Maybe I'm just not used to good luck after being accustomed to bad. It's all right, Ling Chaoge. Don't worry. Qinglin studied her intently, choosing not to press further. He recognized her unwillingness to elaborate. He understood in his heart that certain events were transpiring. Yet she appeared to be well protected, or rather, blissfully unaware. After sitting for a moment longer, Qinglin Zhang rose to bid farewell, expressing his relief at seeing her unharmed. He had matters to attend to and needed to catch a late flight home. Xiang Jian escorted him to the door, filled with gratitude and reluctance. Just as Qinglin Zhang was about to get into his car, he suddenly halted, turned around, and earnestly said to Xiang Jian, remember, no matter what happens, should you encounter any difficulties, you must call me immediately. Trust me. He paused, his tone laden with significance. No matter how dire the situation may seem, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Sometimes, the most improbable options are the only answers. His words seemed directed at her, yet also appeared to pierce through her. Addressing someone lurking in the shadows. A strong, almost certain premonition struck him. Chapter 25, Confrontation. As the car departed from Qingxi town, it did not head towards the airport, but rather took a detour onto the provincial road leading to a neighboring county. At a secluded highway rest stop 30 kilometers northwest, Qing Linzhong turned off the engine. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number he had obtained from Old Master Ling, a number he had never previously contacted. The phone rang for quite some time. And just as Qing Linzhong began to believe it would go unanswered, it connected. A profound silence greeted him, broken only by the sound of suppressed breathing. "It's me. Qing Linzhong." His voice was cold and hard, as if forged from ice. "I am at the rest stop 30 kilometers northwest of Qingxi town. If you still possess any semblance of responsibility, come to meet me. I will wait for half an hour." Having said that, he hung up the phone abruptly, leaving no room for refusal. 20 minutes later, an inconspicuous black sedan silently glided into the rest stop, parking beside his vehicle. The door swung open, and Ling Fian emerged. Qing Linzhong's pupils constricted. The man before him was nearly unrecognizable. The once imposing and tempestuous aura had been eroded, replaced by an all-encompassing fatigue and a near-ascetic self-restraint. He had lost considerable weight, his complexion pale, yet his eyes, when directed at Qing Linzhong, churned with an intricate mix of emotions, wariness, shame, a barely perceptible plea, and a heavy sense of resolute determination, as if he bore the weight of the world. The two men stood in a standoff across the cold air, neither willing to speak first. The rest stop was eerily quiet, the only sound being the whispering of the wind through the desolate grass. Eventually, it was Qing Linzhong who broke the silence, his voice low yet imbued with a chilling scrutiny. "How long has it been?" Ling Fian shifted slightly, resting his hand on the car door, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly. "Almost half a year." His voice was hoarse, tinged with an indescribable weariness. "She doesn't know?" "She must not know." Ling Fian's response was resolute, almost fanatical in its finality. He raised his gaze to meet Qing Linzhong's. Qing Linzhong slowly inquired, his gaze sharp as a scalpel, "Ling Fian, what exactly do you intend to do?" His tone grew severe. "Do you find it amusing to lurk in the shadows, manipulating these serendipitous occurrences? Are you aware that this only serves to instill greater fear in her?" Ling Fian's jaw tightened momentarily, his throat bobbing, his eyes suddenly turning sharp and sinister, devoid of any desire for explanation, only exuding a frigid warning as if his territory had been encroached upon. He spoke, his voice gravelly as if sandpapered, carrying an undeniable possessiveness. "My affairs are none of your concern." "None of my concern?" Qing Linzhong nearly scoffed, observing her ignorance, watching her tremble due to your misguided benevolence. "Is this not my concern? Ling Fian, you have never understood what it truly means to care for her. You are merely satisfying yourself in your own way, dragging her back under your control." He recalled the recent spate of accidents at the old residence in Beijing. The precise strikes against core figures of the Ling family, his tone sharpening further. "Things have been quite tumultuous at the old residence lately. How many people have met with unexpected misfortune? Don't tell me you are unaware. Will your past debts not bring her trouble?" A fleeting glimpse of intense pain crossed Ling Fian's eyes, quickly overshadowed by deeper ferocity. He stepped forward abruptly, emanating a chilling pressure, resembling an enraged beast. "Qing Linzhong, do not presume to know me. What you see is merely what you wish to see. Return to Beijing, this is none of your business." His tone shifted sharply, resolute and heavy. "I am here to ensure her safety. No one can replace me in this matter." As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. All of Qing Linzhong's prepared taunts and inquiries became lodged in his throat. He stared intently at Ling Fian, attempting to discern any hint of hypocrisy or scheming within those unfathomable depths. Yet all he found was a near-fanatical intensity and a sense of irrevocable commitment. The gaze that once held arrogance and disdain now bore the weight of a profound, almost self-destructive sense of responsibility. Qing Linzhong suddenly realized that this man, while perhaps still extreme in his methods, had fundamentally altered his core purpose. He was not constructing a new cage, but rather establishing a barrier with himself as its bulwark. Ling Fian's voice dropped suddenly, yet it resonated with a disquieting, menacing air. "Should anyone lay a finger on her, I will make them regret ever being born into this world. Including you, Qing Linzhong." If you meddle further and frequently appear before her, I won't hesitate to let you experience the taste of misfortune as well. His words were chilling and uncompromising, starkly revealing his undeniable possessiveness and habitual ruthlessness. Qin Linzhong regarded him, observing this man seemingly tempered by despair. Anger still simmered within him, but a more intricate understanding began to surface. Laced with the insight of a healer dissecting a pathological obsession and a thread of incredulous empathy. Perhaps he was mad. Yet his madness at this moment seemed entirely directed towards a singular purpose, to create a barrier against danger, even if that barrier bore deadly thorns. A prolonged silence stretched between them, as if electric sparks crackled in the air. Ultimately, Qin Linzhong let out a heavy sigh, almost weary. He recognized the undeniable resolve in Ling Fian's eyes and the self-destructive guardianship hidden beneath the ferocity. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing, fixed upon Ling Fian's face. Ling Fian, I do not care what you plan to do or how you intend to do it. But I warn you, if your so-called protection ultimately brings her greater harm. He paused, his voice low yet filled with power. I will not spare you. Remember what you said today, and uphold your boundaries. This was not a formal handover, but rather a reluctant, vigilant acquiescence. Qin Linzhong made no promises, yet as he departed, he understood that he was not the only one watching over that workshop in this land. And the most perilous observer was fulfilling a grotesque act of atonement in a manner he could neither agree with nor presently prevent. Ling Fian remained rooted in place, watching Qin Linzhong's taillights fade around the bend of the road, akin to a shooting star plummeting into darkness. He slowly exhaled a breath, a mix of exposed shame, a bizarre sense of reassurance from shared secrets, and the heavier pressure of an uncertain future. He knew he must act faster and more ruthlessly before the impending storm completely shattered this fragile tranquility. Chapter 26. The silent rain. The summer in Qingxi town is steeped in rain. The thick, humid air carries the rich scent of earth and decaying vegetation, permeating every corner of the town. The rain pattered incessantly against the tiled roof of Xiongwan workshop, a relentless drumming that echoed through day and night, as if the heavens had torn open an irreparable rift. Xiang Jian, now revered throughout the town as teacher Xiongwan, bent over, fully engrossed in shaping a gradually emerging Mei vase on the potter's wheel. The cool, pliable sensation of the clay beneath her fingertips bore the duality of life's initial obedience and resistance. Her gaze remained tranquil, her breath synchronizing with the rhythm of the spinning wheel, save for the slight furrow of her brow, which hinted at a faint perplexity not born of creativity. The ceaseless sound of rain served as an ideal barrier against the external clamor. Yet, this overwhelming tranquility also allowed certain coincidental happenings, akin to fungi sprouting in the dark of night, to quietly surface and entwine themselves around her thoughts. The first unsettling event occurred a month prior. A client company, with whom she had collaborated for nearly 2 years, unexpectedly declared bankruptcy, erasing a substantial order that had harbored all the workshop's hopes for the latter half of the year. She and Xiaowei sat in silence, confronting the cold termination email, the only sounds in the workshop being the hum of the idle wheel and the disquieting patter of rain outside. Despair seeped into the air like moisture, inescapable. She even began to tally the meager liquid funds on hand, calculating how long they could sustain themselves. Just as she was about to accept reality and prepare for drastic cuts, an almost theatrical and bizarre twist of fate occurred. An investment firm she had never heard of, Qingqing Capital, reached out to her. Their tone was almost humbly polite, stating they had taken over the bankrupt company's debts and would unconditionally continue to honor all contracts with the original Xiongwan workshop, even providing a 30% advance payment. On the day the funds arrived, Xiaowei, clutching a laptop, was nearly moved to tears, proclaiming, "Sister Xiongwan, we're alive. Our workshop is back in business. This is like a pie falling from the sky." As Xiang Jian gazed at the newfound digits in her bank account, she let out a long sigh, her anxious heart momentarily finding respite. However, a thread of doubt began to rise like an undercurrent in water. Luck? In the realm of commerce, such unreciprocated fortune seemed implausible. Almost immediately, she set out to investigate Qingqing Capital, finding its background as pristine as a rain-washed bluestone slab, with its registration occurring precisely 1 week after the client company announced its bankruptcy. The coincidence was too uncanny, akin to a meticulously crafted script, with each element fitting together with an unsettling precision. Before this doubt could dissipate, a second wave of shock surged forth, pushing her unease to its zenith. The venerable kiln, serving the workshop for over a decade, had finally succumbed to wear, with its refractory bricks cracking extensively. After examining it, the master craftsman shook his head in dismay. Quoting repair costs that made her gasp, the freshly acquired advance payment would vanish into this seemingly bottomless pit. Just as she was grappling with the fissures drawn on the plans, Wang Bo, the owner of the only respectable building materials store in town, entered the workshop. Braving the rain with a broad smile. Teacher Xiangwan. A monumental piece of good news. Good fortune is simply unstoppable. The largest kiln manufacturer in the province is initiating a non-legacy artisan support program, and there are only 3 slots available. I put my old face on the line to secure one for you. For free. You'll receive a brand new, cutting-edge energy-efficient kiln. Free? Brand new? Energy-efficient? Xiang Jian's fingers momentarily stiffened around the blueprints, leaving her utterly stunned. Perhaps one stroke of fortune could be chalked up to chance. But successive strokes of such precise luck sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. This windfall was too substantial, too sudden, rendering her dizzy and alert. Wang Bo. This is far too generous, we are not related, and I cannot accept such a lavish gift, she attempted to decline, her voice tinged with hesitation. Wang Bo, however, waved his hand dismissively, his tone warm and unyielding. Oh. Teacher Xiangwan, you mustn't be so distant. This is government policy, the manufacturer's goodwill. They recognize your craftsmanship and your genuine commitment to your work. This slot is for our Qingxi town, if not for you, then whom? Should it go to that place at the town's edge that only makes pickled vegetable jars? This is settled. Tomorrow, the construction team will arrive. Without room for further objection. The next day, a professional crew arrived promptly at her doorstep. The process of dismantling the old kiln, laying the new foundation, and installing the new equipment was astonishingly efficient. In just a few days, a gleaming, technologically advanced new kiln stood silently in a corner of the workshop. It operated quietly, with remarkably low energy consumption and precise temperature control, producing porcelain with an even more lustrous glaze. Xiaowei excitedly circled the new kiln, touching this and that. As Xiang Jian extended her hand to feel the cool, smooth surface of the kiln, the visceral sensation only amplified the creeping unease within her. Like a rampant vine tightening around her throat. She could no longer convince herself that this was merely luck. It felt more like an invisible hand was skillfully orchestrating events from the shadows. Such manipulation resembled a familiar style of paving the way with money and resources. This feeling of being watched and orchestrated was far more suffocating than any overt harm, igniting within her a sense of indignation and humiliation. She became like a startled bird, acutely aware of every movement and whisper around her. With each coincidental occurrence, she silently accepted it, then discreetly observed. She watched Xiaowei, observed Zhou, and scrutinized the visitors. She even began to pay closer attention to the Qingfeng Inn across the river. She vaguely recalled that Aunt Gui had mentioned a long-term tenant from the North City, surnamed Yan, who was quiet and rarely ventured out. North City. Mr. Yan. These 2 phrases pricked at her like fine needles, an ambiguous suspicion surfacing, akin to an ominous shadow beneath the water, slowly revealing itself with a chilling resonance. In the workshop, any minor inconvenience magnified infinitely in her mind. The persistent rain caused the dry firewood stacked in the corner of the courtyard to become slightly damp, and she was contemplating how to dry it out as soon as the rain lessened, lest it affect the next firing. However, the following morning, as she opened her door, she discovered that the firewood had been carefully covered with a thick oilcloth, weighed down by stones at the edges to shield it from the wind and rain. Her heart sank, an immediate chill of invasion coursed up her spine. She quickly inquired of Xiaowei, who was tidying up the courtyard. Xiaowei. Did you cover the firewood? Xiaowei looked up, puzzled. Huh? No, I didn't cover it. It was like that when I got up. I thought you did it last night. Not Xiaowei. Who could it be? Almost instinctively, the vague notion of the guest from North City intertwined with the thought of an invisible hand, resurfacing once more. Her gaze swept anxiously across the serene courtyard, ultimately drawn to the almost perpetually curtained window of the Qingfeng Inn across the river. Could this precise, clandestine assistance be connected to him? The moment that thought emerged, it was accompanied by a suffocating panic. Had that hand already gained such ease in entering her courtyard under the cover of night? Just then, Zhou entered, carrying breakfast and humming a tune, immediately spotting the well-covered firewood. Oh, the firewood is well covered, now I can rest easy, he exclaimed brightly, a hint of relief in his smile. With the rain pouring last night, I kept worrying about your firewood getting ruined. When the rain lightened in the latter half of the night, I strolled over to cover it up. I didn't know if I did it right in the dark and hope I didn't wake you up. So it was him. A wave of overwhelming emotions, mingled with reassurance and embarrassment, swiftly dissipated the chill and panic that had gripped Xiang Jian's heart, leaving her almost unsteady on her feet. She gazed at Zhou Zhe, whose shoulders were still damp from the rain, and into his pair of clear, questioning eyes, feeling a surge of shame for her earlier malicious suspicion. "Thank you, Zhe," she said, her voice slightly hoarse. "I'm sorry to trouble you, making you run out at midnight." "Oh, it's no trouble at all, just a simple task." Zhou Zhe waved his hand dismissively, smiling as if it were merely a trivial matter. "I couldn't just watch your good firewood get ruined by the rain." This small misunderstanding temporarily lifted the gloom from Xiang Jian's heart. Zhou Zhe's genuine, warm concern felt like a sunbeam breaking through the persistent rain. She even began to convince herself that perhaps her earlier doubts were merely a product of her overwhelming stress. However, this fleeting sense of reassurance did not last long. A few days later, she noticed that one of her main tools, the trowel, had become somewhat dull, making it difficult to scrape mud smoothly. She reminded herself to find some time to sharpen it properly. One morning, as she picked up the tools, she discovered that the blade had been polished to a gleaming shine, its edge razor-sharp, reflecting a chilling light in the morning sun. Her heart sank once more, as the familiar feeling of invisible interference returned. She instinctively glanced around, as if the observer were hidden in some corner of the workshop. She unconsciously looked toward the opposite bank of the river, a wave of anger and helplessness enveloping her. What did he want? "Xiang Wanjia, what are you looking at?" Zhou Zhe's voice suddenly came from behind, startling her. He held a stack of freshly fired ceramic cups, ready to place them in the display cabinet. Xiang Jian turned abruptly, her voice taut before she realized it. "Did you sharpen this knife?" Zhou Zhe was momentarily taken aback by her sharp tone, setting down the cups to examine the blade closely. A sheepish grin appeared on his face as he replied, Yes. I noticed you seemed to struggle a bit when you used it yesterday, so I took it home to sharpen it for you. I learned a bit about sharpening knives from my dad, but it probably isn't as good as the professional tools. Is it not sharp enough for you?" His tone was a bit anxious, his eyes carrying a hint of trepidation as if he had done something wrong, completely unlike a person with ulterior motives. So it was him again. The tension, the impending flood of fear and anger deflated instantly, replaced by a profound weariness and a sense of helplessness at her overreaction. She looked into Zhou Zhe's apologetic and puzzled eyes, forcing a smile as her voice softened. "No, it's very sharp. Thank you, Zhe. I was just a bit surprised." "Oh, you startled me." "As long as it works, that's all that matters." Zhou Zhe exhaled in relief, his smile brightening again. "Next time you have any work, just call me directly, don't hesitate." Holding the newly sharpened knife, the cold touch against her fingertips washed away her doubts with the warmth that enveloped her. She felt almost foolish for having associated Zhe's goodwill with that devil. Yet, it was precisely because of Zhou Zhe's tangible and heartfelt assistance that the subsequent coincidences, which could not be explained by neighborly help, appeared even more jarring and unsettling. While she was merely counting inventory with Xiaowei, she inadvertently complained, "The price of that cobalt glaze from XX has risen absurdly. The next procurement budget is going to exceed again." Within 3 days, Uncle Wang fortuitously arrived, his voice as booming as ever. "Xiang Wan Laosher. What a coincidence. I cleared the warehouse and found a few boxes of old glaze materials, just the cobalt glaze you often use. It's taking up space. So I'm selling it cheap, about a third of the original price. Do you want it? If not, I'll have to throw it away." The price was so low it felt almost like a gift, yet the quality of the glaze was excellent. This gesture was entirely different from Zhou Zhe's warm and practical help. It was precise, efficient, and carried a cold, luxurious feeling of using money and resources to pave the way. Standing by the window, gazing out at the incessant rain, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the opposite bank of the river. The window of Qingfeng Kazan, said to belong to teacher Yin, remained tightly closed, resembling a silent and dangerous enigma. Chapter 28, 2 seconds of silence. She needed an answer from someone she absolutely trusted. She dialed Qing Linchao's number. "Linchao go. Isn't it strange? The workshop has been encountering some remarkably fortuitous events lately. Every time I face a hurdle, it seems to resolve itself inexplicably. It's all becoming a bit unsettling." She endeavored to make her tone sound casual, laced with a hint of jest. Do you think some Tianluo girl? Or some invisible hand is helping me from behind? A silence fell on the other end of the line. Though brief, that silence felt like a massive cold stone dropping into Xiang Jian's heart, shattering all pretenses of ease and stirring up a tumultuous wave of chill. She knew Qin Linchao all too well. His silence was never a meaningless pause. It signified knowledge, it signified weighing options, and it meant that some matters were too complex to discuss lightly over the phone. Moments later, Qin Linchao's voice re-emerged, his tone deliberately lightened, even laced with a trace of amusement. Silly girl, you're just overthinking. This is a good thing. It means our Xiangwan is turning her fortunes around. Perhaps it's because you've been working so hard that heaven has favored you. Relax, don't scare yourself. And enjoy the peaceful days you have now, that's better than anything. His comforting words were meticulous and gentle, sounding flawless. Yet, as Xiang Jian clutched the phone, her fingertips felt icy, as if all her blood had congealed. That brief, heavy silence and his deliberate avoidance almost served as a silent confirmation. He knew. He must know something. Perhaps he had already begun investigating or was already aware, but he chose to soothe her first, using a well-meaning lie to maintain her fragile peace at this hard-earned moment. This, in turn, made her more certain that the silent rain enveloping her was by no means a gift from the heavens. After hanging up, an overwhelming sense of absurdity and an anger at being violated washed over her like cold tide, completely submerging her. He had found this place. He had truly found it. In this pervasive and elusive manner, like a ghost, he had seeped back into her life, her work, everything she desperately tried to maintain. Atonement? Compensation? Did he think that these resources and monetary assistance could easily erase the past, searing pain? By what right? After fury came a deeper sense of helplessness and chill. She thought she had escaped far enough, hidden well enough, believing she had finally rebuilt a world of her own where she could breathe. Yet, she discovered that she might never have truly escaped those eyes, that hand. Her life seemed never to have evaded that vast, invisible net. She abruptly turned around, yanking the curtains shut in the workshop, completely isolating herself from the damp, prying world outside. The spinning pottery wheel continued to emit a low hum as she forcefully slammed a lump of wet clay into the center of the wheel. Her fingers almost brutally plunging in as if she wished to knead all her swirling, chaotic, angry, and fearful emotions into the silent, obedient earth. Under her uncontrollable force, the clay body twisted and deformed, emitting a grievous groan as if on the verge of collapse, mirroring her own tumultuous emotions. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply and trembling, forcing herself to regain her composure. Panic and rage would solve nothing. She must not falter. No matter who lurked in the shadows or what their intentions were. She could never return to the submissive Xiang Jian of the past. She was Xiang Wan, the mistress of this workshop, an artisan capable of breathing life into the earth. After arduous struggles, she had risen from the ruins, and she would not allow anyone, in any form, to strip her of her independence and dignity again. Gradually, she adjusted her breathing, her hands becoming steady and resolute. The collapsing clay body found its center once more, slowly rising beneath her fingertips, gradually taking on a graceful yet resilient form. Her gaze sharpened, becoming cold and steadfast, reminiscent of refined celadon glistening under the rain. Regardless of the weather or the existence of that hand, she would continue on her path. She was determined to see how long the silent rain, this meticulously woven protective charade, would persist. She picked up the carving knife and forcefully inscribed the character Wan, symbolizing decisiveness and rebirth, into the nearly completed base of the vase. This was a silent declaration. Chapter 29, Home Prison. The rain in Qingxi town fell endlessly, with fine, cold droplets resembling a leaking sky, enveloping the entire town along with the distant mountains and nearby waters in a suffocating, gray prison. The river's surface was pelted by the rain, creating countless fleeting ripples, while mist obscured the outlines of the opposite shore. Inside the workshop across the river, the light was warm. Xiang Jian had just inscribed the character representing determination and renewal at the base of the clay form, as if silently resisting the all-encompassing hand and the watchful eyes outside her window. On this side, in room 201 of Qingfeng Inn, the air was as still as a tomb. Ling Fian stood rigidly by the window, holding a pristine white teacup, as if it still retained a trace of her ephemeral warmth. Yet this meager warmth offered no solace, instead, it felt like a cruel irony. starkly contrasting with the bone-chilling cold that surged towards him from all directions, from the distant northern city. On the table, the old fax machine had recently finished its work, quietly delivering the last encrypted report from Lin Feng. The papers lay scattered on the desk, their words as stingy and precise as ever. Each character imbued with an icy chill. European tea company, exclusive supplier of precision components, announces bankruptcy with significant procedural doubts. Former legal advisor Chen Lao, retired for 8 years, tragically fell to his death while vacationing in the Swiss Alps. Local police initially ruled it an accident, but his briefcase containing crucial backup documents has gone missing. Vice President Zhao Dong, a veteran overseeing Southeast Asian shipping, has been suddenly implicated in a 20-year-old cold case and was taken away for investigation this morning, leaving the core shipping network of the group in a state of paralysis. Monitoring indicates that the stock prices of 3 key affiliated enterprises have been precisely targeted over the past 3 days, with short-selling funds traced through multiple layers, ultimately pointing to several shell companies in the Virgin Islands, beyond further tracking. Note: a dust explosion occurred at the Fuyuan flour mill in Lin County, Qingxi Town, resulting in severe damage to the factory, fortunately with no casualties. Local news reports attribute this to equipment aging and improper operation. These lines of cold and harsh text were no longer mere business reports, they transformed into chilling death notices and declarations of war. They struck Ling Fian's heart like massive cold stones, not causing splashes of water, but rather spraying bloody shards of ice. This was not competition. It was a meticulously planned and patiently woven systematic reckoning targeting the very foundation of the Ling family. Precision and insidiousness sliced through the seemingly robust body of the Ling Empire from the most cunning and unexpected angles. Executed with a ruthlessness reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey, and a chilling familiarity with all of the Ling family's secrets. A codename that had been silent for 5 years, meant to be completely forgotten in the depths of hell, suddenly surged into Ling Fian's mind. Accompanied by a phantom itch at the site of an old wrist injury, Shadow Serpent. Indeed, it was he. The venomous snake that he had personally severed 5 years ago and ground into the mud had crawled out from the filthiest of gutters. Ling Fian could almost instantly picture that twisted face contorted by resentment. Hatred was inevitable. During the South American mining incident, he had caused Shadow Serpent to lose billions. And years of efforts were obliterated in an instant. Yet, Ling Fian understood better than anyone that what truly drove the serpent to madness, compelling it to lie in wait for 5 years before striking back, was something far more painful than financial loss: the publicly shattered pride. The final scene at the negotiation table flashed before his eyes. The man, infuriated by the exposure of his plans, was in a frenzy. He merely sneered, disdainfully tossing the flawed and defenseless proposal before him, the words as cold as ice. Does a filthy bug from the gutter dare to play the game? He even recalled how, under the utmost humiliation, the man trembled as he bent down to pick up the scattered papers, his eyes filled with venomous rage. This was not revenge, it was a game. It was the cruel entertainment of a cat playing with a mouse after 5 years of sharpening its claws. Shadow Serpent did not seek the immediate destruction of the Ling family, rather, he desired Ling Fian to watch helplessly as everything was slowly dismembered and destroyed. Relishing in his futile struggles, the ultimate goal was to force him to kneel and lick the filthy soles of those shoes. Just as his fingertips grazed the glaring black words on the report about the accidental death, the encrypted satellite phone, directly connected to the old Ling family residence in Northern City and rarely ringing, symbolizing the highest level of emergency, emitted a deep, prolonged vibration, akin to the sound of a coffin being struck. Ling Fian's breath halted abruptly. He stared at the screen, at the familiar yet foreign number flashing incessantly, as if it were not a communication request but an unyielding summons from the abyss. The cold touch of the phone casing seeped through his fingertips. He remained silent for what felt like a century, ultimately mustering all his strength to press the heavy answer button. How much longer do you intend to hide in that godforsaken place? His father, Ling Yaohui's, hoarse and furious roar exploded, nearly piercing his eardrums. The cacophony on the other end was astonishingly chaotic, the ear-splitting sound of expensive porcelain shattering, his mother's suppressed sobs finally breaking through, and the labored, agonizing breaths of the elderly man, all sounds intertwined to vividly portray the chaos and despair of the Empire's core collapsing in an instant. Our home can barely hold up. Fian, do you think burying your head in the sand like an ostrich in that desolate place will bring peace to the world? Dream on. The authority of the old man has long vanished, replaced by the raw anxiety and impending collapse of a cornered beast. It's Shadow Serpent. That relentless specter has returned. They are not after money this time, they seek our lives. They intend to uproot the Ling family across 3 generations, reducing us to ashes. A violent, heart-wrenching cough interrupted his tirade. After a moment, his voice grew even lower, hoarse, imbued with a raw and near-mad fear. They are not just ruining the business. How could the flour mill in your neighboring county explode with dust precisely the night before the audit team arrived? The venerable Lao Lu, who has been with us for over a decade and knows far too many secrets, how could he vanish without a trace while vacationing abroad, leaving even the local police utterly baffled? Is this merely a coincidence? His voice suddenly soared, filled with a desperate shriek. They have unearthed the long-buried accounts of your grandfather's illicit maritime ventures from the depths of some infernal abyss, dredging up the blood and filth that stained those ghostly ships. The stench rising to the heavens, enough to ensure that the Ling family could die 100 times over without ever cleansing it. Moreover, in my earlier years, to secure that golden plot of land in the southern part of the city, his words choked him, as if he had bitten his own tongue. The name itself a malignant curse that could not be uttered. The receiver was filled only with his ragged breathing, rough and decayed like sandpaper, and an overwhelming sense of profound, suffocating shame and utter hopelessness. Those sordid affairs buried in the mire could not withstand such scrutiny. This is not an investigation. It is a grave digging. They aim to unearth every rotten bone and piece of decaying flesh from our ancestral tomb, exposing it for all to see atop the city gate. The joint inspection team from the bank will arrive at the group headquarters next week. Several old comrades, who have been brothers for over 2 decades, are now refusing to answer their phones. Ling Fian, this is slaughter. An extermination. You must return. Now. Immediately. Only you, with your skills and intellect, can stabilize the situation. Only you can contend with those demons risen from hell. Ling Fian listened in silence, not uttering a word. His fists were clenched tightly, the knuckles pale from the exertion, emitting a faint but painful creaking sound, as though they might shatter at any moment. The fragile white porcelain cup in his hand was gripped unconsciously, its icy touch penetrating to his core. Each word his father roared felt like heated, barbed steel needles, piercing his heart with brutal precision, bringing waves of searing pain. He could almost vividly picture his father's struggle to maintain the last vestiges of dignity in the luxurious yet perpetually gloomy study of their old mansion in the northern city. His fingertips trembling uncontrollably, he could also see the silent worry in his mother's eyes, now completely submerged in a tide of panic and despair. The Ling family's ship, forged from the audacity of ancestors, the iron will of his father, and his own ruthless methods in his youth, was now being dragged into an abyss of irreversible destruction by the very weight of its own sins and filth. He understood better than anyone that his father's madness and fear were in no way exaggerated. He opened his mouth, his throat dry as if sandpaper had scraped it. The voice barely audible, "Don't tell me you can't leave." Ling Yaohui exploded like a powder keg ignited by a single spark, his voice sharp and twisted beyond recognition. "I don't know what straw you are grasping at in that rat hole. But let me tell you, Ling Fian, nothing is more important than this family, than the surname that flows through your veins. Come back immediately. This is an order. Do you intend to watch helplessly as the fruits of your grandfather's lifetime of labor, the dedication of our entire family, vanish overnight into the grave with you?" The call was abruptly severed, leaving behind the rapid, cold, and ominous busy tone, piercing through the deathly silence of the room. Chapter 30. The unfilial son. Ling Fian slowly set down his phone, his tall figure swaying imperceptibly. The suffocating sensation that had momentarily eased with the relinquishing of some power now surged back with an overwhelming force, more oppressive and despairing than before, threatening to grind his very soul to dust. How could he not know? The source of all this turmoil pointed directly at him, stemming from the enmity he had forged with Yingxi 5 years prior. The retaliation was now akin to a precise compound bow, striking both his business and personal life simultaneously, dismantling the present of the Ling family while erasing the traces of the past, forcing him into the open. He clicked on the inconspicuous local news link at the end of Lin Feng's report regarding the accidental explosion at the flour mill in the neighboring county of Qingxi town. Among the lengthy list of horrors, this incident was the smallest yet sent a chilling wave through Ling Fian. This was no longer merely a business assault. It was a message, a malicious taunt and warning from Yingxi: "I know where you are. I can touch everything around you. I can turn the most mundane of things into a bomb. Next time, it will be closer to you, or to those you hold dear." Yingxi's targets have never been confined to him or the Ling family alone. They excel in obliterating everything their adversaries cherish, from commercial empires to loved ones, thereby shattering their opponent's resolve. He leaned back heavily against the cold, hard wall, tilting his head back and closing his bloodshot eyes. Outside, the incessant, irritating sound of rain in Qingxi town persisted. Within his mind, however, a tempest was raging, a storm capable of annihilating everything was rampaging wildly. On one side lay the warm, distant light across the river, shining through the rain like a star. A glimmer he had painstakingly reclaimed after a year and a half of crushing pride and tasting regret, which he longed to protect silently for the rest of his life. She had just begun to find a sliver of breathing space, a semblance of calm. On the other side were the inextricable ties and responsibilities rooted deep within his blood. A heavy familial fate intertwined with bloodshed and original sin, a crisis that, once collapsed, would unleash a cataclysmic tsunami, dragging countless dependents, including her, into the abyss, shattering them to pieces. Returning? It meant unhesitatingly leaping back into that sordid, dark, and nakedly brutal arena. Once again donning the cold mask of Ling Fian that he had so despised, merciless, cunning, and unscrupulous in the pursuit of his goals. To fight, to conceal. To slaughter using the very darkness he knew best yet loathed most, and that would expose his most vulnerable and defenseless weakness, leaving it bare before Yingxi's venomous gaze. Laid naked within the enemy's range. He had no doubt that those madmen would ruthlessly exploit her to torment him, ultimately destroying him. This possibility filled him with a fear more gut-wrenching than the annihilation of the Ling family or his own demise. Remaining behind? This was not simply abandoning the family and retreating into obscurity. It signified a choice of a more arduous, solitary, and even self-destructive path. He must become the most potent magnet, actively attracting and enduring all the pressure from within the family and the relentless pursuit of Yingxi, aimed at total annihilation. This meant he had to employ his darkest powers and resources, clearing a precarious, temporary safe zone for her beneath the shadows, even at the cost of utterly consuming himself. Even if it meant forever bearing the eternal infamy of abandoning his family in their time of peril, and enduring the endless gnawing and whipping of his conscience. Between retreat and advance lay an abyss, a hell without end. The cold rain seemed capable of penetrating the thick walls, seeping into his very marrow, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Time flowed slowly in the silence, each second felt like the most brutal form of torture. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, all the tumultuous pain, struggle, and tearing hesitation within him ultimately subsumed by an unfathomable, nearly cruel calmness and resolve. He approached the desk. His movements unnaturally smooth, almost mechanical. Grasping the encrypted satellite phone, he connected to Lin Feng's dedicated line. Ling Zhong? Lin Feng's voice immediately resonated, calm as ever. Ready at all hours. Ling Fian's tone revealed no hint of human emotion, it was cold, steady, and precise. Reminiscent of the most sophisticated machine executing predetermined commands, activate the highest level firewall contingency plan. Core directive, at all costs. Ensure that the flames of Beijing do not spill even the slightest ember within a 50-kilometer radius of Qingxi. You are authorized to employ all powers of the cleanser. Any targets attempting to approach, investigate, or exhibit any unconventional interest in this area, regardless of their background, shall be physically neutralized without warning. Ensure complete eradication. Instruct the finance team to cooperate immediately, actively liquidating all non-core heavy assets in South America and Eastern Europe, creating the illusion that we are severing ties to survive. And thoroughly contracting our front lines, ensuring that Yingxi's attention is redirected to the international battlefield. He paused. A trace of faint yet chilling fatigue and indifference seeping into his voice as he mentioned the old master. I will handle it. Notify the core management team to convene an emergency video conference in 1 hour. Inform them that everything remains under control. Understood. Lin Feng's response bore no hesitation. As if receiving an utterly mundane business directive rather than a dark war command that would unleash a bloody storm, delineating the boundaries of life and death. Communication was abruptly severed. Ling Fian tossed the phone onto the desk, producing a dull thud. He slowly returned to his chair, grasping the delicately inscribed teacup tightly in his palm, as if it were the sole piece of driftwood in a raging black sea. The last flicker of light in a bone-chilling night. He chose to protect her, opting for a complete, tragic, and irrevocable severance from his own bloodline and family. To this end, he was willing to personally activate the darkest war machine, transforming himself into a blood-stained firewall that severed all connections. Even willing to become the black sheep of the Ling family. Outside, the rain intensified, pelting the windows with a frantic rhythm, producing an unsettling cacophony. It seemed as though the heavens were lamenting his irreversible, all-or-nothing decision, playing a mournful and resolute war song. Chapter 31, Verification. The autumn ambience of Qingxi is a gentle warmth that settles after the kilness fire has waned. Akin to a delicate layer of amber glaze evenly poured over a plain vessel, warm and translucent. The sky is clear, casting shimmering silver flakes over the tranquil river surface as it glides past the layered gray-tiled rooftops. The town remains languid, as if time here has been stretched, crumpled, and is now flowing leisurely. However, within the Xiangwan workshop, the air is taut like an overstretched string, silently vibrating. Exuding an invisible yet heavy pressure that permeates every corner, even the fine dust of clay suspended in the air seems to linger without motion. Xiang Jian, now a respected figure in the town, stands before the pottery wheel. The spinning clay obediently transforms under her fingertips, shaping the elegant yet fragile curve of a plum vase. Yet her usually tranquil eyes brim with unmistakable anxiety and doubt, repeatedly drifting towards the window, fixating on the blue-curtained window of the Qingfeng Inn across the river. The cool, damp touch of the clay should have calmed her, but instead, it felt suffocatingly sticky. It has been over half a month since that silent rain unveiled the truth. Those eerily precise bankruptcy orders were seamlessly connected, exorbitant kiln repair costs were anonymously covered, and the urgently needed expensive glaze materials were conveniently cleared out. Offering no solace but rather tightening an invisible yet resilient net around her, constricting her more with each breath, each one tinged with an unsettling sense of being watched. Qing Lin reflected on the brief silence over the phone, and Gui's overly enthusiastic yet flickering gaze when mentioning Mr. Yen. And Zhou's casual comment about a peculiar guest at the inn who kept his windows shut all day, all fragments swirling chaotically in her mind, colliding. Ultimately pointing sharply towards an answer that terrified her deeply, tormenting her day and night, yet one she must confirm. Abruptly halting the pottery wheel. The slippery clay sagged under the sudden stop, much like her heart, which felt as if it were sinking. Xiaowei, she turned, her voice striving to maintain its usual gentleness, yet her hand, clenched tightly at her side until her knuckles turned white, betrayed the turbulent waves within. I need to step out for a bit, keep an eye on the workshop. The girl, who was recording data on a pile of glaze samples, looked up, her face radiant with vitality. Sister Xiang, what do you want to buy? I can go. No need. Just a personal matter. She avoided Xiaowei's clear gaze. Removing her apron speckled with clay, her movements appeared composed, yet her fingertips trembled imperceptibly. She had to go, for whether it was utter despair or the harshest truth, it was far better than the unresolved, gnawing suspicion that consumed her day and night. The autumn sun enveloped her warmly, yet she felt a chill rising from her feet. As she stepped onto the familiar stone bridge, the river flowed beneath her, reflecting her slender yet resolute figure. Each step felt like treading on a razor's edge. Advancing into a situation she had long fled but perhaps had never truly escaped. The three-story building with white walls and gray tiles of Qingfeng Inn stood quietly across the river. Aunt Gui sat on a little stool at the entrance, shelling soybeans while chatting loudly with the owner of the neighboring grocery store. Oh. Teacher Xiang. What brings you here today? Aunt Gui's sharp eyes immediately lit up with a warm smile, though her hands continued their work. Is it that Maisie finished eating? Or is Xiaowei craving the pickled cucumbers I made? Just opened a jar, perfect timing. Would you like me to pack some for you? Xiang Jian forced a smile. Maisie is still here. Thank you, Aunt Gui. She paused, seemingly casually mentioning, I heard you have a long-term guest? Someone from Beijing? I believe his surname is Yan? Her tone softened, tinged with a hint of uncertainty, as if she were speaking of an old acquaintance, perhaps someone she might know. The air stilled for a moment. Almost imperceptibly. Aunt Gui's familiar warmth seemed to ripple like a disturbed water surface, quickly wavering. She suddenly recalled that Mr. Yan had instructed her upon his arrival, Aunt Gui, if anyone comes to inquire about me, please let them know I am not here. At the time, she found the request peculiar, but now, seeing Teacher Xiang's expression, it all became crystal clear. Collecting rent and facilitating for others is the most basic principle. Moreover, although this Mr. Yen was cold in demeanor, he paid handsomely and never meddled in others' affairs. Thus, after that brief pause, Aunt Gui quickly restored her smooth smile. Her tone remarkably natural. Yes. Teacher Yen has been here for quite a while. He's a fine person, just quiet, always busy with his computer. Do you two really know each other? The probing gaze contained a unique mixture of curiosity and caution typical of the townsfolk. I might be mistaken, Xiang Jian replied lightly. As if to herself, which room does he occupy? It would be unfortunate to miss a familiar face. That one, room 201, it has the best view. Right across from the river. Aunt Gue pointed, then quickly waved her hand, her tone firm. But Teacher Yan left early this morning, he's definitely not here now. He mentioned he was going to the county on business and won't be back until later. Perhaps you could come back later? He's gone? S. Heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by an unseen hand, only to be abruptly released. It was all right, she could wait a little longer. Perhaps he would return soon, and in the meantime, she could bask in the sunlight. Her tone was gentle yet imbued with an undeniable, icy resolve. Leaving no room for S. counsel as she strode directly to the old locust tree in the courtyard, taking a seat on the cool stone bench. Opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Time trickled slowly in the oppressive silence, each second tortuously stretching her nerves. With her gaze cast downward, she fixated on the few ants traversing the bluestone pavement, while her mind spiraled uncontrollably through a myriad of gruesome and chilling images, his cold, unfeeling stare in the villa of the northern city, the despairing blood staining the pale corridors of the hospital, weighty silence that hinted at unspoken words. And the seemingly serene yet eerily manipulated good fortune of the past 6 months, like a marionette under control. She needed to know, she had to know. If he was indeed behind that window, the very nightmare she had nearly expended her life force to escape, shattering her pride in the process. In room 201. Felt every muscle in his body tense the moment stepped into the inn's courtyard. Abruptly lifting his head from the desk, he fixed his gaze through the window. Locking onto her frail silhouette beneath the locust tree. His heart raced as if being clutched by an invisible hand, then surged violently, pounding against his fragile chest, producing a low, agonizing thrum that only he could hear. She had come. Indeed, she had returned. Chapter 32. It must be him. Despite having rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind, the reality of its occurrence overwhelmed him with a tumultuous blend of terror, ignoble joy, bone-deep regret, and an inescapable shame. These emotions crashed over him like a devastating tsunami, shattering his psychological defenses and nearly drowning him. But sharper than these feelings was an instinctive awareness that this place was unsafe. He instinctively wanted to retreat. To bury himself deeper in the heavy shadows cast by the curtains, as though that could shield him from her silent yet piercing judgment. Yet his feet felt as if nailed to the ground, driven by a morbid, insatiable desire that compelled him to keep his gaze locked on her every subtle movement outside, her trembling fingertips, her pale lips pressed tightly together. The fear and resentment that might be lurking beneath her lowered lashes. She had lost weight, yet she possessed a newfound quiet resilience, tempered by life's trials. More than the pale woman once trapped in a gilded cage of memory. Sunlight sculpted her gaunt profile, the slight furrow of her brow, and the air of vigilance surrounding her silently narrating her anguish and her current resolve to break free from the past. He watched with such intensity and pain that everything else outside the window faded into a blurred backdrop. At that moment, a familiar engine roared closer, unusually urgent, and abruptly halted at the inn's entrance. SUV had barely come to a stop before he flung open the door and leaped out. His face devoid of its usual sunny smile, replaced by an evident anxiety and confusion, yet he still managed to muster a faint smile to greet. S. pupils constricted as he observed the young man stride purposefully across the courtyard, heading straight for beneath the locust tree. Though he could not discern the specific words exchanged, he noted S. eager gestures and serious expression, as if discussing some troubling issue at the workshop. He saw abruptly lift her head, her face flickering with suspicion before being overtaken by a heavy, reality-based anxiety. She almost instantly rose to her feet. Yet her gaze lingered, unwilling to abandon the second-floor window. S. heart leapt to his throat, his knuckles whitening as he clenched them. He watched as seemed to urge her on, and after a brief struggle, bit her lip, as if resolved to a decision, and followed towards the vehicle. He could only stand by, helplessly witnessing the car door close, as she was whisked away, disappearing around the corner of the street. A tumult of relief and a deeper unease surged within him. He felt grateful that her departure had temporarily postponed a confrontation he was ill-prepared to face. Yet he was troubled by the thought that a spectral hand had begun to meddle with her fate. The courtyard fell silent once more, leaving only standing there in a daze, alongside the mute old locust tree. Leaning back against the chair, felt utterly drained. as if all his strength had been sapped. Cold sweat had soaked his back without his notice. Just as she turned to leave, he could almost visualize words to her, likely revolving around clay formulas and kiln temperatures, topics he could not engage with or comprehend. The maddening intimacy of sharing a world filled with countless common languages and memories consumed him with a violent jealousy, like a poisonous vine constricting his heart, suffocating his breath. What right did he have? A mere boy, who was he to possess that which he had sacrificed everything for, a treasure he could never reclaim? The impulse for destruction surged within him. In an instant, he resorted to his deeply ingrained thought process, to identify the man's weaknesses and employ the most direct means to eliminate him from her life. Yet in the next moment, a deeper, colder sense of powerlessness doused this dangerous urge like ice water. What right did he have? He was the one who had wrought the gravest calamities upon her. He was the very nightmare from which she had fought so hard to escape. Now, he lacked even the right to appear before her and plead for forgiveness. What standing did he have to remove someone who could bring her warmth and joy? Perhaps, just perhaps, this man, this simple, warm-hearted man who thrived in the sunlight, was indeed the one truly suited to stand by her side. This sudden, horrifying thought defending the very person he envied struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in a state of unprecedented shock and self-betrayal. He gasped sharply, as if to dispel some plague, violently banishing this absurd notion from his mind. The blue curtains of the second-floor window, which had remained tightly closed as if no one existed behind them, fluttered slightly, almost imperceptibly. The movement was small, yet for whose heightened senses were taut as a radar, it resonated like a thunderclap. Her heart constricted suddenly, as if that unseen hand had clutched it fiercely, her blood ran cold, and her limbs turned rigid. Those eyes were his. It had to be him. He stood right there, behind the blue curtain, like an unyielding, chilling shadow, once again casting a pall over her previously clear sky, shattering all her self-soothing illusions and false hopes. Chapter 33, Undercurrents emerge in the car. S. voice remained laced with urgency. The call was made to the workshop's landline, answered it. The caller claimed to be from the Provincial Arts and Crafts Association. Speaking in a very stern tone, they said the Intangible Cultural Heritage Support Project we submitted has encountered an urgent procedural issue during the final review phase. You must personally bring all the original materials and the official seal back immediately for a video conference to resolve the matter, or we risk losing our qualification. Was nearly in tears, urging me to find you quickly. S. heart sank heavily, her fingers icy. It was happening again. Whenever her life seemed to finally be on the upswing, just when hope was within grasp, unexpected troubles always found their way to her doorstep. This project was far too important to her, she could not afford to lose it. How could this happen? She murmured to herself. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. Who knows? Bureaucratic matters can sometimes become insurmountable obstacles. Georges furrowed his brow, intently gazing at the road ahead. His tone filled with indignation and confusion. But this was so abrupt, especially at this moment. The car swiftly returned to the workshop. Xiang Jian pushed open the car door, took a deep breath, and braced herself for a challenging conversation and possibly unwelcome news. However, as soon as she stepped into the workshop, she was greeted by Xiao Wei, who was holding a phone and radiating an excitement that was hard to conceal. Upon seeing her, she practically bounded over. Sister Shengwan. Tremendous news. The Provincial Arts and Crafts Association just called, saying our application for the Intangible Cultural Heritage Support Project has been approved. It was a call from the chairman of the review committee himself. He expressed great admiration for our workshop's creations and concepts. The prize is exceptionally generous. Just enough to cover all our transportation, insurance, and booth fees for next month's international exhibition. They also mentioned that we would be prioritized for future resources. Oh my goodness! Are we about to step out of Qingxi town and into the world? Under normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly be a moment of exhilarating relief. One that would keep her up all night in joyous anticipation. Yet, at this moment, this sudden stroke of fortune, as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, felt like a colossal, icy meteor crashing down upon her heart, enveloping her in a shroud of despair. Xiang Jian stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The chill surged from her feet, coursing through her entire being. He had anticipated even this step. He need not even show his face, with his omnipresent wealth and power. He could smooth every path before her while simultaneously keeping her firmly ensnared in his grasp, with no avenue for escape. all her efforts, all her struggles, seemed to evaporate into a farcical joke in the face of his unassailable might. She forced a smile, attempting to reciprocate Xiao Wei's exuberance. Yet her eyes were encased in a thick layer of ice, her voice light as a sigh. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. She paused, overwhelmed by a wave of intense, dizzying fatigue that threatened to topple her. Please organize the relevant materials carefully and keep up with the subsequent processes. She almost fled, turning towards the small house in the backyard. I'm a bit tired, I want to rest alone for a while. Sitting alone by the window in the small house, she gazed outside. The sun was slowly sinking in the west, casting an eerie and dazzling golden-red hue over the familiar river and the inn across the way. The window appeared like a silent, threatening giant eye, watching her unblinkingly, omnipresent. She abruptly pulled the curtains shut, shutting out that disquieting light, though her body trembled uncontrollably. Clenching her fingers, her nails dug deeply into her palms, leaving pale crescent imprints, yet she felt no pain. This time, she could not afford to remain passive. In room 201, the computer screen buzzed to life, and Lin Feng's tense voice echoed through the virtual meeting. President Ling. The funding crisis for the Southeast Asia port project has been temporarily alleviated through an emergency injection of funds from the European branch. The other party has not taken immediate further action. He paused, his tone growing graver, tinged with an almost imperceptible chill. However, we have traced the sources of those anonymous documents sent to banks and regulatory agencies, and the other party is exceedingly cautious, employing multiple proxies and military-grade encryption methods. Clearly the work of top professionals. The technical department has expended tremendous effort, utilizing nearly all hidden resources, just to capture a faint trace of residual characteristic codes. Ling Fian's gaze sharpened suddenly, as keen as a tempered blade, all thoughts of the shadowy figure downstairs instantly replaced by a cold, battle-hardened vigilance. The air in the room felt as though it had dropped to freezing point, crystallizing into frost. State the results. His voice was devoid of any unnecessary inflection. Upon comparison, this set of characteristic codes bears over 85% similarity to the code fragments captured during the Shadow Serpent attack incident 5 years ago, which resulted in losses exceeding billions for our South American mining project. Lin Feng's voice crackled through the transmission, each word striking the silence of the room like a hammer. With the same methods, style, and even the cat-and-mouse mockery reminiscent of Shadow Serpent. Yet this time, it was more seasoned, more vicious. The other party approached with ill intent and possessed an intimate understanding of our past vulnerabilities and those bygone events. Ling Fian's spine stiffened slightly. A long-forgotten shiver coursing through him, a sensation that arises only when facing a truly formidable opponent who knows your secrets. The shadows of sins and punishments he thought buried long ago trailed behind him, silently tracking his scent like a predator sensing blood. Initiate the highest contingency plan, he commanded. His voice steady yet commanding, imbued with undeniable authority. All external core communications, activate the black box level 3 encryption protocol. All non-core strategic operations either delay or abandon them. And concentrate all remaining resources on me. All sensitive overseas projects, enter a defensive contraction state. Understood. President Ling. Should we deploy the most elite personnel from the headquarters security department or overseas? Your personal safety, Lin Feng cautiously suggested, concern evident in his tone. Absolutely not. Ling Fian interrupted sharply. Maintain silence. No one, remember. No one is to approach within a 50-kilometer radius of Qingxi town for any reason or in any form without my direct orders. Repeat after me, no one. Including you. As the call ended, the room fell into a profound silence. He lit a cigarette, the crimson glow flickering in the dim light, reflecting the inescapable fatigue and a near lone wolf-esque steely vigilance in his deep-set eyes. Just then, his personal phone screen lit up unexpectedly, displaying a message without any source or number, as if a ghost had inscribed an encrypted note. It lay quietly at the center of the screen, containing a brief yet chilling sentence. An old friend sends their regards. The porcelain of Qingxi town is exquisite, but alas, it is fragile. Ling Fian's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers tightening around the cigarette. A cold murderous intent flooded over him. The game had begun. In Qingxi town, their target was not solely him. And he could not afford to lose any round, especially not one concerning her. He slowly turned towards the window, his gaze penetrating the heavy curtains as if he could again see the window across the way that had merged into the deepening twilight, now glowing with warm lights. His expression was profound, swirling with the most complex and indistinguishable emotions. "Do not fear," he promised the void, a weighty vow known only to him. His voice husky like a dream, yet imbued with ironclad resolve. "This time I will protect you, no matter the cost." The reflections of the dimming twilight and the first lights shimmered on the river's surface, as the waters swept softly towards the distance. The hidden currents beneath began to surge silently and violently. The wind was rising. Chapter 34, Power Outage. The autumn rain in Qingxi town fell silently yet persistently. Fine strands of rain descended from the leaden sky, soaking the bluestone road in a luminous glow, shrouding the white walls and dark tiles in a veil of mist. The river's surface rippled with countless delicate waves, expanding endlessly in concentric circles, immersing the entire town in a tranquil yet melancholic atmosphere. Inside the Xiangwan workshop, the potter's wheel stood quietly at rest, remnants of unfinished clay forms still upon its surface. Xiang Jian stood at the workbench, holding a smooth trimming knife, diligently refining a nearly completed pear-shaped teapot. Her movements were precise and fluid, each subtle adjustment reflecting the craftsman's dedication. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that her gaze was deeper than usual, as if she were pouring all her anxieties and doubts into the work at hand. Seeking a fleeting moment of peace, Xiao Wei entered, cradling a stack of freshly kiln-fired teacups, her expression tinged with evident concern. "Sister Xiangwan, the glaze on this batch of teacups seems off, several colors have emerged with varying depths, as if the kiln temperature was uneven." Xiang Jian accepted the teacups, scrutinizing them under the light. Her fingertips glided over the smooth, lustrous glaze, and her brow subtly furrowed. "The weather has fluctuated drastically these past few days. With the abundant rain and high humidity, there may have been an issue with the kiln temperature control." Her voice remained calm, yet the tautness at the corners of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. This order was crucial, the key to the workshop's expansion into markets beyond the province. There could be no room for error. "What should we do?" "The delivery is due next week." Xiao Wei's voice was laced with barely concealed urgency. "Tonight, I will adjust the firing curve and see if I can remedy the situation." Xiang Jian set down the teacups, her gaze unintentionally drifting towards the window. Through the curtain of rain, the tea house across the river appeared faintly. At that moment, the workshop's lights flickered several times, emitting a crackling sound before plunging the entire space into darkness. The hum of the kiln ceased, leaving only the sound of the rain outside, which felt particularly pronounced. "Oh no! Why has the circuit tripped again?" Xiao Wei exclaimed in the darkness. "This is the third time this month. It's truly bizarre." In the darkness, Xiang Jian's heart sank. This was no coincidence. Ever since she returned from Qingfeng Kazan and confirmed that Ling Fian resided across the river, the workshop had been plagued by a series of minor accidents, circuit failures, leaking pipes, and even the delivery truck inexplicably breaking down in transit just the other day. Each incident, when viewed in isolation, seemed mundane, yet the frequency and timing of their occurrence hinted at something inexplicably sinister. It was as if an unseen hand was orchestrating everything from the shadows. This realization sent a chill down her spine. "I'll go check the power box." Xiang Jian groped her way to find the flashlight, her voice straining to maintain its usual composure, though her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed the turmoil within. The rain was heavier than anticipated, the icy droplets striking her face with a bone-chilling sting. Shielding herself with an umbrella, she made her way to the backyard, discovering that the power box was already half-drenched from the rain. She opened the box door, the flashlight beam weaving through the intricate maze of wires, reflecting her furrowed brow. The repairs were far from straightforward. The aging wires were particularly troublesome in the damp environment, and her fingers had already sustained several small cuts from the sharp edges of the box, droplets of blood mingling with the rainwater, spreading a faint pink across her skin. As she focused intently on a particularly stubborn cable, she sensed a familiar gaze, intense and focused, as if it could pierce through the rain and land directly upon her. Her movements momentarily faltered, her heart racing uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her gaze towards the second floor of the tea house across the river. Indeed, there he was, that familiar figure seated by the window. Ling Fian held a white porcelain teacup, his gaze traversing the misty rain, quietly directed towards the workshop. Or more precisely, towards her. His posture seemed relaxed, yet the tension in his jawline and the slight forward lean of his body betrayed his focused state. Xiang Jian instinctively tightened her grip. She should have anticipated that once discovered, he would no longer be content to lurk behind the curtains as a distant observer. Days ago, she had noticed him frequenting the tea house near the workshop, always occupying the same spot, ordering a pot of local green tea, and remaining there for hours. They shared an unspoken understanding, maintaining a precarious balance across the width of the river. But today, he stepped out of the tea house. Through the rain, his tall figure crossed the smoothly washed stone bridge, approaching the workshop with steady, resolute steps, his hair and coat drenched, seemingly unfazed by the downpour. Xiang Jian's heart raced uncontrollably, as if something had collided violently with her chest, yet her hands continued their steady work, focusing intently on the wires. As if entirely oblivious to his approach. "Do you need assistance?" He stopped a few paces away, his voice deep and restrained, as though afraid of disturbing something. The sound of the rain fell softly, yet his voice resonated clearly in her ears. Xiang Jian did not look up, continuing her work with an unruffled tone devoid of any emotion. "No need, Mr. Yan." The formality of her address momentarily stilled the air. She heard his slight, almost inaudible intake of breath, as if something invisible had struck a nerve. Yet when he spoke again, his voice remained impeccably calm. "Electrical issues can vary in severity. It is wiser to exercise caution. Incidents are more likely to occur on rainy days. I will handle the workshop's matters." Finally, she raised her gaze to meet his. Her expression tranquil, her eyes as cold and distant as rain-washed bluestone. "No need to trouble yourself." Rainwater dripped from his hair, tracing down the angles of his sharply defined face. His eyes were deep as a well, swirling with complexities she could not decipher: concern, pain, struggle, and a barely perceptible plea. Yet soon, those emotions were perfectly contained, leaving only a polite, distant calm, as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. "In that case, I shall not intrude further." He inclined his head slightly, the movement appearing somewhat stiff, then turned and stepped into the rain, his figure appearing remarkably solitary amidst the downpour. These successive minor mishaps left Ling Fian acutely vigilant. These incidents had bypassed the defensive measures he had established around Qingxi town, seeping directly into his surroundings. This was no accident, it was a test. The hidden serpent in the shadows was carefully extending its tongue, probing his reactions, testing his limits, and more importantly, gauging her significance. Chapter 35. The greatest distance in the world. In the days that followed, Xiang Jian could always sense that almost imperceptible gaze while working in the workshop. He sat in the tea house across the river, monitoring the workshop's every movement, like a despicable voyeur. What was his plan? Xiang Jian lightly shook her head, wishing to dismiss this vexing thought. The following afternoon, the persistent rain finally relented for a brief moment, allowing a few strands of thin sunlight to pierce through the gray-white sky, illuminating the floating dust in the workshop with exquisite clarity. Xiang Jian was bent over, adjusting the kiln's ventilation, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, so absorbed in her task that she failed to notice the approaching footsteps outside. The workshop's doorbell chimed brightly, shattering the tranquility of the afternoon. Xiang Jian straightened, wiping the sweat from her brow with her wrist towel, and when she looked up, she was taken aback to find Ling Fian standing at the entrance. His tall frame nearly filled the entire doorway, slicing the thin daylight outside into fragmented patches. He was clad in a deep gray linen shirt, the collar casually unbuttoned, and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, attempting to blend into the town's leisurely atmosphere. Yet his upright posture and piercing gaze remained incongruous with the surroundings. Sunlight streamed in from behind him, casting a halo around him, yet failing to penetrate the depths of his inscrutable eyes. "Teacher Xiangwan." His voice was steady to the point of being mechanical, devoid of any discernible emotion, save for the subtly tense line of his jaw that betrayed the turbulence within. "Regarding the workshop circuitry, I am acquainted with a dependable craftsman." Before Xiang Jian had a chance to respond, the back door's curtain was abruptly flung open. Zhou entered, cradling a bag of freshly arrived, high-quality kaolin. A flush of labor on his bronzed face, his forehead damp with sweat, hair clinging to his brow. Upon seeing Ling Fian, he momentarily paused, then broke into a radiant smile. "Mr. Yan? What a rare visitor. What brings you here today?" His tone was warm and natural, imbued with the simplicity and kindness characteristic of a small-town youth, as if they were long-acquainted friends. Ling Fian's gaze lingered on Zhou for a fleeting moment. In that instant, Xiang Jian distinctly perceived a fleeting shadow of nearly imperceptible darkness in his perpetually unfathomable eyes. reminiscent of a beast instinctively on guard at the sight of an intruder, or of a person on the brink of losing everything. Observing another effortlessly possessing the treasures he yearned for but could not attain, a blend of anguish and resentment. The air seemed to solidify. Almost instinctively, Xiang Jian slightly turned, positioning herself half a step in front of Zhou Zhe. This subtle yet resolute gesture was a clear protective stance, shielding Zhou Zhe from that chilling gaze, while also defending the boundaries of her newly reconstructed life. She lifted her eyes to meet Ling Fian's, her expression no longer the epitome of calmness, but tinged with a faint, yet bone-chilling warning, seemingly fragile yet profoundly unyielding. Aja, she turned her head slightly, speaking softly to the man beside her, her tone imbued with a gentleness never before shown in the presence of Ling Fian. First, put the clay away in the storage, and remember to sort it properly. Place the damp bag in a ventilated area. Zhou Zhe glanced at the frostbitten expression of Ling Fian and then at Xiang Jian, whose eyes silently implored him. The young man's keen intuition made him instantly grasp the situation. He nodded, suppressing his smile and refraining from further words. Shouldering the heavy bag of clay and swiftly heading towards the storage in the backyard, unconsciously quickening his pace as he passed by Ling Fian. Suddenly, the workshop was left with only the two of them. The vibrant energy Zhou Zhe had brought seemed to be instantly siphoned away, and the air thickened once more, becoming even more oppressive, laden with a silent, volatile tension. Ling Fian fixated on her, his gaze piercing as if attempting to see through her. His hands hung at his sides, unconsciously clenching, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His chest rose and fell imperceptibly, as if tremendous effort was required to maintain his outward composure. Each word emerged with great difficulty, laced with an excruciating pain and a near unbelievable, trembling inquiry. In this past year, how has he treated you? He paused, as though the name burned his tongue. Is he good to you? The question, lacking context and absurdly phrased, exuded a sense of desperate hopelessness. Xiang Jian met his gaze in silence, her face devoid of any expression, as if he had posed a question entirely irrelevant to her. As if his tumultuous emotions were merely a trivial breeze from outside. This was far more unsettling to Ling Fian than any vehement rebuke. Silence stretched between them, each second torturing his dwindling hope. Finally, she spoke slowly, her voice steady as though stating an objective fact about the weather, devoid of resentment or agitation. Only a complete and frigid detachment, Mr. Ling. I believe we no longer have any relationship. My life, with whom I associate, and where I reside, she emphasized slightly, is none of your concern. In conclusion, she delivered her final verdict, her tone almost polite yet chillingly suffocating. Please leave. Mr. Ling. None of this pertains to you. Please depart. Each word struck like an ice-cold blade, piercing with exquisite precision and cruelty into the deepest recesses of Ling Fian's heart. He gazed at her calm, unyielding eyes, within which he could no longer find even a trace of the woman who had once loved him, feared him, depended on him, and ultimately, loathed him. All remnants of that woman had vanished from her eyes. She truly was no longer the person she once was. This realization hit him like a sudden tsunami, obliterating all his psychological defenses in an instant. The Xiang Jian he had harmed, destroyed, and lost was utterly gone, extinguished in his torment and abandonment. Then, in this unfamiliar southern town he had once dismissed, she had risen anew, forged from her own bones and tears, her resilience and silence creating a kiln. Reborn from the ashes, transformed into a completely unfamiliar, independent, and formidable Xiangwan. Meanwhile, he, the architect of this transformation, absurdly clung to the ruins of the past, enacting a self-deceptive drama of cremation, obsessively seeking a phantom that had long ceased to exist. At this moment, standing before her, he appeared tragically ridiculous. A profound sense of loss and overwhelming dread engulfed him like icy waters, submerging him entirely. He had lost her, not merely in terms of physical separation, but utterly. Uprooted from her emotional world, erased from the trajectory of her life. Ling Fian staggered back a step, as though struck by an invisible force. The once coldly commanding and handsome visage now bore the unmistakable marks of impending collapse. All pretense, all composure crumbled in that instant. He watched her impassively turn away, resuming her place before the pottery wheel, lowering her gaze, intently observing the clay between her fingers, as if he were merely an irrelevant stranger who had disrupted her work. Someone who could be easily dismissed as Mr. Ling. All his frantic searching, all-consuming regret, sleepless nights of anguish, and the absurd distance he had meticulously maintained now seemed to coalesce into a grand, tragic joke. A reunion on unfamiliar terms. It turned out that the greatest distance in the world was not measured in miles but in the painful reality that he stood before her, breathing the same air. Yet she had already completely and cleanly excised him from her life and memory. He could not recall how he turned to leave. Whether his steps faltered or his back appeared disheveled. All he remembered was the blinding sunlight outside the workshop, so glaring it nearly obstructed his vision. Yet it did nothing to illuminate the endless, frigid desolation within his heart. Chapter 36, Rumors. The following morning, the rain finally ceased, but the sky remained overcast. Xiang Jian arrived early at the workshop, only to find Zhou Zhe waiting there, his expression unusually grave. "Sister Xiang Wan, look at this," he said. Handing her a mobile phone, the screen displaying a page from a local forum. The poster remained anonymous, with a malicious title emblazoned with large exclamation marks, "Genius or Goldfinch?" Unraveling the scandalous past of Xiang Wan, the master of the workshop. The content of the post was rife with baseless speculation, presented in a guise of revealing truth. Claiming that the true identity of the workshop owner, Xiang Wan, was unknown and enigmatic. Alleging that her pursuit of artistic ideals was a facade for fleeing a scandalous affair with a wealthy family in North City. Forced into hiding in this remote town to cleanse her past. More insidiously, the post included 2 or 3 extremely blurry, awkwardly angled candid photographs. A photograph seemingly depicts a woman hastily boarding a sleek black luxury car, while another image captures a silhouette resembling her in the vicinity of an upscale restaurant. Engaged in intimate gestures with a man whose features remain obscured. The quality of these images is coarse, rendering the details unrecognizable. Yet they are sufficient to ignite boundless speculation among onlookers. The post brazenly insinuates that her current workshop's success is not attributed to talent or hard work, but rather to the clandestine financial backing of affluent benefactors, with those fortuitous strokes of luck and anonymous orders serving as evidence. The language employed is notably derogatory, frequently invoking terms like kept woman, mistress, failed ascent, and second-hand goods. The ensuing comments have erupted into a frenzy, although many familiar townsfolk persist in defending teacher Xiangwan. Vehemently denouncing the poster for spreading baseless rumors without evidence, a growing number of anonymous accounts eager for sensationalism have infiltrated the discourse. Spreading malicious conjectures and vile slanders like a contagion, where there's smoke, there's fire. She appears so innocent, yet who would have guessed she is such a person? No wonder her business thrives, it must be propped up by a sugar daddy. I wondered how she could afford such a large workshop with such expensive materials. Turns out it's all bought with her body. Ugh, disgusting. Who would dare purchase her creations now? They must fear the misfortune they might attract. Xiang Jian's fingers turned icy, nearly dropping her phone. A wave of nausea surged within her. I have already contacted the moderator to delete the post. Yet such anonymous threads are notoriously difficult to eradicate, and screenshots have already begun circulating. Zhou's voice brimmed with suppressed anger. This is absolutely not a coincidence. Someone is definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. Could it be a jealous competitor? Xiang Jian remained silent, her gaze fixed on the screen filled with malicious words. Her initial reaction was to suspect Ling Fian. This seemed a tactic he would employ, first creating a problem, then playing the role of the hero who resolves it, thereby regaining control over her. However, she quickly dismissed this notion. It was too obvious, too clumsy, lacking his characteristic precision and coldness. If Ling Fian sought to control her, he possessed countless more subtle, effective means that would leave her powerless to resist, without resorting to such base and incendiary tactics. So, who could it be? Who lurked in the shadows, intent on dismantling the life she had painstakingly constructed? In the ensuing days, troubles besieged the workshop, escalating to a disconcerting degree. First, the local tax office arrived unexpectedly for a routine inspection, rigidly demanding to review all accounts from the past 3 years. Next, a longtime supplier of raw materials abruptly proposed a contract reassessment, hinting at a significant price increase. Even her most capable apprentice, Xiao Yang, received an enticing offer from an out-of-town competitor, the terms of which were almost too good to be true. Each incident, when viewed in isolation, appeared reasonable, explicable as business norms or mere coincidence, yet their concentrated occurrence within a single week, targeting a nascent workshop, rendered the situation particularly peculiar and sinister. Xiang Jian distinctly sensed an invisible net tightening around her, yet she remained oblivious to the identity of her adversary or their intentions. This unknown, voyeuristic threat felt more suffocating than direct conflict. The tranquility of the workshop was but a facade. Jingxi town had never been an impenetrable fortress. Rumors flowed like vapor over the river, seeping in everywhere. The following day, as Xiang Jian ventured to the market for supplies, she could palpably sense a subtle tension in the air. The familiar vendors greeted her with their usual smiles. Yet beneath the warmth lay a thread of cautious inquiry and distance. Xiang Yatu, Granny Sun said, deftly wrapping tofu while lowering her voice, leaning forward slightly. Have you encountered any issues lately? Don't pay heed to the gossip on the street, With that, she quickly straightened up, her gaze darting elsewhere as if to feign busyness, as though her concern had merely been a ripple in the air. Uncle Li, who sold fresh fish, was much more direct. As he deftly scaled a fish, he said gruffly, Teacher Xiang, don't be afraid. We simple folk may not understand the intricacies, but we know who the good people are and who aren't. If anyone dares to disturb your workshop, just raise your voice. Look at us here on this street. We'll rally to your aid. His words elicited knowing nods from several nearby vendors, yet simultaneously compelled many others to retreat into silence and quick avoidance. Even several local high school students, who had previously committed to attending a pottery experience at the workshop this weekend, were subtly dissuaded by their parents under vague pretexts of needing tutoring or visiting grandparents. Xiaowei returned, fuming, to inform her that one girl had sent a secret message of apology, stating that her mother had strictly forbidden her from visiting that mysterious woman's place, fearing trouble. Such silent ostracism and cautious scrutiny felt far more suffocating than overt malice. It enveloped Xiang Jian like a delicate veil. The once harmonious atmosphere between her and the town now rendered thin and fragile. She could still sense goodwill, yet that goodwill had morphed into something cautious and measured. As if she were an exquisite porcelain figure now marred by cracks, admired yet feared for the risk of shattering or dragging others into her controversies. The fragmented whispers continued to circulate discreetly through the streets of Qingxi town, and Xiang Jian gripped her pottery knife tightly, her fingertips turning pale. She could not ignore the malice directed toward her, yet felt utterly powerless. 2 days later, the autumn rain descended unexpectedly, more ferocious than before. Torrential raindrops relentlessly hammered against rooftops and cobblestones, creating a cacophony that seemed poised to inundate the entire town. The night grew dark, and the workshop was illuminated only by the flickering flames of the kiln, casting a faint glow upon Xiang Jian's focused yet weary profile. She was bent over, making the final adjustments to the kiln temperature, her breaths measured and light, as this batch of orders, infused with countless hours of effort, was at a critical juncture of firing. Any disturbance could lead to ruin. The air was thick with the stifling warmth of clay and an unsettling silence. Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, emitting a dying whine before extinguishing completely, accompanied by the abrupt cessation of the kiln's operation. Darkness enveloped everything, leaving only the tempestuous sound of rain and the dwindling crackle of flames within the kiln. The power had tripped again, and at the most crucial moment. An icy despair seized Xiang Jian's heart, nearly suffocating her. She fumbled for a flashlight, stumbling into the yard. The rain lashed down like a frigid whip, nearly blinding her, soaking her thin clothing and clinging to her skin with a bone-chilling chill. The beam of the flashlight struggled to pierce through the deluge, trembling as it illuminated the electrical box, from which acrid black smoke began to curl, accompanied by a pungent odor of char. This is the worst-case scenario. Not only was this batch of creations at risk, but likely the kiln itself was also in jeopardy. Just as despair and the icy rain rendered her nearly immobile, 2 blinding headlights cut through the rain like swords, halting at the workshop's entrance. The car door swung open, and Ling Fian stepped out. Clad only in a nearly transparent white shirt, drenched and clinging to his muscular torso, water cascading down his forehead, droplets trailing from his chin. Behind him followed a steady-faced Master Li, carrying a heavy toolbox. Master Li, please, as quickly as you can. Fei Yan's voice pierced through the sound of the rain. Imbued with an undeniable urgency and authority, a tone cultivated from long-standing power and accustomed to issuing commands, forming a peculiar contrast to his presently somewhat disheveled appearance. Master Li remained silent, merely nodding as he swiftly opened his toolbox and began his work, his movements as practiced as if he had rehearsed them countless times. Turning abruptly towards Xiang Jian, who stood frozen in the rain, the water cascaded down his dark hair, tracing along his taut, almost rigid jawline. His gaze swept over her shivering, drenched frame, and his pupils constricted sharply as his voice took on an unusually severe tone. Get under the eaves. Do you wish to be electrocuted? This place is dangerous. His words were almost a roar, laced with a raw Undeniable urgency and concern that starkly contrasted with the calm detachment he had maintained in recent days. Xiang Jian was momentarily taken aback by his sudden ferocity, instinctively retreating a half-step to seek refuge beneath the narrow eaves. However, a wave of anger and humiliation surged within her. How dare he? How could he destroy everything in such a cruel manner and then come to play the protector? What right did he have to shout at her? Tell me the truth. Ling Feiyan. She called out, standing at the intersection of the eaves and the torrential rain, looking up at him through the curtain of raindrops. Her voice was diminished by the overwhelming sound of the storm, yet it carried a sharp, trembling desperation. Is all of this related to you? Is it you? Ling Feiyan stepped forward, abruptly entering the shelter of the eaves, the distance between them shrinking to a point where they could feel each other's breath. The rain formed a shivering, icy curtain between them. She could clearly see the tumultuous, nearly uncontainable emotion swirling in his eyes, an unfathomable weariness, a burning anxiety, and a burden so heavy it seemed it might crush him. If I say it is not, his voice was low and hoarse, each word seemingly saturated with the cold rain, falling heavily to the ground, will you believe me? And what should I believe? Her emotions finally shattered. Her voice cracked with the weight of suppressed tears, mingling with the cold rain as she shouted at him. Believe that you always appear at precisely the right moment as if it were calculated? Believe that all of this is mere coincidence? Ling Feiyan. Do you still think of me as a fool? His jaw clenched tightly, his Adam's apple bobbing violently as if he were struggling to swallow a great pain. His deep-set eyes locked onto hers, filled with intense struggle that ultimately transformed into a resolute determination. There are things I cannot explain to you right now, he said through gritted teeth, his voice imbued with conviction, but you must remember this, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you in the slightest. Chapter 38, Some things cannot be put down simply because they have ended. Ling Feiyan's words struck Xiang Jian's heart like a heavy hammer. She stared at him, stunned by the resolve in his gaze. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to his right hand, which hung at his side, revealing a fresh wound that was gruesome and horrifying, the flesh grotesquely turned outward, appearing an unnatural white beneath the rain's assault, with the edges inflamed and clearly untreated. Your hand, she blurted out, her heart inexplicably tightening. Ling Feiyan swiftly concealed his hand behind his back, as if it were something shameful. His tone hardened instantly. It's nothing. A small accident. Master Li will be done shortly. He avoided her probing gaze, turning to the busy Master Li and raising his voice slightly to interrupt her inquiry. How much longer? 10 minutes, Mr. Ling Good, he replied, then looked back at Xiang Jian, his tone brooking no argument. I will have someone stationed nearby tonight. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Master Li will come to completely replace all the electrical boxes. I don't need you to try to struggle. You do. He interrupted sharply, the long-absent authoritative force of Ling Feiyan emerging unmistakably in that moment. This is not a request, Xiang Jian. At least for tonight, you must listen to me. Strangely, this commanding, almost imperious tone did not evoke the intense fear and resistance it once had, but rather, from behind that undeniable stance, she sensed an unusual air of danger and a desperate urge to protect, stirring a faint yet undeniable unease within her. Master Li indeed completed his work on time. The lights flickered back to life, dispelling the unsettling darkness, and the kiln resumed its comforting low hum. However, Ling Feiyan did not leave immediately. He meticulously inspected every corner of the workshop, checking each window latch, and even testing the old lock on the back door repeatedly to ensure its security. Every action radiating a cautiousness akin to preparing for battle. Finally, he returned to her side. Water continued to cascade down his sharply defined cheeks, and his gaze fell upon her with a complexity that seemed to etch her image into his memory, imbued with an indescribable affection. Tomorrow, at 9, he reiterated, his tone slightly softened yet still carrying an unyielding insistence, for the safety of the workshop. Why? Xiang Jian gazed at him, her voice barely a whisper, yet it landed heavily between them. Ling Feiyan, we are already finished. After you made those choices, after you made me lose everything. She could not articulate that word. That wound which would never heal. To disturb each other is the best conclusion for us. Why do you keep appearing, time and again? What do you truly seek from me? The rain roared, as if it were the only background sound in the world. He watched her silently. His deep eyes swirling with emotions she could not decipher, profound pain, endless regret, surging affection, and a near-desperate resolve. It felt as though 1,000 words were lodged in his throat, ultimately escaping only as a barely audible sigh. He moved his lips, as if wishing to say more but ultimately only managing to utter a soft yet weighty statement that seemed to exhaust all his strength. Some things cannot simply be put down because they have ended. He turned to leave for the car, his steps appearing somewhat weary and unsteady, no longer the man who was always upright and in control. Just before he entered the vehicle, he paused, glancing back at her with a look so complex it sent her heart racing. Lock all the doors and windows. Do not open the door for anyone. This statement, abrupt and without context, struck Xiang Jian like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating the fog in her mind, making her realize something crucial, causing her heart to constrict violently. The black sedan vanished into the rain-soaked night like a ghost, silently slipping into the dense curtain of water, soon disappearing from sight. In its place, another inconspicuous gray car, like a lurking beast, quietly parked in the deepest shadows of the alley, clearly left by Ling Feiyan as a guard. Xiang Jian returned to the workshop, locking all the doors and windows behind her. Leaning against the cold door, she slid down to the floor, feeling utterly drained. The cold sensation seeped through her drenched clothing, yet she remained oblivious. The rain drummed relentlessly against the windows, like an endless cadence that left her feeling anxious and disoriented. Ling Feiyan's unusual and almost eerie behavior, the horrific fresh wound on his hand, and his weighty warning lingered in her chaotic mind, colliding and intertwining. All of this pointed towards a chilling possibility. Just then, her phone screen lit up abruptly in the darkness, the eerie blue glow stark against the stillness of the workshop. It was a message from Qing Linzhao. Sent late at an unusually urgent hour. Are you doing well recently? In Qingxi town, are there any unusual occurrences? Xiang Jian gazed intently at the brief message for an extended period, her heart pounding like a drum. Gradually, she replied, word by word, her fingertips icy. What do you know, Ling Zhaoguo? Tell me. The response came swiftly, almost instantaneously, yet it was evasive, heightening her sense of unease. Stay safe. Trust Ling Feiyan. The rain continued to fall tirelessly, drumming against every corner of Qingxi town, as if to cleanse everything yet hiding something beneath its surface. Alone on the cold workshop floor, Xiang Jian felt a chill seep from the depths of her heart, swiftly spreading to her limbs. She finally realized, albeit belatedly, that Ling Feiyan was perhaps not attempting to re-enter her life or seek her forgiveness. He was preparing for something, gearing up for a colossal storm that he had already sensed looming. And the target of that storm might not be solely him. It could also encompass her. This realization struck her with a terror greater than any direct threat. Chapter 39, Joint Investigation Team. The rain-soaked Qingxi town did not welcome the anticipated clarity. The leaden-gray clouds hung low over the eaves, resembling a heavy, waterlogged velvet cloth weighing down upon her heart. The air was thick with the damp scent of earth and an oppressive atmosphere, making even breathing feel sticky and laborious. Days of continuous rain had turned the river murky and turbulent. The incessant rush of water seemed to eagerly herald something while simultaneously concealing certain undercurrents of secrets. Within the workshop, the atmosphere was even more somber than the weather, with the usual swirling dust of clay appearing to settle in apprehension. The impact of the anonymous post proved more tenacious than anticipated, seeping into the very fabric of the town like a corrosive liquid. Although Zhou had utilized all his connections to have the post deleted, the malicious speculation and scrutinizing gazes proliferated throughout the town like mold after rain, quietly spreading. The following day, while purchasing ingredients at the market, Xiang Jian distinctly noticed the flickering glances of familiar vendors, their previous warmth now laced with a cautious curiosity and distance. Let others speak as they wish. We stand firm and fear no shadows. Zhou exclaimed, his face turning pale with anger as he slammed his fist onto the sturdy workbench, causing the carving tools and shaping needles to clatter. His chest heaved violently, the bronze hue of his skin flushing red with fury. Sister Xiangwan, don't take it to heart. I believe you, Xiaowei believes you. And everyone sensible in town trusts you. Those gossips will eventually choke on their own words. His defense was direct and sincere, infused with the youthful passion and indignation of his age. Xiang Jian remained silent, pressing her fingers more firmly into the damp clay in her hands, as if trying to knead her swirling thoughts and anxieties into the silent earth. Her knuckles turned slightly pale from the exertion, the cold mud seeping through her fingers. She appreciated Zhou's unreserved support, yet the suffocating sensation of an invisible web tightening around her heart remained unshakable. This was far more than mere gossip. It was a systematic, relentless isolation and suppression, with a clear intention and a malicious cat-and-mouse dynamic. The true storm escalated abruptly on the evening of the third day. Without any forewarning. The sky was dimming, shrouded in an ambiguous gray haze. The workshop was about to close. Xiaowei meticulously wiped down the finished porcelain on the shelves. Moving slowly, fearful of damaging her hard work. Xiang Jian was at the corner workbench reconciling the month's accounts, her brow slightly furrowed. The sound of the calculator keys echoing loudly in the overly quiet workshop. Zhou was in the backyard, busily relocating newly arrived bags of high-quality kaolin to a dry corner to prevent moisture, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated. The old wooden door of the workshop was violently thrust open from the outside, crashing against the wall before rebounding, emitting a disconcerting groan. 3 men filed in, abruptly shattering the tranquility of the workshop. They wore ill-fitting, dark uniforms with drooping shoulders and wrinkled pants, the fabric cheap. Leading them was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, clutching a bulging black briefcase under his arm. His gaze was sharp and critical, sweeping over everything in the workshop like a searchlight, scrutinizing the stacked clay, the semi-finished products on the drying racks, and the account books in the corner, his eyes filled with a deliberate scrutiny. "Who is Xiang Wan?" the bespectacled man inquired. His tone mimicking the formal cadence of bureaucracy but failing to mask a condescending arrogance. Xiang Jian set down her pen, her heart suddenly constricting as if gripped by a frigid hand. She forced herself to stand calmly, though her fingertips betrayed her, growing cold. Clad in a simple linen dress with a slightly muddy apron over it, she endeavored to maintain an air of composed tranquility. "I am. May I ask what this is regarding?" Her voice, though soft, cut through the thick air, and only she could perceive the nearly imperceptible tension in her vocal cords. "We are from the County Joint Inspection Team." The bespectacled man flashed a black identification case before her, moving it too quickly for her to discern any specific details. "We received a formal complaint alleging serious fire safety hazards, tax evasion, and illegal employment issues here. We are conducting an unannounced inspection, and we request your cooperation." He deliberately emphasized serious and according to law, attempting to exert pressure. "Complaint?" Xiaowei gasped, halting her actions, her face paling instantly, nearly dropping the cloth in her hand. "How is that possible? We have always operated legally, with clear accounts. Never, whether there are issues will be revealed through the inspection. It's not for you to decide." The bespectacled man interrupted her brusquely, showing no mercy. He waved toward the 2 men behind him, who had remained silent and had stern expressions. "Search thoroughly. Especially the financial records, employment contracts, and fire safety equipment. Leave no corner unchecked." The 2 men immediately sprang into action, their movements rough and unyielding. One yanked open a filing cabinet drawer, carelessly tossing out documents and contracts, snapping pictures with his phone, while the other took a brand-new measuring tape to measure the width of the fire escape, exaggeratedly knocking over a drying board leaning against the wall, causing several unbaked clay pieces to shatter into a puddle of mud. The sound of the clay breaking jolted Xiang Jian's heart, twisting her stomach. Their demeanor was arrogant. Their eyes flickering, entirely unlike a routine inspection, it felt more like they had come with a clear intent to provoke and create chaos. Hearing the commotion from the front room, Zhou rushed in from the backyard, his anger igniting upon witnessing the scene. He stepped in front of Xiang Jian, his youthful face taut with fury. "Which department are you from? Where's the inspection notice? Show me your credentials. Is this how inspections are conducted? Do you understand the rules?" His years of physical labor had molded a robust physique, making him appear as an unyielding wall in that moment. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, casting a cold glance at Zhou, his expression dripping with disdain. "We are carrying out official duties and do not need to report to a mere youth like you. Interfering with official duties will lead to consequences you cannot bear." His words bore a blatant threat. "You." Zhou's anger flared, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he clenched his fists, ready to confront them. Firmly grasped his arm, feeling the chill of her fingertips, which trembled ever so slightly. She gently shook her head at him, her gaze serene, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Her eyes returned to the 3 men, scrutinizing them with calm and meticulous attention. The ill-fitting, brand-new uniforms had loose threads hanging from their cuffs, The bespectacled man had rolled his sleeves to his forearms, revealing a glimpse of a tattoo. Another, who was inspecting the fire hydrant, had even misaligned the valve, displaying obvious flaws while maintaining an arrogant demeanor. Her heart sank gradually, a chill creeping up her spine, not from fear of these men themselves, but from the cold realization of the hidden hands lurking in the shadows, their energy and malevolence far exceeding her imagination. This was not mere slander, it was a blatant intimidation and harassment disguised as legality. Fear pricked at her nerves like fine needles, yet simultaneously, a simmering anger began to rise within her, suppressing the wave of anxiety. Chapter 40, A Farce? We will cooperate with the inspection. Xiang Jian's voice emerged unexpectedly calm, tinged with a hint of icy politeness. Only Zhozha, closest to her, could detect the subtle undercurrents beneath her composed facade. She fixed her gaze on the bespectacled man, her eyes bright and unflinching. However, according to regulations, please present complete identification and an official inspection notice. She paused, inhaling deeply, and with poise, retrieved her phone, feeling the screen slightly slippery as she unlocked it. She activated the video recording function, directing the camera steadily at them. To ensure the inspection process is just and transparent, I will record the entire procedure. This is our right and a responsibility towards each other, is it not? The expression on the bespectacled man's face instantly darkened, his muscles twitching. He seemed utterly unprepared for this seemingly fragile woman to exhibit such calmness, assertiveness, and familiarity with the procedure after her initial shock. His eyes flickered, instinctively trying to evade the camera, his tone growing darker as he attempted to intimidate her. What do you mean by this? Pointing a phone at us? Are you threatening law enforcement? I am merely safeguarding my and my workshop's legal rights, Xiang Jian replied without yielding, her voice steady yet imbued with a determination born of desperation. If your procedures are legitimate and your identities authentic, why fear being recorded? Or is there something you wish to keep hidden? The atmosphere thickened, taut as a drawn bowstring. The two individuals who had been rummaging through items slowed their movements, glancing at the bespectacled man, awaiting his directive. At that moment, a low, indifferent voice broke the tense standoff from the workshop entrance. The county has not dispatched any joint inspection team today. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the farce like an icicle. I have also not received any related documentation. Everyone turned abruptly. Ling Fian stood at the doorway, his posture erect as a pine tree. He wore a simple dark shirt, its collar slightly open, sleeves casually rolled to his forearms, revealing sturdy wrists. He did not glance at Xiang Jian, his deep-set eyes, sharp and cold like a hawk's, locked onto the three uninvited guests. An overpowering pressure filling the cramped space upon his arrival, as though the very air had solidified. May I inquire about your exact dispatch unit, names, positions, and badge numbers? His gaze sliced through the cheap, ill-fitting uniforms of the men. The bespectacled man clearly recognized Ling Fian, or rather, the extraordinary aura he exuded. Entirely unlike that of ordinary individuals. His face drained of color, sweat beads forming on his forehead and nose, the facade of arrogance evaporating, his lips trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. Ling Fian approached slowly, stopping a few paces away, his gaze dissecting their panic with the precision of a scalpel. Should I immediately contact your so-called unit's highest authority to verify your identities? He tilted his head slightly, his tone adopting a frigid politeness, yet more menacing than any outburst, impersonating government officials, engaging in fraud, extortion, who will bear the consequences of these charges? The three men were utterly thrown into disarray, their eyes wide with primal fear as they exchanged glances, each seeing despair reflected on the other's face. The bespectacled man stammered, attempting a final stand. We are not, leave. Ling Fian interrupted him with a single word. His voice was quiet, devoid of inflection, yet it bore an ominous weight and an undeniable command that brooked no dissent. The three men, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly gathered their scattered inspection tools, their documents hastily shoved together, the zipper of their briefcase left undone. And they stumbled out of the workshop, scrambling into a dilapidated van parked at the alley's mouth, devoid of license plates. The engine emitted a harsh roar, the vehicle fleeing like a frightened animal, quickly disappearing into the deepening dusk. The workshop fell into an immediate silence. The sound of heavy breathing echoed distinctly. Xiao Wei, frightened, felt tears welling in her eyes. Finally unable to hold back, she began to sob quietly, her body trembling slightly. Zhozha, in shock and fear, shifted his gaze between Ling Fian and Xiang Jian, his eyes filled with lingering anger, residual adrenaline, and an indescribable awe at the formidable presence Ling Fian had just exhibited. Only then did Ling Fian turn his gaze to Xiang Jian. His expression was complex, filled with concern, lingering alarm, and an almost uncontrollable, deep-seated fury, as if the earlier farce had not warranted his anger. What truly incensed him was the unseen hand behind it and its interference with Xiang Jian. Yet he swiftly reined in his emotions, leaving only a taut jawline and slightly pursed lips that betrayed a hint of his true feelings. "Are you all right?" he asked. His voice a touch hoarse, as if he were struggling to suppress something. Xiang Jian shook her head, her heart pounding violently against her ribs. It was not merely the absurdity of the earlier scene that unsettled her but the very presence of Ling Fian. The fleeting glint of almost uncontrollable icy rage in his eyes, and the timely arrival that suggested he had anticipated the situation and had been lurking nearby. This thought sent an inexplicable chill coursing through her. Chapter 41, Smoke and Flames Arise. Who are these people? Zhou was the first to recover from the shock. His voice tinged with a rasp. "What do they want?" "Chess pieces," Ling Fian replied coldly, his gaze sweeping across the dim dusk outside the workshop, as if piercing through the surface to examine the larger shadows and adversaries hidden beyond, or more accurately, a warning. His tone was definitive, indicating he had seen through the essence of the situation. He turned his attention back to Xiang Jian, his voice adopting an unprecedented seriousness and gravity. "This matter will not end here. Their intent is to perpetually harass and intimidate, to render you restless, instill fear, and revel in your torment." Then he paused, lowering his voice to a more subdued tone, imbued with an undeniable resolution, and urged me to reveal myself. "The workshop must temporarily cease operations for a few days." Your glances swiftly, almost imperceptibly, flitted over Zhou and Xiaowei. "All of you should refrain from acting alone for the time being, return home early at night and secure your doors and windows. I will promptly arrange for trustworthy individuals." "No need," interrupted Xiang Jian. Despite her pallor, her gaze was remarkably resolute, akin to tempered porcelain, fragile yet extraordinarily strong. She met Ling Fian's stern eyes without flinching. "This is my workshop, my life. I will not cower due to such despicable intimidation, nor will I cease operations. I am not the one who should depart." "Xiang Jian." For the first time, Ling Fian's voice bore a palpable urgency and severity. "This is not a moment for bravado. You have no idea what you are facing. This is unlike any trouble you have encountered before." He nearly shouted, attempting to suppress her courage, which seemed to stem from a naive unawareness of the peril. "Then tell me." Xiang Jian abruptly lifted her gaze to him, the accumulated fear, anger, resentment, and terror of the unknown finally surged forth, breaking through the dam of her reason. Her voice, however, trembled low with intense emotion. "So what, Ling Fian? You compel me to reveal myself. Thus I am to be your bait to draw out the enemy? I am to remain like a fool in this so-called safe zone, waiting each day for new calamities to descend?" Her eyes quickly glistened with unshed tears, yet she resolutely stifled them, as if conceding to tears would signify her weakness and submission. "You arrange for people? Secure the doors and windows? Is this your answer?" She stepped forward, no longer pleading, but infused with a chilling, near-desperate mockery. "Tell me, Ling Fian, is your so-called trouble merely a gang of petty thugs, or is it something that can claim lives? If you want me to hide, you must tell me what I am hiding from? Bullets? Or knives? Do not deflect me with ambiguous words. I am not your porcelain doll in need of protection, I am the one standing at the bull's eye." Her voice finally rose uncontrollably, each word squeezed out from between clenched teeth. "I demand to know the truth. Will I die entangled in your cursed vendettas?" Ling Fian was rooted to the spot, pinned by the shattered glimmer of her tears and her piercing questions. His throat bobbed violently, as though something was choking him. In his usually unfathomable eyes, profound anguish surged, along with struggles and helplessness. He parted his lips, his jaw taut. Yet ultimately, those words nearly on the verge of spilling forth were swallowed back, transforming into a heavy sigh. His shoulders briefly sagged, only to straighten immediately. "Knowing the truth will not benefit you in the slightest. It will only plunge you into deeper danger." His voice was laden with weary helplessness. "Trust me this once, just this once, heed my arrangements, will you?" His tone carried a hint of a plea, almost humble, which starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. This rare, Almost fragile posture left both Xiangjian and Zhou Zhe momentarily speechless. Just then, Ling Fian's phone vibrated in his pocket. The sound sharp and urgent, a specialized alert signifying the highest priority emergency contact. He swiftly retrieved his phone, and upon glancing at the encrypted code displayed on the screen, his expression darkened instantly. The complex, tumultuous aura surrounding him dissipated, leaving only a cold, pure air of lethal intent. He did not shy away from others, directly answering the call. Location? How many? Equipment? Keep a close watch, disrupt signals, I will arrive shortly. His instructions were exceedingly concise, cold, and efficient, devoid of any superfluous words. After hanging up, when he turned to Xiangjian, his gaze had irrevocably transformed. No longer did it harbor struggle, pain, or even the previous concern, only a sense of cold, unquestionable command remained, as if he had switched to an entirely different mode. There is no time for debate. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He turned to Zhou Zhe. Zhou Zhe, you are to immediately escort Xiaowei home, ensuring she safely enters her house and locks the door from the inside. Inform her family not to open the door for anyone tonight, no matter what. Then, his gaze bore down on Zhou Zhe like a dense fog, you will return immediately and remain at the workshop. You are not to leave Xiangwan's side until my people arrive to take over. Understood? Zhou Zhe was thoroughly intimidated by the undeniable authority in his eyes and the gravity of his words. He instinctively straightened his back and nodded solemnly, understood. Ling Fian cast a deep, complex glance at Xiangjian. That look stirred in her a sense of unease, an amalgamation of concern, an irrefutable warning, a heavy entrustment, and an unfathomable depth of emotion she could not decipher at that moment. Remember my words, his voice was low and clear, secure the doors. Do not open for anyone, regardless of who knocks. Wait for my return. With that, he pivoted sharply and strode out of the workshop, his figure swiftly swallowed by the thickening twilight outside. Almost simultaneously, the roar of a car engine ignited violently in the distance, piercing the brief silence of the courtyard with a sharp sound, vanishing at a frenzied pace towards the river. The workshop fell into a profound silence. Xiangjian stood frozen, her limbs icy, a chill seeping from her spine. Ling Fian's final gaze and his tense demeanor, as if preparing for war, instilled in her a more profound fear than the earlier charade of inspections. What was he truly facing? What news did that phone call bring? Zhou Zhe approached, his expression equally grave. He hesitated for a moment before speaking, his voice dry. Sister Xiangwan, this situation seems genuinely different. I believe we should heed his words. Xiangjian did not respond. Instead, she slowly walked to the window, gazing outside. The night was as dark as ink, completely engulfing the world. Across the river, the window of room 201 at Qingfeng remained shrouded in darkness, like a silent, colossal question mark. A storm had indeed arrived. And this time, it was no mere trifling disturbance aimed at the workshop. In the distant darkness, faint, unusual sounds seemed to emerge, desperately masked by the howling wind and the rushing river, like the subtle clink of metal components? Or the dull thud of a body hitting the ground? Fleeting, so swift it could be mistaken for an illusion born of heightened tension. Yet, in the air, a barely perceptible, profoundly unsettling sense of danger began to permeate. Cold and viscous, akin to the charged atmosphere preceding a tempest. The smoke of war was no longer a harbinger. It had already begun to sear the skin with its heat. Chapter 42, Night Raid. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it could not be dispersed, drenching the winding bluestone paths of Qingxi town and swallowing the last warmth of the day. After several days of incessant rain, the downpour had finally ceased. Yet the air still bore a damp, earthy odor and a heavy sensation that constricted the chest, reminiscent of the low pressure preceding a storm, foreboding something ominous. The moonlight was shrouded by heavy, murky clouds, with only a few aged street lamps struggling to cast a faint, yellowish glow, reflecting fragmented and restless shadows on the damp cobblestones. Inside the workshop, the last light flickered out, and darkness surged like a tidal wave, engulfing every corner. Xiangjian bid farewell to Zhou Zhe, who insisted on staying to keep watch, and stood alone in the eerily silent courtyard, a chill creeping up her spine. The day's earlier scare lingered in her mind, while Ling Feiyan's expression when he departed, one of impending doom, as if facing death, draped a heavy, icy shadow over her heart. Instinctively, she glanced across the river, where the window of Qingfeng Kajan room 201 was pitch black, resembling a silent, colossal enigma that concealed unsettling secrets. Suddenly, all the lights in the workshop flickered violently before plunging into complete darkness, not merely a power outage, but a suffocating stillness that drained all energy. Almost simultaneously, the screen of her phone, resting on the bedside, went dark and could not be revived. An ominous, chilling silence enveloped her. Xiang Jian's heart plummeted, as if falling into an icy abyss. Just then, a deafening crash echoed from the backyard, resembling the sound of heavy metal being violently struck. Following that, the furnace emitted an abnormal, grating hum accompanied by convulsive vibrations. "Who's there?" she shouted sharply, her voice quivering with tension. Almost instinctively, she grasped the heavy shovel leaning against the wall, its cold touch unable to quell the frantic beating of her heart. Several shadows darted from the backyard like phantoms. Swift and silent, distinctly different from the earlier pretentious inspectors. They had a clear objective. Two rushed towards the furnace and control box, while another raised a can, ready to douse the air-drying ceramic pieces with noxious paint. Upon seeing her, they did not flee in panic. Instead, they let out a malicious, mocking laugh, as if toying with a mouse. Well, the little lady's quite fierce. Thinking a fire poker can scare us off?" One voice rasped, grating like sandpaper, resonating painfully in the still night. Another swung a gleaming iron rod, striking down upon the semi-finished ceramic pieces on the rack with a ferocious force. The sharp, piercing sound of shattering echoed like a lament in the desolate night sky. "Smash! Let's ruin this place. Let us see how this shabby workshop stays open." A savage shout reverberated through the courtyard, proclaiming that they intended to toy with the boss's woman tonight. Xiang Jian trembled with rage, blood rushing to her head. Yet it was stifled by the icy grip of fear. She clutched the wooden handle of the shovel tightly, her knuckles turning white, but dared not advance recklessly. There were at least 4 or 5 of them, robust and armed with clubs, moving with a brazen confidence that suggested they were well prepared, clearly not mere thugs. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly charged from the narrow, dark alley beside the workshop like an enraged leopard. With reckless abandon, he lunged at the most boisterous thug wielding the iron rod. "You sons of bitches! Who dares to touch this place? I'll fight you." It was Zhou. He had not left after all. He had been lurking nearby, waiting. Young and strong, accustomed to physical labor, Zhou's powerful frame was fueled by fury. And with a single punch, he knocked the unprepared thug to the ground with a painful cry. In the darkness, the sound of flesh striking flesh echoed, followed by groans of pain and coarse curses erupting. Zhou, relying on his youth and familiarity with the terrain, struggled to hold his ground. But his opponents were clearly well-trained, working in concert and striking ruthlessly. "Zhou, be careful behind you!" Xiang Jian screamed in terror as she saw another thug silently approach from the shadows, swinging a thick wooden stick toward Zhou's unprotected neck. Her heart raced as she felt it nearly leap from her throat. Zhou instinctively turned his head, the stick narrowly grazing his forehead. A sharp pain erupted as warm liquid flowed from the wound, blurring his vision. He wiped his face, the sticky red liquid intensifying the ferocity in his eyes. But he was forced to retreat against the overwhelming numbers, desperately shielding Xiang Jian and the crucial furnace, like a wounded cub protecting its territory. "Sister Xiang Jian. Quickly. Go inside. Lock the door. Call the police." He hoarsely shouted, his voice cracking from the strain of the fight. He pushed back one opponent, only to be struck from behind by another, eliciting a muffled grunt of pain. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, 2 blinding white headlights pierced the darkness like arrows, suddenly illuminating the scene. The roar of the engine grew louder, racing closer at an unbelievable speed, almost instantaneously arriving. A black sedan skidded to a halt at the workshop entrance, tires screeching against the slick cobblestones, producing an excruciatingly sharp noise that pierced the eardrums. The door swung open even before the car had fully stopped. Ling Feiyan stepped out, his silhouette striking against the harsh glare of the headlights. At that moment, a sliver of cold moonlight broke through the clouds, briefly illuminating his extraordinarily handsome face, which seemed frozen in ice. And in his deep-set eyes swirled a storm capable of consuming all. He uttered not a word, hesitating not a moment, and launched himself into the chaotic fray like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were so swift they left only an afterimage, precise and ruthless, exhibiting a level of cold efficiency and professional combat skill that starkly contrasted with Zhou's impassioned, instinctive brawl. Each strike targeted the most vulnerable joints and vital areas, executing with a fluidity that masked an undercurrent of suppressed rage. In the blink of an eye, 2 thugs screamed as they collapsed to the ground in twisted positions, completely incapacitated. The remaining 3 were utterly cowed by the appearance of this seemingly divine avenger, instinctively retreating, their previous bravado replaced by fear, their clubs feeling unwieldy in their hands. Ling Fei Yan paused, breathing heavily, standing protectively in front of Xiang Jian and Zhou Zhe. His cold gaze sliced through the intruders like a blade. In this brief silence, one thug's torn sleeve revealed a blurred dark tattoo on his wrist. Resembling the tail of a coiling snake, its fangs bared. Though it was a fleeting glimpse, Ling Fei Yan's pupils constricted sharply. "Who sent you?" His voice was low yet carried an oppressive weight, akin to the hiss of a snake locking onto its prey. The thugs exchanged terrified glances, their eyes filled with dread. Lips trembling, clearly intimidated by his presence and skill, yet it seemed their fear of the unseen puppeteer was deeper, for none dared to speak. "Not talking?" Ling Fei Yan stepped forward slowly, the icy aura emanating from him seemingly freezing the surrounding air. "Then you may never speak again." Chapter 43, External Injuries. At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie of one of the individuals, followed by a distorted voice, altered by a poor-quality voice changer, intermittently transmitting, "Target 34 has been compromised. Retreat immediately. Snake Eye's orders." The term Snake Eye struck like a lightning bolt in Ling Feiyan's mind, leaving his eyes fathomless in an instant. The thugs appeared as if they had received a pardon, only to be confronted by a more terrifying death knell. They hastily helped their groaning companion off the ground, urinating in fear as they fled into the engulfing darkness, neglecting the professional flashlight and a small black box, still emitting a faint interference signal, that had fallen to the ground. Ling Feiyan made no move to pursue them. He merely stood rooted, his gaze coldly fixed on the direction of their disappearance. He understood. This was no longer a tentative harassment. This was a blatant attack initiated by Yingxi, marked unmistakably. Indeed, it was characteristic of him to send a few expendables to incite fear, to revel in the chaos of his prey's panic. Ling Feiyan's fists tightened painfully, reopening the wound on his hand, crimson blood seeping through his clenched fingers, each drop falling silently onto the damp, cold ground, spreading a small dark stain. Zhou Zhe covered the bleeding gash on his forehead, gasping heavily as his chest heaved violently. His gaze toward Ling Feiyan was a tumult of emotions, gratitude for surviving, astonishment at the overwhelming power and advantage, and a profound sense of inadequacy and self-doubt, as a man and protector, rendered so powerless in comparison. Xiang Jian hurried to Zhou Zhe's side, her fingertips cold and trembling as she examined the gruesome wound, blood still oozing. "How are you? Is it serious? Does it hurt?" Her voice quivered with uncontained anxiety as she hastily produced a clean handkerchief, pressing it firmly against his injury, attempting to staunch the glaring red. "It's nothing, really. Just a scratch, a superficial injury." Zhou Zhe gasped, shaking his head, trying to appear nonchalant, yet his gaze remained glued to Ling Feiyan, filled with a myriad of emotions. Ling Feiyan slowly turned around. His attention briefly flickered to Xiang Jian's hands, which were cautiously supporting Zhou Zhe's arm and applying pressure to the wound. His pupils constricted imperceptibly, as if pricked by something sharp, before swiftly shifting to Zhou Zhe's bleeding face. His voice regained its characteristic icy calm, devoid of emotion. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" The inquiry sounded caring, yet bore an unmistakable air of detachment. "No need," Zhou Zhe replied stiffly, his tone laden with stubbornness, unwilling to show weakness before the other, mingled with a subtle hostility, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself, stemming from feeling overshadowed. Ling Feiyan offered no further words, as if it were merely a customary exchange. He approached the damaged kiln, crouching to inspect it closely. The side of the kiln bore a distinct dent from a heavy blow, and the control system's casing showed signs of violent tampering, with wires exposed. Although the damage seemed non-fatal, it was sufficient to cripple the kiln's ability to perform precise firing tasks. The walls and floor were splattered with glaring, foul-smelling red paint, resembling grotesque bloodstains, defiantly marring the space she had poured her heart into. "Should we call the police?" Xiang Jian surveyed the wreckage, her voice heavy with fatigue and a profound sense of helplessness. She understood that reporting to the authorities would likely be futile. "It's useless." Ling Feiyan's response was cold and decisive, affirming her thoughts. "They are highly professional, leaving no traceable clues behind. Gloves, footprints, even possible physical descriptions have been meticulously erased. he paused. Rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping toward the alley's mouth, laced with a hint of icy sarcasm, moreover. The town's only old surveillance camera capable of capturing this intersection happened to malfunction 3 days ago. Having completed his inspection of the scene, his countenance darkened. The atmospheric pressure around him low and foreboding. He remained silent, refraining from further explanation. Merely gesturing to Xiang Jian and Zhou Zhe to stay put with an imposing hand signal before striding toward the workshop's exit. His figure swiftly swallowed by the thick shadows at the gate, seemingly consumed by the darkness. Xiang Jian and Zhou Zhe were left behind, exchanging glances. Only able to hear each other's anxious heartbeats and the rustling of bamboo in the night breeze, each second stretching out painfully. Minutes later, Ling Fian returned from the shadows. His expression unchanging, still enveloped in a profound coldness, yet the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him felt even more suffocating, as if he had silently dealt with something sinister. I have called for personnel to handle the scene and will arrange for someone to keep watch nearby. His voice regained a semblance of icy calm. Devoid of any indication of having just issued iron-fisted commands in the shadows, as if he were merely coordinating a routine cleaning. Zhou Zhe. Your wound requires thorough cleaning and disinfection. Although directed at Zhou Zhe, his gaze lingered on the still bleeding gash on his forehead. I told you it's nothing. Zhou Zhe stubbornly maintained his stance, yet his tone unconsciously softened slightly, perhaps under the weight of Ling Fian's undeniable presence. Xiang Jian observed Ling Fian's inscrutable face. Void of any emotional fluctuation, yet her own doubts and unease spiraled uncontrollably like tangled vines. She sensed that his brief absence had entailed far more than merely summoning assistance. That fleeting disappearance instilled a deeper, unfathomable fear than his earlier thunderous arrival. At that moment, Ling Fian's phone vibrated subtly in his pocket. A nearly silent alert due to its special setting. He expressionlessly retrieved it, unlocking the screen for a brief glance. It was a highly encrypted message from Lin Feng. Containing only a few lines, yet sufficient to convey a portentous arrival, final confirmation of 2 intersecting forces, 1, the remnants of the Chen family seeking vengeful harassment, the other. A more sophisticated approach, indeed a probing attack by Yingxi. Their intent is to muddy the waters, compel you to reveal yourself, and test your vulnerabilities. Strongly recommend immediate activation of the highest contingency plan. Lin Feng, did you notice? All attacks are calibrated to induce maximum panic and pressure. Yet not to the extent of triggering an immediate backlash or endangering her life. He is probing my limits, and evidently relishing the process. He is playing. Ling Fian's gaze lingered on the 2 characters Yingxi for mere moments before typing out 2 lines, locking the screen impassively, and returning the phone to his pocket. The fluidity of his actions concealed the tumult within. Yet, he understood fully, the escalating storm's core target was indeed him. Chapter 44, Protect her from me. The remnants of the Chen family's faction sought revenge and vented their frustrations, while the mysterious, dangerous Yingxi, with whom he shared a vendetta, was the true wolf in sheep's clothing, aiming to uproot him entirely. Xiang Jian was merely an innocent bystander caught in this web. Exposed and vulnerable, the enemy's perfect target for testing, tormenting, and coercing him. This realization struck him like a searing iron, branding his heart with pain that twisted his insides, nearly inducing him to vomit blood. Once again, it was he who had placed her in such perilous circumstances. He had to make a choice. A choice so agonizing that it could rend the very soul. After a brief moment of stillness, Ling Fian excused himself under the pretext of needing to thoroughly inspect the main circuit breaker in the backyard. Once again making his solitary way to the most secluded corner of the workshop's rear yard, ensuring that no one was in sight. He held his breath for a moment to attune his senses before retrieving his most highly encrypted mobile phone to dial Lin Feng's direct line. Initiate scavenger. Level, highest. His voice was lowered to an almost inaudible whisper, merging seamlessly with the howling night wind, devoid of any human emotion. Targeting the group he had just encountered and all their associates. I want every fly and cockroach related to this matter to vanish completely and cleanly from Qingxi town. Handle it beautifully, leaving no trace. They have meddled with matters beyond their grasp. Understood. Execute immediately. Lin Feng's response was devoid of hesitation. As succinct and decisive as a machine. After the call ended, Ling Fian did not return immediately. He leaned despondently against the cold, rough brick wall, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, feeling his throat constrict painfully. The night sky was shrouded in thick clouds, offering no glimpse of light. The task ahead loomed far more tormenting than merely ordering the removal of those pests, akin to wielding a blade to carve open his own chest. He retrieved the encrypted phone once more, his fingertips hovering over the cold screen for an extended period, long enough for the display to dim before he reignited it. This occurred several times. Ultimately, he seemed to expend every ounce of strength within him, depleting the last flicker of resistance against fate. As he entered an exceedingly brief command in the encrypted interface, dispatching it to a trusted investigative team independent of Lin Feng's network, dedicated to handling the most clandestine personal matters. The message was chillingly succinct: encrypted investigation, target, Qingxi Town, Zhou. Comprehensive background check and character assessment. Focus, authenticity of his relationship with Xiang Wan. Evaluation criteria, does he possess adequate ability to ensure her safety and stability? Absolute confidentiality. At the moment he pressed the send button, he felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him nearly faint against the frigid wall. His forehead resting on the rough brick surface, his broad shoulders trembling imperceptibly. The act of issuing this command was tenfold more arduous and 100-fold more painful than confronting those armed desperados alone. Akin to extracting his own heart in a bloody manner while forcing himself to remain composed enough to assess which vessel would best cradle it, allowing it to be treated tenderly. A jealousy fierce enough to incinerate reason and a bone-deep anguish gnawed madly at his insides, nearly driving him to madness. Why? Why was it not him who could ultimately stand by her side, basking in her smile and future? Why must he remain a shadow, struggling in darkness? Surrendering the very right to protect her to another in this self-destructive manner? Yet he was acutely aware that he himself was the greatest source of danger. Approaching her would only draw a more violent storm towards her. The serpent known as Ying Shi had already caught the scent. He had no clarity about the morrow. A profound, nearly despairing sense of powerlessness engulfed him like icy water. He forced himself to inhale the frigid night air several times, suppressing the tumultuous emotions until his face returned to its habitual coldness and indifference, before slowly straightening and turning back to the front yard. Xiang Jian and Zhou remained in place. Zhou's head wound had been hastily bandaged with a clean strip of cloth, the blood seeping through the white fabric still glaringly vivid. I have made arrangements. Ling Fian's voice was calm and unwavering, betraying no emotional fluctuation. As if the man who had just endured inner torment in the backyard was merely an apparition, tonight, someone would vigilantly guard this place to ensure safety. You should rest now. His gaze carefully traversed Xiang Jian's face, which was etched with worry and confusion, ultimately resting heavily upon Zhou, his expression complex and inscrutable. Imbued with concern, cautious evaluation, a fleeting glimpse of nearly imperceptible agonizing pain, and a weighty, almost entrusting significance. Zhou, he suddenly spoke, his tone unprecedentedly solemn. Even carrying a barely discernible rasp, each word weighed with profound consideration: protect her well. These 4 words bore the weight of mountains, encompassing all his unspoken fears, unwillingness, and desperate hopes. Zhou visibly paused, meeting Ling Fian's unfathomable gaze, which seemed to harbor a great tempest that had forcibly settled into calm. As if sensing some grave reality beyond the immediate situation, he instinctively straightened his back and nodded gravely, promising, I will. Chapter 45, International Expo. The violent clash in the dead of night did not occur without witnesses. The unnerving booms, the anguished roars and curses of men, the frenzied growl of car engines, and the jarring screech of brakes had already awakened half the street. Old Zhao, the owner of the tea house across the street, was terrified. Daring only to extinguish the lights and hide behind the curtains, peering through the gaps with bated breath. Aunt Zhang from the embroidery shop next door was so frightened her soul nearly fled, covering her mouth tightly to stifle a scream. Trembling in the shadows of the second-floor balcony, her terrified gaze sweeping over the shifting silhouettes and faint struggles in the workshop yard, further afield. A few bold households lit their lamps but dared not open their doors, clustering behind their windows or indoors, whispering in hushed tones, exchanging fearful conjectures. Ling Fian's black sedan descended like a deity, restoring order with an overwhelming presence. And it was only after it disappeared into the darkness that the stifled whispers began to seep out, as if released from confinement, quietly spreading through the night. People could not discern the details but could feel the chilling aura. Did you see that? I told you that teacher Xiang was no ordinary person. It seems she has stirred up something tremendous. Good heavens. This is serious. Weapons are flying. It's enough to scare the ancestors. Who were those people earlier? They were fierce. Who was that young man who arrived later? Oh, his aura is terrifying, even scarier than those earlier ruffians. He's definitely a formidable figure. Just look at that stance, he could crush iron. He's not a deity that a small place like ours can accommodate. Alas, what a tragedy, such a fine girl. Simply trying to make her craft, how could she have attracted such trouble? Let us just stay away from her in the future. And warn the children to keep their distance, it's too frightening, and we can't afford to provoke such matters. These discussions would never reach Xiang Jian's ears. Yet they seeped into every corner of the town like the cold dew of night. The day following the bloody ambush, the atmosphere around the workshop had completely solidified. The curiosity and inquiry in people's eyes had vanished, replaced by a mix of profound fear and instinctual avoidance. Not only towards her entanglement in this turmoil but also towards the inscrutable man who had come for her in the dead of night. 2 weeks had passed since the bloody night assault. On the surface, Qingxi town had returned to its previous tranquility. Yet beneath that calm lay a tension akin to a string drawn to its utmost limit, ready to snap. The individuals dispatched by Ling Fian silently took over the security perimeter of the workshop, blending into the environment like well-trained phantoms, their presence almost imperceptible. Yet constantly reminding that the lurking danger had not dissipated, merely suppressed for the time being. The scar on Zhou Zhi's forehead had scabbed over. Yet he bore a newfound heaviness and an unshakable vigilance. Xiang Jian had buried herself deeper in her work, vigilantly tending to the kiln day and night. As though only the silent clay and the fervent flames could momentarily numb the ever-growing unease and fear coiling around her heart like a vine. Nearly all her energy and hope were staked on the upcoming Asia-Pacific International Contemporary Handicrafts Expo. This project has been in preparation for nearly 2 years, during which she has meticulously researched countless materials and revised her proposals innumerable times. It represents a pivotal step in her endeavor to transcend regional limitations and truly step onto a broader stage, significantly impacting the survival and development of the workshop in the years to come. For this exhibition, she poured all her heart and resources into designing and crafting a series of ceramic artworks named Nyapan, consisting of 12 unique pieces. Each creation embodies the themes of destruction and rebirth, with glazes that shift unpredictably and forms imbued with a sense of struggle and upward momentum, encapsulating all her emotions, pain, struggle, and faint hope, since leaving Beijing. The artworks have already been dispatched via professional art logistics, and the exhibition layout has been meticulously refined to perfection. Invitations have been sent to important clients and critics, and even meetings have been carefully scheduled with several influential art critics and collectors from overseas. However, just 1 week before the exhibition's opening, a thunderbolt struck with no warning, precise and cruel. An official email from the exhibition organizing committee, cold and formulaic in tone, replete with bureaucratic jargon, informed her that her qualification to exhibit had been formally revoked due to the absence of critical documents which had not been submitted on time. All the dispatched artworks had been detained at the port customs warehouse, awaiting return processing, with all resulting exorbitant port fees, storage costs, and return shipping expenses to be borne by her personally. Missing documents? This was utterly impossible. The moment Xiang Jian saw the email, she felt her blood rush to her head and then recede violently, leaving a bone-chilling cold. Her fingers were too numb to navigate the mouse wheel. She vividly recalled having meticulously checked all lists and requirements, ensuring every signature, every certificate, and every image was flawless, with all documents submitted punctually and in accordance with regulations, even possessing email receipts as proof. She immediately frantically dialed the contact number provided in the email, only to find it perpetually busy or met with different individuals who, in an extremely perfunctory manner, informed her that they were merely following regulations and advised her to lodge a formal complaint. She exhausted all her connections, reaching out to Zhou Zhi with red-rimmed eyes, seeking assistance from anyone she could contact in the town, county, and even the province, pleading with fervor. They even managed to contact a responsible individual at the Provincial Arts and Crafts Association, who initially appeared enthusiastic, but after attempting communication, their demeanor shifted to ambiguous and distant, stating that they were unable to assist and subtly implying that the issue ran deep, with unusual forces at play that were beyond their level to address. Despair enveloped the workshop like a dark cloud. Chapter 46, An Inextricable Dilemma. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Wei and several young apprentices were filled with disbelief and an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about the future. The material costs, production investments, logistics, and promotional expenses for the Nyapan series were staggering, with more than half a year's cash flow and nearly all previous profits riding on this venture. Even having borrowed some funds from Zhozha for operational turnover. Should they fail to exhibit and successfully sell or secure subsequent orders, the workshop would face a fatal break in its financial chain, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Everyone's livelihood and dreams hinged upon this. Zhozha, in frustration, struck his fist against the doorframe, instantly swelling his knuckles. We can't just wait any longer. It must be that bunch of bastards causing trouble. I'll go to the province, I'll confront their person in charge at the exhibition. It's futile, Aja, Xiang Jian interrupted him, her voice unusually calm. A stillness that emerged from utter despair after her hope had been thoroughly crushed. She stared at the cold email on her computer screen, each character piercing her heart like poison needles. They won't leave us any way out. This is a dead end. She understood better than anyone that such a precise, ruthless maneuver, leaving no room for maneuvering and easily suppressing provincial-level intervention, implied that the forces behind this had terrifying power. The name she most dreaded to confront, the one she had tried desperately to escape, became the only possible lifeline amid this abyss of despair, albeit one that clearly led to ruin. After exhausting all legitimate avenues and depleting every favor, she ultimately, trembling, thought of Qinglin Zhao. Clinging to the last flicker of hope, she called him. Her voice tinged with a self-loathing plea and uncertainty. Lin Zhao, I'm in serious trouble. My qualification for the exhibition has been revoked for baseless reasons. And all my works are detained. I've tried everything. Do you have any connections or know anyone who could help? Any possibility would be appreciated. On the other end, Qinglin Zhao was silent for a prolonged moment. That silence itself felt like a sentence. Finally, he sighed heavily. His voice filled with a profound sense of helplessness and deep concern. Xiang Jian, I've heard. Don't panic, calm down. I'll do my best to see what I can do. However, he paused, his tone gravely serious. I must honestly inform you that those capable of so audaciously manipulating an international exhibition of this caliber, silencing provincial officials, possess influence far beyond imagination. Don't hold out too much hope, wait for my news. For the next 2 days, Xiang Jian waited in a state of agonizing anxiety. Every minute felt like an eternity, as if she were being fried in hot oil. Sister Xiang, has there been any news from Dr. Chung? Xiao Wei's voice trembled, laden with suppressed tears and a sense of desperation. The air in the workshop felt as if it had solidified, oppressive and suffocating. Xiao Wei often wiped her tears in secret, while Zhozha paced like a caged beast in the yard, smoking furiously. Qinglin Zhao's silence persisted. Every notification on Xiang Jian's phone sent her heart racing, only to plunge her deeper into disappointment. Time slipped away, inching closer to the exhibition's opening. And with each passing hour, the chance of resolution seemed to dwindle further. On the third morning, still without any concrete news from Qinglin Zhao, Xiang Jian looked into the mirror at her pale, hollow-eyed reflection, as if her very soul had been extracted. She made a final decision. One born of being pushed to the edge of a precipice, with no retreat left, an almost self-destructive calmness. She donned her simplest attire. A cotton and linen lawn dress that resembled something one would wear to a funeral, stripped of all adornment, and step by step left the workshop, crossed the stone bridge, and headed towards the Qingfeng Inn on the opposite bank, a place she had vowed never to approach again. Chapter 47, Despair's Conspiracy at the inn's front desk. Aunt Gui was distractedly wiping the table, her previous vivacity replaced by an air of gloom and unease. Upon seeing Xiang Jian enter, she straightened up abruptly, her face flashing with a complex mix of concern, sympathy, and an overwhelming sense of unarticulated fear and apprehension. She instinctively rubbed her hands on her apron, opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately swallowed the words meant for the girl she once cared for deeply. With a heavy sigh, filled with helplessness, she shook her head, unable to utter any comforting words. Her gaze darted uncontrollably towards the second floor, no longer seeing a generous long-term tenant, but rather a presence capable of stirring a tremendous storm, a dangerous entity. She may not have known the specifics, but she clearly understood that this man's arrival had shattered the town's tranquility and brought forth real, visible trouble for the girl she once held in great affection. Her little inn now felt like the most perilous refuge in the eye of the storm. Ultimately, Aunt Gui merely stepped aside, allowing passage to the stairs, her movements stiff, as if fearing that too much contact with Xiang Jian would draw her into that terrifying vortex. Her silent avoidance spoke more clearly than any words could convey, signaling to Xiang Jian that everything had irrevocably changed. The once warm and nurturing Guei, who had brought her comforting soy milk and homey care, is now engulfed by this invisible pressure and has chosen self-preservation. This silent gaze became the final straw for Xiangjian, compelling her to seek out Lin Feiyin. A decision laden with the sorrow of desperation. Without pausing or hesitating, Xiangjian ascended the creaking wooden stairs, each step heavy as if burdened by leaden weights. She stood before the familiar, tightly shut door of room 201, the peeling paint resembling a twisted incantation. She raised her hand, her fingertips icy and trembling uncontrollably. It felt as if she stood there for a century, nearly draining the last vestiges of her courage. Ultimately, summoning all her strength, she gently yet distinctly knocked on the door. The sound echoed in the silent corridor, sharp and jarring. The door swung open almost immediately, as if the occupant had been waiting just behind it. Yet, it was not Lin Feiyin who stood there, but his meticulously dressed assistant, Lin Feng. Expressionless and as precise as a finely tuned machine, Lin Feng appeared unsurprised by her arrival, bowing slightly with a demeanor that was respectful yet imbued with a chilling detachment. His tone steady as if executing a predetermined script. "Madam, Mr. Lin instructed me to wait for you here. He said that if you arrived, I should take you to see him." Xiangjian's heart lurched violently, momentarily halting. The term madam, long absent and laden with endless pain and shackles, struck her like a frigid whip with barbs, tearing away all her facades. She gazed at Lin Feng's impassive face, her voice dry and trembling. "Does he know I would come?" The question, foolish and redundant, slipped out nonetheless. "Mr. Lin merely sensed that you might require assistance soon." Lin Feng's response was impenetrable, expertly evading all substantive information. He stepped aside to clear the path, gesturing for her to follow him. The car was ready downstairs. "Please come with me." Chapter 48, The Devil's Bargain. Lin Feiyin seemed to have anticipated Xiangjian's visit, instructing Lin Feng to await her at Qingfeng Kajan room 201. Lin Feng fulfilled his duty, arriving punctually to escort Xiangjian. The journey was silent. The luxurious black sedan glided through the stone streets of Qingxijan like a specter, the air inside frigid and nearly stagnant. Xiangjian sat rigidly in the back seat, watching the familiar pastoral scenery rapidly recede, gradually replaced by the cold glass facades of a bustling metropolis and the cacophony of traffic. She felt herself being inexorably pulled away from the small world she had painstakingly rebuilt, a world imbued with newfound meaning, step by step, irrevocably dragged back to a past fraught with painful memories from which she had desperately sought to escape. The car ultimately came to a smooth stop before an exceedingly discreet and understated yet lavish private club in a neighboring city. The uniformed doorman silently opened the car door. Lin Feng guided her through a long corridor lined with thick carpeting, expensive artworks glinting dimly in the subdued light. Finally, he halted before a pair of heavy double doors, seemingly soundproof. "Mr. Lin is waiting for you inside." After speaking, Lin Feng quietly receded into the shadows like a true specter, as if he had never existed. Xiangjian stood alone before the enormous door, inhaling a breath of icy air before pushing it open. The private room was vast and empty, decorated in an exquisitely understated luxury, with every detail reflecting unimaginable wealth and power. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed the city's most dazzling nightscape. Neon lights flickering and traffic flowing like a tapestry, yet it felt cold, akin to a priceless backdrop entirely unrelated to her. Lin Feiyin sat alone at the head of an elongated dining table, capable of seating over a dozen guests, resembling a king reigning over his domain. He wore a black suit, evidently tailored by a master, the fabric expensive and crisp, without a tie, his white shirt casually unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a hint of collarbone. He held a glass of untouched red wine, the dark liquid leaving slow trails on the crystal-clear surface of the glass. Upon hearing the door open, he did not immediately raise his gaze. Instead, he slowly lifted his eyes, piercing through the room's distance until they fixed upon her. His gaze was cold, sharp, and fathomless, laden with the scrutiny and absolute pressure of someone accustomed to power. There was no surprise, no ripple of emotion. As if her arrival had been scripted, merely another scene unfolding as expected. The air was thick with the faint aroma of expensive Cuban cigars, mingled with an invisible, suffocating sense of dread. Xiangjian stood at the threshold, seemingly pinned in place by that icy gaze, her entire being suffused with a chilling sensation. The man before her had completely shed the guise of silent observation and occasional vulnerability he had worn in Qingxijan, reverting entirely to the ruthless, unyielding president of Lin Corporation, instilling a visceral fear deep within her. The familiar, despairing sense of distance and power disparity instantly grounded her, dragging her back to those haunting memories she wished to forget. It seems, Lin Feiyan began, his voice steady and devoid of fluctuation, as if stating an established fact. Gently swirling his wine glass while never diverting his gaze from her face, the outcome remains unchanged. You have come to me of your own accord. Xiang Jian's heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen, frigid hand, painful enough to nearly spasm. She forced herself to take a step toward that absurdly long dining table, each step akin to walking on shards of glass, arduous and tormenting. She placed the tablet she had brought on the polished table, the screen illuminating the accursed disqualification email that dictated her fate. Her voice was dry and hoarse. Each word squeezed out as if from a desert. She struggled to straighten her back, clinging to the last remnants of her fragile dignity. Attempting to suppress the tremor in her voice, "Can you resolve this?" She could not even articulate her desperation and plea in a more complete sentence. Lin Feiyan did not lower his gaze to glance at the screen. His eyes remained fixed on her, akin to a precise searchlight, scrutinizing her pallor, fragility, forced composure, and the despair lurking in her depths as if they were the only exhibits of interest worth his careful appraisal. "It depends on you, Xiang Jian," he stated. His tone coolly polite yet more humiliating and chilling than any coarse reprimand or direct insult. He paused slightly, as if weighing his words, each syllable striking Xiang Jian's taut nerves with cruel clarity. "What price are you willing to pay for this?" The question pierced through all the psychological defenses Xiang Jian had painstakingly constructed, as sharp and ruthless as an ice-coated dagger. She abruptly raised her head, forced to meet his bottomless, emotionless gaze, which contained no desire, no emotion, not even mockery, only a pure, cold assessment and calculation, waiting for her to reveal her cards. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, the overwhelming shame and sense of powerlessness inundating her like a filthy tide, nearly suffocating her. "What do you truly want?" The question emerged broken and labored, as if foreseeing the cruelty of the answer. Finally, Lin Feiyan leaned slightly forward, placing his wine glass neither too lightly nor too heavily on the table, producing a sharp sound that resonated jarringly in the excessively quiet space. He gazed at her, his eyes as precise and merciless as a surgeon's scalpel, dissecting her last struggles. "Tell me, you need me." His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority as he implored, "Help me." He paused, his gaze bearing down on her like a fog, slowly and clearly articulating the condition she had already anticipated. Yet it still plunged her into a chilling abyss. "Stay tonight." Chapter 49, Fulfill your promise. This was not a negotiation nor a plea, it was a ritual. One designed to utterly crush her last vestige of pride and remaining dignity, to trample it into the mire. The price was stark and bare, her body, her last semblance of autonomy, the persona she had painstakingly reconstructed, would all be appraised in this transaction, pawned to the devil before her. Xiang Jian's complexion instantly drained of color, her body trembling almost imperceptibly, as if she might falter at any moment. She bit down hard on her lower lip, the force so intense that she tasted the unmistakable metallic flavor of blood, a slight pain that paradoxically offered her a sliver of support. Images flashed uncontrollably in her mind, Xiao Wei's tearful eyes filled with trust and anxiety in the workshop, Zhou's defeated yet unwilling silhouette, and the horrifying sight of her soul's labor, the work she had poured her very essence into, gathering dust and shattering in the damp confines of the customs warehouse. Ultimately discarded as refuse. Those were not mere creations, they were her very lifeblood, born from the ruins of her soul. She abruptly closed her eyes, her thick, curled lashes fluttering like the dying wings of a butterfly, trembling violently as if caught in a silent storm capable of annihilating her spirit. The room was terrifyingly silent, save for the frenzied pounding of her heart and the distant, muffled clamor of the city outside. Time seemed to freeze, or perhaps it stretched into an interminable century. Ultimately, it felt as though all her backbone had been extracted, as if she had expended every ounce of strength from countless lifetimes. Her eyes remained tightly shut, and from between her clenched teeth, she forced out the fragmented yet crystal-clear words, laced with a bloody froth, "I need you." The initial word seemed to unleash a torrent of shame, flooding her with a chill as she uttered his name, Ling Fian, as though swallowing burning coals. "I beg you. Help me." She hesitated, her chest heaving violently, the immense humiliation and despair constricting her throat, nearly suffocating her. Yet she summoned her final reserves of strength to utter the words that would irrevocably cast her into hell, "I will stay." Each word felt like a searing knife, jagged and hot, scraping painfully through her throat, drawing forth bloody fragments. Ling Fian listened silently to her shattered promise, his expression remaining devoid of emotion. As if he wore a flawless, cold mask. Only the hand he had kept concealed beneath the lavish tablecloth clenched into a fist, knuckles white with strain, trembling violently. The sound of bones grinding faintly audible, while a fresh trickle of blood seeped from a recently scabbed wound, silently staining the edge of his expensive white cuff. At the instant her words fell, a complex light flickered deep within his eyes, so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Within that glimmer, there seemed to be a hint of painful relief, mingled with a deeper, ineffable struggle. His throat subtly bobbed, as if swallowing some bitter liquid. Almost immediately, he turned his head, directing his gaze toward Lin Feng, who had silently reappeared at the suite's entrance like a ghost. His tone shifted to the efficient, unquestionable mode of a business command. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern that his voice was more taut than usual. Akin to a bowstring pulled to its limit, handle it immediately. The words were deliberately steady, yet they bore an unmistakable hardness, within 3 hours. I want a formal apology letter personally signed by the chairman of the exhibition committee and a full restoration of qualifications. All confiscated works must be released unconditionally, with dedicated logistics arranged to ensure timely and undamaged delivery to the exhibition booth. All direct and indirect losses resulting from this must be compensated at double the amount, with funds transferred within 24 hours. He paused, a glint of bone-chilling malice flashing in his eyes, beneath which lay a barely concealed urgency for swift resolution. As for those behind the machinations, he spat the words through gritted teeth, investigate and clean it up. Yes, Mr. Lin Feng responded without hesitation, his gaze unwavering. He promptly produced a secure communication device, turning to exit while efficiently relaying commands. The efficiency was astonishing. As if resolving this ultimate crisis that threatened to corner Xiang Jian was merely a matter of uttering a few words. Ling Fian redirected his attention to the motionless figure of Xiang Jian, her face devoid of color. His gaze lingered on her for a moment, deep and penetrating as if he wished to engrave her image into his very bones, yet in the next instant, it shifted away, as though prolonging the gaze would be torturous. His jawline was taut, seemingly restraining some internal struggle. The problem will be resolved, he stated, his tone devoid of emotion yet inexplicably heavy with fatigue. He rose, his tall figure imposing as he circled the dining table towards her. His stride appeared steady. Yet upon closer observation, one could detect an unnatural stiffness, as if each step were a battle against an invisible force. When he finally stood before her, they were mere inches apart. He could clearly see the remnants of tears on her lashes, could smell the faint earthy scent of the workshop lingering in her hair. At that moment, his hand, hanging at his side, trembled almost imperceptibly, as if yearning to reach out, yet ultimately remained clenched into a tighter fist. His gaze swept over her pale face with a complexity of emotion swirling within, yet ultimately fell into a profound silence. He spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Deliberately cold, now, fulfill your promise. Xiang Jian instinctively recoiled, her back hitting the cold wall. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with desperate fear. Ling Fian observed her terror, and for a fleeting instant, a flicker of pain crossed his features, but it vanished too swiftly to be real. He stood his ground, neither advancing nor retreating, like a merciless judge awaiting the gears of fate to turn along their predetermined, brutal course. The night was still young, and this seemingly orchestrated transaction, for him, was merely another form of torture. Chapter 50, awaiting violation. The black sedan glided silently into the exclusive underground parking area of a top-tier hotel in the city. The elevator ascended quietly, its cold metallic walls reflecting 2 detached figures, the atmosphere thick with silence. The entire process resembled a meticulously choreographed performance, encountering no one else, as if the world had parted for them or had been entirely emptied. As the suite door clicked shut behind them, sealing out all external noise, calculations, and dangers, they found themselves locked in a lavish yet suffocating island of isolation. Beyond the immense floor-to-ceiling windows lay the unquenchable brilliance of the bustling city. The snaking streams of cars and the neon lights of skyscrapers sketching a stark picture of modern civilization, yet failing to penetrate the heaviness and despair that filled the room. Inside, the silence was oppressive, the expensive audio system mute, even the air conditioning's gentle hum was almost non-existent, leaving only the contrasting sounds of their breaths, one heavy and tightly controlled, each inhalation seeming to bear the weight of the world, the other shallow and erratic, betraying the owner's fraying nerves. Ling Fian released her hand, refraining from any further contact. He turned his back to her and walked toward the corner of the room where a minibar stood. With a somewhat stiff motion, he retrieved a bottle of expensive Macallan whiskey. The amber liquid poured into a crystal glass, producing a sharp sound that pierced the profound silence. His fingers clenched the glass tightly, knuckles turning pale from the pressure, his erect posture taut like a drawn bow, every muscle brimming with restraint, as if bracing against an impending tidal wave. Xiang Jian stood rigidly on the expansive Persian handwoven carpet in the center of the living room, resembling a forsaken, soulless ice sculpture. The carpet was so soft it nearly engulfed her ankles, yet she felt as though standing upon a searing hot iron, every second a torturous ordeal. The air was laced with the faint, familiar scent of cedarwood, mingled with leather and expensive perfume, his signature aroma, stirring a tumultuous churn in her stomach. She felt a deep sense of shame for her current predicament and an even greater despair for the self that had been compelled to make such a transaction. It was as if she stood on the precipice of a cliff, behind her lay the workshop and the livelihoods of everyone, while beneath her, the abyss he had offered, a chasm from which there was no return. She was at a loss for what to do or say. The terms of this transaction were stark and brutal. She had sold herself to him, trading a night of absolute obedience for the survival of the workshop. Now, it was time to pay the price. Her mind was a blank slate, overtaken only by primal fear and resistance. Time dragged on in the suffocating silence, each second stretching like a century. Eventually, Ling Fian was the first to shatter this impasse. He turned around, the liquid in his glass swaying with an alluring amber hue. Yet his gaze was more inscrutable than the drink itself, akin to an unfathomable sea in the aftermath of a tempest. There were no triumphant victors, no burning desire. Only an abyss of profound desolation and an indescribable weariness, born of immense suffering. He approached her slowly, each step heavy, as if treading upon his own heart. Xiang Jian instinctively recoiled until the back of her calves met the edge of the large, soft velvet sofa, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Desperately, she shut her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling like the wings of a broken butterfly, bracing for the anticipated, punitive touch that would violate and seize her. She envisioned herself as a lifeless piece of wood, a hollow shell, prepared to endure this destined, sordid punishment. However, the anticipated brutality did not descend upon her. She merely felt him stop before her, close enough to sense the warmth emanating from his body and the faint scent of alcohol mingled with his inherent chill, creating a contradictory and perilous magnetic field. His heated breath brushed against her forehead, yet he remained still, merely standing there. This unnatural stillness unsettled her more than any direct violation could. Cautiously, she opened her tear-blurred eyes, unexpectedly colliding with his gaze. His eyes were firmly locked onto hers, a complex expression rendering her breathless. Within them lay an intensely suppressed darkness, almost bursting forth to consume her, an unfathomable pain capable of drowning everything. A desperate struggle teetering on the brink of collapse, and a profound sorrow, heavy enough to break a heart, that she had never witnessed before. This was not the gaze of the cold, predatory devil she had anticipated. "Look at me." His voice was hoarse, each syllable a laborious effort escaping his throat, sounding less like a command from a victor and more akin to a broken, almost greedy plea. Xiang Jian was utterly stunned, her mind unable to grapple with this unforeseen scenario. She could not comprehend him, not at all. Just then, he unexpectedly reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly, almost reverently brushing against her cheek. That touch was as delicate as a feather gliding by, yet it bore a searing warmth, contrasting starkly with the icy aura enveloping him. It sent a shiver through her very soul. Xiang Jian jolted, instinctively wanting to turn away. Yet her body felt pinned in place by the tumultuous emotions contained within that touch. His fingertip was warm and slightly rough, tenderly tracing the still fresh tear stains on her cheek. His gaze followed the movement of his finger, deep and almost covetous, as if he were obsessively sketching a lost treasure that was destined to be lost once more, imprinting every contour of her being into the depths of his soul. He parted his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, as if 1,000 unuttered words were trapped in his chest, surging forth only to be stifled by an invisible, more powerful force. The profound pain, threatening to spill over, churned violently in his eyes, ultimately transforming into a deeper, suffocating silence. This sudden, entirely unexpected vulnerability and nearly shattered tenderness pierced through Xiang Jian's armor of pretense with the precision of a red-hot, ice-tempered blade. The strength and numbness she had been maintaining crumbled in that instant, reduced to dust. All the accumulated fears, grievances, pressures, and despair, emotions long suppressed, burst forth like a flood that had finally breached its dam, overwhelming her fragile sanity. She could no longer hold herself up, her legs buckled, and her body slid weakly down along the edge of the sofa. There was no cold floor awaiting her fall. A pair of strong, heated arms instinctively caught her as she slipped, enveloping her securely in their embrace. She fell into a wide, warm embrace. This embrace was both familiar enough to make her heart tremble and foreign enough to instill panic. Once the source of all her nightmares and suffering, it had transformed into the only buoy she could grasp amidst this boundless, icy sea of despair. Her body stiffened momentarily, her rational mind screaming to push him away. Yet her emotions had already crumbled. The tears she had held back for so long surged forth like a torrent, uncontrollable. She ceased to struggle, ceased to think. Burying her face deep into the fabric of his chest as though it were her sole sanctuary, emitting a desperate, animalistic whimper, shoulders shaking vehemently, as if to expel all her pain and fear. Ling Fian held her tightly, his arms encircling her fragile, trembling back with astonishing strength. As if he sought to melt her delicate bones into his own chest, merging their very essences. He lowered his head, resting his chin atop her hair, which carried a faint scent of clay, closing his eyes as his thick eyelashes drooped, obscuring the tumult of emotions roiling beneath. He could distinctly feel the fragile tremors of her helplessness and the warmth of her tears soaking through his shirt, as well as the formidable wall within his heart. Long frozen and unyielding, crumbling to dust, exposing the raw, bleeding softness that had never seen the light of day. This was not desire, it was a deeper, nearly destructive emotional resonance. It was the convergence of two souls, pushed to the brink by fate, past traumas, and mutual wounds. Shedding all their thorns and disguises in the boundless darkness, seeking to draw warmth from the last fleeting vestiges of illusory, fatal comfort. He held her as if cradling the last, lingering warmth of an entire world, engaging in a silent, desperate farewell. Each second felt stolen, accompanied by immense pain and the ephemeral solace of the moment. Uncertain of how long it had been, her sobs gradually diminished, transforming into intermittent, exhausted gasps. The extreme emotional outpouring had drained her of her last vestige of strength, and she leaned limply against him, her consciousness gradually fading, as if she had wholly surrendered to this absurd and poignant fate. Ling Fian, with utmost care, cradled her as one would handle a rare, fragile porcelain, lifting her effortlessly in his arms. His movements were imbued with unparalleled gentleness, infused with a lifetime's worth of tenderness and restraint. As he made his way towards the bedroom, laying her gently upon the expansive bed, soft as clouds. Chapter 51, The Distorted Ritual. The neon lights from the city outside filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a hazy, fragmented glow upon her tear-streaked, pale, and fragile face. With her eyes closed, her breathing gradually became even and faint, as though she had slipped into slumber, delicate teardrops still clinging to her long eyelashes. Ling Fian stood at the bedside, a silent guardian, gazing at her with longing. In the darkness, all the cold facades, the calculations, and the hardness within his eyes receded, leaving only an unbearable pain, a fervent attachment, and a heart-wrenching reluctance. He slowly bent down, with exquisite gentleness, almost reverently, pressing a trembling kiss devoid of any desire upon her smooth forehead. It was a mark, a silent and long-overdue apology, a farewell ritual. Then, he reached out, extinguishing the last lamp, casting a warm golden glow at the bedside. Complete darkness enveloped the room, swallowing everything in an instant. This absolute darkness consumed all, stripping away the visual, amplifying the other senses. There were no words, no gentle comforts. Only two equally cold bodies, yearning for warmth, intertwined by primal instincts and a desperate impulse. This resembled a painful sacrifice, a mutual seeking of solace at the brink of death. Each touch brought a shudder of agony, each breath intermingled with despair and regret. Sweat mingled with unshed tears, indistinguishable from one another. It was as if he sought to affirm her existence in this manner, or perhaps through this ultimate possession, he aimed to complete a self-destructive rite. Meanwhile, she, utterly fatigued in body and mind, her emotions shattered, floated in and out of consciousness, left only with a numbing acceptance and a hint of shameful indulgence and surrender, inexplicable even to herself, that had blossomed in the depths of despair. This was neither love nor hatred. It was a complexity far more intricate, darker, and profound than either. It was the final, frantic dance of two shattered souls at the precipice of an abyss, twisted and sorrowful, burning with the last flicker of light, destined to shatter into dust before dawn's arrival. Scattered into the infinite void. When everything finally quieted, the horizon outside took on a cold, indifferent grayish hue, heralding the end of night. Ling Fian rose silently, donning his attire with precision. He stood by the bedside, resembling a silent statue, casting a final gaze upon Xiong Jian, who remained ensconced in the soft bedding, seemingly still asleep. Her sleeping visage bore traces of tears, yet it held a fragile tranquility, as if she had emerged from a tempest. His gaze lingered on her face, a mix of longing and pain, as if he wished to engrave this moment, along with the lingering warmth of tears in the air, into the annals of eternity. Then, abruptly, he averted his eyes, turning resolutely, leaving without uttering a single word, not even pausing as he gently opened the door and stepped outside, without looking back. The suite's door closed once more, emitting a sound heavier than before, a definitive click. Silence reclaimed the space. In the opulent room, only the emptiness and the gradually dissipating essence of him remained. It was as if the tumultuous entanglement of the previous night, the uncontrolled tears, the desperate warmth, and the icy resolve were merely a protracted, distorted, and terrifyingly real dream. Only the air bore the lingering scent of cedar and tears, mingling with a subtle yet undeniable ache and fatigue deep within her, silently testifying to the undeniable occurrence of certain events, certain entanglements and transformations that had penetrated her very core. She sat up abruptly, the cold air instantly assaulting her exposed skin, the velvet blanket slipping away, bringing a shuddering chill, and making her acutely aware of her unclad form beneath the sheets. Memories of the previous night shattered like blunt instruments. Sharp and piercing, Ling Fian's eyes, filled with complex emotions, his kiss imbued with the essence of cedar and whiskey, almost biting in its intensity. The cold tears she shed amidst humiliation and a wretched physiological tremor, and the final plunge into suffocating entanglement that she could not escape. Each detail burned with a searing touch, igniting her nerves. She surveyed her surroundings, this luxurious yet chilling suite akin to a high-end hotel, enveloped in silence. Ling Fian had vanished without a trace, and the air retained only a faint, icy scent of cedar, mingled with her own tears and sweat, coalescing into a grotesque and nauseating residue of shame that pervaded every corner. By the bedside, a pristine set of women's clothing was meticulously arranged. From undergarments to an outer coat, even a pair of soft flats, all in a terrifyingly precise size, the fabric exuding an expensive texture upon contact with skin. All tags had been carefully removed. Beside it lay the latest model of a smartphone, pressed beneath a matte black card, devoid of any address or signature, containing only a line of cold, gilded numbers, akin to a bank account or a shameful product code exclusive to her. This meticulous yet soulless aftermath was more humiliating than any violence or insult could ever be. It conveyed a precise message: last night was a transaction, and she was the item, assessed for worth, utilized, and compensated accordingly. A wave of bitterness surged through her nostrils, and tears threatened to overflow. Yet she bit down on her lip, suppressing them with fierce resolve. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped red marks. She could not cry. She absolutely must not cry here. Stumbling from the bed, she hastily gathered the garments, her movements mechanical yet infused with a self-destructive urgency as she donned them. The soft fabric felt as if it bore invisible barbs, piercing her body with pain. Without a glance, she discarded the new phone and the black card into the trash bin by the table, as if they were filthy objects, and rushed out of the suffocating room without looking back. The journey back to Qingxi town felt interminably long and torturous. The scenery outside the car window raced past, yet she remained oblivious. Every discomfort in her body stubbornly reminded her of the events of the previous night. It was not merely a physical entanglement. It felt like a brutal invasion and desecration of her soul. She felt sullied, marked with an indelible stain, a feeling of being possessed, exploited, and commodified that refused to dissipate, no matter how much she attempted to cleanse herself. However, when she finally returned to the entrance of the workshop, dragging her weary body that felt foreign to her, she was rooted to the spot by the sight before her. The workshop had been rejuvenated. The remnants of paint stains and signs of destruction from the previous night had been completely erased, the walls had been repainted, glowing softly. The windows were bright. Everything meticulously organized, as if the catastrophic damage had never occurred. Xiao Wei was the first to spot her, her face blossoming into an enormous, relieved smile as she rushed over, phone in hand, like a little bird. "Sister Shengwan, you're back. Wonderful news." The organizing committee not only officially restored our exhibition qualifications but also sent an email to publicly apologize. Our creation has safely arrived at the exhibition hall. Everything went smoothly. She gasped with excitement, her eyes sparkling, and there is even better news. An anonymous art foundation expressed great admiration for your talent and sympathy for the plight of our workshop, directly donating a substantial sum to our account. This is sufficient for our operation and development for the coming year. Sister Xiongwan, our crisis has been averted. Completely resolved. Zhozha stood not far away, wearing a smile that revealed both relief and a complicated mix of emotions. He took a few steps forward, his voice gentle yet somewhat cautious. Yes, Sister Xiongwan. It's all over now, everything is getting better. The crisis is averted. The nightmare has ended. The sun is shining, and the future seems bright. What the cost was, only she knows. Xiang Jian gazed at Xiao Wei's radiant smile, observed Zhozha's relaxed demeanor, and witnessed the calmness of the workshop after the storm. Yet her stomach churned with a wave of nausea. She forced a smile, more painful than tears, her throat tightened, and she could not utter a single word. She had saved the workshop and the hopes of her partners, which she cherished like life itself. Yet, it felt as though she had pawned and abandoned a part of her soul in that luxurious, cold room filled with despair and the scent of exchange the night before. Chapter 52, Letting go. On an autumn morning in Qingxi town, the dense cold mist lingered like a grey shroud soaked in icy water, heavy upon the river's surface, swallowing the outlines of the workshop on the opposite bank and extinguishing the last trace of warmth in room 201. The window stood wide open, and the biting, damp wind swept in, yet it could not disperse the oppressive stillness and lifelessness that clung to the room like rust. Ling Fian stood rigidly by the window, resembling a statue abandoned in the ruins of time, his back still straight, yet every inch of his form was taut, radiating the solitude and chill of a dying lone wolf. He clutched a final report just delivered through a secure channel. The edges of the paper crumpled by his uncontrolled grip. The conclusions within were clear, objective, cold, and could even be deemed perfect. Zhozha, with a clean background, passionate integrity, and genuine emotions, possessed all the reliable qualities necessary for providing stable support and basic security. The final line of the assessment burned into his retina like a heated branding iron. After comprehensive evaluation, the subject possesses reliable qualities for providing stable emotional support and basic security, making him the most advantageous choice for Ms. Xiongwan at this stage. The most advantageous choice for her. A sharp, almost tearing pain seized his chest. Jealousy, like the most venomous vine, wrapped around his heart, threatening to suffocate him. Why? Why was it this young man who could stand by her side, basking in her smile and future? Why was it that he, Ling Fian, had sacrificed everything, crushed his pride, and even risked his life, only to receive permanent absence and silence in return? He longed to order the immediate disappearance of that man named Zhozha, along with this ridiculous report, from this world. He slammed his fist against the cold oak window frame. The dull thud echoed as bone met wood, skin breaking. The recently healed wound splitting open again, warm blood gushing forth, tracing down his pale skin, pooling on the aged floorboards, creating a small dark red stain. The intense pain pierced through the fog of rage, bringing a moment of twisted clarity. Yes, why? Simply because he was the source of all her misfortunes and suffering. Simply because his hands, stained with blood and sin, did not deserve to taint the clean world she had painstakingly rebuilt. Simply because the specter named Yingxi, born of him, was tracking her, ready to unleash destruction upon her and drag her back into hell. His very existence was the greatest threat to her. Last night's scene, mingled with desperate tears, fleeting warmth, and ultimate entanglement, surged uncontrollably into his mind. Her trembling form as she wept in his embrace, her fragile state as she finally succumbed to exhaustion and slept, made his frozen heart feel as if it truly cracked open, giving birth to a pitiful delusion. Yet, upon waking to her serene face beside him, he felt a despair colder than the abyss and an unprecedented clarity. This was not rebirth, it was farewell. It was the last fleeting warmth he had stolen from the fingers of fate, a mere poison to quench his thirst. Now, the dream must awaken. This long, solitary war he had waged should come to an end. He slowly straightened, all the tumultuous pain, resentment, fury, and madness within him forcibly subdued by a nearly cruel sense of rationality, layer upon layer of ice sealing it away, ultimately crystallizing into a bottomless, undisturbed, silent cold pool. He approached the creaking desk, his movements steady and without a tremor, opening the black metal briefcase that never left his side. At the top was the divorce agreement, prepared long ago by his legal team and notarized by a third-party office. The terms were starkly simple: he would leave with nothing. He relinquished all assets of the Ling family, all shares in his name, real estate, and funds, without a single mention. It was as if he sought to erase any legal connection between Ling Fian and her entirely. Below that lay a property certificate for the gallery left to her by her mother, once used by him as leverage, now abandoned and gathering dust. Accompanying it were documents regarding overseas top-tier trust funds and substantial assets, with the beneficiary's name invariably being Xiong Jian. This wealth would elevate her to the clouds, ensuring that whatever life she chose in the future, she would be eternally secure, free from worry. Finally, he retrieved a heavy, unmarked brown paper bag from the bottom of the case. Inside were all the incriminating documents about Yingxi, the Ling family sorted past transactions, and the core backups of evidence against Qin Miaoxin and her daughter, as well as a heart-stopping statement he had personally signed. This was a double-edged sword, capable of either completely annihilating his enemies or detonating himself. But now, it was the last talisman he could leave for her. He neatly arranged all the documents into a new, unassuming envelope and sealed it. Then, he spread out a sheet of blank stationery. The tip of his pen hovered, lingering before it finally descended. Chapter 53, Letter Ling Fian's pen tip lingered above the pristine white paper, the ink seeming to solidify in the air, just as his blood had congealed. What should he say? An apology? His regret was as trivial as dust, long since unworthy of mention. Confessing his remorse? That would only seem more hypocritical and laughable. A declaration of love? He was unworthy to tarnish that word. Advice? What right did he have? Thousands of words lodged in his throat, surging but finding no outlet. He understood that any language would be powerless before her suffering, and any explanation would come off as a mere excuse for himself. He closed his eyes, those memories he had forcibly buried and deliberately twisted, like fragments of a sunken ship in the deep sea, broke free from their icy confinement, surging forth with a heart-stirring clarity, nearly drowning him. In the golden autumn of the phoenix tree leaves, that small, timid figure always made an effort to keep up with him, calling out Fian Gij in a soft, trusting voice that bore no defenses. He had often found her a nuisance, like an inseparable tail, yet his steps would unconsciously slow down, even instinctively checking to see if she was keeping pace. In the garden, she stumbled, scraping her knee on the rough stones, blood mingling with dirt, tears welling in her reddened eyes, yet she stubbornly bit her lip to suppress her cries. For reasons unknown, he halted, offering her his clean handkerchief. His tone harsh and filled with disdain. Stop crying, it's so noisy. The heartbeat inexplicably faltered, merely because she lifted her tear-filled, clear eyes to gaze at him, revealing within them a pure reliance and subtle grievance, akin to the softest feather gently brushing against the most hidden corners of his heart, untouched by anyone before. He later found himself vaguely anticipating that she would return the handkerchief after washing it, yet she did not, leaving him with an inexplicable, hollow disappointment. Those weekends when his grandfather had instructed him to tutor her, the sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating her focused yet troubled profile, where the fine hairs were clearly visible. The sight of her cheeks slightly flushed in frustration over an unsolvable math problem, with beads of sweat forming on her nose, inexplicably struck him as somewhat endearing, even prompting a desire to reach out and pinch her cheek. When she unexpectedly looked up and their eyes met, the instant flurry and shyness that surged in her clear eyes resembled a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples through the depths of his heart that had never truly settled. He could only hurriedly mask that moment's inexplicable heart flutter with a colder tone. These fleeting moments, which he had intentionally forgotten and discarded like worn-out shoes, now bore down upon his heart with immense weight, crashing into it with force. They had once existed in reality. Those subtle, unfamiliar feelings that left him bewildered were not mere illusions. Yet, how had he responded? He attributed these faint yet genuine stirrings of the heart to the naivete of youth and a momentary impulse of pity. He forcefully overshadowed and denied all of this with the fervent pursuit he later directed towards Qin Miaoxin, wrapped in a desire for conquest, vanity, and the envious gazes of others. He compelled himself to believe that only the glamorous life with Qin Miaoxin, one that drew admiration from others, constituted true love, and that the intense sensation, which satisfied his craving for control and vanity, was the pursuit he ought to chase. Meanwhile, the inexplicable unease he felt towards Xiong Jian, those fleeting impulses to reach out yet withdraw his hand, and the discomfort that washed over him when he saw her dejected were all erroneous. A sign of weakness that needed to be utterly eradicated. After marriage, he unleashed all the fury of being forced into an arranged union. The humiliation of not being able to defy his grandfather, and the bitterness over losing Qing Miaoxin, all twistedly upon her. He tormented her, humiliated her, vented his frustrations in bed, and subjected her to cold violence outside of it, as if her suffering and degradation could validate his fidelity to Qing Miaoxin, masking the profound chaos within him that he could not even face himself. He relished her fear, for it made him feel as though he still retained control over everything, obscuring the fact that his life had long spiraled out of control. He required her agony to balance the collapse within him, as if her tears could cleanse his feelings of impotence and self-loathing. Time and again, he roared at himself, loathing her, resenting her obedience, detesting her silence, and viewing her as an irremovable, shameful rusted nail in the grand blueprint of his perfect life. He deliberately overlooked the fleeting void and deeper irritation that surfaced each time he harmed her. He neglected the panic-inducing, peculiar throbbing that almost broke free from its cage when he beheld the pale, fragile line of her neck or her fingertips trembling as she silently endured. Until he completely lost her and their child, until she vanished in the most resolute manner, leaving no trace behind. Until he, in a frenzy, utilized all his strength, only to meet with repeated futility. Until the truth pierced his heart like the sharpest ice pick, nailing him to the cross of shame and regret, forcing him to acknowledge his profound error. An error so ludicrous, so irreparable. That intense, involuntary attraction, that uncontrollable attention, that self-inflicted torment after hurting her was not hatred. It was love. A love distorted and polluted by his foolish arrogance, prejudice, and selfishness, ultimately becoming unrecognizable. A love he could only discern in the excruciating agony of total loss. A love he would never again deserve to possess. Immense sorrow and regret engulfed him like a tsunami, the suffocating sensation constricting his throat, and his vision swam in a sea of crimson. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a landscape of impending collapse, filled with bleeding pain and a bone-deep, desperate clarity. The pen finally descended, trembling with a finality, yet imbued with an unusual determination, as if he were expending the last vestiges of his life force to etch his soul onto the paper. Initially, his handwriting was somewhat chaotic, unable to bear the weight of his emotions, but soon it steadied, even carrying a near-cruel calmness, though the pressure of the pen on the paper betrayed the tumult within him. He wrote slowly, pausing at times as if savoring the unspeakable anguish, and then scribbling fervently, as if fearing he would not have enough time to express even a fraction of his remorse. Outside, the sky transitioned from a dark gray to brightness, the mist dissipating, and the cold autumn light streaming through the window, illuminating his pale face devoid of color and his lifeless, tightly pressed lips. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze, penetrating through the window, greedily fixating on the still blurred outline across the river, as if he wished to engrave that workshop and the figure within it into the deepest recesses of his soul one last time, to carry it into the eternal void. Time flowed with the rustling of his pen. When he inscribed the final word, the pen came to a heavy halt on the paper, as if it had exhausted all its strength. He slowly set the pen down, his fingertips icy. He did not immediately read what he had written but stared blankly at the full page of letterhead, as if it were something foreign, unrelated to him. After a long while, he cautiously picked up the letter, as if cradling fragile glass or burning coals, or his own bloodied, still beating heart. He meticulously checked again and again to ensure the ink had dried, then, with an almost reverent slowness, folded the letter carefully and placed it atop the folder containing all legal documents, nestled against the divorce agreement. Chapter 54. Entrustment. Ling Fian placed the letter at the top of the folder, sealing it together with the divorce agreement and a stack of notarized documents. It was as though he had completed the most sacred yet painful of rituals, and his entire being visibly sagged. His tall frame hunched as he leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes. His chest no longer rose and fell violently, only a profound exhaustion remained, as if even breathing felt laborious. The air was thick with the faint scent of ink and an invisible, immense sorrow. He remained motionless for a long time until the daylight outside brightened, the fog cleared, and the outline of the workshop across the river became clear, even revealing a small figure moving about in the yard. He suddenly opened his eyes, as if stung by something, and sprang to his feet. The movement was so swift that he knocked over the chair, creating a jarring noise. He could look no longer. One more glance would be torment, would be reluctance, and could potentially shatter the wavering resolve he had just begun to construct. He picked up the encrypted satellite phone, his fingertips hovering over the cold buttons for a moment, before forcefully pressing the number. The phone rang for a long time before it connected, and a voice filled with suppressed urgency, fatigue, And a hint of barely perceptible anger emerged from the other end, the background noise chaotic, clearly indicating that the situation in Beijing had become extremely tense. Ling Fian? You finally decided to turn on your phone? Do you know that now? Ling Fian interrupted, his voice hoarse. Same place, 10 in the morning. One person will come. There is something for you. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly cut off the communication, rejecting any inquiries or interruptions. He did not need to comprehend. He merely had to execute. Ling Fian sat back at his desk, the screen of his encrypted laptop emanating a cold glow. Before him lay a specially crafted metal box containing several encrypted phones, numerous hard drives, and a stack of paper records. He began by formatting all the hard drives. Then initiated a dedicated physical destruction program, which emitted a faint, despairing hum. Next, he extracted the SIM cards and memory cards, effortlessly shattering them with specialized pliers. Lastly, he turned to the paper records, which detailed Lin Feng's reports on every operation regarding the extermination of the bedbugs in Qingxi town. There were hand-drawn maps marking the security deployment points around the workshop, and even a slightly crumpled long-distance photograph of Jian, intently focused on shaping clay in the courtyard. He picked up a metal lighter, and with a click, a ghostly blue flame licked the edges of the pages. The flame swiftly spread, consuming those cold directives. The dark guardianship, and the fleeting warmth of the intrusions he felt unworthy of, reducing them all to ashes. The flickering firelight reflected in the depths of his inscrutable pupils, flickering uncertainly until only a chilling silence remained. All traces proving his existence in this town, his guardianship, his struggles, were obliterated here. Save for the inheritance meant for Qing Linchao and the buried sins and penalties deep within his heart. The following day, at the same desolate roadside rest stop, the autumn wind intensified, swirling up withered yellow leaves, producing a mournful wail. Qing Linchao's vehicle arrived ahead of schedule. He alighted and strode over. His brow furrowed with profound worry and fatigue stemming from the turmoil in Beijing, bloodshot eyes betraying his distress. Ling Fian. Beijing is in utter chaos. The old man can barely hold it together, several banks are simultaneously acting up, and the board members are restless like cunning foxes. The people from Mingxi are like sharks sensing blood. You must act immediately. Ling Fian turned and directly handed the hefty dossier to him, his movements crisp and decisive. Devoid of hesitation, as if this was merely an ordinary document rather than the burdens of his life and his final offering. Qing Linchao found his words caught in his throat. He glanced down at the packet, then back at Ling Fian. The latter's expression remained devoid of emotion. An unsettling calmness enveloping him, yet his fathomless eyes seemed to be experiencing a silent, cataclysmic destruction. What is this? Qing Linchao asked, his voice laced with caution. Give this to her, Ling Fian replied, his voice profoundly low, each word emerging as if squeezed from the depths of a fuel-depleted furnace, bearing the lingering warmth of embers and an oppressive silence. After I leave, find a suitable moment. Tell her it's settled. Settled? Qing Linchao's brows knitted tightly, his voice escalating. Ling Fian. What trickery are you playing at? You should be returning to Beijing to take charge, not, look inside, Ling Fian interrupted, his tone an undeniable final command. Qing Linchao hesitated before accepting the packet, swiftly flipping through its contents. After a few pages, his expression shifted dramatically. The divorce agreement, exorbitant asset transfers. Shocking evidence, his hands trembled as he abruptly lifted his gaze, disbelief and fury swirling in his eyes. Ling Fian. Have you lost your mind? Is this how you choose to wrap things up? You previously assured me you would handle this. Is this the outcome you present? Handing her over to someone else while you march to your doom? Is this your so-called atonement? In a fit of rage, he swung his fist, landing a heavy blow to Ling Fian's cheek. The thud echoed ominously. Ling Fian did not flinch, nor did he turn his head, he bore the impact stoically. The force was so great that it split his lip, crimson blood gushing forth, dripping down his rigid jawline. He merely pressed his tongue against the tingling interior of his mouth, raised his hand, and casually wiped away the glaring red, his gaze remaining placid, as if his body had long ceased to feel any pain. Only my complete disappearance will divert Xie's gaze entirely. Only when the filthy fortress of the Ling family collapses will all old scores be eternally buried. Only then will she truly be safe. This is the sole resolution. He spoke slowly, each word heavy with an undeniable weight that seemed to crush bones and grind souls. Qin Linchao clutched his collar. His hand trembling from shock and an indescribable sorrow, ultimately releasing his grip in defeat. He staggered back a step, his chest heaving violently, all reproaches lodged in his throat. Choking his heart with a painful constriction. He gazed at the man before him, once a formidable and tyrannical titan of commerce. Now engaged in the most harrowing and thorough self-judgment and desperate guardianship. Qin Linchao, he uttered the full name with an unprecedented solemnity, even tinged with a faint, almost pleading nuance. Watch over her for me. Don't let her know. The anger still burned within him, yet it was ultimately submerged by a heavy, suffocating sense of impotence and compassion. He took the searing dossier, feeling its weight almost unbearable, as if cradling the entirety of a person's life and soul. Ling Fian regarded him deeply for a brief moment, that gaze imbued with an unspeakable depth, a weighty entrustment, a final apology, and a complete farewell. Then, he resolutely turned and walked toward the black car, its engine rumbling low, like the final whimper of a dying beast. The vehicle did not pause. Slicing through the dense fog of the desolate road like an arrow, swiftly vanishing from sight as if it had never existed. Qin Linchao stood alone, clutching the dossier capable of appending countless destinies, the cold autumn breeze ruffling his rigid form, yet he felt no chill. Only an abyssal desolation and confusion sinking into his bones. He understood that Ling Fian's departure was not toward a battlefield but rather to an irrevocable, self-determined annihilation witnessed by none. Chapter 55, The car accident. The winter in the south is damp and lingering, the chill penetrating to the marrow. Qingxi town. With its gray tiles dampened, the cobblestone paths glimmering coldly, and the river shrouded in lingering mist, obscuring the workshops across the way, has seen the passage of time slow and become tangible. A month has slipped by since the harrowing night raid and the subsequent, more clandestine bloodbath. Ling Fian still resided at the Qingfeng Inn across the river, room 201, where the curtains were often drawn open rather than closed. He was no longer the shadowy observer lurking in the darkness but was attempting, with an awkward and tentative demeanor, to slowly and almost humbly integrate into the land he yearned to protect. Occasionally, when he confirmed that Zhou was absent from the workshop, he would make an appearance. Sometimes, it was to deliver snacks made by Aunt Gue. Other times, when the workshop required unloading heavy clay or glazes, he would silently arrive, roll up his sleeves, shoulder the heaviest bags, and transport them in silence, sweat soaking through his incongruously expensive attire. Xiang Jian would often frown, her tone unmistakably irate. There's no need. Please leave. He would mostly remain silent, continuing his tasks. Only when her tone sharpened, he would pause, looking up at her. In his gaze, there was none of his former assertiveness, only a profound stubbornness and a barely detectable plea. Then, he would resume his work in silence and depart once finished. The townsfolk were astute observers. The unusual relationship between Mr. Yan and teacher Xiang had already become a topic of gossip at the tea-house and the kitchen. They all came from Beijing. At first glance, they were clearly not ordinary individuals. They must have their stories. Just look at Mr. Yan's gaze. It has never left the opposite shore of the river. Teacher Xiangwan seems to be rather indifferent to him, doesn't she? However, every time Mr. Yan comes to help move things, she may scold him verbally, yet she never really chases him away with a broom. Oh dear, you have no idea. Last time I saw Mr. Yan assisting Uncle Wang in fixing a leaking roof, his skills were remarkable. He simply speaks too little and carries an air of coldness. A fallen nobleman, perhaps? Or has he committed some transgression that has forced him to seek refuge in our little town? Whispers and curiosity abound, inquisitive gazes are everywhere. Ling Fian remains oblivious to it all, his entire being fixated on one person alone. He resembles a wounded lone wolf, cautiously marking his territory, declaring a silent guardianship through this clumsy, laborious manner, while greedily seizing every opportunity to catch a fleeting glimpse of her. This fragile, peculiar tranquility lasted but a brief moment until that winter afternoon. After days of incessant rain, the downpour finally ceased. The long-awaited, pale winter sun struggled to pierce through the clouds, casting a feeble warmth over the damp little town. Yet it could do nothing to dispel the bone-chilling cold that permeated the air. At the hour when the town's primary school dismissed its students, the streets bustled more than usual. Aunt Gue, as per her routine, picked up her little grandson, who hopped joyfully while the elderly woman followed with a smile, carrying fresh vegetables she had just bought, preparing to make dumplings for dinner. The duo strolled along the sloped stone path by the river on their way home. Everything happened without warning. A dilapidated small truck, originally designed for transporting building materials, was slowly climbing the slope when suddenly, its engine emitted a strange and frantic roar. As if the accelerator had been floored, or it had completely lost control. It surged forward, no longer crawling, but like a wild stallion galloping downhill. The speed was astonishing. The tires skidded over the slick stones, and the front of the vehicle veered, heading straight for Aunt Guay, who was crouched down, smiling as she adjusted her grandson's red scarf. The shadow of death, accompanied by the metallic roar, descended in an instant. Bystanders screamed in terror. The child stood frozen in shock. Aunt Guay looked up, her smile frozen, replaced by sheer terror, her instincts to evade lost. In that fleeting moment of life and death, a dark figure, resembling a poised cheetah, erupted from a nearby tea house by the window. He crashed through tables and chairs, darting out of the tea house at a speed surpassing human limits, crossing the street in mere strides. It was not a gentle push. There was no time for any careful maneuvering. Ling Fian employed the most direct, most reckless, yet most perilous approach. He lunged with all his might, forcefully colliding into the stunned Aunt Guay and her grandson, propelling them toward the thick cotton curtain piled against the storefront. As for himself, he had nowhere to hide from the immense counterforce and the oncoming truck. Bang! A heavy thud resonated, causing hearts to momentarily stop. It was the violent clash of flesh against metal. The front bumper of the truck scraped hard against him. He was flung like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the cold stone pavement. As he hit the ground, the distinct sound of bones fracturing pierced the eardrums of everyone present. The offending truck, without a moment's pause, emitted a strange screech and sped away from the scene, disappearing around the street corner. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, screams, cries, and the sound of hurried footsteps erupted. Aunt Guay struggled out from behind the curtain, panic-stricken, and upon seeing Ling Fian lying motionless in a pool of blood, she let out a heart-wrenching wail, "Mr. Yen! Mr. Yen!" Her grandson cried out in fear. People gathered around, the scene descending into chaos. Blood rapidly spread from beneath Ling Fian, his left leg grotesquely twisted, his forehead cracked, blood smeared across half of his handsome face, his complexion ashen, having completely lost consciousness. News spread like wildfire, igniting panic throughout the town. An incident had occurred. Mr. Yen was hit by a car while saving Aunt Guay and her grandson. He had lost a lot of blood. He was taken to the clinic, resembling a pool of mud. Whispers of concern reached the workshop. Xiang Jian was busy shaping clay when her scraper clattered to the spinning wheel, splattering mud. She froze, her face turning as pale as a sheet. Her mind buzzed, blank. All rationality, detachment, and past grievances were utterly crushed by a primal, instinctual terror at that moment. She barely had time to think. Her body acted before her consciousness could catch up. She abruptly pushed aside her workbench, ignoring the mud and dust covering her apron, and staggered out of the workshop. She practically ran toward the clinic, her heart racing, her steps unsteady, her mind echoing the words, blood, not good, a pool of mud. The clinic was in disarray. A crowd gathered at the entrance, murmuring in fear and sympathy. Xiang Jian pushed through the throng, squeezing inside. Her eyes immediately found him. Ling Fian lay on a makeshift bed, eyes closed, his face devoid of color, resembling a shattered plaster statue. His left leg twisted at a horrific angle. Blood soaked through the makeshift bandage, continuously oozing and pooling on the floor, creating a shocking patch of red. His forehead was split open, blood smeared across half his face. His breathing was so weak it was nearly imperceptible. The town's doctor was anxiously making phone calls, incoherently shouting into the receiver, "Yes. County hospital. We urgently need an ambulance. Open fracture. Severe bleeding. Suspected internal injuries. Hurry. Please." Xiang Jian stood at the doorway, her hands and feet icy, her blood seemingly frozen. She gazed at his pale face. Those lips that were always tightly pressed, either uttering sharp words or remaining silent, now devoid of any color. A sharp pain suddenly pierced her heart, nearly causing her to falter. Almost instinctively, she stepped closer to the bedside, her fingertips cold, trembling uncontrollably. Compelled by some unseen force, she reached out, lightly brushing against his equally cold hand. It felt like she was scalded, and she quickly withdrew. Finally, the county hospital's ambulance arrived, sirens wailing. Medical personnel swiftly took over. transferring Ling Fian onto the vehicle. Family. Who is the family member? We need someone to accompany. A nurse called out loudly, scanning the bewildered crowd. People exchanged glances. The air heavy with tension. Family? This reticent, solitary Mr. Yen, who seemed to have descended from the heavens, was like a drifting weed in Qingxi town. Where would his family be? Chapter 56, Notice of critical condition. People exchanged looks, their faces etched with helplessness and dilemma. Mr. Yen was an outsider. Living alone in an inn, leading a solitary life, where would any family be in this town? Aunt Gue suddenly rushed forward, gripping the nurse's arm tightly. Her face streaked with tears and snot, incoherently crying out, I am his landlord. I know him well. Let me go. Let me take care of Mr. Yen. The nurse frowned, suppressing her impatience, and pushed her away. Auntie, please don't cause trouble. We need immediate family members, spouse, parents, children. Someone to sign and take responsibility. The sharp gaze swept over the faces filled with confusion and helplessness around her. Is there no immediate family? What about siblings or supervisors? There must be someone responsible. Whispers arose once more, yet they only underscored the sense of helplessness. People looked at one another, shaking their heads, their expressions a mix of sympathy and powerlessness. Mr. Yan's world was starkly separate from theirs. At this moment, they could not even find someone to sign for him or take responsibility. Amidst the crowd, anxious glances wandered, ultimately dissolving into helpless sighs. Xiang Jian also squeezed into the throng, her complexion pale and translucent, fingertips deeply embedded in her palms, bringing a faint sting. Her mind buzzed. Chaotic and tangled, like the others, she felt like a mere spectator to this tragic scene, yet deep within, the ground beneath her was quaking. Tumultuous waves threatening to engulf her. As she gazed at the man on the stretcher, his fate hanging in the balance, the suffocating silence, devoid of any escape, crushed her. Finally, as the nurse's patience waned and she prepared to consider alternative measures, Xiang Jian closed her eyes and reopened them. It was as if she had exhausted the last flicker of her soul's strength, breaking free from the shackles of reason and the burdens of the past. With great difficulty, she managed to extract a barely audible yet unmistakable phrase from her trembling lips, I will go. At that moment, silence enveloped the space. Even Aunt Gue abruptly ceased her sobbing, eyes wide with disbelief as they fixed on her. All surrounding gazes, shocked, inquisitive, and suddenly enlightened, converged on her. The air felt as though it had been siphoned away, each gaze carrying immense weight, nearly suffocating her. In that silent scrutiny lay unspoken thunder. A sudden connection of all the subtle cues, a tacit yet earth-shattering confirmation. The nurse seemed momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, aware of the urgency. All right. Get in the vehicle. Xiang Jian dared not meet anyone's eyes, feeling as if she were being scorched. Lowering her head, she nearly fled, her steps unsteady and faltering. Quickly entering the ambulance reeking of antiseptic and blood amidst a profound silence and countless piercing gazes. The heavy clang of the door shutting behind her severed her from the outside world, filled with shock, speculation, and unvoiced judgment. The cramped interior was harshly illuminated. The light glaringly white. Watching the medical staff fit Ling Fian with a mask and monitor his vital signs, the instruments emitted a steady, cold beeping. He remained unconscious. His brow furrowed in pain, the head wound crudely tended but still horrifying. Xiang Jian slumped weakly onto the corner folding chair, her heart racing violently, pounding against her chest. The sound overwhelming even the roar of the engine. What had she just done? What had possessed her to step forward? Was it merely humanitarian compassion? Or was it the surge of an irresistible panic and entanglement that erupted from the depths of her soul? She dared not ponder, could not afford to think. The journey was wordless, accompanied only by the ambulance's piercing siren and the monotonous beeping of the monitoring equipment, underscoring her chaotic heartbeat. Upon arriving at the county hospital, the emergency handover commenced. Ling Fian was swiftly wheeled toward the operating room, the door resembling the maw of a beast, consuming his lifeless form. Soon, a nurse approached her briskly with a clipboard, speaking rapidly, her tone formal yet laden with undeniable pressure. The patient has a fracture in the left arm. An open comminuted fracture in the left leg, accompanied by significant blood loss, and severe head trauma. The situation is critical, immediate surgery is required. This is the surgical consent form, and the anesthesia risk notification form. She paused. extracting a final sheet from the bottom and presenting it to her. This is the critical illness notification form. Please sign it quickly, the doctor is waiting. The words critical illness notification loomed before her, bold and stark, piercing her vision like searing needles, embedding themselves in her mind. The sudden pain nearly rendered her dizzy. Her hands and feet growing cold as if plunged into an icy river. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably as she took the heavy pen, as though grasping a searing brand. She gazed at the glaring blank space in the relationship section, then abruptly looked up at the door, illuminated by the bright red surgery indicator light. The threshold separating life and death. Drawing a deep breath, the sterile scent of antiseptic filled her lungs. But it could not quell the tempest of fear and desperation churning within her. Summoning every ounce of strength, she forced herself to steady her trembling wrist. Then, bowing her head, the pen hovered above the paper momentarily before finally descending, quivering as she inscribed 2 words of immense weight in that relationship section, husband and wife. With each stroke, it felt as though a cold blade was carving into her heart, inflicting sharp and vivid pain. This was not merely filling out a form. It felt like signing a contract of the soul, a heavy commitment wrapped in lies and despair. As the final stroke was made, she firmly and clearly signed her name. Xiang Jian, beneath the document that defined her as a wife. In that moment, she sensed that something profound had irrevocably changed. It was as if she had mortgaged her past, present, and future, casting them into a bottomless, murky whirlpool of uncertainty. Chapter 57, Coma. The red light above the operating room, symbolizing the struggle between life and death, finally extinguished with a soft click. In the hushed corridor, this slight sound reverberated like thunder. The door swung open, and the lead surgeon emerged, dragging his leaden legs, removing his mask to reveal an expression of extreme fatigue. Yet somewhat relaxed. The surgery was very successful, the fractures have been realigned and stabilized, and most of the hematoma has been cleared. However, due to excessive blood loss, there is still cerebral edema and residual bruising. The patient remains in a critical state and must be immediately transferred to the ICU for close observation for at least 48 hours. If he can endure this period, his life will have been salvaged. As the words fell, the tightly wound nerves within Xiang Jian suddenly relaxed, her legs weak, nearly unable to support her. Lin Feng, who had been shadowing her like a specter, discreetly extended his arm to steady her slightly swaying form. "Thank you, doctor." "Thank you." Aunt Gui and several townsfolk who had followed the ambulance to the county hospital clasped their hands together in gratitude, their faces radiating relief from the brink of despair. However, this relief was soon captured in another scene. A tall, impeccably dressed man in a finely tailored black suit, exuding a cold demeanor, Lin Feng, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from a nearby bag, expertly twisted it open, and slightly inclined his body to offer it to Xiang Jian's lips. His voice deep and clear, imbued with unmistakable respect. "Madam, you have waited long, please drink some water." "Madam?" The 2 words pierced through the previously somewhat eased atmosphere. The expressions of the townsfolk froze in place, their gazes darting between the pale, unsteady Xiang Jian and the powerful yet humble man, Lin Feng. Despite prior speculation, the bluntness and tangibility of this confirmation struck far beyond their imaginations. The air thickened again, whispers fading into silence, leaving only a profound, unspoken shock permeating the corridor. Xiang Jian seemed oblivious to the earth-shattering address, lacking the energy to regard the stares around her. Following Lin Feng's hand, she mechanically took a sip of water. The icy liquid slid down her parched throat, failing to bring any warmth. Her full attention was fixated on the surgery room door, which opened once more. Ling Fian was wheeled out. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion a terrifying ashen gray, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Covered with a white blanket, his exposed shoulders and arms bore mottled bloodstains and bruises. His left arm was secured with medical apparatus, and his left leg was encased in heavy plaster, elevated high. Most striking was the oxygen mask clamped to his face, each faint breath left a brief mist on the transparent barrier, dissipating in an endless cycle. Fragile as if it could cease at any moment. He was surrounded by medical personnel, swiftly pushing him toward the ICU. Xiang Jian appeared to be drawn by an invisible thread, bewildered and stumbling as she followed. Lin Feng trailed closely behind, calmly managing the various formalities. Aunt Gui and the others wished to accompany them, but were stopped by the nurse at the ICU entrance. "Only one family member may wait outside, the others should return. For it is a sterile ward and visitation is not permitted. There is no point in lingering here." The townsfolk, feeling helpless, Could only gaze through the glass window at the cold array of instruments and the diminutive figure lying within, murmuring softly before gradually departing. Aunt Gue, with reddened eyes, turned back repeatedly to call out to Xiang Jian, Xiang Wan Laosher, do call if anything arises. Teacher Yen is a kind-hearted person, he will be all right. Soon. The corridor outside the ICU was left with only Xiang Jian and Lin Feng. Within the frigid glass walls, the rhythmic and occasionally sharp beeping of various machines intertwined to create a chilling and anxious symphony of life. Ling Fian lay quietly at the center of the hospital bed, like a shattered deity surrounded and guarded by intricate apparatuses. The mist on the oxygen mask appeared and vanished regularly, marking his faintest connection to the world. Xiang Jian stood pressed against the glass, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on his lifeless face. The facade of calm she had maintained crumbled in that moment. Fear, anxiety, and an indescribable sorrow surged through her, blurring her vision. Unable to bear it any longer, she rested her forehead against the icy glass, her shoulders trembling violently as the suppressed sobs finally broke free, echoing hauntingly in the empty corridor. Tears streamed down her cheeks, hot and heavy, splattering onto the ground. Lin Feng stood silently a few steps behind her, like a stoic mountain, not intruding, merely fulfilling his duty to guard this realm of sorrow. The following days passed in agonizing wait. Xiang Jian remained almost glued to the ICU entrance. Lin Feng arranged a resting room next door for her. But she could not bear to stay, spending most of her time on the cold bench in the corridor or standing in contemplation. On the third night, Ling Fian suddenly developed a high fever and fell into delirium. The alarm from the monitoring equipment pierced the stillness of the night. Medical personnel rushed into the ward. Xiang Jian's heart leapt to her throat as she pressed against the glass wall, witnessing his painful grimace, his head shaking restlessly, and his dry, cracked lips moving in indistinct murmurs. She vaguely heard her name, fragmented and interspersed with pleas not to leave and apologies. Her heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. She watched as the doctors and nurses administered medication and applied physical cooling measures, their movements busy yet orderly. In that moment, all grievances faded away, leaving only a pure concern for his life. Fortunately, after treatment, his temperature gradually decreased, and he fell back into a quiet slumber, though his brow remained tightly furrowed, resembling a child who had suffered great injustice and pain. Xiang Jian, obtaining the nurse's consent, donned a protective gown and gently entered the ward. The scent of disinfectant was even more potent. She stood by the bed, observing his forehead drenched in cold sweat, his pallid, fragile visage evoking an unprecedented maternal tenderness and heartache that quietly overshadowed all other complex emotions. Unable to resist, she reached out, her fingertips trembling as they brushed against his tightly knitted brow, seeking to smooth the creases there. She then took a cotton swab, dipped it in warm water, and carefully moistened his cracked lips. Time crawled by in the agonizing wait. He did not awaken. The doctor explained that the small amount of residual blood in the skull required time to be absorbed, which affected his awakening. There was no better course of action but to wait. Just then, Lin Feng's phone vibrated, and he stepped away to take the call. Upon his return, his expression had turned grave. He approached Xiang Jian, lowering his voice, conveying the news as gently as possible yet with undeniable severity. Madam, there is an urgent situation at the company. It involves the group with whom we previously had grievances. Taking advantage of President Ling's illness, they have begun a frenzied act of revenge, employing extremely vile methods. I must attend to this immediately, or the losses and repercussions will be immeasurable. I must entrust President Ling to you. Xiang Jian's heart sank. Though Lin Feng's words were vague, she sensed the seriousness and danger of the situation. She looked at the still unconscious Ling Fian, then at Lin Feng's somber expression, realizing she had no choice but to accept her fate. Taking a deep breath, she nodded, her voice dry. Go ahead. I will stay here. Lin Feng cast a deep, grateful glance at her, filled with a weighty trust, before hastily departing. Chapter 58, Please hurry and urinate. Perhaps it was the turmoil brought about by Lin Feng's departure. Or perhaps it was the encroaching crisis from the outside world and the silent calls from those around him. But shortly after Lin Feng left, one morning, the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the ICU's blinds, and Ling Fian's thick eyelashes fluttered a few times as he slowly, laboriously opened his eyes. The sharp pain and sense of helplessness returned first, assailing every nerve in his body. His unfocused gaze drifted between the cold instruments and the ceiling for a moment before gradually managing to concentrate. Then, he saw her. The figure slumped at his bedside was Xiang Jian. She lay with her head turned, her cheek resting on her arm, sleeping restlessly, dark circles evident beneath her long lashes. And her brow slightly furrowed even in slumber. One of her hands rested unconsciously on the back of his hand that was free of 4 lines. Warmth seeping through her skin. In that instant, all pain and discomfort seemed to be severed from him by an immense, surreal happiness. Ling Fian was utterly stunned. His heart enveloped as if by the softest of clouds, or as if warm spring water were flowing gently within him. A torrent of an almost luxurious warmth that he had never experienced before surged through his limbs, making him tremble. He dared not move, nor even breathe heavily, fearing that the slightest sound might shatter this fragile and beautiful dream. His gaze greedily traced her sleeping face, the familiar features, the pale cheeks, and the dry lips. In that moment, he felt that all the suffering he had endured and his current physical discomfort were rendered trivial. Time stood still, the present was serene. And what he had desperately yearned for yet could not attain was, in fact, right before his eyes. Xiang Jian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she were about to awaken. Ling Fian's heart raced, and almost instinctively, he shut his eyes tightly, holding his breath, striving to maintain the illusion of sleep. With only the fingers she lightly rested upon his hand barely curling in response. When Xiang Jian awoke, her first instinct was to check the monitor. The readings were stable. She let out a sigh of relief, only then realizing that she had been holding his hand throughout the night, and she quickly withdrew it as if scalded. She rose and rubbed her numb arms, softly calling for the nurse to check on him. After the doctor examined him, confirming that his vital signs were stable. The intracranial pressure had decreased, and he had passed the critical phase. He could be transferred to a regular VIP room for continued observation and treatment. The weight that had long hung over Xiang Jian's heart finally lifted, leaving her feeling a wave of exhaustion mixed with an indescribable sense of relief. After transferring to the VIP room, as his vital signs stabilized, the various tubes attached to him were gradually removed. Following a morning round, the doctor advised, the catheter has been removed, he can attempt to urinate on his own now. This is a good sign, indicating recovery. However, initially, he may experience weakness in his legs, so be sure to assist him and prevent any falls, as secondary injuries could be serious. This statement, like a silent command, instantly altered the delicate atmosphere in the ward. Ling Fian exhibited a vulnerability and reliance starkly different from his usual demeanor. The hospital subsequently arranged for experienced male caregivers. Yet he dismissed each one with various cold or vague excuses. When the time came for him to address his physiological needs for the first time, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Ling Feiyan's pale face, his body visibly tense, clearly struggling to endure. Lin Feng had just returned from addressing a recent urgent matter and was standing nearby, meticulously reporting the latest developments from Beijing. As his assistant, he promptly detected his boss's discomfort. His reporting voice faltered momentarily, and he naturally closed the folder in his hands, stepping forward. President Ling, allow me to assist you to the restroom. As he spoke, he extended his hand to support Ling Feiyan's arm. In the next instant, Ling Feiyan almost spat out a curt and irritable syllable, his voice hoarse from discomfort yet imbued with unwavering authority and a hint of offended anger. Get out. Lin Feng's outstretched hand froze in midair, his lips pressing tightly together as if he had been choked by something. Desperately suppressing an emotion that should not surface at this moment. He quickly lowered his head, using the motion to mask any potential loss of control on his face. His shoulders barely twitching. He took a fraction of a second to regain control over his facial muscles, nodded slightly, and spoke with a calm and steady tone. Understood. President Ling. After saying this, he immediately turned and walked towards the door. As he grasped the doorknob and had just pulled it open slightly, with half his body already protruding outside, he seemingly couldn't resist the urge to glance back at his boss's awkward yet strained expression, as well as Xiang Jian's shocked and helpless face by the window. Ling Feiyan's icy voice, laced with evident embarrassment and anger, called out again, "Close the door." Inside the ward, the air was deathly silent. Xiang Jian witnessed the scene unfold in a flash. Observing the man who struck fear in the hearts of many in the business world now driven to fury over something as mundane as needing to relieve himself, which struck her as absurdly comical. The roots of Ling Feiyan's ears flushed a deep crimson, as he fixed his gaze on the closed door. As if he could burn a hole through it with his stare, his jaw clenched tightly. After a few seconds, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength. And with great difficulty, he laid bare his indescribable embarrassment before her, his voice barely audible, "Come here." Xiang Jian's fingertips trembled with anger. The doctor's words echoed in her mind, yet she still felt this was an unabashed provocation. Her voice turned icy, laced with incredulous fury. "Ling Fei Yan. Do not go too far. You refuse the caregiver, yet Lin Feng is here, why not use him?" He lowered his eyelashes in silence, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within, humiliation, stubbornness, and perhaps a hint of vulnerability he wished to keep hidden from anyone but her. When he spoke again, his voice dropped a few notches, tinged with an uncharacteristic awkwardness. "I cannot do it in front of him." Seeing his increasingly haggard face, the heavy plaster encasing his immobile leg, and recalling the doctor's warnings about falls and secondary injuries, Xiang Jian felt the pent-up frustration within her chest burst like a balloon, ultimately conceding defeat. Throughout the ordeal, they remained as stiff as two wooden planks, the air thick with tension. Ling Fei Yan pressed his lips together tightly, his jaw set. Yet the roots of his ears betrayed him, flushing red, not out of embarrassment, but from the profound shame of his impotence and the undeniable palpitations caused by her unavoidable proximity. Meanwhile, Xiang Jian averted her gaze, fixated on a leaf outside the window, each unavoidable brush against him feeling like a burn on her skin, cold yet searing. Cruelly awakening memories she desperately wished to forget. Outside the door, Lin Feng stood with his back to the entrance, standing straight. From within, a muffled yet frantic voice urged, "Hurry up and relieve yourself." He raised his hand, his fingertips swiftly and subtly brushing against his own nose, as if to erase a non-existent smile. Then took a deep breath, reverting to his silent and professional demeanor. However, if one looked closely, they might detect a faint, almost imperceptible upward curve at the corners of his tightly pressed lips. Chapter 59, Stolen Time. Razor. Xiang Jian returned to the workshop to gather a few daily necessities. Lin Feng procured some high-quality nutritional supplements and brought back a new encrypted phone. Leaning down, he whispered the external circumstances to Ling Fei Yan, his tone grave. Ling Fei Yan listened, his eyes sharpening with icy resolve before quickly regaining composure, nodding slightly to indicate his understanding. Though his gaze instinctively followed Xiang Jian as she organized her belongings, that sharpness swiftly replaced by a complex softness. After transferring to the spacious and quiet VIP room, Aunt Gui and several representatives from the town visited him multiple times, bringing fruit baskets and homemade chicken soup, sincerely expressing their gratitude and wishing him a swift recovery. Although Ling Fei Yan remained reticent and his complexion pale, his demeanor softened considerably. He even managed a faint yet genuine smile, murmuring, "Thank you, everyone. It is my duty." The days of recuperation flowed slowly, marked by the scent of disinfectant and the rhythmic ticking of medical instruments. In the spacious and tranquil VIP room, Ling Fei Yan cunningly and greedily savored this stolen, invaluable time. He began to exhibit an unusual vulnerability and dependence. He would hoarsely call out to Xiang Jian, raising his uninjured hand while holding a tablet, expressing that it was a bit heavy and he lacked the strength to read the words clearly. "Xiang Jian, I want water." His eyes mirroring just the right amount of helplessness and plea. Xiang Jian would furrow her elegant brows each time, her expression clearly conveying her annoyance at his troubles. Her tone frosty as usual. Yet, ultimately, she would relent. She steadied the tablet for him and brought water to his lips. Ling Fei Yan's world had suddenly shrunk to that confined space, and Xiang Jian became his primary connection to the outside world, the only one he was willing to accept. The first pale rays of morning light crept through the gaps in the blinds, silently illuminating the cold walls of the ward, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow on the floor. The lingering scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint sense of fatigue from the patient. The rhythmic ticking of the monitor beside the bed confirmed that Ling Fei Yan had once again passed through the night instability. He had been awake for some time, the rigidity of his posture and the dull ache from the plaster on his left leg preventing him from finding comfort in sleep. More importantly, the stubble that had grown on his chin itched intolerably, like a layer of fine sandpaper, constantly reminding him of his current disarray and lack of dignity. As usual, the nurse arrived punctually with a basin of warm water and disposable shaving supplies, the plastic basin making a slight clattering sound as it was placed on the bedside table. "Mr. Ling, you can wash up now. Do you need assistance?" The nurse's voice was professionally gentle. "No need," Ling Fei Yan replied, his voice hoarse from sleep, his tone habitual and coldly dismissive. The nurse seemed to have anticipated this, saying nothing further as she quietly withdrew. The ward fell back into silence. Ling Fei Yan attempted to use his uninjured right hand to manage the task. He struggled to open the cap of the shaving cream, squeezing it. But the white cream uncontrollably spilled out in a large blob, sticking to his fingers and the edge of the basin. He frowned, patiently smearing the cream haphazardly on his chin and cheeks, his movements clumsy and awkward, far from the fluidity he exhibited when handling numerous contracts. Then he picked up the disposable razor. Operating it with one hand proved exceedingly difficult, especially in the uneven contours of his face. He tilted his head, attempting to make a precise incision against the blurred reflection in the window, but his arm trembled slightly due to the awkward position and his still recovering strength. The sensation of the blade grazing his skin was raw and perilous. After a few attempts, several small crimson lines appeared along his jawline. As bright red droplets of blood swiftly emerged, contrasting starkly against his pale skin and the white shaving cream, creating a striking visual. He muttered a low curse, barely audible. Yet it brimmed with irritation and self-loathing for his current state of helplessness. The razor in his hand seemed more formidable than any commercial adversary. Xiang Jian, who had been seated on the sofa by the wall, was reviewing the order information sent from the workshop in the morning light. Drawn by the commotion, she lifted her gaze. What met her eyes was this scene: the man who typically donned a suit and exuded an air of meticulous control was now clad in a loose hospital gown. With tousled hair, one side of his face smeared with uneven white foam, and several disheveled bloodstains adorning his chin and cheek. He was engaged in a fierce yet clumsy struggle with a small razor. The morning light illuminated the furrow of his brow and the fine beads of sweat that formed at his temples from exertion. Her gaze lingered on his bleeding chin and the hand that, despite its strained veins, still could not maintain a steady grip. A complex swirl of emotion surged within her, a sense of vindication at his plight, a touch of absurdity and humor, but more prominently, an undeniable sharp pang of bitterness and an almost instinctual impulse. She sighed softly, setting aside her tablet, and stood up. The sound of her footsteps startled Ling Fian. He paused, raising his eyes to meet her approaching figure through the reflection in the mirror. For a fleeting moment, his gaze was sharp and wary, as if he had been exposed in his most vulnerable state, only to be swiftly enveloped by a deeper, inscrutable gloom. He remained silent, tightening his grip on the razor, his knuckles paling. Xiang Jian stepped before him without uttering a word. Silently yet almost forcefully, she took the razor, now smeared with foam and blood, from his hand. Their fingertips inadvertently brushed against his heated skin, causing both to shudder imperceptibly. She retrieved a towel, dampened it with warm water, wrung it out, and gently wiped away the dried shaving cream and the glaring bloodstains from his face. Her movements were not gentle, even somewhat mechanical, yet meticulous enough. Then, she applied a fresh layer of shaving cream to his chin, her cool fingertips gliding over his skin, eliciting a barely perceptible tremor. Next came the actual shaving. She leaned in slightly closer, her breath inevitably brushing against his forehead. Her gaze was focused and earnest, tracking the path of the blade as if she were crafting a delicate ceramic piece rather than tending to a man's face. The sound of the blade gliding over his skin became smooth and rhythmic. The room fell silent, save for this subtle sound and their suppressed, nearly inaudible breaths. Ling Fian completely relaxed, obediently tilting his head back, eyes closed, exposing his most vulnerable throat to her hands. His Adam's apple unconsciously bobbed under her fingertips, and his lashes cast faint shadows on his pallid eyelids, presenting a rare, unguarded tranquility. He could distinctly feel the brief coolness of her fingers as they adjusted the angle on his cheek. Could smell the faint scent of clay and tea from the workshop that contrasted sharply with the sterile odor surrounding him, yet oddly soothed his taut nerves. Xiang Jian forced herself to concentrate solely on the blade in her hand, ignoring the warmth of his skin under her touch, his breath too near, and the overwhelming absurdity of their intimate act that stirred an unshakable ache within her. She regarded him as a task, an object to be handled. Only in this way could she suppress the tumultuous emotions churning within her. As she completed the final stroke, she straightened up, pulling back slightly, and meticulously wiped his face with a warm towel, checking for any missed stubble. All done, she declared, her voice dry, shattering the prolonged and eerie silence. She discarded the razor into the trash bin and turned toward the sink, turning on the faucet, vigorously washing her hands as if attempting to cleanse not just the remnants of shaving cream but also the discomfort and fluttering sensations from their close proximity moments ago. Ling Fian slowly opened his eyes, raising a hand to touch his now smooth chin. The sensation was unprecedentedly clean. He gazed at her upright yet somewhat stiff silhouette by the sink, his stare deep and contemplative, swirling with unspoken emotions. Ultimately, he simply murmured. His voice even more hoarse than before, "Thank you." Chapter 60, Stolen Time Nightmares. The afternoon sun streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting languid stripes across the floor of the hospital room, where tiny particles of dust floated in the air. Ling Fian reclined against the elevated hospital bed, having just listened to Lin Feng's work report. The room momentarily fell into silence, interrupted only by the rhythmic beeping of the monitor. An urgent encrypted document arrived on the tablet. Ling Fian extended his right hand, his fingertips gliding over the cold screen as he attempted to focus on the dense text and charts. However, perhaps due to the side effects of medication or the lingering weakness within his body, the familiar characters now danced before his eyes like reflections in water, shifting and leaping, evoking waves of dizziness and nausea. He closed his eyes, pressing his fingers against his brow in an effort to dispel the sense of powerlessness. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze fell upon the window. Xiang Jian was seated there, turned slightly toward him, perusing a hefty ceramics guide. The sunlight outlined her focused profile and cascading strands of hair, emanating a serene aura that felt oddly out of place in the hospital room. He remained silent for a few seconds, his throat constricting as if words were difficult to articulate, but ultimately he spoke, his voice low and hoarse from discomfort. "Xiang Jian." Xiang Jian, sitting on the nearby sofa flipping through a ceramics magazine, looked up at his voice, her expression clearly reflecting reluctance and a hint of exasperation. He raised the tablet in his hand, the screen's light casting a pallid glow on his face. These words seemed to be dancing. He paused, his brow furrowing in genuine distress. "I'm feeling quite dizzy. Could you read it to me?" His tone bore a rare hint of vulnerability, a subtle plea that betrayed an unusual dependence. Xiang Jian closed the book, silently appraising him for a few moments, as if gauging whether he was merely feigning his discomfort. Observing the evident pallor on his face and the unfocused gaze in his dark eyes, devoid of their usual sharpness and command, she noted only physiological distress and a hint of weary fragility. The words of refusal lingered on her tongue, only to be swallowed back down. She set the book aside, stood, and approached, silently taking the heavy tablet from him. She began to read. Her cool, steady voice flowed through the quiet hospital room, rendering the complex terminology and intricate data with an unexpected rhythm. She spoke slowly, occasionally pausing over particularly obscure terms, but quickly continuing thereafter. He leaned back against the pillow, his gaze not on the document, but rather on her lowered eyelashes and the gentle movement of her lips, listening to her calm and steady voice. Ling Fian felt as though he were listening to the most beautiful melody in the world, with even the pain from his wounds transforming into a sweet undertone. Sunlight spilled generously onto his blanket, subtly outlining her figure, interweaving with her steady recitation to create a brief yet genuine illusion of tranquility. His taut body gradually relaxed, as if floating on a tranquil sea. For a fleeting moment, he experienced the illusion of time standing still. He greedily absorbed the serenity of that moment, wishing for time to stretch infinitely. Occasionally, when she stumbled over specialized terminology, he would softly correct her, earning a mildly annoyed glare in return. He would then fall silent, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickering in his eyes. Within Ling Fian's heart lay a desolate and frigid wasteland, seemingly warmed bit by bit by the mundane details of daily life, giving rise to a profound attachment that both enchanted and terrified him. This tranquility persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon. The darkness enveloped the ward like ink, silencing the day's clamor, leaving only the distant echo of faint footsteps in the corridor. Night was the most arduous time. After the anesthesia wore off, excruciating pain often kept Ling Fian from sleep. Yet, he never summoned the nurse, enduring the agony in silence. On one occasion, Jiang Jian awoke in the middle of the night to hear muffled groans. Entering the room, she found him drenched in cold sweat, his lips white from biting. "Why don't you call for pain relief?" She couldn't help but ask, her tone betraying an unrecognized concern. He opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the darkness. "A little pain is good, it reminds me I'm not dreaming." This statement pierced Jiang Jian's heart like a needle, catching her off guard. She turned and soon returned with a warm towel, silently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. In that moment, neither spoke. Only the sound of the towel gliding across skin and their restrained breaths intertwined in the quiet ward. Ling Fian drifted in a haze between sleep and wakefulness. Though the fever had receded, the deep-seated injuries and subconscious fears refused to relinquish their grip on him. In the darkness, fragmented light danced before him, the blinding headlights of an out-of-control truck, the agonizing impact of his body hitting the ground, and distant, blood-stained memories he wished to forget. He gasped sharply, his head restlessly turning on the pillow, icy beads of sweat instantly dotting his forehead. Broken syllables escaped his clenched teeth, infused with immense pain and fear. "Don't go there." His fingers unconsciously tightened around the bedsheet, knuckles whitening from the pressure, his body trembling slightly. Just as nightmares clutched his throat, nearly suffocating him. A glimmer of light dispelled the darkness, the bedside lamp was turned on, casting a gentle glow that, while not blinding, was enough to pull him back from the abyss. Soon after, a warm towel, imbued with the fresh scent of soap, was gently placed on his forehead, delicately wiping away the cold sweat. The action was not particularly tender. Yet it bore a steady, reassuring strength. Ling Fian abruptly opened his eyes, pupils constricting sharply in the light. After a moment of adjustment, they focused on the figure by the bed. Jiang Jian, clad in a thin nightgown with a casual jacket draped over her shoulders, was looking down at him. Her face devoid of expression, yet her eyes reflected a hint of drowsiness and a barely perceptible worry. "Did I disturb you?" His voice, raspy and harsh, bore the fatigue of nightmares. "No," she replied tersely, her hands continuing their soothing motion from his forehead to the damp hair at his temples. "Did you have a nightmare?" Her tone was flat, as if merely asking a casual question. Ling Fian offered no response, merely gazing deeply at her before shutting his eyes once more, allowing the warmth to carry away the discomfort of his clammy sweat. A complex emotion welled within his chest, confusion, gratitude, and a deeper feeling he could not quite define. In this desolate night, her silent vigil soothed his pain far more than any analgesic. After that, Jiang Jian remained silent and did not leave. She simply turned off the lamp and settled into the nearby sofa, curling herself into the shadows. In the darkness, the sound of their breaths became distinctly audible. He did not succumb to terrifying nightmares again, her very presence acted as a silent barrier, separating him from the grotesque phantoms. Days later, with the doctor's permission, Ling Fian began to attempt the simplest rehabilitation, standing with great effort while being supported. Lin Feng promptly approached, ready to assist. He extended his arm, "President Ling. Allow me to help you." However, Ling Fian's gaze bypassed him, landing directly on Jiang Jian, who stood a short distance away. His lips pressed into a pale line, beads of sweat forming at his temples from the impending pain and exertion, his eyes reflecting a near-obsessive stubbornness. "You come here." Lin Feng's arm froze in midair, his expression shifting to one of indifference as he withdrew, silently blending into the background. Jiang Jian furrowed her brow, understanding the implications of his request. It meant bearing much of his weight, an intimacy that shattered the safety distance she had tried to maintain. "You should," she warned, her voice tinged with resignation. "Help me," he repeated, his voice hoarse from exertion, his dark eyes fixed on her, revealing not only stubbornness but also an unmistakable expectation and vulnerability directed solely at her. The air thickened for a few seconds. Jiang Jian observed his heavily bandaged leg, his slightly trembling arm from weakness, and ultimately succumbed to that damned, inescapable softness and sense of responsibility. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, bracing him with her shoulder under his arm and wrapping her right hand around his back to support him. His weight bore down on her instantly, causing her to stumble slightly. The faint scent of medication mixed with his inherent chill enveloped her. She could feel the tension in his arm and the slight tremors of his body. Each arduous movement was accompanied by suppressed grunts and the warmth of his breath cascading over her head. The entire process was brief yet agonizing, leaving them both panting. Jiang Jian felt exhaustion, while Ling Fian felt pain. Yet, when he settled back into the wheelchair and looked at her, a fleeting, profoundly complex sense of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. From that point on, their silent companionship became the norm at night. Sometimes it was the sound of his suppressed breaths during moments of unbearable pain, other times it was the soft footsteps she took while getting water. At times, there was no sound at all, merely the comforting knowledge of each other's presence in the shared space, breathing, providing an irresistible sense of security. They rarely conversed, their past grievances forming an invisible chasm between them. Yet, within this unique temporal space enveloped by injury and illness, a distorted yet fragile bond based on the most fundamental human compassion was quietly burgeoning, entwining them together and pushing them toward an unknown, contradictory future. Chapter 61, Discharge. The day of discharge finally arrived. Aunt Gue, Zhou, and several concerned townspeople gathered at the hospital. However, when they saw the nurse pushing Ling Fian in a wheelchair, they were momentarily taken aback. Where to take him? The second floor of Qingfeng Kajan was clearly unsuitable for someone with a heavily bandaged thigh and impaired mobility. All eyes, once again, silently and almost instinctively, turned toward Jiang Jian, standing nearby. Zhou's expression darkened instantly, his jaw tightening, fists clenching and unclenching at his sides, ultimately managing to maintain a facade of politeness. Though his gaze towards Jiang Jian was laced with complexity. Jiang Jian looked at Ling Fian in the wheelchair. Dressed in the comfortable leisure wear brought by Lin Feng. He still appeared handsome, yet his illness had rendered him weak and pale. His gaze rested quietly on her, seemingly infused with a subtle expectation and a hint of careful anxiety. She glanced around at the eager townspeople waiting for her decision, a wave of resignation washing over her. She fell into silence for a few seconds before finally hearing her own dry voice emerge, "Let South go to my place first. There's an empty room on the first floor of the workshop." Thus, Ling Fian was brought to Xiang Wan's workshop. The guest room, which had originally been cluttered with odds and ends, was now spotless and adorned with fresh linens. While simple, it was bright and clean. And opening the window revealed the greenery and a small pottery kiln in the courtyard. Lin Feng also took care to pack some of Ling Fian's belongings from Qingfeng Inn, including a teacup. Xiang Jian glanced at the teacup on his bedside, picked it up, and turned it over, noticing the character 1 at the bottom. Her brows furrowed slightly, but she said nothing and returned it to its place. Zhou, suppressing his discontent, assisted Ling Fian onto the bed, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then excused himself, his back rigid. Lin Feng meticulously placed Ling Fian's clothing and belongings into the cabinet, and then, as if recalling something, asked in a low voice, "Ling Zong, do you need me to retrieve the, early failed practice pieces and porcelain that Madame has stored at the inn?" The atmosphere instantly stiffened. Ling Fian's expression darkened. His gaze piercing like an icy blade directed at Lin Feng, laden with rare embarrassment and warning. He nearly gritted his teeth as he forced out 2 words, "No need." Xiang Jian, entering with a bowl of water, happened to catch the latter half of that statement. She paused, casting a puzzled glance between Ling Fian's suddenly tense profile and Lin Feng's innocent expression of "What did I say wrong?" She noticed a faint, almost imperceptible blush at Ling Fian's ears. During the initial days, Ling Fian could mostly only lie in bed or sit in a wheelchair. Lin Feng would come daily to report on the situation, each time bringing graver news. After listening, Ling Fian would remain silent for a long while, his brow furrowed, his aura steeped in an immediate heaviness. Yet whenever Xiang Jian entered the room, he would quickly suppress all overt emotions, as if the distant storms of turmoil did not exist. He increasingly found comfort in staying within her line of sight. When Xiang Jian worked in the courtyard, he would have Lin Feng push him to the door to watch quietly. On sunny afternoons, he would bask in the sun, observing Xiang Jian and Xiao Wei busy in the workshop, watching her focus intently on throwing and trimming clay, admiring her hands, which were caked in clay yet remarkably dexterous. This simple, mundane life, filled with warmth and the fragrance of smoke, was the very vision he had never voiced but fervently longed for deep within his heart. He greedily inhaled the air around him, savored the sunlight, imprinting every scene with her in it deeply into his soul. In the guest room on the first floor of the workshop, the morning light arrived punctually, yet it bore a touch more of the human experience than in the hospital. Outside, birds chirped melodiously, and faintly, the sounds of Xiao Wei and the apprentices cleaning the courtyard could be heard, accompanied by the subtle fragrance of rice porridge wafting through the air. Xiang Jian entered, holding a bowl of clear porridge and a plate of crisp pickled cucumbers, placing them on the bedside table. Ling Fian was already propped up against the pillow, his gaze sweeping over the meager fare, his brow knitting slightly. Accustomed to exquisite breakfasts, his stomach instinctively protested at such sustenance. "Is this all?" His tone carried its habitual scrutiny, though his voice was hoarse with weakness. Xiang Jian placed the spoon beside the bowl, producing a faint clink, her tone unyielding, "This is all there is. Eat it or don't." She turned as if to leave, her skirt creating a slight breeze. "I lack strength," he said softly from behind her, raising his still relatively intact right hand, intentionally letting his wrist droop slightly, unsteady in holding the bowl. Xiang Jian's footsteps halted. With her back to him, she inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling slightly. She knew he was likely feigning weakness, yet a glance at his pale, gaunt profile and the heavy plastered leg made her unable to utter the words. "You can eat on your own." With a stiff expression, she turned back, picked up the bowl, scooped a spoonful of warm porridge, and impatiently offered it to his lips. Her movements reflecting the irritation of dealing with a troublesome child. Ling Fian observed her reluctant yet yielding demeanor, a slight glimmer of triumph flickering in his gaze. He slightly parted his lips to accept the feeding. The porridge was soft and fragrant, far inferior to anything he usually consumed, yet at this moment, it felt exceptionally palatable. He ate leisurely, his gaze fixed on her taut profile and the slight tremor of her eyelashes. "Pickled cucumbers." He swallowed the porridge and commanded. Xiang Jian shot him a glare, yet still picked up a small piece of pickled cucumber and handed it over rather clumsily. The entire process was silent and peculiar. Only the subtle sounds of chewing and the clinking of spoon and bowl could be heard, an odd tacit understanding blossoming amidst the cold tug-of-war. The afternoon sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow throughout the courtyard. Xiang Jian pushed Ling Fian's wheelchair to a shaded spot under the eaves, where he could bask in the sun without it being too glaring. She covered his lap with a thin fleece blanket, then donned an apron and sat at a nearby workbench to handle a new batch of clay. Immersed in her work, her fingers became smeared with a rich, earthy clay. Kneading, pinching, patting, and scraping with fluidity and rhythm. The clay on the wheel seemed to come alive under her hands, gradually taking on graceful and dynamic forms. Sunlight illuminated her focused profile, tiny beads of sweat forming at her nose, yet she remained completely unaware. Contrary to her expectations, Ling Fian did not close his eyes to rest. He leaned back in his wheelchair, his gaze unwaveringly following her. He watched her hands, soiled yet remarkably dexterous. Observing the clay obediently transforming under her fingertips, witnessing the serene yet powerful glow she emanated in her domain. This was a side of Xiang Jian he had never seen before, strange yet profoundly captivating. A small piece of clay rolled off the workbench, landing right beside his wheelchair. Xiang Jian instinctively took 2 steps to bend down and retrieve it, her hair cascading with the motion. A few strands inadvertently brushing against the back of Ling Fian's hand resting on the armrest, sending a faint yet distinct tingle through him. Both paused. The distance between them closed, enough for him to catch a whiff of her subtle soap fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of clay on her. Sunlight filtered through her slightly disheveled hair, casting a hazy golden halo around her. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Ling Fian's fingers curled ever so slightly, as if touched by a faint electric current where her hair had grazed his skin. Xiang Jian, feeling as if scalded, quickly stood upright. A barely perceptible blush creeping up her ears, her tone hurriedly masking her fluster. "What is so interesting about that?" She swiftly returned to her workbench. Yet her heart inexplicably skipped several beats, disrupting the rhythm of her hands as she kneaded the clay. Chapter 62, Bathing in the evening. Bathing became a daily battle. Xiang Jian had prepared a large wooden tub, hot water, towels, and clean clothes in the corner behind the screen in the guest room. "Let Lin Feng do it," she declared at the door, her tone resolute, her expression uncompromising. "No," Ling Fian replied, reclining against the bed, his face calm yet his tone equally unyielding, imbued with an unassailable obstinacy. "Ling Fian, don't push your luck," Xiang Jian retorted, flustered and angry, her voice rising slightly. "Either you help me, or I won't bathe at all." He met her gaze directly, his eyes reflecting his usual dominance, yet curiously mixed with a hint of vulnerability. A stubbornness that only surfaced in her presence. "I am not accustomed to others touching me." This others clearly excluded Lin Feng without hesitation. "Bathe or don't, I don't care," she snapped, turning to leave. "You've spoiled him." Just as she was about to step away, his voice called out again, but it had completely changed tone. All the firmness and obstinacy seemed to evaporate, leaving only an indescribable sense of grievance. She instinctively halted, not turning back. His voice was as soft as a whisper, tinged with a hint of unutterable embarrassment, and I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me. Xiang Jian turned in disbelief. Before her stood the man who commanded attention in the marketplace, known for his unwavering authority, yet at this moment, he had his head slightly bowed. Several strands of dark hair falling gently over his forehead, obscuring part of his expression. Nonetheless, the tight line of his mouth, slightly turned down at the corners, betrayed a profound sense of frustration and vulnerability. After muttering his words, he timidly lifted his gaze toward her, resembling a small dog yearning for forgiveness or attention. His obsidian-like eyes shimmered with unspoken pleas. Xiang Jian's heart felt as if it had been squeezed unexpectedly, softening in a way she had never encountered before with Ling Fian. The ever-dapper, meticulous CEO, whose mere glance could silence his subordinates, now revealed a fragile and pitiable demeanor due to his inability to bathe independently. The juxtaposition of strength and vulnerability, dominance and pity collided within him. Ultimately, the compromise remained in the form of Xiang Jian preparing everything for him. Placing essentials within his reach, then turning her back to stand by the screen, facing the wall. Guarding against any mishaps during his bathing process while avoiding the awkwardness of direct eye contact. Behind the screen, the sound of rustling clothes echoed, followed by the heavy splash of his body entering the water and the rippling sound of water moving. As before, Xiang Jian stood with her back to the screen. Facing the wall, her body taut like a drawn bowstring. She could hear the clear sounds of water behind her, louder than usual. As if he were unconsciously stirring the water or deliberately making noise. To prevent Ling Fian from catching a cold during his recovery. The workshop's air conditioning was set higher than usual. The warm, humid air enveloped her, causing a thin sheen of moisture to form on her skin. And beads of sweat to gather at her temples. She tugged at her collar, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The sounds of water ceased. Then came the faint rustling as he groped for a towel, followed by a muffled groan, seemingly birthed from the strain of movement, laced with pain. Instinctively, Xiang Jian's heart tightened. Almost without thinking, she blurted out, her voice tinged with a hint of urgency she was unaware of, "What happened? Did you bump your leg?" There was no immediate reply, only the sound of slightly labored breathing. After 2 seconds of waiting, feeling uneasy, she pressed on, "Ling Fian? Are you all right?" Still. There was no response. A sense of foreboding gripped her. Forgetting the previous embarrassment and her resolve, she abruptly turned around. Stepping around the screen, "Did you fall?" Her words were cut short. Ling Fian had not fallen. He leaned against the edge of the wooden basin. His upper body exposed to the humid air, water droplets sliding down his solid chest and arms. Though somewhat thinner, his physique still exuded a sense of strength. He did not look at her. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his brow furrowed in pain, one hand pressing against the thigh muscle above his cast. As if enduring a severe cramp. The warm mist blurred his features, amplifying the sheen of water on his skin and the palpable sense of restrained agony. This scene was imbued with a primal and sensual impact, interweaving fragility and strength. Xiang Jian froze in place, her cheeks flushing with heat, caught in a dilemma. Just as she stood there, Ling Fian suddenly raised his head. His dark eyes, glistening with moisture, held depths of pain, endurance, and an overwhelming, thick desire that could no longer be suppressed under the dual pressures of heat and vulnerability. His gaze, imbued with a searing intensity, locked onto her. "It hurts," he rasped. His voice trembling with pain, sounding almost like an unwitting temptation. Xiang Jian felt as if she were anchored in place, her mind blank. Reason urged her to turn and leave immediately, yet her feet refused to budge. He observed her flushed cheeks and her eyes wide with shock. Then reached out with his damp, warm hand, seizing her wrist with an unexpected strength, entirely unlike that of a patient. Xiang Jian gasped, attempting to break free. But he pulled her forward with a fierce tug. In a whirl, she lost her balance, her upper body uncontrollably tumbling toward him. Utilizing the buoyancy of the water and his deftness, he swiftly grasped the nape of her neck with his other hand and, without hesitation, captured her lips with his own. Everything transpired too swiftly. Xiang Jian was rendered immobile. His kiss bore an irresistible force, mingled with the warmth of the water, the scent of medicine, and his own clean yet fervent essence, overwhelming her completely. The moment their lips met, it was as if electricity coursed through her, shattering all rational defenses. The thick mist blurred her vision, heightening all her senses. She felt the warmth of his lips, slightly dry and chapped, yet insistent, tasted a faint trace of his flavor. Heard their hearts racing and their heavy breaths reverberating in the confined, humid space, deafening in its intensity. Initially, his kiss was fierce. Akin to a beast that had long suppressed its urges finally finding an outlet, tinged with a sense of desperate predation. However, perhaps her momentary rigidity and subtle tremor stirred something within him, for his intensity gradually softened, becoming exploratory and greedy. As if he sought to draw her very soul into him at that moment. Xiang Jian's mind buzzed, her hands pushing against his slick, warm chest. Yet they lacked the strength to resist. Humiliation, anger, panic, and a shameful shiver of intimacy stirred by the sudden closeness and the surrounding steam intertwined. rendering her weak and nearly breathless. Time seemed to stand still. Only the sounds of their entangled lips and frantic heartbeats filled her world. Uncertain how long it lasted, perhaps only a few seconds, or perhaps it stretched out like an eternity, Ling Fian finally released her, his forehead still pressed against hers. Their breaths hot and rapid, fanning against her nostrils. His gaze was dark as ink, swirling with unquenched desire, the afterglow of conquest, and a deeper, perhaps even unacknowledged pain and fear. Xiang Jian snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. She gasped for breath, her lips swollen and red, still tinged with his warmth and essence. A wave of profound shame and anger at the violation flooded over her. With a sharp crack, she slapped Ling Fian hard across the face, channeling all her strength into the blow. She barely had time to register his expression before violently breaking free from his grasp, stumbling backward until she collided with the screen, producing a loud thud. Terrified, she shot him a horrified glance, her eyes brimming with chaotic tears, fury, and disbelief. Then fled the room without looking back, slamming the door behind her. Ling Fian stood rooted to the spot, the imprint of her hand rapidly rising on his face, a burning pain radiating through him. He remained in the posture she had pushed him away from, his chest heaving, remnants of her soft touch and a trace of her sweet fragrance lingering on his lips. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing his eyes, clouded with regret, madness, and a near-desperate possessiveness. The room was left in silence, save for the cooling water and the remnants of a tension-filled stillness, echoing the indelible imprint of their kiss, searing the air and marking the unspoken acknowledgement that they could never return to the past. Chapter 63, Swords and Shadows in the Stillness of the Workshop at Midnight. The world lay silent, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of autumn insects in the distance. The pain of the wound, shrouded by the cloak of night, grew increasingly audacious, as if the long-dormant nightmares had found their way back in. Ling Fian would sometimes awaken from excruciating agony, drenched in cold sweat. At other times, he would be ensnared in suffocating nightmares, murmuring fragmented words, his body thrashing unconsciously. He never called for help. His breathing, however, would become heavy and rapid, resonating distinctly within the stillness of the night. On one occasion, Xiang Jian, rising in the middle of the night, passed by his slightly ajar door and heard muffled, anguished gasps interspersed with indistinct, fearful utterances. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she pushed the door open. Moonlight filtered through the window, barely illuminating the room. Ling Fian was deeply entrenched in his bedding, his brow furrowed tightly, his forehead damp with cold sweat, his pale lips pressed into a thin line, struggling as if being pulled by some unseen force. After a moment of hesitation, she approached and turned on the softly glowing bamboo lamp on the bedside. "Ling Fian?" She called softly, her voice tinged with a hint of uncertainty that she herself did not recognize. He seemed to awaken at the sound and light, abruptly opening his eyes, a lingering terror and emptiness evident in their depths. After a brief moment of disorientation, his gaze finally focused on her face. Upon realizing it was her, his body, which had been taut as a bowstring, suddenly relaxed, and he exhaled a long, silent sigh, as if he had just been pulled back from the abyss into reality. "Did I wake you?" he asked, his voice hoarse and laden with the weakness following a nightmare. "No," she replied succinctly, her gaze sweeping over his sweat-drenched forehead. She turned and wrung a warm towel from the basin, naturally wiping his brow. Her movements were less stiff than during the day, imbued with a subtle gentleness. He closed his eyes, accepting this quiet care without protest. The warmth of the towel and her proximity dispelled the final traces of chill left by the nightmare. "Would you like some water?" she inquired. He nodded slightly. Under the dim light, she poured a cup of warm water, watching as he slowly drank. They exchanged no further words, yet a peculiar, reassuring tranquility spread throughout the room. In the following nights, Xiang Jian would coincidentally appear at his door with a cup of water whenever he awoke in pain or was beset by nightmares, or would silently sit in the chair beside his bed until his breathing returned to a steady, languid rhythm before she quietly departed. Zhou's visits were like a stone cast into the gradually tranquil waters. He always arrived at about the time when Xiang Jian was finishing her work, sometimes carrying freshly caught fish still flopping about, other times lugging a bag of clay, under the pretext of discussing the details of new orders for the workshop. Each time he witnessed Ling Fian occupying the role of a permanent resident in Xiang Jian's workshop, seemingly claiming most of her attention, Zhou's countenance visibly darkened. This time, as he approached the courtyard with a fish in tow, he was intercepted by Aunt Gue. She glanced into the room and lowered her voice. Aja, heed my advice. They are living well together, you ought not to stir things up. As she spoke, she patted Zhou's shoulder. For everyone in town knew of his affection for teacher Xiangwan. Yet that was before they discovered she had a family. Aunt Gui. What are you talking about? Zhou's face flushed crimson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, a mix of urgency and embarrassment flooding over him. That comment about them living together lodged in his throat like a thorn, suffocating him and tightening his chest, yet he could not clarify matters with his elder. He could only brood, a surge of anger propelling him into the courtyard. Sure enough, he immediately spotted Ling Fian wrapped in a thin blanket, sitting in a wheelchair in the sunniest spot. Xiang Jian stood beside him, her head bowed as she listened to his words. The scene appeared strikingly harmonious to onlookers. Zhou's heart tightened, and he raised his voice, his local accent making his greeting sound particularly loud and warm. Sister Xiangwan. Look. A freshly caught carp, still wriggling. I'll make soup with it tonight, it's the best for you. He deliberately ignored the man, hoping to reclaim Xiang Jian's attention with this lively display of everyday life. Ling Fian lazily lifted his eyelids, his cold, scrutinizing gaze cutting through Zhou and the fish he held like an invisible blade. Zhou felt a chill creep down his neck, involuntarily lowering his voice. Xiang Jian was about to step forward when Ling Fian spoke, his tone calm yet clearly surpassing the earlier cheerfulness. Xiang Jian, he said, his voice steady but laced with just enough frailty, my legs feel a bit numb. Xiang Jian sighed, signaling Zhou to wait a moment. She turned and shot Ling Fian an exasperated glance before bending down to adjust the cushion on his legs, asking, is it here? Is this height all right? Zhou held up the fish, but all the praises he had prepared about its plumpness and the soup's freshness got lodged in his throat. He watched Xiang Jian's focused profile and the hint of challenge in Ling Fian's gaze that flicked over Xiang Jian towards him. The embarrassment triggered by Aunt Gui's words and the current frustration intertwined within him, causing his face to redden further. He stood there like a forgotten post, caught between two worlds. Unable to endure any longer, Zhou stepped forward abruptly and dropped the still gasping fish into the nearby wooden basin, splashing water onto his sleeves and the ground. The fish is here, he said gruffly, his voice muffled. He attempted to offer Xiang Jian a wholesome smile as usual, but it only resulted in a stiff, disheartened twitch of his lips. Having said this, he turned abruptly, lowering his head, his heavy steps hastening out of the courtyard, his broad back filled with an indescribable sense of solitude. Xiang Jian watched the splashing water in the basin and the solitary fish, then turned to see Zhou's almost panicked retreating figure, her heart swelling with a bittersweet sense of helplessness and regret. She wished to explain something, yet did not know where to begin, as if any explanation would be utterly futile, rendering her words pale and insignificant. Everything was as visible as it seemed. There was nothing to clarify. Caught between the silent tension of the two men, she felt a profound weariness and helplessness. She harbored a sense of gratitude and guilt towards Zhou, while feeling a moral obligation and an intricate web of emotions towards Ling Fian. Zhou's every dejected departure and Ling Fian's inscrutable gaze after she turned away coiled around her like invisible threads, binding her in this gradually warming cage, evoking a bittersweet yet painful entrapment. These mundane details were laden with awkward compromises, unspoken care, subtle rivalries, and indescribable closeness. Ling Fian cherished every moment like a traveler in the desert greedily quenching his thirst, while Xiang Jian, ensnared in the daily entanglements, gradually slipped into a deeper abyss of confusion, the past's resentment intertwining with the present's warmth, leaving her utterly adrift.